Thousands of years ago, humanity uncovered its inherent talents, establishing a realm of spirit taming and embarking upon the interstellar age. Emerging from myriad races, humans mastered the 10 stellar domains and hundreds of star systems, their population soaring to trillions. Yet, only by becoming a beast tamer can one ascend to the zenith of the world. Reborn into this life, Chen Mo perceives the profound truths of existence. Lacking spirit companions, he boldly intercepts the dragon egg of his adversary, vanquishing the son of stellar dragon king. Short on resources, he auctions off a secret realm, amassing a staggering 30 trillion. Lacking connections, he directly forges ties with the top 10 families in the cosmos, the Chen family. With all conditions met, he enters the fray, indulging in the fruits of others' labor, soaring to greatness in a single leap. While others are embroiled in fierce battles over scarce resources, Chen Mo has already begun to relish life. Living off the bounty of others is the true path. When no one supports my lofty ambitions, I shall carry my sister to the mountaintop. Chapter 1. The Rejection of the Campus Bell. Longting Star, Donghai City, Linghai University. Freshman Reception Area. Observing the long queue filled with laughter and joy as students enroll, Chen Mo cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation. Chen Mo, take a break. I brought you a cup of milk tea, your favorite matcha flavor. A girl with a high ponytail, her cheeks flushed, hands over the milk tea to Chen Mo, stealing a glance at his reaction. Oh my, Luda May, we also wish to savor the milk tea you bought. I want matcha too, it's my favorite. Exactly. Why do we not even have a bottle of mineral water? This is favoritism. I refuse to accept it. I do not agree to this engagement. Chen Mo smiled as he accepted the milk tea, disregarding Lu Jing's bashful gaze, thanking her before turning to the teasing classmates. I knew you would stir up trouble. If you want water, I'll get it for you later. Yes, I knew Brother Mo was the handsomest. This Brother Mo is truly delightful. Lu Jing gazed at the dashing Chen Mo, her affection nearly materializing, especially as he did not rebut the teasing from classmates, a stark contrast to his previously frosty demeanor. Lu Jing's heart raced. All right, everyone, hurry back to your tasks. Let's not keep our junior classmates waiting. Unable to withstand Lu Jing's fervent gaze, Chen Mo hastily changed the subject. Perhaps he would clarify things with her later. He is the man she cannot have. Chen Mo's striking appearance drew the attention of youthful girls just stepping into the school. He hadn't anticipated that his visage could wield such power, regrettably not having utilized it well in his previous life. Yet, fate has played a jest upon him, returning him 30 years into the past and granting him a second chance. In this life, he shall ensure that those who once looked down upon him pay the price. Clearly, he is a prodigy who has ascended to the realm of a 7th-tier powerhouse through relentless and arduous effort, yet he finds himself oppressed by numerous families. He cautiously selects a family connected to his classmates, only to endure boundless humiliation. In a fit of rage, he ultimately slays a fellow 7th-tier student and embarks on a life of fugitive existence, only to be captured and executed in the 3rd year. Until his last breath, he does not believe he has erred. The only mistake lies in his lack of a formidable background. Since you deem me inept, what will you do this time without Bai Qingru? Yifeng, let me witness the extent of your so-called talent, and where it will lead you. However, Chen Mo understands that only his own strength is paramount if he is to start anew. Yet, to swiftly enhance one's prowess, sheer ability has never been the key factor. This is a lesson learned through blood in his previous life. To realize his ambitions and aspirations, the power of solid background is indispensable. If one must speak of the most significant background he can access, it is none other than Yi Feng's wife, Bai Qingru. This marks the first step in my revenge. Your wife, Bai Qingru, I have intercepted. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Mo continues to smile warmly as he graciously entertains the captivated junior. Yifeng is a classmate, while Bai Qingru has transferred from another school to join his class. She should be arriving soon. He is ready to embark on a new chapter in his life. Chen Mo, I have arrived. Is there anything I can assist you with? Suddenly, a figure steps forward and stands before Chen Mo. A tremor runs through him, and his gaze sharpens with ferocity. Yifeng. The intensity dissipates randomly and swiftly as he slowly raises his head. A handsome face appears before Chen Mo, youthful yet radiating a sunny charm, precisely the type favored by girls of this age. Why are you so late? We are about to finish our preparations. Quickly, stow your luggage in the dormitory. The teacher is about to hold a class meeting. What? A class meeting already at the start of the semester? I wish I had come a little later. Yifeng exclaims regretfully, only to notice the other new students and Chen Mo gazing at him. Feeling embarrassed, he grabs his luggage and hastily departs. That senior is rather handsome. He could easily rival Chen Mo. Just him. Did you not see how he was acting just now? He lacks the sense of responsibility that Chen Mo possesses. He seems so frivolous. Indeed, judging by his demeanor, one can only imagine his academic performance. Hello, here's my transfer notice. Please take a look. A cool, melodic voice rings in Chen Mo's ears. By Qingru. Chen Mo maintains his composure, continuing to wear a gentle expression as he accepts the transfer notice. Oh, you're a transfer student. You must quickly acclimate to the environment. Your dormitory is in area Building 8, Room 603. You may proceed there directly. All right, thank you. Bai Qingru gazes at the amiable and handsome senior, offering a soft smile in return. Once Bai Qingru walks away, Chen Mo quietly exhales in relief. His eyes scan the bodyguard accompanying her. He notes that their strength has already reached the 6th tier. Although their abilities are well concealed, Chen Mo perceives their extraordinary nature. It is evident that she is indeed the cherished jewel of the Bai family. Chen Mo resumes his duties with focused diligence. Now is not the time for overt advances. Such actions would only arouse suspicion. Soon, the reception work approaches its conclusion, and the previous classmates gather around Chen Mo. Brother Mo, all the tasks you assigned have been completed. As expected from someone who has long dominated the rankings, we have effortlessly earned over 20,000. Indeed, I never imagined so many new students would be willing to purchase the books left by the graduating class. Certainly, I wouldn't want those books even if you gave them to me. Chen Mo waves his hand, halting their flattery. All right, you all head back to class. I'll take care of things here. They respond affirmatively and walk back to class with beaming pride. For them, this money might merely cover a month's living expenses, yet the significance of their first earnings is enough to make them boastful. Hello, is this where transfer students are received? Here is my transfer notice. A girl leaning on a crutch timidly interrupts Chen Mo and the others. Yes, please show me your transfer notice. Chen Mo takes the notice, opens it, and exclaims inwardly, At last, I have awaited your arrival. Hello, Chen Yuan. The dormitory is in area Building 8, Room 603. It's quite a distance from here. Would you like me to help you with your luggage? Chen Mo gestures toward her baggage and steps closer to her. No, Fangayu. Chen Yuan's cheeks flush as she gazes at the charming and humble senior, her words stumbling. Are you here alone? Did no one accompany you? Yes, my father brought me, but he had to leave early due to other commitments. Chen Yuan shyly avoids meeting Chen Mo's eyes. We are all classmates. There is no need for shyness. Chen Yuan nods once more, nearly burying her head in the abyss of her embarrassment. She truly lives up to her name. Chen Mo bends down to lift her luggage, and Chen Yuan quickly steps forward. Senior, let me help you. No need, this is a trivial matter. Chen Mo flexes his left arm, showcasing his bicep to her. Oh, Chen Yuan giggles, yet inexplicably feels a warm current within her heart racing. Chapter 2. The Selection Tournament of Cosmic Prodigies. As the premier university in Donghai City, its excellence is not solely reflected in its educational resources, but also in its sprawling campus that covers an impressive 660 square kilometers. Thus, the journey to the dormitory alone consumes a significant amount of time. During this trek, Chen Yuan initially anticipated an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. However, to her surprise, Chen Mo engaged in lighthearted banter, frequently attracting the attention of passers-by. Her earlier anxiety gradually dissipated, leaving her with a singular thought. This senior is truly a good person. Upon entering the female dormitory, an enthusiastic dormitory supervisor approached, her face beaming with a smile. Chen Mo, what a pleasant surprise. Helping your fellow students again, are you? You're not only handsome, but also academically gifted. A paragon of virtue, she exclaimed, addressing Chen Mo. While her gaze fell upon Chen Yuan, who stood nearby with a cane. A group of girls, busy organizing their belongings, turned their attention to Chen Mo. So, his name is Chen Mo. Stealing a glance at Chen Mo, who was conversing with the dorm supervisor, Chen Yuan felt a surge of admiration. Auntie, I'll assist my classmate in carrying her belongings upstairs. We can chat later, Chen Mo said. Go on. I want to keep you, the dorm supervisor replied, her smile unwavering. Bring me some treats next time, she added, softly muttering. What a good child. If I were a few decades younger, I would have made a move. As Chen Yuan passed by the dorm supervisor, she inadvertently overheard this. her cheeks flushing as she quickened her pace to catch up with Chen Mo suddenly. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Bai Qingru, who was still unpacking, turned to face the door. A familiar figure opened it, dropped off her luggage, and addressed the girl with the cane beside her, saying, "I'll leave my things here. I'm heading back now. Thank you." Chen Yuan felt her cheeks warm as she averted her gaze, watching Chen Mo's retreating silhouette. "Hello, I'm Bai Qingru. It seems we will be roommates." She introduced herself, turning to Chen Yuan. "Hi, I'm Chen Yuan. It's a pleasure to be your roommate. Who was that person who just helped you with your luggage?" Bai Qingru inquired, stepping closer. "His name is Chen Mo. He's in charge of the freshman reception. When he saw that I had difficulty with my leg, he kindly assisted me. I've heard he's the top student in our grade," Chen Yuan explained. "Oh, so that's who he is. No wonder he seems so familiar," Bai Qingru mused. "By the way, since we share a dorm, you must also be a transfer student." "What prompted your transfer?" she asked. "I transferred for this year's national competition. It's said to be for the selection of cosmic prodigies," Chen Yuan replied without hesitation. "The selection tournament of cosmic prodigies. You know about it too." Bai Qingru regarded Chen Yuan with a knowing glance. The two swiftly shifted the conversation, deepening their bond through further discussion. In the classroom, report. Lu Liang exclaimed as Chen Mo returned, urging him to take his seat. "Now that you are all in your third year, you are on the cusp of beginning your journey as spirit tamers. The significance of spirit taming cannot be overstated. So you must exert yourselves even more," Lu Liang emphasized, pausing momentarily before continuing. "After 2 years of theoretical study, you should have a general understanding of what it means to be a spirit tamer. However, to become an exceptional spirit tamer, only practical experience can lead to mastery. Come forth, Flame Lion," he called. With a powerful roar, a majestic lion enveloped in flames stood proudly on the podium, emanating an overwhelming aura. "Isn't that magnificent?" The boys in the class erupted in excitement, captivated by the sight of their teacher's flame lion. Even Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lu Liang raised his hand, and the class fell into silence. "You are now at the stage where you can contract spirit companions, which is of utmost importance. According to the school's usual regulations, you have 1 week to select your spirit companions. That is all for today. You may return home to prepare for the selection of your spirit companions." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom buzzed with chatter. Students huddling together to discuss their prospective spirit companions. "I'll tell you, my father has already secured for me a flame dog with a racial value of 425 and a blue talent. That flame dog is worth 3 million. With such talent, it could easily fetch 5 million. One student boasted. "That's quite extravagant. My dad only prepared a howling frog worth 300,000, another replied. "The howling frog is not bad. It features rare sonic attacks, though its evolution potential is limited to just one opportunity. I can't complain, my family doesn't have much, and I'm grateful for what I have. When the time comes, I'll have your back. You can join our team." "Thanks, Brother Xie." Lu Liang glanced at Chen Mo, who had remained silent throughout the conversation, seemingly lost in thought. "Chen Mo, come to my office for a moment," he instructed. The others exchanged worried glances as they observed Chen Mo's departure. "What do you think will happen to Chen Mo? His family is already struggling. He relies on scholarships and Mr. Lu's help. Who knows what his parents do for a living?" One student pondered. "Did you all not know? Chen Mo grew up in an orphanage. No wonder. It's heartbreaking to see him work so hard." In the office, Lu Liang sighed, unable to meet Chen Mo's gaze. "Do you have any plans? Have you considered giving up on becoming a spirit tamer and pursuing a career as a researcher or a breeder instead?" A wave of guilt washed over him, as he was well aware of Chen Mo's financial struggles. He had often provided him with support in various ways, and Chen Mo had lived up to those expectations, achieving the top position and holding it for an impressive year and a half, a source of pride for Lu Liang. Yet, the financial burden associated with becoming a spirit tamer is immense, a reality that would be insurmountable for most, even for him, who had been stuck at the 3rd tier for years. At this moment, however, Chen Mo fixed his unwavering gaze on Lu Liang, his eyes brimming with determination. "Teacher, a sword is honed through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. This is what you taught me. No matter how difficult it may be, I will become a spirit tamer. I believe I will succeed." "Ah, truly a worthy student of mine," Lu Liang remarked, observing the resolute posture of Chen Mo, seeing in him a reflection of his own youthful spirit. "In that case, if I do not lend you a hand, I would be ashamed of myself." Lu Liang slapped his thigh, retrieving a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Chen Mo. "There's 20,000 in here, with a password of 88s. Consider it my support for you. I can't offer more, so I apologize." As Chen Mo opened his mouth to refuse, Lu Liang silenced him with a look. "However, I have a stipulation. You must place in the top 10 in this national competition. Lu Liang's expectant gaze etched itself into Chen Mo's heart. A steadfast support reminiscent of his previous life. Absolutely. Chen Mo replied, accepting the bank card with both hands and deeply bowing to Lu Liang. Lu Liang waved him off, signaling for Chen Mo to exit. As Chen Mo turned to leave, Lu Liang rubbed his aching nose, feeling a swell of emotion. Chapter 3. Wherever Chen Mo goes, I shall follow. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Mo found that most of the students had already departed, leaving only 5 individuals who were also responsible for selling books. Among them was Lu Jing, who was particularly concerned for Chen Mo. As soon as he stepped inside, she stood up to inquire, Chen Mo, are you all right? Do you need our help? The anxious demeanor of Chen Mo left him momentarily distracted, his eyes flitting spiritedly over the surroundings. Mo go, what is the verdict? Are we canceling the barbecue tonight? Zhang Hao sauntered over, casually inquiring. Chen Mo regained his composure and offered a gentle smile. Not at all. Let us go enjoy the barbecue. As they made their way to the barbecue restaurant, Yang Hao chattered incessantly, expressing his utmost admiration for Chen Mo. Not only was he handsome, but he excelled academically, and even the challenging endeavor of making money seemed effortless for him. Mo go, you are truly remarkable. You've earned over 20,000 in less than half a day. Indeed, how could someone with such business acumen ever be impoverished? Surely, he was merely biding his time to reveal his potential on the national stage. Before long, the group arrived at the barbecue eatery. Big Head Barbecue. The first thing to catch their eye was a burly man with an explosive hairstyle, his upper body bare. Xiao Mo, what brings you here? He remarked, deftly flipping skewers. Brother Wang, is it not permissible for the staff to enjoy a meal? Chen Mo gestured, gesturing for Lu Jing and the others to take a seat. Xiao Mo, do you want to continue working here? I've heard that becoming a spirit master comes with numerous expenses. If you join me, I can offer you a raise. Chen Mo understood that Wang who was trying to help him, but such a sum was merely a drop in the ocean. He politely declined. The cost of raising a spirit master often began in the hundreds of thousands. Wang who did not press further. Very well. Today's barbecue is on the house for you. Go sit and chat with your friends. Chen Mo accepted graciously, thanking him before continuing his conversation with Lu Jing. What are your plans? Chen Mo inquired, savoring a skewer. I aspire to be the main attacker. My father has already prepared a fire monkey with a base value of 475. Yang Hao excitedly elaborated, waving his skewer animatedly. That is quite impressive. Although it only evolves once, the fire monkey is still an excellent choice. And you, Lu Jing? I might serve as a support role. Though I could also be a secondary attacker, considering my family has prepared a flower fairy for me. Lu Jing's lips curved into an involuntary smile. Goodness, a flower fairy? That is a spirit beast worth millions. Lu Jing, are you secretly a wealthy heiress? Yang Hao, already brimming with enthusiasm, flung his skewer into the air, thankfully with no one around to witness. He gazed at Lu Jing fervently. You must join our team. Lu Jing shook her head and turned to Chen Mo, speaking softly. Wherever Chen Mo goes, I go. Chen Mo was taken aback by Lu Jing's forthrightness. In his previous life, although she harbored feelings for him, it wasn't until many years later that she confessed her love. Ultimately, she even sacrificed herself to save him. Chen Mo felt an immense debt toward Lu Jing, vowing to repay it, but not now, and certainly not in a corporeal manner. Upon reflection, it seemed that Chen Mo's early changes in this lifetime had caused Lu Jing's affections to become uncontainable. Before Chen Mo could respond, a chorus of teasing erupted. Wherever Mo goes, I shall follow. I want to go to Mo Gu's house. How dare you think you can warm Mo Ge's bed? You'll have to take second place behind me. Then I'll be third. I'll be fourth. Yang Hao's loud proclamation startled the initial hecklers, who burst into laughter. Lu Jing's cheeks were now flushed crimson, as if she could be pinched to draw blood. All right, enough of the commotion. Hurry up and eat. Chen Mo soothed the group, gently grasping Lu Jing's wrist. Come with me. Lu Jing nodded softly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Soon, the two found themselves in a narrow alley. Chen Mo began, I agree with you. Before he could finish, Lu Jing's face was alight with color, eagerly responding. However, as Chen Mo completed his thought, his gentle, yet distant words fell upon her ears like a silent thunderclap. The flush on Lu Jing's face vanished in an instant, leaving behind a pallor of shock. Her lips trembled as she gazed at Chen Mo, disbelief etched across her features. Why is it inappropriate? We are clearly the most compatible pair in everyone's eyes, are we not? Lu Jing's voice held a hint of urgency. Chen Mo paused, his gaze unwavering as he met hers with calmness. The reason does not lie here. Lu Jing seemed to suddenly comprehend something, her eyes reigniting with fervor as she spoke hurriedly. Is it because my family background is better than yours? Are you worried you won't be worthy of me? It doesn't matter, Chen Mo. I don't care about such things. My family is quite wealthy, truly. I could support you, and as long as you are willing. We could. Chen Mo watched her plead frantically, quickly interjecting. Is that how you perceive me? Have you misunderstood something? Lu Jing, fearful that he might misconstrue her intentions, grasped his arm tightly. That's not what I meant. I simply don't want to lose you. As she spoke, her voice began to quiver, the mist of tears quickly filling her eyes. Chen Mo felt a gentle pang in his heart. He raised his hand, tenderly brushing away the tear stains from her cheek with a restrained gentleness. Lu Jing, listen to me. This phase is incredibly significant for each of us. The road ahead is long and uncertain, fraught with variables. I don't want anything to distract me and affect the paths we must take. Can you understand? Yet Lu Jing swiftly latched onto the term future. We, the future. The blush returned to Lu Jing's cheeks with remarkable speed, even more intense than before, her face burning. One moment she was teary-eyed, the next she was filled with longing, her gaze soft and affectionate. The rapid shift in her emotions was astonishing. Chen Mo, observing her sudden transformation, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. She must have misunderstood again, and even more profoundly this time. He hurriedly attempted to clarify, wanting to steer her back onto the right path. What I mean is, we should first. His words were once again cut short. A cool, soft hand, imbued with an irresistible force, gently covered his mouth. Lu Jing's face was mere inches away, her breath mingling with the smoky aroma of barbecue and the sweet fragrance of youth. Shoo, I understand, Chen Mo, I truly do. I was too hasty and neglected the practical aspects. You are right, the future is important, and it requires careful planning. What do you understand? I haven't fully comprehended it myself, Chen Mo thought, as Lu Jing, with her hand still over his mouth, appeared completely absorbed in her beautiful daydream. Speaking to herself with a glow of happiness illuminating her features, he attempted to raise his other hand to gently pat her shoulder, hoping to rouse her from her reverie. However, just as his fingertips were about to make contact with her shoulder, Lu Jing seemed to sense something, abruptly turning towards him. Rising on her toes and leaning in closer, Chen Mo felt the warmth of her soft lips brush against his cheek, accompanied by a hint of sweet fragrance. The moment was fleeting. Chen Mo stood frozen, utterly bewildered. This isn't the script. Am I being forced into this? Lu Jing's cheeks were flushed with a charming shade of pink, her expression imbued with a playful cunning typical of a victor as she winked at him. Chen Mo, let me stamp your approval. Once the college entrance examination concludes and the dust settles, you shall be mine, she declared with a buoyant tone that brooked no argument. Without waiting for Chen Mo's reaction, she swiftly pivoted and dashed towards the brightly lit barbecue restaurant, her skirt flaring vivaciously in the night breeze. Left behind, Chen Mo stood rooted to the spot, the lingering softness of her touch and a faint, delicate fragrance still on his cheeks. It was only when Lu Jing completely vanished from sight that he managed a resigned smile and returned to the stall. Upon arriving, he was greeted by Yang Hao's teasing voice. Hey, big brother, how could you let your sister-in-law return alone? That's terribly unsafe. Just as Chen Mo settled into his seat, Yang Hao's jests continued. He rolled his eyes, poised to explain, but was halted by Lu Jing's gentle grip. Her voice sweet as she interjected. Chen Mo, we must study diligently for our future. We can discuss these matters later. Yang Hao regarded Chen Mo with a knowing look. I understand, we all do. Chen Mo shoved a plate of skewers towards Yang Hao, almost wishing to cram the food into his mouth. You understand enough. Hurry and eat your skewers. Once you're done, we'll prepare to awaken our talents. Chapter 4, Second Talent. Awaken our talents? Haven't you done that yet? Yang Hao queried, shoving a skewer into his mouth, grease smearing his lips. Indeed, we awakened ours long ago. How else could we select our spirit pets? Others chimed in, their hands still moving at a relentless pace. Chen Mo hesitated, unsure how to respond. Unlike them, hailing from affluent families, he had not been able to plan ahead. Even the funds to purchase a spirit pet had been cobbled together with great difficulty. Were it not for the 200,000 given by Teacher Lu, he might not have even become a spirit master in his past life. The hardships he endured were beyond imagination. He had to make do with a mere 5,000 yuan pea sprout as his initial spirit pet. Its 300 base stats and green talent led to a tumultuous journey in national competitions, earning him the title of a fallen genius at school. Thankfully, Teacher Lu's support helped him through his most arduous times. I'm still contemplating whether to become a spirit master, but I suppose that decision is now confirmed. Yang Hao and the others fell silent, the atmosphere turning somber, with not a single soul daring to speak. They had never given such matters much thought. The previously cheerful ambience had transformed into one of oppression. Even Lu Jing was at a loss, though she had promised to support Chen Mo. She was mindful of his dignity. How about this? Once you purchase your spirit pet, we shall engage in our first battle. My fire monkey, enhanced by the fire talent, will undoubtedly astonish you. Yang Hao's hearty laughter shattered the tension, reviving the atmosphere. I eagerly anticipate our duel. Soon, the group parted ways, eager to return home to be with their already prepared spirit pets. Before leaving, Lu Jing inquired multiple times if he needed assistance in purchasing a spirit pet, one worth millions. However, Chen Mo declined once more, not out of pretentiousness, but because he had formulated a plan long before his rebirth. The son of the star-extinguishing Dragon King, Yi Feng's third spirit pet. It was a prize he must possess. At the Spirit Master Association, the receptionist promptly approached Chen Mo as he entered. Hello. How may I assist you today? I am here to awaken my talent. Chen Mo scanned his surroundings, feeling a familiar sense of nostalgia. Presenting his student ID permitted a free awakening. Otherwise, a fee of 10,000 yuan was required. He handed over the well-prepared student ID. Please proceed to door number 7. There is currently no one there. Chen Mo expressed his gratitude and quickened his pace towards door 7. Though he was living a second life, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Upon pushing the door open, an enormous nutrient chamber loomed before him, square and imposing, measuring 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. The high-tech pod stood in the center of the room. After securely closing the door, Chen Mo adeptly disrobed and reclined within. Pressing a button nearby, a specialized liquid surged forth from all sides, enveloping him in layers. In mere moments, he succumbed to slumber. A potent force coursed through his body, penetrating deep into his brain. Boom. The inky void of his mind was breached, light radiating from the newly formed opening. The spirit space was established. Following this, a luminous orb appeared, and Chen Mo instinctively reached out to touch it, causing it to burst and envelop him entirely. He obtained the dragon enhancement. The familiar formula brought a slight smile to Chen Mo's face as he skillfully examined his talent. Dragon enhancement. It can bolster the overall attributes of dragon-type spirit pets by 10%. This straightforward enhancement talent was clear-cut. There were myriad types of spirit pet talents, primarily categorized into enhancement and special talents, with special talents comprising merely 1/10 of the total. Most enhancement talents focused on singular attributes, such as Yonghao's fire enhancement and his own dragon enhancement. Typically, spirit masters would cultivate spirit pets that aligned with their talents. However, there were rare instances where a spirit pet did not correspond with its talent, as in his past life, where his dragon talent was utterly mismatched with the pea sprout. The principal reason was poverty. After all, dragons epitomized high base stats, with each dragon-type spirit pet commanding a hefty price, at least several million yuan for the cheapest. Chen Mo couldn't even muster a million, let alone millions. His first dragon pet was obtained through merit after participating in the Cosmic Frontier battlefield upon reaching the 7th tier. For this, he suffered irreversible harm, and upon returning to Dragon Tongue Star, he was coerced into a faction, ultimately leading to his demise. Special talents, on the other hand, were diverse and peculiar, with vast disparities between them, often as different as heaven and earth. For example, the most common special talent, empathy, allowed for simple communication with spirit pets, free from language barriers, albeit with weaker combat capabilities. Most researchers and breeders possessed this talent. Another, more formidable option was fusion, enabling combat alongside spirit pets, significantly enhancing survival abilities in the wild, yet demanding a high level of skill from the spirit master themselves. Those exceptionally strong could even slay monsters beyond their level, while the weaker ones merely served as decorative figures. However, cat-eared girls remained exceedingly popular. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Mo surveyed the spirit space once more, a blank expanse devoid of any items. Wait, something was shimmering. Intrigued, he approached to investigate, discovering a colorful orb flickering in the corner. Could it be? Chen Mo reached out again. The radiant light erupted, surrounding him once more. Streams of information flooded into his mind in the form of images and text. After a prolonged moment, Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, standing in place momentarily dazed, yet unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. The second talent, equivalent exchange. This talent was terrifyingly powerful, akin to having cheat codes. It allowed the consumption of items to gain various evolution points, which could be utilized to enhance skill levels, spirit pet talents, and even their base stats. Generally, the strength of a spirit pet hinges on these 3 factors. It is worth noting that these aspects are not easily resolved, even with humanity's entry into the interstellar age. They remain reliant on unique talents for development. For instance, skills are typically innate to spirit pets, and augmenting them through external means is exceedingly challenging. They can only be honed and elevated in proficiency through relentless training. Of course, exceptions exist, but they are invariably rare and beyond the reach of the average individual. Yet this remains the swiftest method to enhance a spirit pet's prowess. Skill levels: beginner, proficient, mastery, grandmaster, expert, transcendent. Secondly, innate talents of spirit pets are, to some extent, the most accessible aspect for ordinary individuals to enhance, as evolution offers a certain probability of talent improvement. Presently, the market has witnessed the emergence of some potions, though their efficacy is rather negligible. Thus, the innate talents of spirit pets are primarily determined during the initial selection process, which has rendered high-talent spirit pets exceedingly sought after. Indeed, the higher the talent, the greater the number of skills one possesses. Statistics indicate that some can boast as many as 9 skills. Lastly, the attributes of a species require no elaboration. Similarly, they can only be enhanced through evolution. With 3 questions regarding talent resolved, one might ponder, is this akin to a cheat code? Chen Mo was profoundly astonished. Chapter 5, Preparation. As a 7th-tier powerhouse capable of traversing the stars, Chen Mo had never encountered the existence of a second talent. However, if it were to be deemed a cheat, he would prefer to believe it was a consequence of his rebirth that granted him this second talent. A surge of tumultuous emotion surged within Chen Mo. If it were indeed a result of rebirth, it would not be entirely incomprehensible. After all, rebirth is an extraordinary phenomenon. Yet, as he grew more familiar with this talent, Chen Mo discerned 2 limitations. First, evolution points are categorized into 3 types: silver, gold, and colorful, each corresponding to skills, talents, and species attributes acquired through different means. Secondly, the use of talents is restricted solely to one's own spirit pets. Chen Mo tirelessly explored the realm of equivalent exchange, discovering that silver evolution points can be exchanged from any energy-rich object, while he remained perplexed regarding the golden and colorful points. Ding! The nutrient chamber emitted a sound. In an instant, the remaining nutrient solution evaporated, leaving Chen Mo lying bare within. He opened his eyes, rose, and swiftly dried himself before donning his clothes. The emptiness of the suspended sensation was discomforting. Finally, he felt at ease. Being naked in an unfamiliar place typically elicits a sense of embarrassment in most individuals, save for a select few who might experience a thrill. Alas, time had slipped away, and the market must be closing soon. Perhaps due to the influence of his second talent, Chen Mo found himself taking longer than others. He had no choice but to abandon his continued exploration of equivalent exchange and hurriedly left the Spirit Master Association. The Spirit Pet plan was finally about to commence. East Sea City is a prominent city within the Dragon Rising Star, yet its lack of secret realms hinders further advancement. Renowned for its exquisite water-type spirit pets, East Sea City fully capitalizes on its coastal advantage, earning the moniker Water Capital. Aside from water-type spirit pets, the city is also famous for its underwater tourism projects, which consistently bring substantial financial revenue. While indulging in underwater activities, many visitors often discover peculiar and bizarre entities, leading to the establishment of a free trade market. Kid. The water-evading pearl you seek costs at least 150,000. A burly man toyed with the water-evading pearl while scrutinizing Chen Mo's expression. Any hint of naivete would result in a severe overcharge. After all, most of these customers are tourists, who would likely feel they had gained even if they were overcharged. By the time they realize the truth, the vendor is long gone. Are you certain? Chen Mo replied, his expression devoid of fear as he stared at the burly man. This water-evading pearl not only allows you to move freely underwater, but also enhances the strength of semi-water-type spirit pets. Selling it to you for 150,000 is a bargain. Observing that Chen Mo was not falling for the ploy, the man attempted again. If it were truly worth 150,000, a semi-water type would fetch at least 500,000. Chen Mo scoffed, gesturing dismissively at the flawless crystal pearl before turning to leave. Hey, don't rush off. Instead of dismissing it outright, why not haggle a bit? I might just agree. The burly man stepped forward to block Chen Mo's path, a smile plastered on his face. Chen Mo paused, glancing at the man. 150,000 is too steep. 50,000 would be more reasonable. He feigned hesitation, projecting an air of someone looking to seize an opportunity. 50,000. You might as well kill me. The man waved his hands repeatedly, returning to his seat, choosing not to engage further. 100,000, but you must include a spatial ring. Chen Mo picked up a spatial ring from the stall, channeling a bit of mental energy into it, estimating its capacity to be around 10 cubic meters. All right, that price is more acceptable. The man nodded in satisfaction, though his gaze towards Chen Mo had shifted. He anticipated that this young fellow would be so astute in negotiating. Extracting benefits from him would likely prove difficult. In contemporary society, spatial rings are no longer luxury items. One can acquire a small space for just a few thousand. Coupled with the water-evading pearl, 100,000 hardly represents a loss. Yet it yields minimal profit, placing the man firmly in Chen Mo's grasp. Do you have anything else of interest? Chen Mo scanned the stall, failing to find anything that piqued his curiosity, but still felt compelled to inquire. What about this item? After a brief silence, the man seemed hesitant, but ultimately decided to produce a water blue bell. The bell, when gently shaken in hand, emitted a clear and melodious sound. Instantly, Chen Mo felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he hastily fought it off with his mental energy. Had he not begun training his mental faculties in his first year of university, he might have succumbed to slumber. Chen Mo widened his eyes, focusing intently. As the bell swayed, a faint layer of mist seemed to envelop its surface, a first-tier water-type treasure. After a thorough examination, Chen Mo confirmed the bell's efficacy but noted a crack upon it, neither too deep nor too shallow, easily overlooked if one were not careful. However, even so, it was far beyond his current means. Apologies, it's too expensive, I cannot afford it. Chen Mo shook his head, resolutely declining. While he coveted it, his first spirit pet had already been determined to be of the dragon type, rendering this treasure's utility significantly diminished for him. Perhaps in the future, he might acquire a water-type spirit pet, but that was a matter for another day. At present, the utmost priority was to concentrate resources on his first spirit pet. Should resources be dispersed, it would hinder the growth of his first spirit pet, rendering subsequent arrangements futile. 50,000. The man, recognizing that Chen Mo had not departed immediately, seized the opportunity to raise his voice. Oh, Chen Mo gazed at the man in astonishment, unable to believe anyone would forgo profit. You've seen the crack. It can only be used 3 more times at most. Since I have no use for it, I might as well sell it to you. The man was aware of Chen Mo's concerns and provided this explanation. If you lower it by another 10,000, I would be willing to buy it. Chen Mo maintained a composed facade, aiming to negotiate for greater benefit. The man hesitated briefly but, after a glance at the water blue bell in his hand, ultimately acquiesced. Very well, that makes it 40,000. After handing over the money to the man, Chen Mo turned and departed from the stall. He had effectively prepared for what lay ahead. Only a few final purchases of daily necessities and draconic cuisine were needed before embarking on the quest for the secret realm. The burly man could not conceal his inner excitement, astonished at Chen Mo's decisive nature. Counting the stack of 100 yuan bills in his hand, he whistled while packing up his stall and departing. It was worth noting that as night fell, people hurried home to rest, and most readily acquiesced to Chen Mo's bargaining. Nevertheless, even with such ease, Chen Mo had spent over 30,000. The 200,000 he received from teacher Liu had swiftly dwindled to a mere 30,000. Coupled with the 5,000 earned from selling books and the 3,000 he had saved through frugality, he was left with a total of 38,000. The path of a spirit master was indeed fraught with challenges. Chapter 6. The Dragon Skeleton's Secret Realm. Greetings, sir. Please ensure you are properly attired in your diving suit. And kindly pay close attention to the usage rules. A charming attendant with a melodious voice meticulously explained the regulations to Chen Mo, who was already donned in his diving attire. Noticing his youth, she emphasized critical safety concerns. Though Chen Mo remained silent, his spirit brimmed with fervor. Beloved Dragon Skeleton Secret Realm, I have arrived. With a splash, he plunged into the sea, swimming deeper into the abyss. As the water grew darker, the increasing pressure weighed heavily upon him, causing a sensation of breathlessness. With a flick of his wrist, a crystalline water-repelling orb materialized in his palm, instantly alleviating his discomfort as if he had returned to solid ground, allowing him to breathe freely underwater. Suddenly, a deep crimson stone came into view, cloaked in verdant seaweed. Had it not been for Chen Mo's keen observation, it might have gone unnoticed. At last, I have found you. He quickened his pace, approaching the red stone, his fingers tracing the mossy patterns. With a firm push, the stone rolled aside, revealing a fissure from which a powerful suction emanated, continuously drawing in seawater and forming a whirlpool. Chen Mo was swept into its embrace. Soon, the red stone sealed the crack, as if nothing had transpired. In that instant, as he entered the inky void, a dizzying sensation washed over him. Blink, and the scenery transformed radically, gritting his teeth against the discomfort. Chen Mo rose to survey his surroundings. A lush forest towered above him, its trees so grand that 3 people could barely encircle one. Strangely, each leaf was a vibrant red, and even the grass mirrored this hue. Chen Mo felt a wave of heat envelop him, the temperature likely soaring to 40 or 50 degrees. Unfazed by this environmental shift, Chen Mo recalled that in his previous life, this secret realm had later opened, becoming a sanctuary for fire element spirit masters. Despite the exorbitant entry fee of 100,000, throngs of visitors poured in daily. This time, luck appeared to be on Chen Mo's side. Drawing from his past experience, he discerned that his current location was quite proximate to the central area, estimating that he would reach his destination in merely a day. After all, The realm's teleportation mechanism was rather peculiar. Any spirit master entering would be randomly transported to various corners of the realm. Some might fortuitously appear near areas teeming with rare resources, striking it rich, while others might find themselves perilously close to formidable wild spirit beasts, becoming their prey. Typically, most spirit masters would end up in nondescript locales, much like Chen Mo's current situation. However, he remained vigilant, acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the dragon skeleton's secret realm. While he was uncertain why no spirit beasts above the second tier resided within, he recognized that even first-tier creatures could be lethal. Moreover, this realm had never been thoroughly explored, and with its abundant energy, the number of wild spirit beasts far exceeded that of ordinary secret realms. Thus, most resource points were guarded by formidable creatures, compelling Chen Mo to hasten his journey, mindful of both time constraints and his limited strength. At this moment, Chen Mo retrieved some personal items and a large sheet of blank parchment from his spatial ring. He pulled out a quill and began to sketch, intending to map his journey while simultaneously searching for the offspring of the star-destroying Dragon King. It must be said that the dragon skeleton's secret realm was exceptionally rich. Chen Mo had already encountered no fewer than 5 resource points along his path. Among them was a draconic resource known as dragon scale grass, capable of enhancing the defensive capabilities of dragon-type spirit beasts. Chen Mo felt an intense yearning for it. Yet the second-tier lizard dragon guarding it forced him to abandon the thought. It was fortunate enough to avoid detection. He could only quicken his pace and leave the lizard dragon's territory. After pondering, he summoned the water blue bell he had purchased earlier, keeping it close at hand. As he approached the central zone, the number of wild spirit beasts began to dwindle, yet their quality escalated, with even third-tier creatures appearing. Throughout his journey, Chen Mo remained on high alert, rapidly nearing his destination. Surprisingly, the spirit beasts he encountered seemed indifferent to him. He had initially planned to use the water blue bell to make his escape. However, this was not entirely unexpected, as the realm's resources were abundant, fostering a comfortable existence for them. With no material desires, conflicts naturally diminished. As time passed and he neared his objective, the surrounding environment began to subtly shift. The fiery red vegetation exhibited signs of malnourishment. Soon, this phenomenon intensified. As he ventured deeper, the flora had completely withered, imparting an air of desolation. However, the draconic energy here was astonishingly rich, a comforting sensation permeating the atmosphere. This area was close to the central point, where energy was most plentiful, and logically, it should harbor numerous rare resources. Yet, Chen Mo found himself encountering scant resource points along this stretch. Suddenly, a verdant, vibrant tree caught his eye, a sight he had never before witnessed in the dragon skeleton's secret realm. The azure tree stood over 10 meters tall, with a girth thick enough for 3 to encircle, its branches lush and adorned with several luscious purple fruits. Chen Mo scanned the vicinity, puzzled by the absence of wild spirit beasts within the tree's range. Could there be a spirit beast with the ability to cloak itself? Yet, even such creatures would leave traces, and no spatial disturbances were evident nearby. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he maintained his vigilance outwardly, wary of potential ambushes. As he drew closer, he could see that each purple fruit bore spiral patterns. Dragon essence fruit. Such a distinctive feature was instantly recognized by Chen Mo. The dragon essence fruit was an exceedingly rare treasure in the realm, seldom appearing on the market, and each instance would incite fierce competition. The last recorded appearance was a year ago at the Wuyo auction, fetching a price of 1 million per piece from a 7th-tier powerhouse. The effects of the dragon essence fruit were astounding, significantly bolstering the internal energy of dragon-type spirit beasts, facilitating their advancement, and promoting the development and potential of young dragons. Additionally, the dragon essence fruit served as a crucial ingredient in various potions. There were 3 fully ripened dragon essence fruits on the tree. Looking at the fruits hanging from the azure tree, Chen Mo's heart swelled with elation. Beneath the tree, Chen Mo abruptly halted his steps. Something was amiss. There were fluctuations in the space above the tree. Swiftly, he grasped the aquamarine bell tightly in his hand. His gaze fixated on the tree, ready to shake it at the slightest movement. Chapter 7. The Shadow Lizard. In the next moment, the dragon fruit on the verdant tree swayed slightly. Whoosh! A tongue, concealed within the folds of space, snatched up the dragon fruit and devoured it. The formidable energy of the dragon fruit revealed the creature in its entirety. Its body, elongated and cloaked in gray-green scales, shimmered with iridescent reflections, and its pupils were entirely enveloped in an eerie black. The shadow lizard. Chen Mo's pupils twitched, and he held his breath, gradually inching towards the green tree, striving to diminish his presence. To his astonishment, a nearly extinct spirit beast resided here. This was a coveted space-type spirit beast, even surpassing dragon types in desirability. Chen Mo hastily examined the attributes of the shadow lizard. Name, Shadow Lizard. Level, 2nd tier. Racial value, 460. Life, 70. Physical attack, 85. Special attack, 85. Physical defense, 60. Special defense, 60. Speed, 100. Attributes, space, poison. Talent, green. Skills, stealth, shadow assault, venomous strike. The shadow lizard, harboring deadly toxins, roams perpetually in the shadows, concealing itself. Each strike resulting in the demise of a life. The 9 primary attributes are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, space, time. Secondary attributes include dragon, insect, mechanical, phantom, poison, ice, lightning, wind, etc. What a pity, its talent is merely green. Chen Mo shook his head in disappointment. Had its talent been blue, he would have considered it as a second spirit companion. Hiss. The shadow lizard let out a satisfied hiss, stretching its limbs and slightly closing its eyes. After a hearty meal, it slumbered in bliss. Let us enhance your comfort, Chen Mo murmured, gently shaking the aquamarine bell. The bell produced a soothing yet resonant sound. A peculiar energy enveloped the shadow lizard's form, and its already heavy eyelids gradually descended. Phew! The rhythmic breathing of the shadow lizard echoed, allowing Chen Mo to finally exhale in relief. Gazing at the 2 remaining dragon fruits atop the tree, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted. Yet, he could not overlook the inherent dangers present. At worst, it would mean death. If he refrained from daring, how could he defy fate? Chen Mo murmured a few words of encouragement, wiping the sweat from his palms before ascending the tree. Step by step, he climbed higher, his attention unwavering on the shadow lizard's every move, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. As he approached the dragon fruits, he deliberately regulated his breathing, aware that even the slightest misstep could lead to his demise. Finally, he reached his destination. Chen Mo took a deep breath, holding his breath as he extended his hand towards the dragon fruit. The potent energy of the dragon type surged, causing his body to tremble. Upon touching the dragon fruit, a flash of white light ensued, and the fruit was absorbed into his spatial ring. There was still one left. Chen Mo reached for the other dragon fruit. Hiss! A piercing sound reached his ears, prompting Chen Mo to swiftly turn towards the shadow lizard. At that moment, the shadow lizard remained with its eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Observing this, Chen Mo quickly secured the last remaining dragon fruit. Hiss! Another hiss echoed, and Chen Mo turned once more to ascertain the situation. It had not awakened. Wait, the sound emanated from elsewhere. Chen Mo lowered his gaze towards the source of the sound. There, on the tree trunk, a vividly red patterned giant snake lurked, its gaze predatory. Cursed be his oversight. How could he have missed this? Chen Mo wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes darting around, his mind racing. Name, Flame Snake. Level, 2nd tier. Racial value, 425. Life, 70. Physical attack, 100. Special attack, 100. Physical defense, 40. Special defense, 40. Speed, 75. Attributes, fire, poison. Talent, green. Skills, venomous strike, flame breath. The flame snake dwells amidst flames, possessing a high tolerance to fire. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened, a smirk creeping upon his lips as he summoned the dragon fruit from his spatial ring. He then hurled the dragon fruit forcefully towards the aggressive flame snake. What is this human doing? Has he been frightened into submission? Ha ha ha, truly befitting of me, the great snake. The flame snake's pupils contracted, emitting a series of hisses as it opened its gaping maw, seizing the dragon fruit. In quick succession, Chen Mo delivered a swift slap to the still slumbering shadow lizard. Crack! The shadow lizard's eyes snapped open, its mind groggy and unclear. The force was just right, enough to bewilder without causing harm. What is a human doing here? Wait, where are my 2 dragon fruits? The shadow lizard scanned Chen Mo, finding nothing amiss, but upon looking down, it noticed the flame snake with a dragon fruit in its mouth. Hiss! The shadow lizard's fury ignited instantly. It disregarded Chen Mo and lunged toward the flame snake. The flame snake, aware of the shadow lizard's intent, swiftly swallowed the dragon fruit and retreated down the tree. Upon witnessing the dragon fruit being completely devoured, the shadow lizard's eyes turned crimson. Hiss! 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 Roar! Whoosh! A stream of venom erupted from the shadow lizard's mouth, aimed at the flame snake. The flame snake glanced back, evading the attack with a swift maneuver, accelerating its descent. The shadow lizard, refusing to relent, vanished from sight. Initially startled, the flame snake continued its descent without hesitation. Bang! The space before the flame snake warped abruptly, and a razor-sharp claw manifested, viciously striking the flame snake. It was sent hurtling several meters away, 3 deep claw marks marring its body, blood streaming forth. The flame snake retaliated with a burst of fire. Yet the shadow lizard simply dodged the attack with ease. With a disdainful smile, the shadow lizard turned to pursue the flame snake, only to find it had already retreated several meters away. Hiss! A warrior may be slain, but must not be humiliated. Enraged, the shadow lizard charged after the flame snake, completely disregarding Chen Mo, who now watched the entire scene unfold. Seizing the opportunity, he hurriedly descended the tree. He dared not linger in this place. Who knew if the shadow lizard would seek to vent its fury upon him once more? Chen Mo quickened his pace, fleeing in the opposite direction of the shadow lizard. Phew! All things considered, he had secured one dragon fruit. Finding a secluded spot, he leaned against a sturdy tree, gasping for breath. However, he resolved never to be so careless again. Such a mistake must not be repeated. Chen Mo steadied his breath and glanced towards the shadow lizard's location. My apologies, dear serpent. I shall make amends in the next life. On the other side, the flame snake had also retreated to a deserted area. Phew! The flame snake surveyed its surroundings, ensuring the shadow lizard had not pursued before releasing a long sigh. Suddenly, phew! Shadow assault. 3 sharp claws, appearing out of nowhere, pierced the flame snake's body in an instant. The flame snake spat out a mouthful of blood, its eyes wide with disbelief as it gazed at the elusive figure before it. The silhouette of the shadow lizard gradually materialized. With a swift motion, it tore the flame serpent in two, causing the bloody dragon fruit to tumble from within. Chapter 8. From Death to Life. After an arduous journey through treacherous terrain, Chen Mo finally arrived at the heart of the dragon skeleton's secret realm. At the center stood a colossal altar engulfed in flames, with pillars of fire erupting continuously around it. A conspicuous dragon egg, adorned with vibrant red patterns, was encased by numerous crimson stones. Chen Mo scanned his surroundings, but detected no spirit creatures nearby. He hastened forward, only to be thwarted by the sudden blaze. It seemed that charging through was not a feasible option. The energy embedded in these flames would likely reduce even a third-tier powerhouse to ashes. Resting his left hand gently against his jaw, Chen Mo's eyes remained vigilant, observing the sporadic bursts of flame. 1 up, 2 down, 3 up. Hours slipped by as Chen Mo transitioned from standing to sitting. The timing of the flame eruptions was chaotic, devoid of any discernible pattern. This was puzzling. Logically, Yifeng should not have had the strength to force his way in here at that time. How had he managed it? Chen Mo scratched his head in frustration, his gaze unwavering from the fire columns. A fierce roar erupted from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo swiftly dusted off his trousers and concealed himself among the trees, hoping to remain unnoticed. Yet, contrary to his hopes, a massive tiger, enveloped in flames, appeared at the altar's edge. It peered inside, and as it extended its paw, it hesitated mid-air, intimidated by the formidable aura of the flames. The sudden blaze startled it, compelling the tiger to retreat. Ultimately, it set its paw down and began to pace around the altar. Chen Mo meticulously observed the tiger's every move. What creature is this? He glanced back at the altar, only to discover that the jets of flame had formed a pattern. It dawned on him that the flames were not meant to be viewed from the front, but rather from above. A light slap to the back of his head brought clarity as he focused intently on the altar. The patterns of the flames began to coalesce into a recognizable shape. Could it be a character? As time passed, the pattern of the flames became increasingly evident to Chen Mo. It was the character for death. Chen Mo gasped in astonishment. However, he quickly sensed something amiss, redirecting his gaze towards the fire-wreathed tiger. The tiger, too, turned its attention toward the source of the sound, fortuitously locking eyes with Chen Mo. This is disastrous. Being alone without a spirit creature is akin to presenting myself as a feast. Chen Mo contemplated descending the tree to flee, yet it was evidently an impossible feat. The tiger swiftly closed the distance, its fierce eyes fixated on him. Name, Flame Tiger. Level, Tier 3. Base stats, 475, Health, 70, Physical Attack, 110, Special Attack, 110, Physical Defense, 60, Special Defense, 60, Speed, 65. Type, Fire. Talent, Green. Skills, Flame Jet. Fiery Claw, Flame Charge. The Flame Tiger, the king of beasts, is a formidable entity with a particular obsession for fire, boasting a power level of Tier 3. Chen Mo's fingers tightened around the tree trunk as beads of sweat dripped from his brow. I was too hasty. I should have waited until I had my first spirit creature before coming here. Am I to face death once more? Even if I had a spirit creature, what difference would it make? Having lived once, what do I have to fear? After all, I have already tasted death. Anything from here on is a bonus. Chen Mo's once rapid breaths began to steady, and his grip on the tree loosened. The flame tiger let out a thunderous roar, flames engulfing its claws, which it then slammed against the tree. Fiery Claw. The trunk was instantly punctured, succumbing to the immense force, and the colossal tree began to topple towards the altar. There is still hope. A glimmer of determination ignited in Chen Mo's eyes as he readied the water-blue bell in his hand. It was time for a desperate gamble. Just as the tree crashed to the ground, Chen Mo executed a perfect roll, landing safely. The flame tiger wasted no time, sprinting towards him. 20 meters. Chen Mo exhaled heavily, his expression grave, yet he did not falter and sprinted toward the altar. However, the flame tiger's speed far surpassed his. In the blink of an eye, it closed the gap. Fiery claw. The flame tiger raised a paw, charging it with power. At that moment, a soothing chime echoed in the air, reaching the flame tiger's ears. Its left leg buckled, and it tumbled to the ground. The flame tiger quickly regained its footing, only to find Chen Mo standing before the fire. Roar. A flicker of mockery gleamed in the flame tiger's eyes as it unleashed a defiant roar, seeming to taunt Chen Mo. Shall we gamble on life or death? Chen Mo turned, a smile gracing his face, and with a wave of his hand, beckoned to the flame tiger. In the astonished gaze of the tiger, he retreated into the flames. Miraculously, Chen Mo felt no searing heat. Instead, he experienced a refreshing coolness. It was as though he were not enveloped by flames, but rather bathed in a crystalline spring. How delightful! Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered he was no longer in the same place. Darkness surrounded him, illuminated only by a handful of glowing stones. Meanwhile, the dragon egg, previously encased in flames, had also materialized here, now resting upon a solitary pillar. Chapter 9. The Proof of Life and Death. Chen Mo looked up and was struck by the sight of 3 large characters inscribed on the barrier before him. What is life? What is death? Life and death. Are they opposing forces or a unified whole? Chen Mo's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the scene before him, muttering incessantly. What is happening? How could there be an additional dragon egg here? I recall that Yifeng only possesses a dragon attribute spirit pet. The more Chen Mo pondered, the more perplexed he became. Shaking his head, he lifted his gaze once more to the 3 bold lines of text on the barrier, unconsciously reciting, life and death? Is my correct answer the key to obtaining the dragon egg behind? Rubbing his head, he furrowed his brow and sat cross-legged on the ground, embodying a tenacious resolve. Having been reborn, Chen Mo had his own interpretations of life and death. He closed his eyes, striving to recollect his life experiences. While he may not possess extraordinary talent, he was certainly not an inconsequential individual. Hours passed. Chen Mo slowly spoke. Life and death have long been perceived as opposites. But is that truly the case? From the moment a person is born, they begin the gradual process of dying. Even as one approaches the end of life, a flicker of vitality may still linger. Thus, it is evident that life and death must coexist. To be alive and to die is what defines humanity. Existing solely in life is akin to an unborn child, unworthy of being called a complete person. Conversely, existing solely in death resembles a withered corpse, equally unworthy of that designation. Life and death are united. This encapsulates the essence of existence. After finishing, Chen Mo took a deep breath, and his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Ding! A clear notification chimed in Chen Mo's ears. The 3 lines of text on the barrier began to fade, replaced by a new message. I am the sovereign of life and death. To transcend to the cosmic level, I sacrifice my body, using death to testify life. Those who possess unique insights into life and death may claim my treasures. This is the relic of the sovereign. Chen Mo stood in stunned silence, staring at the barrier. The sovereign is the closest being to the cosmic level, a rarity among humanity. It is known that there is only one cosmic-level individual among the human race, while the sovereign stands as a true paragon beneath that singularity. Merely the title commands profound respect. Each sovereign is a genuine treasure of humanity. Chen Mo's hands trembled uncontrollably. He attempted to suppress his excitement by pressing down on his quivering thigh, but to no avail. Before long, the barrier began to dissipate, revealing a spacious pathway. With a heart full of anticipation and trembling hands, Chen Mo approached the pedestal. Upon the pedestal lay 2 items positioned at its center, a card and a dragon egg. Chen Mo first reached for the card, scrutinizing it closely as information materialized before him. Certificate of Life and Death. 6th tier treasure increases light and dark attribute damage by 30%. Serves as the access pass to the relic of the sovereign of life and death. 6th tier. This was a treasure he had never possessed in his previous life. Even as a 7th tier powerhouse, this was something he could only dream of. And this was merely a pass. Truly the handiwork of a sovereign. Chen Mo turned his attention to the dragon egg, his hand instinctively caressing its surface. Name, Shadowlight Dragon, asleep. Level, none. Base stats, 625. Health, 90. Physical attack, 100. Special attack, 195, physical defense, 60, special defense, 60, speed, 120. Attributes: light, dark, dragon. Talent: golden. Skills: shadow light strike, dragon star cluster, shadow prison, life and death reversal. Dragon soul, black flame. The shadow light dragon, a mysterious entity traversing the boundary between light and shadow, dances with every movement, capable of manipulating all surrounding light. With a special attack nearing 200, it is indeed specialized. Although Chen Mo jested, he felt no disdain. Rather, he found himself increasingly enamored. Such specialization rendered other stats irrelevant. This surpassed many fully evolved special attackers. This level of specialization was something Chen Mo welcomed with open arms. However, why was it labeled as asleep? Chen Mo's smile gradually faded as he noticed the word asleep next to the shadow light dragon's name. This was not a favorable sign. The state of being asleep arises under two circumstances, either due to sustaining damage, compelling the spirit pet to enter a state of slumber to slowly recuperate, or insufficient internal energy preventing it from hatching, necessitating sleep to sustain life. Both scenarios posed significant challenges for Chen Mo, neither of which could be addressed at this stage. He meticulously examined the dragon egg, finding no signs of damage, leading him to speculate that it was likely the latter case. Sighing with relief, he felt a measure of ease. Fortunately, finding an appropriate energy source would suffice to facilitate its birth. Chen Mo stored the dragon egg in his spirit space, only to discover 3 etched characters beneath it. Thus, proof. Chen Mo's gaze turned somewhat dazed, yet after repeated inspections, he found no other treasures. He tentatively placed his hand atop it. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the surroundings began to collapse rapidly, with countless boulders plummeting and clouds of dust swirling around him. A beam of light enveloped Chen Mo in an instant. Gasp. As he opened his eyes once more, a sensation of suffocation akin to drowning surged through him. Hastily retrieving a water avoidance pearl from his spatial ring, he finally regained his composure. He had narrowly escaped death in the secret realm, only to face peril here. Chen Mo hastened to swim toward the surface of the ocean. At last, he had returned. Inside his cramped rental room, Chen Mo laid out his recent acquisitions on the floor: a dragon essence fruit, a blazing flame dragon egg, a shadowlight dragon egg, and the certificate of life and death. He then stowed away the shadowlight dragon egg and the certificate, for they held no immediate utility for him and would collect dust in the space. Chen Mo's eyes fell upon the blazing flame dragon egg, excitement flooding his expression. Despite the arduous and exhausting journey he had endured, his yearning for it remained undiminished. He extended one hand toward the blazing flame dragon egg, gently placing it upon its surface. A surge of mental energy flowed from his arm into the egg, causing it to tremble slightly, as if responding to Chen Mo's presence. Hold on a little longer, little one, we shall meet soon. After interacting with the dragon egg through his mental energy, Chen Mo returned to his room, feeling too lethargic to tidy up. He simply collapsed onto his bed, cradling the egg in his arms, relishing the comforting sensation of holding something. The day's events had left both his body and spirit utterly exhausted, reaching a critical point. Constantly skirting the edge of danger without a spirit pet, he had navigated a realm teeming with wild spirit beasts, where a single misstep could lead to his demise. The hardships he endured were beyond the understanding of outsiders. Now back in the safety of his home, he inevitably relaxed, experiencing an unprecedented comfort and a desire to cast aside all worries and sleep soundly. However, in order to cultivate a positive relationship with the soon-to-be hatched blazing flame dragon, Chen Mo knew he had to envelop it with his mental energy, even as he slept. Once he had covered it completely, he finally closed his eyes with a sense of security, collapsing into slumber with a slight smile, clearly having sweet dreams. Chapter 10, The Contract. Hiss. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, feeling a dampness on his face in a hazy state. Raising his hand to touch his face, he felt a sticky liquid flowing across his skin. A soft, elongated object was sliding against him, stimulating the nerves of his face and emitting a faint warmth. What on earth is this? Startled, Chen Mo abruptly awoke, his dazed eyes widening in an attempt to discern the nature of the mysterious being before him. Before him stood a diminutive creature, its body adorned with delicate, slightly translucent crimson scales that shimmered gently under the nascent sunlight. With each breath it took, the scales subtly hinted at the fiery power coursing within. Its eyes, not yet fully open, radiated a palpable curiosity about the world, even in their half-lidded state. Its limbs were short yet robust, and upon noticing Chen Mo's awakening, it made a valiant attempt to greet him with its tiny claws. The Blaze Dragon, you have emerged. Chen Mo observed the scene before him, casually wiping away the drool left on his face. He scooped up the still-crying Blaze Dragon into his embrace. exploring its form with the exuberance of a child who has just acquired a new toy. The blaze dragon swished its tail, attempting to escape the affectionate hold. Sensing the creature's resistance, Chen Mo's excitement intensified, a grin spreading across his face. Here's the little head, here's the little tail, and here's the little flame. A sudden burst of flame separated Chen Mo from the blaze dragon. It turned out to be the eggshell. He had misjudged and discovered it was a little female dragon. The blaze dragon looked up at this familiar yet intimidating figure, letting out a series of plaintive roars. Roar, 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 roar. To ensure Chen Mo understood, the blaze dragon gestured with its claws, hoping for comprehension. However, Chen Mo was entirely captivated by the earlier flame. This is dragon fire. It can already use a skill right after birth. What a prodigy. It is important to note that having a skill does not guarantee its proficient use. It requires personal comprehension. Some spirit pets may take a year to master all their skills. My blaze dragon has astonishingly learned dragon fire upon birth. Truly, it is akin to me. Observing the animated blaze dragon filled Chen Mo with affection, and he reached out to rub its head repeatedly. The blaze dragon felt the gentle caress atop its head, a wave of comfort washing over it. Roar. The blaze dragon closed its eyes in contentment, surrendering to Chen Mo's affectionate ministrations, completely abandoning its earlier resistance. Hearing the dragon's roar, Chen Mo recognized its deep immersion in pleasure. Just as one might entice a child with candy, he coaxed the blaze dragon. Does that feel good? Would you like to become my spirit pet? You can enjoy this comfort every day. Roar. The blaze dragon blinked open its eyes, incredulous, as if questioning the veracity of his words. I would never deceive you. Even greater pleasures await. Suddenly, Chen Mo pressed his thumb firmly against a spot just below its neck. Roar. The blaze dragon cried out in surprise. Turning to languidly lie back in Chen Mo's embrace, its limbs flopping helplessly, yielding to his whims. Chen Mo smiled slightly. This was his secret technique. In the past, he had learned massage techniques to earn money. After gathering extensive knowledge, he developed his own insights and applied them to spirit pets. He had once garnered the favor of 6th-tier spirits with his unique massage technique. To manipulate a newly born dragon was indeed a piece of cake. With that, Chen Mo pressed all 10 fingers firmly against the blaze dragon's head. The dislocated bone technique. His fingers rotated, seamlessly transitioning between various massage techniques. Stroke, grab, press, knead, pinch. Adhere, pat, shake. With each change in technique, the blaze dragon involuntarily let out a roar, eventually causing its voice to grow hoarse. The moment had arrived. Seeing the blaze dragon thoroughly enraptured, Chen Mo decisively halted his ministrations. The sudden cessation of the exquisite massage left the blaze dragon feeling restless. It was so tantalizingly close to bliss, yet it remained just out of reach. This was sheer torture. Please, hurry up and continue. Roar. The blaze dragon gazed up at Chen Mo, its eyes brimming with tears, pleading for him to resume. Noticing Chen Mo's delay, its expression gradually dimmed, as if the world had lost its allure. Chen Mo secretly reveled in his triumph. Indeed, no one could resist his ministrations without succumbing to pleas for mercy. Clearing his throat, he solemnly addressed the blaze dragon. If you become my spirit pet, you shall have as much of this as you desire. There is no limit to the pleasure. The blaze dragon's previously dull eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, emitting a series of enthusiastic roars, though a hint of hesitation lingered. Chen Mo promptly unleashed his ultimate technique. Thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara massage. His hands moved with such speed that they left behind a flurry of afterimages in the air, as if he possessed 1,000 hands. Up, down, left, right, Alibaba. The blaze dragon was bombarded by the onslaught akin to a torrential downpour, quivering all over. Yet a blissful smile adorned its face. You think you can escape unscathed? Prepare to receive my final move, the universe finger zen. Chen Mo pressed his hands together, retracting all but 2 fingers, which he aligned. Huh, he shouted, forcefully thrusting his hands forward. A surge of overwhelming power emanated from the blaze dragon's spine, eliciting an uncontrollable roar from it. Roar. As Chen Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead, the blaze dragon lay quietly on the bed, its gaze vacant yet adorned with a smile. So, have you made up your mind? Chen Mo pressed on, confident in his massage technique, knowing no one could withstand this combination of techniques. Roar. The blaze dragon silently roared, yet this could not mask its fondness, to convey its feelings more clearly. It even gave a feeble wag of its tail. Chen Mo, feeling reassured, cradled the blaze dragon in his arms. Then let us commence. Adjusting his posture, Chen Mo enveloped the blaze dragon with his mental energy, delving into its being to initiate a connection. The blaze dragon lay quietly in his embrace, showing no signs of struggle. This was precisely Chen Mo's intention. During the contract, any signs of resistance could lead to potential failure, which would be detrimental to both parties. Thus, the ritual was typically conducted after gaining familiarity, which is why schools allocated a week for spirit taming. Ding! A radiant white light enveloped the blaze dragon, encasing Chen Mo within as well. The fusion of their mental energies allowed them to grasp each other's thoughts more clearly. A white thread extended from Chen Mo's spirit space, linking directly to the blaze dragon. With a resounding roar, the blaze dragon vanished from sight. Contract successful. Chapter 11. The first use of talent. Chen Mo summoned the bewildered blaze dragon from the spirit space, carefully explaining, "This will be your home from now on. You can reside there without worry." Roar. The blaze dragon let out a plaintive cry, its eyes glistening with unshed tears as it gazed at Chen Mo. "I understand. You dislike the environment inside. You may stay outside, but you must return there when necessary." After the contract, Chen Mo could largely comprehend the blaze dragon's sentiments. Roar, roar, roar. The blaze dragon joyfully shouted, nuzzling its head against Chen Mo's chest. "What a clingy little sprite. From now on, I shall call you Little Sprite." Chen Mo chuckled, feeling a tickling sensation from the blaze dragon's head, and he embraced it, soothingly stroking its back. Roar, roar, roar. The blazing dragon expressed immense satisfaction with its name, exuberantly affirming it. Perhaps it wasn't the name that pleased it, but rather the affectionate bond it felt with Chen Mo. Ha ha ha. Such a good little one. "Come, my little sprite, let us explore your other abilities." Chen Mo rose, cradling the little sprite as he made his way towards the door of the Spirit Master Association. The costs associated with being a Spirit Master were indeed exorbitant. Even a mere ordinary training room demanded a staggering 1,000 yuan per hour, an outrageous extortion. Frustrated, Chen Mo summoned the little sprite from the spirit realm. Upon its emergence, the sprite eagerly nestled against Chen Mo, nuzzling against his pant leg. Witnessing this endearing display lifted Chen Mo's spirit somewhat. Truly, it is said that a penny can thwart even the most heroic of men. "Let us see what skills you possess, little sprite. Unleash them all." The sprite nodded and soared to the center, positioning itself before the target. Dragon Flame. A searing jet of fire erupted from the sprite's mouth, utterly obliterating the target in an instant. "Excellent." Chen Mo applauded, tapping his phone twice to conjure another target. However, as he prepared to prompt the sprite to demonstrate its skills once more, he realized it was already panting heavily, on the verge of collapse. "Come here and rest for a moment." Chen Mo beckoned, patting his thigh as he settled cross-legged on the floor, extending his arms to the sprite. Joyfully, the sprite scampered into his embrace, leaping into his arms. Observing the sprite's exhaustion, Chen Mo felt a pang of guilt and began to massage it. He had momentarily forgotten that the sprite was still quite young. How could it possibly endure rigorous energy training? How foolish of him. He chastised himself for neglecting such fundamental knowledge. It appeared that the smooth sailing of his rebirth had made him somewhat arrogant. This was not the path he desired. It is well known that newly born spirit companions require 2 to 3 days before they can truly wield elemental skills. Otherwise, they risk damaging their very essence. Only the sprite's extraordinary talent had spared it from mishap. Sensing Chen Mo's remorse, the sprite gently licked his palm in a comforting gesture. "It is my fault. For the next few days, you must rest well, and I shall handle the training." The sprite gazed at him, puzzled, as if to say, "What use is your training for my body? Shouldn't I be the one training?" With a tender smile, Chen Mo caressed the sprite's draconic head and summoned its attribute panel once more. Name, Blazing Dragon. Level, none. Base stats, 600. Health, 110. Physical attack, 125. Special attack, 125. Physical defense, 75. Special defense, 75. Speed, 90. Attributes, Fire Dragon. Talent, Red. Skills, Explosive Fire Dragon Ball, 010. Fiery Slash, 010. Explosive Dragon Armor, 010. Dragon Blood Boiling, 010. Dragon Flame, 210. Explosive Fire Dragon Ball conjures flames into a dragon shape to charge at enemies, delivering a powerful impact that results in a violent explosion upon contact, inflicting splash damage to surrounding foes. Fiery Slash gathers flames on the dragon claws to deal slashing damage. Explosive Dragon Armor infuses dragon scales with a mixture of fire and dragon energy, causing explosive damage upon enemy attacks. Dragon Blood Boiling significantly enhances one's overall power but results in a state of weakness afterward. Dragon Flame engulfs enemies in a torrent of flames, causing burn effects. The Blazing Dragon possesses formidable close combat capabilities and harbors an intense passion for explosions, believing that art is synonymous with detonation. It is an exceedingly combative race. No matter how many times Chen Mo scrutinized the sprite's base stats, he found them to be utterly flawless. Each stat is well-rounded, with no glaring weaknesses, rendering it a perfect warrior archetype. Its skills encompass both offensive and defensive capabilities, even allowing for explosive power. Meanwhile, the yet-to-be-born Shadow Dragon undoubtedly represents a mage archetype, struggling to manifest its dominion before reaching maturity. However, in Chen Mo's current circumstances, the sprite was undeniably the optimal choice. Dedicating himself to nurturing the sprite became Chen Mo's foremost objective. The water blue bell had but one use remaining and was of little utility. He wondered how much he could salvage. Summoning the water blue bell from his spatial ring, he held it in his hand. Equivalent exchange. A beam of white light enveloped the water blue bell. A damaged first-tier treasure could be exchanged for 13 silver evolution points. Exchange. No sooner had he spoken than the water blue bell vanished from his grasp. Chen Mo quickly accessed his attribute panel. Name: Chen Mo. Level: none. Talent: Dragon type enhancement. Equivalent exchange. Secret skill: none. Silver evolution points: 13. Gold evolution points: 0. Colorful evolution points: 0. Seeing the actual 13 silver evolution points on his attribute panel brought Chen Mo a sense of relief. He had feared it might be a scam. Thanks to the evolution points, a plus sign now appeared next to each skill. Wherever he wished to enhance, he could do so with ease. Chen Mo's finger hovered over the plus sign next to Dragon Flame. As soon as he clicked it, the sprite immediately sensed a change. "Oh woo!" the sprite exclaimed in surprise, feeling a deeper mastery of Dragon Flame. As if unable to fathom any other explanation, the sprite looked up at Chen Mo. Chen Mo resumed his massage technique, simultaneously instilling confidence in the sprite. "It's all thanks to the massage. As long as you receive one after every training session, your improvements will be substantial." "Roar? Roar!" the sprite responded, acknowledging the truth, but insisted that training should wait a few more days. Soon, it would be able to train daily. Gazing into the sprite's innocent eyes, Chen Mo felt a twinge of guilt for not sparing even a newly born creature. "Roar!" the sprite then flopped onto the ground, rolling over and playfully exposing its tender belly, a display of trust and submission. This was an immense affirmation of Chen Mo's massage prowess. Such a good little one. "First, let us vacate the room. We cannot waste this opportunity." Chen Mo casually pressed a few times on the sprite's belly before lifting it up and standing. Chapter 12. Hard work must be earned. 3 days later, Chen Mo returned to the Spirit Master Association. In truth, the sprite had been able to freely employ elemental skills after just 1 day of rest. However, Chen Mo deemed it prudent to wait an additional 2 days before resuming training. Nevertheless, these extra days spent together had only deepened the bond between them. "Hello. I would like a low-tier training room." Just as Chen Mo spoke to the attendant at the counter, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Chen Mo, what brings you here?" A striking figure emerged, her graceful form and youthful beauty instantly capturing the attention of those around her. "Lu Jing, you're here too." "I'm here to conduct spirit companion training," Chen Mo greeted, raising his hand in acknowledgement, only to be pulled into a close embrace by Lu Jing. The intimate display between them sparked whispers from onlookers. "What a shame, such a wonderful girl," lamented a man quietly. Yet before he could finish, a woman seized his ear and scolded him. In that instance, it was a case of a talented young man paired with a beautiful young woman. How could a mere toad dare aspire to court a swan? Observing the woman's anger, the man, filled with trepidation, began to flatter her. "This toad of mine already possesses a white swan. Why would I harbor jealousy towards others? If anything, they should envy me." Upon hearing his sweet words, the woman playfully swatted at him, her embarrassment evident. Had it not been for the onlookers who dared not comment on her robust physique, it is likely the man would have been drowned in a deluge of spit. Ahem. The impact of her 180 pounds was a fitting punishment for his deceitful words. "My dear, I cherish you above all else. I have already arranged for my father to procure the latest flying shuttle for us." At this revelation, the crowd finally understood. It seemed this young fellow was intent on avoiding 30 years of hard work. Chen Mo remarked that his brother still needed to train. One must earn their keep through their own efforts. "Chen Mo, why don't we train together? I possess an annual pass to a premier training facility," inquired Lu Jing from the side. Chen Mo feigned anger. "What? Do you believe I lack funds, or that I must rely on your charity to rent a training room?" Lu Jing was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, visibly tense and eager to clarify, lest she be misunderstood. However, upon meeting Chen Mo's knowing gaze, she instantly comprehended his intent. With a mischievous smile, she decided to play along. No, you know I can procure anything you desire, as long as you remain in good spirits. You think that merely spending money can satisfy me? That is an affront. That's not the case. I simply do not know how to treat you well. Companionship is of utmost importance. But how can I support you for a lifetime if I do not earn? What do you take me for? Am I a materialistic individual? Then shall we not visit the elite training room? Of course we shall go. But I need you to value my feelings. Their exchange became increasingly theatrical, the dialogue taking on an absurdity that captivated the audience. The previously boisterous crowd fell into a hushed silence, with the men particularly envious of Chen Mo's audacity. I see now. I agree to your previous suggestion of taking a concubine, but I shall not provide funds to support her. If you do not support her, do you expect me to do so? Lu Jing had intended to challenge Chen Mo, but his retort nearly caused her to falter. Recognizing the surrounding audience's stunned expressions, Chen Mo understood they had reached the limits of their endurance. To further torment them might strip them of their hope in life. Thus, he delivered a final summation. As long as you heed my words from now on, when I am happy, you must share in my joy. When I am sorrowful, you must comfort me. If I direct you to go east, you must not go west. Only then will I consider forgiving you. Chen Mo eloquently articulated several hundred words in one breath, leaving Lu Jing momentarily speechless. From a distance, a young man had unknowingly knelt down, concealing his face in tears. No. The once vibrant association hall was now enveloped in silence, as if plum blossoms were drifting from the heavens. Sensing the dire turn of events, Chen Mo swiftly grasped Lu Jing's delicate hand, leading her away. With a click, the door shut, and laughter erupted within the room. Ha! This is too funny. They can't possibly believe it, can they? Lu Jing laughed, clutching her stomach, completely oblivious to her genteel demeanor. Chen Mo, too, found himself laughing along with her. Since his rebirth, this was the most genuine joy he had felt. In pursuit of vengeance, he had taken numerous risks, daring to enter the Dragonbone secret realm without a spirit companion. He had snatched food from the jaws of the ink shadow lizard to expedite his growth. He had trained the little demon immediately upon its birth. All of these endeavors had succeeded, attributed solely to good fortune. Had there been the slightest deviation, his future could have been irrevocably lost. Following this chaotic episode, Chen Mo felt as though a tremendous burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He took a deep breath. I believe that as long as I strive for excellence, I shall be the strongest. No one can defeat me. In his eyes, the pride and confidence of his youth re-emerged, tempered now by decades of experience. An intense aura radiated from Chen Mo. Lu Jing, upon witnessing this, ceased her laughter. Her gaze fixed intently upon him, her affection deepening. She once again embraced Chen Mo's left arm, resting her head against it, and whispered, If I were truly as I just claimed, would you genuinely wish to marry me? What? Chen Mo, lost in his reflections, did not catch her soft words. Nothing. By the way, Chen Mo, what is your spirit companion? Lu Jing playfully inquired, seemingly unaffected by their earlier conversation. Haha, prepare to be amazed. Come forth, little demon. Chen Mo gestured dramatically towards the empty space. Roar. A diminutive red dragon, measuring only a few decimeters in size, materialized before Lu Jing's eyes. A dragon. Lu Jing could hardly believe her eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. The moment it appeared, the little demon dashed towards Chen Mo and leapt into his embrace. Having gained several pounds in just a few days, it was somewhat cumbersome for Chen Mo to hold, yet he maintained a facade of composure, affectionately rubbing its belly. Lu Jing, astonished, approached, her hand poised to poke the little demon, but she was startled by a show of teeth. Chen Mo intervened, allowing her to gently stroke the dragon's scales, her face alight with happiness. Is this real? Chen Mo, you are truly remarkable. It really is a dragon. Of course. Did you think I was merely living off handouts? He replied, drawing her into his embrace. At the outset of his rebirth, Chen Mo's sole desire had been revenge. He had contemplated relying on by Qingrou's support and distancing himself from Lu Jing. However, Chen Mo had now realized that even if he succeeded, an endless fear would linger in his heart. Eliminating one Yifeng would only lead to countless more. The only true path lay in strengthening oneself. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, Yifeng must still be vanquished, and Bai Qingrou must still be pursued. Chapter 13. Is this how genius training is conducted? Chen Mo, what are you doing? Are you being inappropriate? Chen Mo stared blankly at Lu Jing. Isn't it? If I were being inappropriate, shouldn't you be running away? Why are you trying to burrow deeper into my embrace? Did you not see that the little demon is being squished? Chen Mo gently patted Lu Jing's back to soothe her excitement. Lu Jing bashfully extricated herself from Chen Mo's embrace and summoned her spirit companion. Flower Fairy. Chen Mo gazed in astonishment at the petite being soaring through the air. Clad in vibrant garments, it danced gracefully, its hair shimmering with a faint golden hue. With two pairs of translucent wings sprouting from its back and a delicate magic wand in hand, it was a vision of elegance. Curiously, Chen Mo activated his spirit detection. Name, Flower Fairy. Level, none. Base stats, 475, health, 90, physical attack, 55, special attack, 110, physical defense, 65, special defense, 65, speed, 90. Attribute, wood. Talent, blue. Skills, healing. Vine entanglement, purification. Equipment, magic fairy wand. The flower fairy, an elegant dancer, executed every movement with fluidity and grace, embodying the essence of nature. A true representative of the natural world. Very impressive, possessing both the elite skills of healing and purification. This one is a born healer, Chen Mo mused, his eyes scanning the flower fairy with keen interest. Chen Mo, allow me a glimpse of the little demon's attributes as well. Noticing Lu Jing's eager gaze, Chen Mo hesitated to refuse and dispelled the mental barrier surrounding the little demon. This mental barrier, a remnant of the spirit contract, interferes with probing, allowing observers to perceive only partial attributes. Only by removing this barrier can one observe the complete attributes. This serves as protection for both the spirit and its master. Despite the spirit being immune to theft, however, one must not forget that the universe is not solely inhabited by humans. Among the human race lurk many other beings, intent on eradicating the exceptional among them. This is precisely why the attributes of spirit companions are concealed from the eyes of others. Lu Jing's wish was granted, and she joyfully examined the little demon's attributes. In mere moments, a gasp escaped her lips. A red talent. 5 skills. Oh my goodness. This is astounding. Lu Jing, momentarily forgetting her demure demeanor, gaped in astonishment. Her gaze towards the little demon shifted from hostility to sheer surprise. This petite dragoness possesses remarkable prowess. Chen Mo raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to keep this matter discreet, his expression serious. Rest assured, I would never divulge this information, even at the cost of my life. Lu Jing nodded vigorously, a smile stretching from ear to ear. Truly, my Mo Gu is exceptionally talented. Now, let's hasten the training and not squander our time here. With that, Chen Mo gave Lu Jing a light pat and turned towards the training equipment. Oh, today, I shall not change my pants. The little demon solidified its flames further, which had previously been too diffuse. Treat it like an arrow, enhancing its penetrative power. As Chen Mo monitored the proficiency of the skills while guiding the little demon, it nodded in a semblance of understanding and opened its mouth to unleash another breath of fire. This time, the flame struck the target, and unlike before, it did not obliterate it entirely, but left a substantial hole in the center. Has this truly succeeded? Though Chen Mo had witnessed this several times before, he was still taken aback. With just one attempt, the little demon fully grasped his intention. Indeed, it was deserving of its red talent. Even the proficiency of Dragon Flame on the attribute panel soared rapidly. Remarkably, this single attempt had increased its proficiency by 10 points, reaching the novice level. It seems the evolutionary points currently hold little significance, as there are no apparent bottlenecks. Chen Mo gazed at the little demon with pride, his expression brimming with satisfaction. However, this prompted him to revise his strategy. He allocated 4 evolutionary points to each of the 4 skills that had 0 proficiency. The little demon, momentarily halted in its fiery breath, turned to Chen Mo for confirmation. He nodded, and the little creature erupted in joy, flames spilling forth from its mouth as if they were free. Continuing the training for Flame Slash, Chen Mo scratched his head in exasperation. The little demon's exuberant nature was quite overwhelming. If left unchecked, it might leap about all day. He called out loudly to regain its attention. Instantly, the little demon halted. Standing still, raising its claw, a flame flickered to life above it. With a flourish, the little demon unleashed the fire in 3 sharp arcs. Upon striking the target, it was cleaved into 4 pieces, remnants of warmth still clinging to the edges. Huh, this is not what I anticipated. Instead of disappointment, Chen Mo was filled with astonishment. Wasn't the attack supposed to be a close-range strike with flames enveloping its claws? How did it transform into a long-range slash? Did I misread the description? Rubbing his eyes, Chen Mo glanced once more at the attribute panel. Flame Slash, proficient, 31,000 gathers flames on the dragon claw to deliver slashing damage. Indeed, it is meant for close range. But wait, how did the skill level already reach proficiency? Chen Mo was overwhelmed with shock. To elevate a skill to proficiency with but a single use, this is extraordinary. Truly a talent beyond compare. Lu Jing, observing the sudden shift in focus towards another skill, approached Chen Mo to offer counsel. Chen Mo, do not be overly hasty. We should first ensure the spirit companion masters one skill. One cannot chew more than they can swallow. Even if the results are not ideal, consistency is paramount. Initially silent, Chen Mo then regarded Lu Jing with a bemused smile. Indeed, he had merely whimsically attempted a new skill. Next time, he would ensure it remained focused, for reaching proficiency does not grant carte blanche. Lu Jing, still processing his words, began to sense something amiss. Wait, proficient? Are you saying that the little demon's recent skill has already reached proficiency? Chen Mo nodded with a smile, adopting an air of mystique. Lu Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the unmistakable pride radiating from Chen Mo. Surely not. My flower fairy has yet to even grasp healing, and you have already mastered a skill? Goodness, is this what genius looks like? I have misjudged you. Chen Mo comfortingly patted Lu Jing's shoulder. She felt a weight lift, her eyes sparkling as if a barrier had been removed. Little demon genius. Chen Mo's little demon. Thus, I am a genius. With clarity dawning upon her, Lu Jing seized Chen Mo's arm, giggling foolishly. Wait, has she been rendered speechless? Chen Mo gently nudged Lu Jing's shoulder with his other hand, but she remained lost in her merriment. It seemed he had to employ a more decisive approach. Grasping her delicate face, he gave it a gentle tug and a slight twist. Lu Jing instantly snapped back to reality, her large, blushing eyes fixed on Chen Mo. Chapter 14. You can massage too? Alright, let us focus on training. After one more hour, I shall take you to the food street near the university town. Chen Mo affectionately ruffled Lu Jing's hair. Is this a date? Lu Jing inquired curiously, her hands nervously fidgeting. Ask again, and it may no longer be so. Chen Mo remained silent, which Lu Jing interpreted as tacit approval. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Lu Jing immediately straightened, puffed out her chest, and strode purposefully towards the training area. This was Chen Mo's first solo invitation, and her heart raced as she dedicated herself to training the flower fairy. Flower fairy, why am I the one getting hurt? An hour passed swiftly. Chen Mo was exceedingly pleased with the training of the little demon. Its comprehension of skills and execution speed were impressive. Whenever Chen Mo pointed out a shortcoming, the little demon would invariably rectify it in the subsequent attempt. This led to a rapid increase in proficiency. Name, Explosive Flame Dragon. Level, none. Base stats, 600. Attributes, Fire Dragon. Talent, Red. Skills, Explosive Fire Dragon Bullet, 210. Flame Slash, Proficient, 130-1000. Explosive Dragon Armor, Novice, 2100. Dragon Blood Boiling, 210. Dragon Flame, Proficient, 11,000. Notably, the Explosive Fire Dragon Bullet and Dragon Blood Boiling skills demanded excessive physical prowess. Attempts had ended in failure. Fortunately, the Flower Fairy was there to provide healing, ensuring all remained well. This also allowed the Flower Fairy's healing skills to reach the novice level. A happy conclusion for all. Moreover, the training progress of Flame Slash and Dragon Flame has also seen a decline, no longer growing at the rapid pace it once did. Chen Mo had anticipated this development. The acquisition of skills becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Each step is fraught with immense difficulty. Mastering such skills is certainly not achieved overnight. Many spirit masters spend their entire lives struggling to cultivate even a single master-level skill. Chen Mo is already quite satisfied with the current rate of progress. Furthermore, even if the pace is sluggish and they encounter a bottleneck, they can substitute with evolution points. For instance, during this instance, the little demon's dragon flame was initially stuck at 99, 100, but Chen Mo merely spent a few evolution points to successfully break through the barrier and achieve proficiency. This exhilarating feeling of breakthrough left both Chen Mo and the little demon yearning for more, wishing they could simply elevate to the maximum level with a single click. Yet, reality dealt them a heavy blow. They were utterly short on funds. Chen Mo wished he could split a single evolution point into two. With only 7 evolution points remaining and no other sources in sight, he had no choice but to conserve them. Until he could convert the Dragon Bone secret realm into resources, Chen Mo would have to endure this state of poverty. Let us go? Lu Jing approached Chen Mo, looking ready for action. Wait, I haven't given you a massage yet. Chen Mo waved at the little demon, while Lu Jing sat nearby, waiting. The little demon skillfully dashed to Chen Mo's front, limbs outstretched, unabashedly lying down before him. Massage? You know how to massage? Lu Jing exclaimed incredulously, her eyes widening in surprise. Watch closely. Chen Mo smiled slightly, raising his hand to the little demon. The sound of cracking bones echoing as he focused on easing its muscles. In a mere moment, the little demon lay limp on the ground, exhaling warm breaths. No matter how Chen Mo moved its body, the little demon wore an expression of pure bliss. Impressive. Chen Mo's massage technique is astonishing, Lu Jing thought, though she was unaware of her own determination solidifying. Lu Jing, what are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes? Hurry, put them back on. Chen Mo rushed forward to stop Lu Jing from pulling down her pants. Didn't you say you wanted a massage? Lu Jing's cheeks flushed slightly as she hesitantly replied. That's for the spirit pet. Even if I were to massage you, there's no need to remove your pants, Chen Mo explained, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Fine. Lu Jing, slightly disappointed, pulled her pants back up. What with the disappointment? Chen Mo couldn't help but mutter softly. Turning around, He saw Lu Jing glaring at him with fierce eyes. Should I give your flower fairy a massage as well? Chen Mo quickly changed the subject. Is it small enough? Lu Jing asked, puzzled. Extending her palm to compare with the flower fairy, which was only slightly larger than her hand. I've massaged ones even smaller than this, Chen Mo said nonchalantly, placing the still resting little demon into the spirit space for a break. Forget it. Lu Jing waved her hand in refusal. But just as she turned, the flower fairy flew to her face, pecking and nuzzling, looking adorably at Lu Jing. Having witnessed the little demon's comfort, the flower fairy was eager to try it for herself. All right, but just for a little while, Lu Jing reluctantly agreed. The flower fairy excitedly flew into Chen Mo's palm. Gently placing her on the ground, he pressed down with his index finger, swiftly pulling her leg slightly. Crack. The sound of bones shifting rang clear. Lu Jing watched with a hint of fear from the side. Such a small creature, it won't be crushed into a pulp. Will it? Chen Mo quickly moved his fingers. With a simple gesture, mere minutes passed before the flower fairy met the same fate as the little demon. Unable to bear it, Lu Jing placed the flower fairy into the spirit space as she murmured to herself. I need to find an opportunity for Chen Mo to massage me as well. Chen Mo wiped the sweat from his hands and said to Lu Jing, let us go to the food street for something to eat. Okay. The food street was the nearby entertainment hub, bustling with groups of young men and women, laughing and chatting. However, when Chen Mo and Lu Jing suddenly appeared, the conversation shifted from discussing crushes to speculating whether they were a couple. Many girls who spotted Chen Mo became infatuated. Wow, look at that guy, he is so handsome. That body proportion is absolutely my type. That slim waist is simply irresistible. I know him, He.S. Chen, the senior who was responsible for welcoming the new students at the start of the school year. Now that you mention it, I remember. Who would have thought he had such a great physique under the school uniform? A boyfriend accompanying a girl shopping retorted jealously. Don't even think about it. Didn't you see the goddess-level beauty beside him? They've been seen together frequently, so he has probably already taken. You don't know that girl? That's Lu Jing, the only daughter of the Luxure Group in Donghai City. You mean that trillion-dollar corporation? Of course, I've seen her at a banquet before. But I didn't realize she already had a boyfriend. The group of girls rolled their eyes at the boys discussing Lu Jing, visibly displeased. I could do it too. They only halted their chatter once the two disappeared from sight. Chapter 15, A Heroic Rescue. Ha! The melodious laughter resonated throughout their conversation. As they walked, Lu Jing admired Chen Mo's profile. Handsome and charming, she was surprised to discover this humorous and witty side of him. Throughout the day, Chen Mo's presence had felt distinctly different. He was no longer just handsome, studious, and of good character. Now he also exuded maturity, stability, humor, and lofty ambitions, utterly captivating. Chen Mo, let us go eat at that stinky tofu place. Lu Jing tugged at Chen Mo's shirt, pointing to a remote shop. I didn't expect a goddess like you to enjoy such food, Chen Mo teased, yet his feet led him in the direction Lu Jing indicated. Of course. I wouldn't miss out on delicious food. Lu Jing quickly caught up to his pace. Suddenly, Chen Mo dashed towards a nearby alley, exuding a terrifying aura. As swift as a predator. What are you doing? Let her go? A fierce shout successfully startled the three assailants. Who the hell are you? If you don't scram now, I might spare your life, a yellow-haired thug shouted, brandishing a spring knife and waving it through the air. Chen Mo, help. The girl's white dress was nearly torn to shreds, her stunning face displaying sheer despair. Chen Yuan. Chen Mo executed a flying kick, striking the yellow-haired thug in the abdomen. The thug flew back several meters, while the other two rushed forward to help him. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yuan quickly scurried behind Chen Mo. He swiftly removed his outer coat and draped it over her shoulders, turning to confront the three thugs. Come forth. Explosive flame dragon. Roar. The little demon in the spirit space had already grasped the situation outside. How dare they lay a hand on its master? They deserved death. A dragon. They were finished. They had encountered a formidable opponent. One of the younger subordinates timidly spoke, only to receive a sharp rap on the head from the blonde-haired leader. It's 3 against 1. Victory is assured for me. Come forth, little mud creature. Arise, gluttonous flower. Emerge, little fire crocodile. The trio of spirit pets promptly appeared. From the energy waves radiating from them, Chen Mo discerned that they, like the little demon, were yet to ascend in rank. Lu Jing soon arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, grasped the situation. She summoned the flower fairy to assist Chen Mo. Come forth, flower fairy. What a stroke of bad luck today. The blonde muttered inwardly. First a dragon, now a flower fairy. There must be some significant backing behind this. Even fleeing would lead to demise. It's time to take a stand. Escape is no longer an option. Casting a glance back at his two companions, who were equally aware of the dire circumstances, they nodded in agreement. Mudstone projection. Flying flower blade. Flame eruption. The three spirit pets charged forward to engage the little demon and the flower fairy, while the blonde, wielding a spring knife, led his two companions toward Chen Mo. One cannot deny the effectiveness of the blonde's strategy. The flower fairy, lacking the knowledge of vine entanglement, possessed little combat capability, leaving the little demon to face three adversaries alone. Even so, the little demon held its ground. However, they evidently underestimated Chen Mo's combat prowess. Chen Mo dashed forward, delivering a powerful kick with his left foot. The blonde attempted to block, but was unable to withstand the force, staggering back several steps. The other two were left frozen in shock. Die, you scoundrel! The blonde charged again, and the other two quickly regained their senses to flank Chen Mo. A blade pierced through. Chen Mo deftly turned to evade, but his arm was still grazed. A sharp pain shot through his arm as blood flowed freely. Chen Mo swiftly seized the blonde's arm and executed a folding maneuver. Crack! The arm was broken. The blonde retaliated with a kick, breaking free from Chen Mo's grasp and retreating a few steps. His subordinates hurriedly retrieved the spring knife and lunged again. Chen Mo's eyes glimmered with a spark of determination as he deliberately extended his hand to intercept, sustaining another wound. Blood streamed forth. Roar! The little demon's eyes turned crimson at this sight. Dragon's blood surged. Flames ignited around the little demon, its scales glowing red. The intense heat produced a crackling sound as it interacted with the air. The little demon's aura escalated. First rank. The three spirit pets, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were paralyzed with fear. Blazing slash. The little demon swung its claw, unleashing three fiery projectiles that struck the spirit pets with incredible force and speed, leaving them to fly backward, each bearing a significant scar that smoldered ominously. The blonde and his companions, witnessing this, quickly knelt and tossed their spring knives aside. Please. We didn't mean it. Seeing Chen Mo's lack of response, they began to slap themselves frantically, their muffled words repeating, I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. Chen Mo approached the little demon and gently stroked its dragon head. It's all right. The little demon then ceased its furious state, though its gaze remained fixed on the blonde and his companions. Should they make a move, the little demon's blazing slash would not spare them. Lu Jing rushed forward in tears. Chen Mo, are you all right? Flower fairy, quickly stop the bleeding. The flower fairy promptly flew to Chen Mo's side, waving her magic wand. Heal. The wound visibly began to mend, and the bleeding was successfully halted. Chen Mo wiped away Lu Jing's tears. I'm fine. Don't worry. Stop crying. It's unbecoming. Humph. If you do this again, I'll make you pay, Lu Jing retorted, stifling a laugh. Yet she still meticulously checked Chen Mo's injuries. Chen Yuanyuan hurried forward, clutching the hem of her coat tightly. Are you all right? Thank you for saving me. Lu Jing shoved Chen Yuanyuan aside, resembling a puffed-up cat. How can he be fine? Did you not see how much blood he lost? Chen Yuanyuan pouted, on the verge of tears. Chen Mo grasped Lu Jing's hand, shaking his head to indicate calm. Lu Jing then composed herself and apologized. I'm sorry. I was too emotional. It's not your fault. If I were Chen Mo's girlfriend, and he was hurt, I would react the same way, Chen Yuanyuan explained, her cheeks tinged with pink. Aye, girlfriend. Lu Jing felt a surge of sweetness at this declaration, her barriers toward Chen Yuanyuan dissipating. Soon, the police arrived as Lu Jing had reported. The three, along with their spirit pets, were escorted into a police vehicle. Hello. May we accompany you to the station to give a statement? A police officer inquired. Upon noticing Chen Mo's injuries, the officer waved, and a small grass appeared before him. The Lingfeng grass, a common wood-type choice, boasts commendable healing properties. As the bell chimed, a surge of plant energy extended from the Lingfeng grass to Chen Mo's wound. The injury that had merely been staunched was now treated more effectively, leaving only a faint scar that would vanish in a few days. Of course, this was also Chen Mo's intent. His injuries were neither too severe nor too light, perfectly balanced. Thank you, officer. We ought to thank you for upholding the peace of Donghai City, the officer replied. We wish to accompany you. Lu Jing and Chen Yuanyuan chimed in unison. Chapter 16, Uniting Forces. At the police station, Chen Mo, Lu Jing, and Chen Yuanyuan sat together to provide their statements. Chen Mo recounted the events in detail, with Lu Jing and Chen Yuanyuan supplementing as needed. The statements were swiftly recorded. Thank you for your cooperation. As the officer exited, two older sergeants entered. Chen Mo, we are aware of your actions, and we appreciate your bravery. It is indeed an honor to have students like you in Donghai City. Lu Jing proudly lifted her chin. See, this is my future husband. Oh, it's merely our duty, Chen Mo replied, rising to shake hands with the older sergeant, exuding righteousness. As students of Donghai City's Linghai University, we abide by our school's teachings. It is our responsibility to be law-abiding citizens. We are honored to have students like you at Linghai University, the older sergeant said with a warm smile, admiration evident in his eyes. Chen Mo paused, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze as he inquired warmly, "Might I ask if you are also an alumnus of Linghai University?" A nostalgic smile crossed the older sergeant's face. "I graduated decades ago. So, that makes you my senior," Chen Mo exclaimed, witnessing the sergeant's pride and joy as he waved his hand. "That might complicate matters. At my age, I am more akin to your uncle." "Indeed. That does muddle the generational lines. I should address you as uncle," Chen Mo remarked, and the older sergeant's face broke into a smile, clearly pleased by Chen Mo's words, feeling a closer affinity toward him. Just as the older sergeant was about to speak further, the abrupt sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. "Step aside. Where's my precious daughter?" A sharply dressed middle-aged man, flanked by bodyguards, shouted vehemently. The newcomer was quickly recognized. "Mr. Liu, what brings you here?" "Humph, summon your chief." The man, without even glancing at the officer before him, bellowed, "Dad, what brings you here?" The three individuals accompanying the old police chief noticed the man, and Lu Jing exclaimed anxiously, "Haha, my precious daughter. What happened that you were brought to the police station?" Upon seeing Lu Jing, the man's previously forlorn expression instantly transformed into one of joy. If it weren't unfolding before their eyes, onlookers might have doubted their own sight. "We were merely doing our civic duty and brought in for a statement. Do you think your daughter is some sort of criminal?" Lu Jing pouted defiantly at the man. He awkwardly smiled and quickly shifted the topic, gesturing towards Chen Mo. "Aren't you going to introduce us?" Chen Mo, undaunted, gracefully extended his hand, maintaining his composure. He wore a smile that exuded tranquility. "Quite impressive. Hello, I am Lu Jing's classmate, Chen Mo." The man's surprise was palpable as he regarded Chen Mo with newfound respect and reciprocated the handshake. "Greetings, I am Lu Jing's father, Luan." Chen Mo smiled as he shook Luan's hand. At that moment, the chief hurriedly approached, a forced grin plastered on his face. "Lu, what brings you to our humble precinct?" "My apologies for the inadequate hospitality," Luan retorted. "Humph, the public safety in Donghai City is deplorable. It's becoming increasingly difficult for me to establish roots here." The chief broke into a cold sweat. This was Donghai City's leading enterprise, and should Luan truly relocate, it would not only result in economic decline, but a 10% decrease in annual tax revenue as well. Not to mention the jobs that would be lost. Idle hands could significantly heighten societal instability. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the chief fell silent. At this juncture, Chen Mo interjected, "Mr. Liu, the police's response time has been commendable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have easily apprehended those three criminals." Luan was taken aback by Chen Mo's unexpected intervention and curiously inquired, "What do you think is the cause of this situation?" "Dad, are you here to find me, or to ask questions?" Chen Mo raised his hand, and Lu Jing fell silent. Luan's eyes lit up, his curiosity about Chen Mo intensifying. He was well aware of his daughter's character, having been raised in affluence. She bore an air of arrogance that made her indifferent to outsiders. Chen Mo paused before continuing. "I believe it is related to the current geopolitical climate. The aggressions from the Silver Feather tribe, the Mechanical tribe, and the Gluttonous tribe have stirred public unrest, leading to this situation." Luan regarded Chen Mo with newfound admiration, astonished that a student would be cognizant of global affairs. Typically, students at this juncture tend to focus solely on their training or immerse themselves in classical literature, remaining oblivious to external matters. Chen Mo's demeanor elevated Luan's impression of him significantly. Even the chief, standing nearby, appeared slightly enlightened and whispered to the old police chief, "Old Chen, do you know the background of this Chen Mo?" The old chief's face beamed with pride. "He is from my alma mater, Linghai University. He is the one who bravely saved Mr. Liu's daughter." "Oh, a student from Linghai University?" The chief nodded thoughtfully and added, "You should ask Chen Mo if he would be interested in joining our police force after graduation. I believe he possesses great potential." The old chief stared in astonishment at the chief, his mouth agape in disbelief. The weight of this statement moved him profoundly. Those around them gazed at Chen Mo with envy. This was a chance for mentorship. Should Chen Mo choose to work here, it would pave his way to success, sparing him from the struggles of making a living. It is well known that a position in the police force is a highly coveted iron rice bowl. Many strive unsuccessfully to gain entry, often ending up battered and bruised. Luan's approval of Chen Mo grew, and he sought to further gauge Chen Mo's thoughts. "What do you think could resolve this issue?" Chen Mo pondered for a moment and simply stated, "Alliance and collaboration." Note, this is a fictional context, without real-world implications. Hence the surprise. Those around him were left in a state of confusion. Alliance and collaboration? What does that mean? They were uncertain, yet it sounded impressive. Could it be a tactic? They had heard that those of star-destroying caliber could shatter celestial bodies with a single move. Amidst the bewilderment, only Luan's eyes sparkled with insight. As a billionaire, he had indeed contemplated these issues. However, Chen Mo's recent statement felt like a revelation, dispelling the clouds of doubt that had shrouded his mind. Applause erupted from Luan, who scrutinized Chen Mo with renewed interest. Others, not comprehending the context, instinctively joined in the applause. Lu Jing's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at the remarkable man before her, feeling a thrill of excitement. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, who had remained silent, now looked at Chen Mo with newfound admiration, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of excitement. Just as everyone was expressing their admiration for Chen Mo, a resonant voice echoed through the air. What an impressive notion of alliance and collaboration. Chapter 17, President of the Star-Destroying Association. A rift in space materialized before them, and a robust young man stepped through. All eyes were drawn to him. Luan recognized the face, both familiar and strange. It was him, the man from that celebration. Luan's pupils constricted. It was the current president of the Spirit Master Association, a star-destroying powerhouse. Chen Yu, Dad, what brings you here? A clear and ringing voice startled everyone, and their collective gaze turned towards Chen Yuan. Even Chen Mo was taken aback. Chen Yu stepped forward and embraced Chen Yuan, reassuring her, "Are you all right?" A powerful aura surged forth, and everyone, except for Chen Mo and Lu Jing, felt an unprecedented pressure. All present understood that if Chen Yuan uttered a word signaling trouble, the skies of Donghai City would change dramatically. "I'm fine, thanks to Senior Chen Mo's rescue," Chen Yuan said, stepping away from Chen Yu's embrace and casting a shy glance at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, resolute, fixed his gaze on Chen Yu. Just a month prior, he had suddenly arrived on Longting Star and assumed the presidency of the Spirit Master Association, taking on the responsibility of safeguarding Longting Star. In his previous life, a mishap during meditation had led to a drastic change in his disposition, resulting in a massacre of half of Donghai City. Ultimately, he was stripped of his position and reassigned from Longting Star. The official narrative claimed it was to protect Donghai City, as there were bases of Silver Feather Tribe spies that necessitated a thorough search. However, astute individuals recognized this as mere pretense, a ruse aimed at deceiving the naive. In his previous life, Chen Mo had looked up to this figure. At this moment, Chen Mo began to piece together the underlying reasons. It was likely that Chen Yuan's death had plunged him into despair, prompting his drastic actions. "You must be Chen Mo, right? You are quite impressive indeed," Chen Yu said, his hands clasped behind him, a rare smile gracing his face. Just those two words of commendation would make it so that no one on Longting Star would dare to touch Chen Mo. Lu Jing, perplexed by the unfolding events, leaned closer to Luan and whispered, "Dad, who is he?" Luan, leaning towards Lu Jing, spoke softly, entirely devoid of the demeanor expected of a billionaire. "He is the newly appointed president of the Spirit Master Association." Lu Jing gazed at Chen Yu in astonishment, her hands covering her mouth to muffle her voice. She had not anticipated that the forces behind Chen Yuan were so formidable. The Spirit Master Association is the foremost official power of the human race. Every human planet hosts a Spirit Master Association, yet not every association has a president. Only those who attain the star annihilation level are qualified to hold such a position, which entails the oversight and protection of planetary safety. Each president is a high-ranking official, and tribal leaders vie for their favor. In fact, to prevent dictatorial control over their respective planets, and to foster their own influence, the headquarters of the Spirit Master Association has expressly forbidden such practices, mandating that presidents serve a term of no more than 20 years. This regulation tempers their yearning for power, as most view their tenure as an opportunity for introspective cultivation. Nonetheless, they wield terrifying authority. Coupled with their star annihilation strength and official status, one could hardly overstate their untouchability on a planet. At this moment, the director's clothing was completely soaked in sweat, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. The daughter of such a potent figure had nearly suffered humiliation and death within his jurisdiction. His position was undoubtedly at risk. He could only hope that it was merely his position that would be lost. The director's legs buckled, and he slumped to the ground. Yet no one dared to approach and assist him. "You saved my daughter. I grant you one wish, any wish within my power." Chen Yu extended a hand, raising a finger into the air. All eyes, save for the two women, gazed enviously at Chen Mo. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen Mo seemed to hesitate. Glancing left and right, Chen Yu understood his intent and shouted, "Speak freely. As long as you remain within the Dragon Rising Star, no one will dare to touch you for the next 20 years. An overwhelming aura swept through the crowd, invigorating everyone. Only then did Chen Mo clasp his hands together and say, "I indeed have a modest wish. Pray, share it with us." Chen Yu observed Chen Mo with keen interest. Admiring his earlier display of political savvy, he was naturally eager to discover the aspirations of this ambitious youth. "I have discovered a secret realm in the ocean, and I hope to transfer it through your esteemed hands. Chen Mo slightly bowed forward, yet retained an imposing demeanor. Chen Yu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you greedy little rascal. But I like your spirit. I shall grant your request. Although Chen Mo had presented a demand, he had not anticipated Chen Yu's prompt acquiescence. It is worth noting that the discovery of a secret realm typically belongs to the authorities. Even if one hails from a prominent family, they might only receive a meager benefit and must express gratitude. To be honest, Chen Mo had originally hoped to secure a mere 20% of the profits. He had not expected Chen Yu to be so magnanimous. Observing Chen Mo's momentary shock and confusion, Chen Yu found it somewhat amusing. Really? Chen Mo inquired repeatedly. Of course. After all, it will be handed over for local development. It is better for them to benefit you than to benefit someone else. Chen Mo was not easily deceived by Chen Yu's words. His gaze remained fixed upon him. Chen Yu noted this, smiled gently, and suddenly unleashed an aura that caused surrounding objects to scatter. Do not underestimate the star annihilation level. The sudden pressure made Chen Mo involuntarily take a step back. Let us go. Lead me to the secret realm you mentioned. In an instant, Chen Yu appeared beside Chen Mo, lifting him as one would a chick. He then took hold of Chen Yuan and vanished from the spot. As the three disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The director stood up, dazed, and sat on a nearby bench, his complexion pale. The surrounding officers dared not approach him. Luan swallowed hard, patted Lu Jing's shoulder, and turned to ask, "Who exactly is that Chen Yuan?" Lu Jing shook her head and recounted everything she knew. "I am not sure. She seems to be a transfer student from our school. Chen Mo has hosted her before, and we encountered her being robbed while we were playing just now. Chen Mo intervened and saved her. That is all I know." Luan nodded thoughtfully and advised Lu Jing, "You must cultivate a good relationship with that Chen Yuan, and that Chen Mo possesses an entire secret realm. You should look after him well." Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's face lit up with a smile as she leaned against Luan's shoulder. "If I were to bring Chen Mo home, would that make you happy?" Fearing Luan's irritation, Lu Jing pretended to joke, sticking out her tongue. Have you two already?" Luan stared wide-eyed at Lu Jing, incredulous. "What are you thinking? We are still merely friends. It has not progressed to that stage yet." Lu Jing's face flushed, radiating happiness. Luan sighed in relief but remarked pensively, "I fear you may not be able to keep him. This lad is no ordinary being. Once he encounters a storm, he will transform into a dragon." Chapter 18. The Return to the Dragon Skeleton's Secret Realm. In less than 15 minutes, the three emerged above the ocean. "Kid, where's that secret realm you mentioned?" "I do not know the precise location. I only know it lies beneath the sea, pressed beneath a red reef." Chen Mo scanned the vast expanse of the ocean, unable to determine an exact position, and could only convey this characteristic. "You are rather fortunate that you could discover such a place. Might you be the child of destiny?" Chen Yu jested, addressing Chen Mo, who was being carried like a chick. Chen Mo rolled his eyes in response and fell silent. Noticing Chen Mo's lack of response, Chen Yu laughed heartily and released Chen Yuan's hand. Remarkably, she floated effortlessly in the air. "Wait, if you can let me hover in midair, why are you still holding me?" Chen Mo questioned, eyes wide in disbelief. "Haha, I merely wished to tease you. What of it?" Chen Yu responded with a sense of righteousness, though he ultimately set Chen Mo down. "What a cunning old man." Chen Mo muttered under his breath, turning his gaze toward the boundless sky. Chen Yu ceased his teasing, closed his eyes, and enveloped the area with his vast mental energy. Every movement upon the sea was visible to him. In but a moment, he declared, "Found it." Chen Yu extended a hand, forming a blade with his fingers, and gestured toward the direction of the secret realm. With a resounding crash, a powerful force split the ocean's surface, creating a rift through which water could not flow. A striking red stone emerged prominently before their eyes. "Let us proceed." The three swiftly took flight. As soon as the red stone was removed, a fissure opened before them, emanating a potent suction that drew them inside. Upon opening their eyes once more, Chen Mo found himself back in the dragon skeleton's secret realm. Roar! Roar! As if sensing the overwhelming presence of intruders, the spirit beasts within released a cacophony of roars, attempting to intimidate the invaders. "Come forth, shadow sprite." Chen Yu spoke softly. A dark shadow materialized, revealing a diminutive puppet. Name, Shadow Sprite. Level, 9th grade. Race value, 800. Health, 110. Physical attack, 175. Special attack, 175. Physical defense, 100. Special defense, 100. Speed, 140. Type, dark. Talent. Skills. The Shadow Spirit, a killer lurking in the shadows. Favors a swift death as its method of execution. It is an exceedingly rare elemental spirit. It is a 9th-tier evolution of the Dark Spirit. Chen Mo possesses profound knowledge about spirit pets, having once documented the majority of them across the universe in his past life. Indeed, quite insightful. Chen Yu raised his hand, and the night spirit approached, gently brushing against his fingers. Upon the night spirit's appearance, the Dragon Bone secret realm fell into an eerie silence. The previously clamorous spirit beasts retreating in fear. Let us examine the conditions of this secret realm. Second tier, Ink Shadow Lizard. Fire Essence Fruit. Strength Fire Fruit. Dragon Pool Willow. Alas, they are all spirit beasts below the third tier. Chen Yu shook his head with a sigh. Turning to Chen Mo, he remarked, "Your explosive flame dragon was acquired here, wasn't it? You are quite fortunate, my friend." Chen Yu initially intended to find a spirit pet for Chen Yuanyuan here. But after a thorough inspection, he felt somewhat disheartened. Either their race values were low, or their talents were lacking. After much effort, he finally found one, only to discover it had pitifully few skills. They were all rather subpar specimens. Only the Ink Shadow Lizard appeared decent, but its talent was disappointingly low. It might barely suffice if it reached the purple tier. If Chen Mo were to hear these words, one could only say that a stellar-class powerhouse indeed has high standards. The abundance of dragon-type spirit pets here is sought after by many, with most being at least blue, and a few even at the purple tier. If they were to be placed outside, there would be fierce competition for them. Ha ha ha, since we've nearly finished our inspection, you may as well perish now. Chen Yu's expression darkened instantly as he cast a sinister grin at Chen Mo. Chen Mo's pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Yu. A jolt of shock coursing through him, prompting him to step back a few paces. Chen Yu extended his hand, conjuring an energy sphere in the air, emanating an intense pressure. "Dad, what on earth are you doing? He is my savior." Chen Yuanyuan darted out, placing herself between the two. "Of course, I intend to eliminate him and claim this place for myself," he said, occasionally letting out a maniacal laugh. "Damn it, am I being too hasty?" Chen Mo looked at Chen Yu with frustration, a profound sense of regret making him gasp for breath. Roar! The explosive flame dragon burst forth from the spirit master space. Its expression fierce as it roared at Chen Yu. "Return, little demon. He is not someone you can contend with." Chen Mo shouted, shielding it behind him. "Such a devoted master and servant. Then you shall both meet your demise." With that, he hurled the energy sphere toward Chen Mo. "No." Chen Yuanyuan rushed in front of Chen Mo to shield him, only to be pushed behind by Chen Mo. The energy sphere struck Chen Mo directly. Boom. The energy sphere collided with Chen Mo, producing a crisp sound, followed closely by a burst of laughter. "Ha ha, just kidding." Chen Yu laughed heartily. "Dad, you are so wicked. I will never speak to you again." Chen Yuanyuan anxiously checked Chen Mo for injuries, tears welling in her eyes. Chen Mo was so startled that his heart nearly stopped, sweat dripping from his tense face, and it continued to accumulate. Huff, huff, huff. Chen Mo gasped heavily to suppress the lingering fear. Death is truly exhilarating. Who told you to always act so composed? It really gets on my nerves. Chen Yu wiped away the tears of laughter and stepped forward to extend his hand. Chen Mo looked up but struggled to stand on his trembling legs. "As compensation, I will host an auction for this secret realm tomorrow, maximizing its value. And I won't charge a single auction fee." Chen Yu squinted at Chen Mo, and without waiting for a response, he teleported everyone out of the Dragon Bone secret realm. The moment they exited the secret realm, Chen Yu swiftly transported Chen Mo back near the police station. "You can return on your own. I shall not escort you further." With that, he turned to lead Chen Yuanyuan back to the Spirit Master Association. "Dad, how could you do that just now? You scared me to death. You are too devious. I must tell Mom to deal with you properly." Chen Yuanyuan bombarded Chen Yu with complaints as soon as they returned home. The mention of Mom made Chen Yu's expression change instantly. "My dear daughter, I do this for your sake. Just don't tell your mother, all right?" Before Chen Yu could finish, Chen Yuanyuan stormed off in a huff. "Great, now I shall face the music." Chen Yu waved his hand, and a figure appeared beside him. "Investigate Chen Mo's background. See if that robbery incident was staged by him, and while you're at it, eliminate those 3 ruffians who dared to bully my daughter. They are courting death." "Yes." Chen Yu spoke only after the person had left. "That lad does possess some talent. He is a person of principle and loyalty. If his background is clean, he could be cultivated well." With that, he reclined in his chair and closed his eyes. Chapter 19. The auction announcement that shook society. Once home, Chen Mo revealed a smile. He had won this gamble. He had bet correctly. Chen Yu did not genuinely wish to kill him. Rather, he sought to test him. This was a high-stakes gamble, and if successful, it would earn him Chen Yu's trust. Ha ha ha. Chen Mo laughed wildly, releasing the pent-up tension from before. Following this was a period of self-reflection and reassessment. Deep in thought, Chen Mo couldn't help but question himself. If all of this were true, would he still save them? After a long moment, he exhaled a heavy sigh, and an answer emerged in his heart. Yes, these were individuals who genuinely cared for him. If he were to abandon them, reaching the pinnacle would feel rather desolate without anyone to guard it. Before he could ponder further, fatigue washed over him. And as he attempted to rise for the bedroom, he collapsed onto the floor and fell asleep. Noon. Huff. Chen Mo suddenly awoke, sitting up and feeling a soft sensation beneath him. A bed. Wasn't I sleeping on the floor? What a delightful aroma. What could it be? Chen Mo looked around, and the once dusty dining table now gleamed anew, adorned with several dishes exuding fragrant scents. Chen Mo stood, brushed off his clothes, and slowly approached the table. You're awake. Hurry and wash up. It's time for a meal. Lu Jing, wearing an apron, stood with sunlight streaming onto her face. A warm feeling flooding Chen Mo's heart after many years. So beautiful. Chen Mo was momentarily transfixed, his gaze fixated on Lu Jing, mistaking him for still being half asleep. Lu Jing stepped closer, waving her hand in front of his eyes. Chen Mo seized Lu Jing's wrist, where the sweet scent of the girl mingled with the aroma of the dishes. Thank you, he said, gazing into Lu Jing's eyes. Her face flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze, unable to meet Chen Mo's eyes. Then, Chen Mo gently pulled her hand closer, his face nearing hers, his lips softly brushing against Lu Jing's delicate hand. Ah! In that instant of being kissed, Lu Jing's heart fluttered, her face turning as red as a tomato. Chen Mo smiled softly and turned to head toward the bathroom. Lu Jing retracted her hand, trembling, her eyes fixated on the spot where Chen Mo had just kissed her. Why did he kiss my hand? Lu Jing murmured softly, yet the excitement on her face showed no signs of abating. It's not as if you can't kiss my lips. Glancing at the restroom, Lu Jing, her face flushed with a rosy glow, busied herself with the final touches in the kitchen. Before long, the two found themselves seated at the dining table, engaged in light-hearted conversation. I underestimated you. This meal is truly delightful, Chen Mo exclaimed, quickly shoveling spoonfuls of rice into his mouth, his eyes fixated on the array of dishes before him, his chopsticks skillfully targeting each delicacy. Eat slowly. If you find it insufficient, I can always cook more for you, Lu Jing said affectionately, watching Chen Mo relish his meal, before quietly rising to pour him a glass of water. Oh, by the way, what brings you here so suddenly? Chen Mo queried, gulping down the water and letting out a satisfied belch. Don't you know? Lu Jing replied, her brow furrowed in confusion, but then, recalling that Chen Mo had slept until now, she exclaimed excitedly, it's about the auction house. Even the national news is covering it. The whole of Longting Star is abuzz. She retrieved her phone and handed it to Chen Mo, shocking. A dragon-type secret realm has appeared in Donghai City. Is it the remains left by the Dragon King's third prince? With just 1 trillion assets, you can bid on the dragon-type secret realm. All the big shots are vying for it. The president of the Spirit Master Association has personally issued a statement. Seize the opportunity. It won't come again. The winner will receive a signed note from the president. Rubbing his eyes, Chen Mo glanced again at the phone. What on earth is this? There's even a personal signature? He asked, perplexed, looking at Lu Jing. Check out the click rate, she urged. When he looked down, a long string of numbers greeted his eyes. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 1 billion. Chen Mo gasped, his mouth agape, the phone slipping from his fingers. After a moment to collect himself, he swallowed hard and joked, truly, this is the shocking news team. The impact is terrifying. Lu Jing reclaimed the phone, tapped a couple of times, and passed it back to him. Now take a look at this. The estimated auction price is 3 trillion. Chen Mo cautiously counted the zeros with his fingers, and after confirming the total, his eyes widened in excitement as he shouted, damn. Awesome. Rising to his feet, his face flushed, he clenched his fists tightly. I have never seen so much money in my life. Not even a fraction in my previous existence. Lu Jing, too, was flushed with exhilaration. Let us go. I'll take you shopping. Chen Mo declared exuberantly, a sudden air of a nouveau riche enveloping him. Let us go. Lu Jing followed him without hesitation. Just as they opened the door, ouch. Chen Mo collided head-on with someone, sending a delicate girl sprawling to the ground with a pained cry. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, none other than Chen Yu. The thrill that had filled Chen Mo's mind abruptly cooled as he stepped forward to help Chen Yuan up. What are you doing here? Before Chen Yuan could respond, Chen Yu strolled into the room, scanning the surroundings. Well, so you two are living together now? What? Chen Yuan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. What are you thinking? Lu Jing is here to tell me about the auction, Chen Mo interjected, blocking Chen Yu from advancing further. Kid, you're quite the charmer. Not only have you captivated a woman, but you've also stolen my daughter's heart. Chen Yu brushed aside Chen Mo's hand and walked further inside without a hint of restraint. Dad, what are you talking about? I don't like Senior Chen Mo. Chen Yuan stammered, her voice growing softer as she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. I understand. The pretty ones are called seniors, the average ones are classmates. The less attractive ones are addressed as hey. And the ones you like are called Senior Chen Mo, Chen Yu remarked, leaning on Chen Mo's shoulder. Entirely devoid of the imposing image of a stellar powerhouse as he pinched and poked Chen Mo's face. You do indeed look quite impressive, reminiscent of my youthful days. Chen Mo pushed Chen Yu's hand away and asked, so, what brings you here? Did you not see the news? You ought to be thanking me. Not looking so glum. You're about to become a wealthy man. Chen Yu grinned as he made himself comfortable on the sofa. Chen Mo rolled his eyes and gestured for Chen Yuan to join them. Lu Jing poured water for the two. Ding ding ding. A sound emanated from Chen Yu's pocket. He pulled out his phone, and his expression instantly soured as he wailed at Chen Yuan. You little troublemaker. You really went and told your mother. Humph. You deserve it, Chen Yuan replied with a haughty pout. Chen Yu, at a loss for words, stomped his foot and vanished in a flash, reappearing at the Spirit Master Association. Chapter 20. Wife, I'm sorry. Chen Yu took out his phone and gently tapped the screen, revealing a high-definition image. A woman with blue hair and emerald green eyes, exuding an air of icy elegance, appeared. Her stunningly beautiful face and exquisite features were a divine blessing from the heavens. The image of a breathtakingly beautiful woman materialized. Before she could speak, Chen Yu immediately confessed. Chen Yu, my wife, I'm sorry, please forgive me. He blinked his large eyes, flashing a bright smile. You finally realize your mistakes. If it weren't for your insistence on taking Yuan to your miserable planet to become some president, this wouldn't have happened. Your father already knows about this. So think carefully, Chen Yu reprimanded coldly. What do you mean, father already knows? It's over, it's all over. Chen Yu gazed at Chen Yu in despair, his face a mask of anguish. Seeing Chen Yu's expression, Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. So, why did you go to Lungting Star? Isn't it because you were preparing to break through to the domain level? I was worried you wouldn't have time to accompany Yuan. So I brought her to Lungting Star. Chen Yu had lost the arrogance he had displayed in front of Chen Mo. You think I'll believe that excuse? Chen Yu replied skeptically. Chen Yu chuckled sheepishly, looking at Chen Yu with a hint of embarrassment. Forget it. We'll leave this matter behind. When you return, you can explain everything to your father. How is father doing? Chen Yu noticed the concern in Chen Yu's eyes and inquired. Father's breakthrough seems hopeless. He can only trade with the heavens for 1,000 more years of life, Chen Yu said, lowering her head, a hint of melancholy in her gaze. Chen Yu clenched his fists tightly, his expression heavy as he bowed his head. Is this the only way? How infuriating. Wiping her slightly reddened eyes, Chen Yu spoke with a quivering voice. By the way, who is that Chen Mo? Yuan seems quite taken with him. P.S. Yuan's crush. What? You need to clarify this for me. Chen Yu trembled slightly, realizing that without a reasonable explanation, Chen Yu would likely storm in here. Don't be angry. I'll tell you everything. That Chen Mo is the one who saved Yuan. You should know that. From my investigation, he's an orphan, with a clean background. And a decent person. He's thoughtful, responsible, has ideas, and a bit of luck. He's a talent worth nurturing, Chen Yu explained, resting his chin in contemplation. Chen Yu's expression shifted as she asked, do you mean to say? Exactly. I plan to take him as my disciple. Chen Yu scoffed dismissively. Are you serious? With so many geniuses in the Lost City, you overlook them all and now choose one from a remote planet? If you're not sincere, don't ruin his future. Chen Yu looked at Chen Yu helplessly. You know very well that those who are true geniuses are either the treasures of their families or have already been snatched away by those old geezers. What's left is exactly what you see. None of them appeal to you either. Chen Yu was well aware of her husband's character. Her fears of a fleeting whim were not unfounded. It would be wiser to select a disciple from the Lost City, where there would be assistance available for any subsequent matters. The Lost City was home to the most extraordinary talents of the human race. And do you genuinely believe that Chen Mo could possibly compare? If I cannot, surely you can. If all else fails, I shall swallow my pride and implore my father to teach him personally. Chen Yu understood that Chen Yu was concerned about Chen Mo and had already consented to the matter of accepting a disciple. His face instantly lit up with joy. Since you have made up your mind, I shall refrain from further discussion. At next year's Universe Talents competition, prove your discerning eye to me. And do not falter even in the preliminary rounds. Chen Yu straightened his posture, his face beaming with determination. I vow to accomplish this task. Witnessing Chen Yu's enthusiasm, Chen Yu could only shake her head in resignation. How could she have been so blind as to choose him? You must not bring shame upon your father. He has been in poor spirits lately, or else you would not fare so well. Just as Chen Yu was about to respond, Chen Yu continued. I will soon enter seclusion. When I emerge, bring that Chen Mo lad to meet me. I wish to personally assess him. Before Chen Yu could reply, Chen Yu severed the video call. You are in for trouble, young man, Chen Yu muttered gleefully to himself. In Lost City, at the Chen family estate, Chen Yu settled into a chair after ending the call. The Silver Feather clan and the Gluttonous clan had recently formed a tight alliance, persistently harassing the borders. causing the grand event of the talents competition to be advanced. Who knows what other calamities may arise? Lost in thought, Chen Yu gazed up at the sky. I hope nothing untoward occurs, she murmured before rising to leave. On Longting Star, at the Bai family residence, an elderly man leaned on his cane while addressing a communication screen, on the other side of which appeared a fair-skinned, beautiful young woman. The old man spoke slowly. How are things going over there, Qingru? Bai Qingrou's expression turned serious as she dutifully replied. Very well. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Chiefing. Bai Chiefing sighed, gazing at Bai Qingru with affection. It is we who have failed you, forcing you to make sacrifices. While Bai Qingru maintained her composure, a hint of grievance flickered in her eyes. My family has nurtured me. I must repay their kindness. Bai Chiefing took a sip of water and angrily slammed the cup onto the ground. If it weren't for your great-grandfather's disappearance on the cosmic battlefield, you would not be obliged to marry the second son of the Feng family. Bai Qingru could no longer contain her feelings of injustice, tears brimming in her eyes as she spoke with a quaver in her voice. If I can enter the Lost City this time, they will no longer dare to encroach upon the Bai family. I will seize this opportunity. Bai Chiefing, witnessing Bai Qingrou's maturity, felt a deep ache in his heart. In the past, when Bai Tianyu was not summoned to the Star Destroyer battlefield, the other three families were still currying favor with them. As soon as trouble arose, they revealed their fangs, swiftly uniting to suppress the Bai family. They feared Bai Tianyu's return, and thus hesitated to act decisively, allowing the Bai family a breath of respite. Now, they were left with only the options of a union with the Feng family, or allowing the younger generation of the Bai family to re-enter the Lost City. Your great-grandfather was an unmatched talent, the foremost genius of Longting Star, yet he barely managed to enter the Lost City. It is indeed a daunting challenge. Though Bai Chiefing did not wish for Bai Qingru to be used for a marriage alliance, he understood how difficult it was to stand out in the Universe Talents competition. Even he, despite his current 9th-tier strength, had been unable to pass the preliminary rounds back then, a setback that had once plunged him into despair, damaging his spirit. Fortunately, at that time, Bai Qingrou's father had emerged, allowing him to shoulder the responsibilities of the family. Bai Qingrou's countenance darkened. She was acutely aware of the formidable challenge ahead, lacking even a 10% guarantee. But if I do not strive, then I shall have no chance to alter my fate. Suddenly, Bai Chiefing posed a question. Qingru, do you know Chen Mo? Chapter 21. The Golden Spirit Pet, Water Spirit. Chen Mo? A handsome face appeared in Bai Qingrou's mind, and she murmured absent-mindedly, Grandpa. Why do you ask about him? Bai Chiefing looked at Bai Qingru with surprise. Have you not seen the news lately? Bai Qingru shook her head, confusion evident in her eyes. I have been training with the light element, and have not been following external events. Recently, a dragon-type secret realm was discovered in Donghai City, and it was he who made the discovery. Bai Chiefing stroked his beard and moved towards a chair behind him. What? Bai Qingrou's eyes widened in astonishment. She had developed an interest in this man during their second meeting and had even had someone investigate him. To be precise, it was when Chen Mo helped Chun Yuan with her luggage that she might not have even realized she was the one residing inside. Thus, strictly speaking, they had only met once, yet she retained a vivid memory of Chen Mo. From her investigation, she learned that Chen Mo was an orphan, without family, and his academic performance was merely average until he met Lu Liang, after which he consistently dominated his grade for nearly 2 years. He could only be classified as a commendable student. How could he possibly be connected to the newly discovered secret realm? At that time, he must not have even possessed a spirit pet. How could he dare to venture into a secret realm? That would be courting death. Bai Chiefing had anticipated Bai Qingrou's surprise. Even he was exceptionally taken aback. Not because of the discovery of the secret realm. After all, many fortunate individuals existed in this world, and discovering a secret realm was not particularly remarkable, but because he had managed to secure such a massive benefit from the newly appointed president of the Spirit Master Association. This was nothing short of terrifying. One must understand that this represented a profit in the trillions, a considerable boon even for their entire Bai family. He was immensely curious about this Chen Mo. How did he establish a connection with this newly appointed Star Destroyer-level powerhouse? If they could learn from him, the Bai family's current crisis would dissipate without confrontation, and they could even retaliate against the other families. As these thoughts raced through Bai Chiefing's mind, excitement sparkled in his eyes as he asked Bai Qingru once more, So, do you know him? Bai Qingru snapped back to reality from her astonishment and nodded. I suppose I know him. He is a classmate assigned to me. Bai Chiefing once again stroked his beard and sighed softly. That is good. You shall accompany me to the auction. Bai Qingru understood Bai Chiefing's intentions. It was certainly preferable to marrying the foolish son of the Feng family. As Bai Chiefing closed the communication screen, he added, Qingru, take care of your health. Do not overstrain yourself. A warm current surged within Bai Qingrou's heart, and she offered a faint smile. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa. He has always been her unwavering support throughout her life. And this current crisis had been his one straight back. If given the opportunity to save the Bai family, she would undoubtedly strive with unyielding resolve. Sitting on the sofa, Bai Qingru lowered her head and slowly spoke. Chen Mo, who exactly are you? At Chen Mo's home. Look, isn't little you truly adorable? This is the one I spent a long time selecting. Chun Yuan exclaimed with a beaming smile, her hands clasped in front of her chest. As a liquid spirit pet composed entirely of water elements swayed before everyone. Its entire body was a soothing blue, instilling a sense of tranquility within. As Chen Mo and the others observed the attributes, even Chen Mo, who already possessed a minor spirit, couldn't help but gawk in astonishment. Lu Jing's eyes brimmed with envy, tears welling as she incessantly shook Chen Mo's hand. Name, Shui Ling Ling level, none. Base stats, 525, HP, 90, physical attack, 65, special attack, 140, physical defense, 70. Special defense, 70, speed, 90. Attribute, water. Talent, gold. Skills, water shield, water breathing, healing, raging waves, spiral wave, water and sky in one color. Shui Ling Ling. Born from an environment rich in water energy, possesses an extraordinary mastery over water energy, truly the favored child of water. The golden talent and 6 skills astounded Chen Mo. This attribute panel was not inferior even when compared to the Shadow Dragon. It could only be said that it was indeed a testament to the prowess of a star-extinguishing level expert. Beside him, Lu Jing felt a pang of discomfort, realizing her flower fairy was a being far beyond her reach in the eyes of ordinary people. Yet, in comparison to this entity, she felt utterly insignificant. The mere golden talent surpassed her by leaps and bounds, not to mention the impeccable array of skills. It was truly disheartening. Noticing Lu Jing's unease, Chen Mo quickly grasped her hand. It's all right. As my dedicated support, your primary focus should be on honing your healing and purification skills. Dedicated support? Me? Lu Jing blinked in confusion, pointing to herself. Then, a wave of joy washed over her, and she leaned against Chen Mo's shoulder. I will not let you down. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She feared Chen Mo might find her a burden. Her identity as a wealthy heiress felt like a liability in Chun Yuan's presence, and even her once proud figure paled in comparison to that of the towering giant. An unprecedented wave of insecurity surged within her, one she had long concealed, fearing Chen Mo would discover it. In this moment, Lu Jing understood how correct her choice had been. She wiped her tears, her face flushed as she leaned against Chen Mo's shoulder. He affectionately ruffled her hair, oblivious to the disappointment in Chun Yuan's eyes. Although she had just obtained a new spirit pet, she felt a tinge of discomfort in her heart. However, this did not escape Lu Jing's notice. Lu Jing hurriedly approached and embraced her, playfully pinching her cheek. Your skin is so tender, Chen Mo. Would you like to give it a try? Chun Yuan's face instantly turned crimson, a visible wisp of white steam rising from her head. Chen Mo turned his gaze elsewhere, unwilling to meet her eyes. Lu Jing, stop it. Chen Yuan looked at Chen Mo's reaction, a hint of disappointment in her gaze. Just then, Chen Yuan's legs gave way, leaning against Lu Jing. To her surprise, Lu Jing slipped and lost her balance, toppling to the side. Chen Mo caught a glimpse and rushed over to support both of them. Just as he succeeded, he felt someone trip him. The combined weight of both girls pressed down on him, and one foot struggled to bear the load. With a startled cry, the 3 of them fell to the ground. Are you all right? Chen Mo winced in pain as he looked at the 2, concerned. To his surprise, he found Lu Jing stifling a laugh. Slightly annoyed, he playfully swatted her head. You were hoping to see me make a fool of myself. Lu Jing's face flushed a deep crimson, and Chun Yuan's expression mirrored hers. At that moment, a voice rang out. Youth is indeed splendid, engaging in such antics in broad daylight. Chapter 22, Apprenticing Chunyu. Good things come in pairs. Dad, what brings you here? Chun Yuan quickly scrambled up from Chun Mo's side, her eyes darting nervously as she avoided Chen Yu's gaze. Chen Mo also hurriedly stood, pushing Lu Jing behind him. Nothing much, just out for a stroll, Chen Yu replied with a faint smile, though his eyes darted suspiciously between the 3. Is it about the auction? Chen Mo could not resist teasing Chen Yu's curious gaze, stepping forward to inquire. Yes, but not entirely, Chen Yu replied nonchalantly, plopping down onto the sofa and crossing his legs. What do you think of me? The abrupt question caught Chen Mo off guard. What do you mean? Just give me your evaluation. Don't be afraid, Chen Yu responded, shrugging his shoulders dismissively. Chen Mo studied Chen Yu intently, a premonition stirring within him. He glanced back at Chun Yuan, who shook her head in confusion. With no other information to glean, Chen Mo turned back to Chun Yu and complied with his request. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mo spoke slowly. Based on your appearance, You must have entered the star-extinguishing level between 30 and 40 years of age. The fact that your appearance has remained fixed indicates you possess remarkable talent and a rapid advancement rate, making you an exceptionally gifted individual among humans. Your affection for Chen Yuanyuan suggests she is your only child, and your nature appears carefree. Lastly, the spirit pet you bestowed upon her is an exceedingly rare water-type spirit. Yet you are not primarily a water element spirit master. Therefore, your partner must be a water element spirit master. Typically, couples like you embark on missions together. Yet you are here alone, indicating she must have pressing matters to attend to. I surmise her strength likely surpasses yours, which implies you are living off her success. Chen Yu listened to Chen Mo's analysis with increasing delight, the precision of his observations highlighting the importance of such insight for a spirit master. However, upon hearing the final remark about living off her success, a powerful aura erupted from Chen Yu. You are the one living off her success. Your entire family is. Chen Mo shielded Lu Jing behind him, smirking as he regarded the flustered Chen Yu. From your earlier behavior, I must have been correct. You, Chen Yu shouted. But Chen Yuanyuan quickly stepped in front of him. She cast a knowing glance at Chen Mo, aware that this was touching a nerve with Chen Yu. She understood why her father had come to the remote Lungting Star. It was to escape the whispers in the Lost City, where many claimed he was living off his partner. Striking back was not an option, leaving them with no choice but to endure the slander. This had led to the scenario where those who could fight would openly express their opinions, while those who could not would speak behind closed doors. In the end, to preserve his male dignity, Chen Yu was forced to undertake a mission on Lungting Star under the guise of preparing for a breakthrough at the domain level. Yet, to find himself exposed here was an affront to his masculinity. As Chen Yu looked at his daughter standing in between them, he gradually calmed down. Placing a hand on her shoulder, Chen Yuanyuan recognized her father's composure and stepped aside. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yu seethed. Your eyes are unervingly accurate. You've hit the nail on the head. Chen Mo blinked in slight confusion. Isn't living off someone else's skill in itself? What? Chen Yu paused, taken aback. His expression shifting from bewilderment to incredulity. Finally, joy radiated from his eyes. You young man, I must say, you are truly a genius. Chen Yu quickly stepped forward, throwing an arm around Chen Mo's neck, the gesture unexpectedly intimate. Chen Yuanyuan stood nearby, incredulous. Wait, just a moment ago you were shouting and threatening. And now you're all buddy-buddy? Is this what constitutes male camaraderie? Shortly thereafter, Chen Yu leaned closer to Chen Mo and inquired, would you like to become my disciple? What? Chen Mo turned to Chen Yu in disbelief, and as he did, their faces almost collided. Chen Yuan and Lu Jing both shuddered, a wave of discomfort washing over them. Chen Mo pushed Chen Yu away with a hand and spat disdainfully to the side, his eyes reflecting a hint of revulsion as he asked, what benefits would I gain? Chen Yu stepped back a few paces, wiping his mouth with his sleeve before responding. Becoming my disciple undoubtedly brings numerous advantages, the most significant being that you would have more opportunities to be close to Yuan. Dad! Chen Yuan shyly exclaimed from the side. However, Lu Jing's complexion paled slightly. She had sensed Chen Yuan's affection for Chen Mo and had foreseen this eventuality. After hearing her father's assessment of Chen Mo, she genuinely feared she was unworthy of him. Thus, she had also considered assisting Chen Yuan in drawing nearer to Chen Mo, hoping to remain by his side. Yet, Chen Yu's blatant proposition had rendered any hope futile. No parent wishes to share their daughter with another, even in this era where polygamy is legally accepted among humans. Observing Lu Jing's ashen face, Chen Mo stepped closer, positioning himself protectively behind her. If you expect me to abandon her, I fear you shall be sorely disappointed. Lu Jing, in disbelief, lifted her gaze towards the increasingly imposing figure of Chen Mo, her heart racing as she succumbed to his presence. Chen Yuan's expression was a mix of joy and sorrow, her hands clasped tightly against her chest, with one hand on his hip and the other rubbing his head. Chen Yu lamented, please do not misconstrue my words. I am quite open-minded. As long as you both are willing, I have no objections. He then whispered softly, but you must pass her mother's scrutiny. A loud shout quickly drowned out his voice. Yes, that's wonderful. Chen Mo, please agree to him. Lu Jing exclaimed excitedly, even Chen Yuan blushing as she yearned to voice her support. Just as Chen Yuan hesitated, Chen Mo suddenly declared, I am willing to become your disciple. Chen Yu, unable to tolerate the trio's excitement, pulled Chen Mo forward. Chen Yuan was still immersed in the sweetness of the moment. Since you have agreed, let us proceed with the initiation rites. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Chen Mo knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply. In this world, the bond between master and disciple is regarded as the closest relationship outside of that with one's parents. Once a master, always a father. Chapter 23, The Secret of Promotion. Since you have pledged yourself as a disciple, I too cannot remain indifferent. with a casual wave of his hand. 3 spirit pet eggs appeared suspended before everyone, 2 blue and 1 yellow. These are carefully selected spirit pets prepared for Yuan Yuan. You may choose one from them. Chen Mo glanced at Chinyu, hesitantly placing his hand upon one of the blue eggs. Name, Water Elemental. Level, None. Species Value, 525. Health, 90. Physical Attack, 95. Special Attack, 110. Physical Defense, 65. Special Defense, 65. Speed, 100. Attribute, Water. Talent, Gold. Skills, Wave of Water, Frozen Expanse, Water Surge, Breath of Water, Water Gun. The water elemental possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to water attributes, dancing gracefully within its element, embodying the essence of water. Chen Mo gazed at Chunyu in astonishment. He had not anticipated that it would truly be a remarkable egg, perhaps even surpassing the likes of a minor demon. The only drawback appeared to be its relatively lower species value. However, higher species values also demand greater resources, so this could hardly be considered a flaw, especially for someone as financially strained as Chen Mo. He reached for another blue egg. Name, Fathead Fish. Level, None. Species Value, 250. Health, 200. Physical Attack, 10. Special Attack, 10. Physical Defense, 10. Special Defense, 10. Speed, 10. Attribute, Water. Talent, Gold. Skill, Fish Dragon Transformation. The Fathead Fish, a legendary spirit pet, was once nearly extinguished due to its frailty, yet even the weakest existence has its moments of transformation. Chen Mo looked again at Chunyu, who nodded encouragingly. Seeming to urge him to accept this egg, Chen Mo, puzzled, touched another yellow egg. Name, Thick Earth Dragon. Level, None. Species Value, 550. Health, 130. Physical Attack, 65. Special Attack, 65. Physical Defense, 120. Special Defense, 120. Speed, 50. Attribute, Earth Dragon. Talent, Red. Skills, Hard Shield, Retaliation, Earth Support, Thick Earth Gravity. The Thick Earth Dragon, a dragon of the Earth attribute, possesses formidable defensive capabilities, making it the quintessential choice for a defensive spirit pet. Its mere red talent was somewhat surprising to Chen Mo. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. This was likely a special option that Chunyu had tailored for him, hence its lack of a golden talent. After all, golden talents are not common. Each one is a prodigy of their respective species. Having never encountered such exceptional choices before, Chen Mo found himself grappling with indecision and turned to Chinyu for guidance. Master, do you have any suggestions? Chinyu cleared his throat and looked earnestly at Chen Mo, refraining from answering directly, instead posing a question. Do you wish to transcend to the star-extinguishing level and reach a higher echelon? Chen Mo's heart jolted. To claim he did not wish for this would be a lie. The star-extinguishing level was something he had long aspired to in his previous life. Yet in this life, with the assistance of the minor demon and the shadow dragon, he felt confident, at least a 20% chance, of achieving it. He could ascend to greater heights. Chen Mo's gaze hardened as he met Chen Yu's eyes. Yes, then you would do well to specialize in either fire or dragon attributes. Why? Chen Mo, who had never understood the star-extinguishing level, asked in perplexity, even though he had indeed contemplated this path. He was reluctant to squander his dragon attribute enhancements. There are many geniuses in this world, yet few can ascend to the star-extinguishing level. Do you know why? Before Chen Mo could respond, Chen Yu continued, it is because they foolishly aspire to develop all attributes, broadening their offensive reach while neglecting the fact that they lack the aptitude for such a feat, resulting in none of their skills being commendable. They become jacks of all trades, masters of none. Chen Yuan interjected, recalling how Chen Yu and Qin Yu had often advised her in her youth to pursue a specialization. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose the water specialization path. Akin to her mother, Qin Yu. Do you know what is most crucial for ascending to the star-extinguishing level? Chen Yu inquired patiently of Chen Mo, who was listening attentively. I do not know, master. It is the comprehension of the laws. The laws. Chen Mo gasped in realization, a concept he had previously been unaware of. If one could not grasp a single law, there would be no possibility of ascension, and the difficulty was exceedingly high. Chen Yu paused, his gaze fixed on Chen Mo. However, if one can specialize in a singular path, the process becomes significantly less daunting. Chen Mo, somewhat enlightened, nodded thoughtfully before curiously asking Chen Yu, if I specialize in the dragon attribute, while employing multi-attribute spirit pets to expand my offensive capabilities, would that be permissible? Chen Yu's expression brightened, a smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, clever. This is precisely what I was about to convey. I did not expect you to arrive at this insight on your own. It is commendable. Chen Mo gently touched his head, humbly accepting Chen Yu's guidance. To transcend the domain level, one must not only fully master the specialized attributes, but also comprehend all 9 principal laws of attributes. Only then can one achieve a breakthrough. Your idea could significantly diminish the challenges involved. At this juncture, a hint of despondency flickered in Chen Yu's eyes as he sighed. It is precisely for this reason that I have yet to grasp the laws of space and time, remaining firmly ensnared at the star annihilation level. So, what is your plan? Chen Yu straightened his back, his gaze piercing as he looked at Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo had already formulated a plan, he hesitated when it came time to finalize it. This was a decision that would shape the course of his life. If he erred, he knew not whether he would be granted another chance. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo resolutely addressed Chen Yu. I intend to specialize in the dragon lineage, leaving only the fathead fish and the thick earth dragon as options. Chen Yu presented another choice. The fathead fish is a product of our family, a sacred artifact. However, aside from the first-generation patriarch, Qin Tian, who successfully evolved it, no one has managed to do so since. If you seek a more stable route, the thick earth dragon would be the better choice. Upon hearing the name, everyone displayed expressions of astonishment. Lu Jing, stammering in disbelief, exclaimed, "You mean the first emperor of the human race, Qin Tian?" Chen Mo was even more taken aback. Chen Yu's family is actually the Qin clan. In his previous life, he had been fortunate enough to hear of their renown at the cosmic border battlefield. It was no exaggeration to say they were one of the 10 great families of humanity. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently latched onto such a formidable ally. Chen Mo's hands trembled uncontrollably. A glimmer of pride shone in Chen Yu's eyes. After Chen Mo's encouragement, he now harbored but a single thought. Indeed, my wife is the direct descendant of the Qin family. Envy, jealousy. This is the strength of my brother. Chen Mo looked at Chen Yu in astonishment, only to find Chen Yu nodding slightly. Lu Jing scrutinized Chen Yu with the curiosity of a spectator observing a rare animal. No wonder she possesses such astonishing beauty. You would do well to choose the thick earth dragon. The fathead fish lacks any combat prowess until it has evolved, and even then, one must refine its soul skill to perfection for it to have any chance of evolving, which is exceedingly difficult. What? A skill perfection? Chen Yu assumed Chen Mo was merely astonished and nodded helplessly. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo, filled with excitement, declared, "Then I shall choose the fathead fish." Chapter 24, Celestial Star Spirit Technique. Chen Yu confirmed repeatedly, for he did not wish for Chen Mo to squander his spirit position. Chen Mo nodded vigorously, showing no signs of hesitation. In that case, I shall not impose further. Chen Mo swiftly stored the egg in the spirit space, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. Observing this, Chen Yu silently hoped that he would not come to regret it later. Just thinking about the 2 top-tier talent spirit eggs already in the space made Chen Mo quiver with excitement. Suddenly, Chen Yu tossed a somewhat tattered book to Chen Mo. Upon picking it up, he read the title, Celestial Star Spirit Technique. This is a technique created by the Emperor for cultivating mental strength. It is still in the experimental phase, and you shall serve as the guinea pigs. Chen Yu explained casually. Although he said so, it was certainly not something an ordinary person could attempt. Without achieving a certain status, one wouldn't even be aware of its existence. As Chen Mo opened to the first page, a line of text caught his eye. Guided by the stars, forge the supreme realm. Continuing to read, he found the required materials: 10 energy crystals, 100 flower grass, dragon blood, and 10,000 miles of ice. 10 energy crystals. Just these alone are worth a fortune. Seemingly understanding Chen Mo's thoughts, Chen Yu preemptively stated, to rapidly enhance mental strength, one must invest heavily. There is no other way. However, this is indeed unfriendly to the common folk, thus it requires improvement. As Chen Mo continued reading, his astonishment grew. Truly, the Emperor's methods were beyond comprehension, for even a cursory glance rendered it indecipherable. Chen Mo's expression darkened. Chen Yu, well aware of the difficulties involved, interrupted Chen Mo's reading. Let us go? The auction is about to commence. Chen Mo tucked the Celestial Star Spirit Technique away and turned back to Lu Jing, inquiring of Chen Yu. Can this be given to others for cultivation? If it were anyone else, it would be impossible, but if it is your little girlfriend, I believe it is permissible. Chen Yu chuckled knowingly, waving his hand to envelop the 4 in a sphere of energy. Thank you. Chen Mo quietly expressed his gratitude, only to find himself embraced by the tearful Lu Jing. Turning around, he saw her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and he reached out to comfort her by patting her head. Ugh, the stench of love. Chen Yu cast a disdainful glance at Chen Mo and the others, though a smile involuntarily crept up the corners of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the 4 arrived at the auction house. Before them loomed 5 grand characters, Celestial Star Auction House. This could be considered the official second power, serving as a means to acquire current events while trading. Besides its financial prowess, it also functions as a semi-information agency, facilitating awareness of movements across various planets. Upon noticing Chen Yu and the others, a rotund, formally dressed manager hurriedly approached to greet them. President Chen, you have finally arrived. Everyone has been waiting for you in the venue. Without you, the entire auction would lack luster. Chen Yu, shedding his previously cunning demeanor before Chen Mo, nodded solemnly, dismissing the need for further dialogue. Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback, but it was not unexpected. Had he not saved Chen Yuan and earned Chen Yu's favor, he might not have even had the opportunity to meet him. Observing Chen Yu's silence, the manager awkwardly diverted his gaze, noticing Chen Mo. He stepped forward, bowing and greeting him with a smile. Young Master Chen Mo, you truly are a paragon of talent, deserving of being the fated child who discovered the secret realm. It is an honor to finally meet you. Chen Mo was taken aback by the unexpected flattery, but quickly accepted the change in his identity. Coldly, he uttered 2 words, his arms crossed over his chest. Honor to meet you. What would be humiliating in the eyes of others was merely a trivial matter for the manager. If he could not endure such minor discomforts, he would not be fit for the position of a grand hall manager. The spring breeze-like smile on his rather plump face appeared somewhat incongruous. Father, let us go inside quickly. I am quite curious if there are any good items in this auction. The moment Chen Yuan spoke, the manager looked on in surprise. Though he swiftly masked it, he patted his head and, apologizing profusely, said, My apologies. I shall take you to the private room now. I have reserved room 1 for you. Please, come in. At the entrance of room 1, 2 beautiful women stood on either side. And upon seeing Chen Yu and the others approach, they chimed in unison, simultaneously pushing the door open. Inside, for even more stunning women awaited. Following Chen Yu, Chen Mo trailed closely behind. The decor was resplendent, with gold and jade embellishments. Yet, these were secondary. To Chen Mo's astonishment, there was even a large bed capable of accommodating at least 6 individuals simultaneously, along with various services that would allow one to reside comfortably within. Experiencing such a scene for the first time, Chen Mo felt no discomfort, simply sitting on the sofa alongside Chen Yu. Ding! At that moment, a clear chime resonated throughout every corner of the Celestial Star auction house. Chen Mo raised his eyes and saw that the auction was about to commence. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the bustling scene below. The hall was filled to capacity, with throngs of people creating a lively atmosphere, punctuated by intermittent bursts of chatter. On the auction stage, the crimson curtain gradually parted, revealing an elderly auctioneer with a head of silver hair, firmly clutching a wooden gavel. With a resounding chime, he gestured towards the VIP room number 1, the previously opaque glass now becoming transparent. The auctioneer boomed. Let's extend a warm welcome to our most significant patron of this auction, Chairman Chen Yu. Chen Yu rose slowly, waving to the audience below, while Chen Mo promptly stood, positioning himself behind him. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. That's Chen Mo. How did he manage to get involved with Chairman Chen? Exclaimed Bai Qingru from VIP room number 5, her surprise unmistakable. Bai Qifeng, seated beside her, turned to gaze in that direction and indeed spotted a young man. He then turned to the incredulous Bai Qingru, saying, Once the auction concludes, I shall introduce you to Chairman Chen. You should forge a connection with Chen Mo. Bai Qingru sat in her seat, legs crossed, and anxiously fidgeting, her mind racing. In VIP room number 3, the newly appointed Chen Yu had astonishingly rebuffed all previous gifts sent his way, demonstrating a steadfastness that was both admirable and infuriating. Feng Fanshou, seething, downed a glass of wine and exclaimed, This newcomer is utterly unyielding. A young man beside him voiced his support, Master. I've heard he declined gifts from the other 3 families as well. Perhaps he is merely a fool dedicated to his training. Feng Fanshou stroked his beard, suppressing his indignation, and sighed calmly. Let us hope so. The fervor of a new official is not easily extinguished. The auctioneer's voice boomed. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Star Auction House. I shan't waste time with superfluous words. I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. Should you wish to bid, please input your desired amount on the bidding device. With a flourish of his gavel, the auctioneer energetically proclaimed, Now, let us unveil the first item for bid. Thanks to the amplification of specialized equipment, the auctioneer's voice resonated throughout the venue. As his words faded, a platform discreetly ascended. Several burly men collaboratively pushed a metallic cage draped in vibrant red cloth into view. The auctioneer swiftly yanked away the red covering, revealing a fire wolf, measuring over 3 meters in length. Its fur emanated waves of flame, pure and unblemished, shimmering with brilliance. Behold the first exquisite item of our auction, the fire wolf. For detailed information, esteemed guests, please direct your attention to the grand screen beside us, the auctioneer said, his face adorned with a warm smile as he elegantly gestured towards the glimmering display. As he spoke, The screen flickered to life, showcasing lines of clear text. The screen meticulously detailed all pertinent information regarding the Fire Wolf. Name, Fire Wolf. Level, Tier 3. Base stats, 425, Health, 60, Physical Attack, 90, Special Attack, 75. Physical Defense, 55, Special Defense, 55, Speed, 90. Type, Fire. Talent, Blue. Skills, Wolf Claw, Flamethrower, Howl. The Fire Wolf is the king of the pack, an embodiment of flames, with every bite accompanied by searing heat. No one anticipated that the first item would be a high-quality Fire Wolf with a blue talent and Tier 3 strength. It serves as an excellent choice both as a breeding wolf and as a primary combat companion. Most notably, it can be tamed as a mount, a significant boon for spirit tamers, offering immense convenience in both battle and daily life. You have all witnessed the extraordinary prowess of this Fire Wolf. Even more remarkably, it is on the cusp of evolving into a Tier 2 Fire Wolf King. This signifies a tremendous boost in strength and enhancement of its talent. I now announce the bidding is open. The starting price is set at 3 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. The auctioneer struck the table with his gavel, the resounding thud echoing throughout the auction hall, invigorating the audience. The crowd erupted in excitement. Numerous eager buyers sprang into action. 3 million. A voice shattered the silence. 3.2 million. 3.5 million. The price soared, the competition becoming increasingly fierce. Among spirit companions, those capable of being ridden command higher prices, a well-known fact. Coupled with its genuine leather texture and adjustable temperature flames, this Fire Wolf is undoubtedly a perfect steed. Furthermore, as it is on the brink of evolution, its potential for enhancement is formidable. Notably, the initial bidding price was intentionally set low to generate excitement and lay the groundwork for subsequent items. In less than a minute, the price for the Fire Wolf surpassed 8 million. Many buyers were compelled to withdraw, as the price exceeded their limits. 8.8 million. Is there no one willing to bid higher? Remember, this is a Fire Wolf on the verge of evolution, brimming with potential. Acquiring it now is undoubtedly a bargain. The auctioneer loudly announced the current highest bid, fervently appealing to the desires of the other buyers, as his earnings were closely tied to the auction's success. Just then, the price on the screen surged. 8.9 million. A new bidder entered the fray. The competition undeniably propelled the price upward, as two bidders engaged in an intense contest. 10 million. First call. 10 million. Second call. 10 million. Third call. Sold. The auctioneer declared with excitement. Congratulations to buyer number 265. Please proceed to the back to complete the transaction. Amidst the fierce bidding, the Fire Wolf ultimately sold for an impressive 10 million, undoubtedly setting a positive tone for the auction and igniting the atmosphere. Next, let us present the second item for bid, the Shadow Snake. The auctioneer's voice rang out once more, laced with anticipation. The second item was also a spirit companion. However, in stark contrast to the imposing Fire Wolf, this Shadow Snake exuded an aura of gloom, its gaze shrouded in shadows. This somber presence deterred most buyers, leading to a lack of bids. The auctioneer, noticing this, proceeded to reveal the attribute panel. Name, Shadow Snake. Level, Tier 4. Base stats, 425, Health, 70, Physical Attack, 100, Special Attack, 100, Physical Defense, 40, Special Defense, 40. Speed, 75. Type, Dark, Poison. Talent, Green. Skills, Venomous Bite, Shadow Strike. The Shadow Snake dwells in the shadows, a venomous serpent akin to a shadowy assassin. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Chen Mo, oblivious to Chun Yu's stature, remarked, "How could the auction house present such a spirit companion? The dark attribute is off-putting and somewhat tarnishes the image." A vein throbbed on Chun Yu's forehead as he shot a disapproving glance at Chen Mo. A swift strike to Chun Mo's head followed. Did the dark attribute consume your rice? Such prejudice. Chen Mo gingerly rubbed his sore head, realizing his misstep and falling silent. The Shadow Serpent, possessing a formidable fourth-tier strength, stands as a remarkable force in immediate combat, capable of delivering unexpected results during a surprise attack. It is indeed a trump card that could turn the tide of fortune. Who among us would not wish to invest a modest sum for a chance at survival? The starting bid is set at 1 million, with increments no less than 100,000. One cannot help but commend the auctioneer. He has mastered the art of rhetoric, deftly capturing the essence of the Shadow Serpent and transforming its characteristics into compelling selling points. His words stirred the interest of several attendees, prompting one individual to break the silence. 110,000. Where there is one, there soon follows another, and bids began to rise swiftly. 130,000. 200,000. The sudden surge in bids caused those initially interested to reconsider their intentions. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected bid emerged. 300,000. A glance around the room ignited a fervor among the crowd. It was none other than the esteemed #1 bidder making a move. Master, is there something exceptionally unique about this shadow serpent that compels you to seize it? Chen Mo gazed at Chen Yu in confusion, as he had calculated that the previous bid of 200,000 was already a limit. However, Chen Yu's sudden leap to 300,000 made Chen Mo suspect there was something more at play. Chen Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned away, feeling a simple discontent. Why should the dark type be so undervalued? If no one else would purchase it, then he would. Beside him, Chen Yuan commented, "No wonder Mother doesn't let you handle money." Lu Jing stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Yet, thanks to Chen Yu's intervention, the price continued to rise, ultimately being secured for 350,000. Chapter 26, Spirit Awakening Fruit. The auctioneer wiped the sweat from his brow, maintaining a professional smile. A drop in the second item's price would significantly dampen the atmosphere of the auction, something the auction house wished to avoid at all costs. Fortunately, the esteemed #1 bidder's involvement ensured a successful conclusion. As time flowed gently onward, the auction showcased an array of items, each unique and enticing, igniting fierce competition among the attendees. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, with buyers eager to join the fray. In this grand auction, the number of high-quality spirit pets reached an impressive 3 digits, undoubtedly a highlight. Additionally, there were hundreds of treasures of various shapes and sizes, sparkling with allure. After approximately 2 hours, a new auctioneer took the stage. Conducting an auction is indeed a demanding task, especially with such a plethora of items on offer. This places high demands on the auctioneer's expertise. Failing to maintain the momentum left by their predecessor could lead to a lackluster response from buyers. The new auctioneer quickly displayed exceptional skill, sustaining the buyer's enthusiasm. As the clock approached midnight, the middle-aged auctioneer's robust voice surged through the crowd like a tidal wave. Esteemed guests, we now enter the thrilling climax of our event. We have meticulously prepared 3 final auction items, each a rare treasure. Let us now unveil the first of our grand finale items. As his words echoed, a tall and slender beauty gracefully ascended the stage, holding an exquisite tray covered by a red cloth. Each item chosen as a finale would surely be extraordinary. The auctioneer refrained from hastily unveiling the cloth, instead proclaiming with fervor, "Ladies and gentlemen, our first grand finale item is the Spirit Awakening Fruit. Many of you may have heard of this miraculous fruit, which possesses the extraordinary ability to expand a spirit pet's equipment slots. Today we are auctioning off 5 of these at once." As he unveiled the red cloth, 5 fruits were revealed, igniting a wave of fervor throughout the hall. Buyers cast eager, fiery gazes upon the Spirit Awakening Fruits, filled with insatiable desire. Even Chen Yu was taken aback. Who would have thought such a rare item would be found on this remote planet? Spirit Awakening Fruits are considered scarce resources even in the City of Laws. He had only utilized 6 himself and now sought to secure 3 more. What? Chen Mo stared incredulously at the fruits on the auction stage, astonished that they could expand equipment slots. Each spirit pet possesses only 1 equipment slot, which does not change with evolution or any other factors. Each piece of equipment significantly enhances a spirit pet's combat power for those who can no longer advance. These fruits are undoubtedly the most coveted items. Chen Mo foresaw that the competition would be exceptionally fierce. The starting price was set at 100 million, with increments no less than 10 million. The bidding commenced, with the starting price already at a staggering 100 million. The extraordinary capability of increasing equipment slots ensured that the final sale price would be exorbitant. 130 million, 150 million, 200 million. In a mere 10 seconds, the price of the 5 Spirit Awakening fruits skyrocketed to 200 million, and it continued to rise. Most of the bids came from the prominent buyers in the #1 suite. Chen Mo watched the price fluctuations on the screen with keen interest, contemplating joining the bidding. However, Chen Yu swiftly intervened, saying, "Let me handle this." At his words, Chen Mo paused his actions and resumed chatting with Lu Jing and Chen Yuan. Given the current trend, the final sale price for the 5 Spirit Awakening fruits was expected to exceed 500 million. As the price crossed that threshold, the rate of increase noticeably slowed, and many buyers were forced to withdraw due to insufficient funds. At this moment, only a few bidders remained, all prominent figures from Dragonstar. "It's time for me to make my move," Chen Yu declared, picking up the bidding device and casually inputting a number, exuding an air of extravagance. 800 million. With a single stroke, he dramatically raised the price to 800 million, instantly stunning everyone present. 800 million, first time. The middle-aged auctioneer paused briefly to begin the count, but before he could finish, the numbers on the obsidian screen surged again. 810 million. The display indicated that this bid came from the #3 suite. Within the #1 suite, Chen Yu furrowed his brow and decisively entered another string of numbers. 900 million. Truly a remarkable display. Chen Mo silently admired, recognizing Chun Yu as a formidable force, backed by the Qin family. 900 million, first time. 900 million, second time. 900 million, third time, sold. Congratulations to President Chun Yu of the #1 suite for his extravagant bid. The middle-aged auctioneer brought down the gavel with satisfaction. The popularity of the Spirit Awakening fruits far exceeded his expectations, with the final sale price reaching an astonishing 9 times the starting price. More importantly, this established an excellent precedent for the remaining grand finale items. Knock knock. The door to the #1 suite was gently rapped upon, and with a flick of his wrist, Chen Yu opened the door automatically. A staff member adorned in resplendent palace attire gracefully approached, reverently placing a tray upon the table. With striking beauty and a statuesque figure, she epitomized the goddess in the hearts of many ordinary people. Chen Yu casually retrieved a bank card, accurately tossing it onto the tray. After meticulous confirmation, the staff respectfully performed a bow. Their garments fluttered gracefully, subtly revealing a glimpse of porcelain skin, and then they departed with an elegant stride. Chen Mo's gaze lingered for merely a second before it was caught by Chen Yu. With a playful pat on Chen Mo's shoulder, Chen Yu chuckled, "Little Mo. These staff members have been trained quite well." Chen Mo's eyes widened as he instantly grasped Chen Yu's scheme and turned to look back. Lu Jing, accompanied by Chen Yuan, glared at him in indignation. "Great. More coaxing to do." Casting Chen Yu a disdainful glance, he walked away, unwilling to linger any longer, which elicited a broad grin from Chen Yu, who stifled his laughter. At that moment, another highly anticipated auction item was successfully sold. The second item was a bottle of beauty elixir, capable of significantly delaying the aging of one's appearance. The importance of beauty for women is self-evident, coupled with its rarity. Its appearance ignited fierce competition among numerous families. In this heated bidding war, the beauty elixir was ultimately purchased for a staggering 250 million by a female entrepreneur. Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel at the lengths to which women would go for beauty. Chapter 27, 30 trillion. The battle for the secret realm. Next, we shall present the third and final highlight of the auction. At this moment, the auction had finally reached its most exhilarating phase. Those present surely understood that this was an undeveloped dragon-type secret realm. I believe everyone is eager to catch a glimpse of this hidden treasure. The middle-aged auctioneer could hardly contain his excitement. Even he had not been privy to the details of this secret realm in advance, thus sharing in the anticipation. With a sweeping gesture, the auctioneer called out loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look." The large screen nearby began to showcase various images of the secret realm. The first sight was a burst of red flames, revealing various fire-type spirit pets. The crowd instantly erupted in discussion. Isn't this a fire-type secret realm? How can it be a dragon-type? Are they trying to deceive us? Do they think we're fools? How dare they play tricks on us? But before the crowd could finish voicing their outrage, a tree adorned with dragon patterns appeared before their eyes. "It's a dragon fruit," someone exclaimed. Following this, a multitude of dragon-type resources came into view. "Look, it's a piercing dragon. Over there, there's even an inferno dragon. Isn't that a Mo-ing lizard? They even have space-type ones." The thrill of this surprise reveal captivated everyone present, as they eagerly watched each new image unfold. When the silhouettes of dragons came into view, the long-awaited buyers erupted with fervor, their eyes ablaze with excitement. Among spirit pets, dragons are undoubtedly the most sought-after beings. They possess almost no discernible flaws, with tough hides and robust physiques, excelling in both melee and ranged combat. Their imposing appearance, coupled with exceptional racial value allocation and the ability to serve as flying steeds, are significant reasons for their popularity. They have even become symbols of status. However, they were also acutely aware that this was likely a secret realm with dual attributes of fire and dragon, rather than a purely dragon-type realm. They understood this was a common commercial tactic, yet even so, they could not suppress their exhilaration. In the VIP room number 5, Bai Qifeng rarely displayed even a hint of excitement. He stood up from his seat, fixated on the ever-changing images on the screen. Just then, the large screen went dark, and the auctioneer, with fervor, waved his hand and declared, "I trust everyone can hardly wait. I need not elaborate on the value of a dragon-type secret realm. Let us commence the final celebration. The starting price is 1 trillion. Each increment must not be less than 1 billion. The staggering starting bid of 1 trillion instantly rendered 99% of the attendees unable to participate in the bidding. Only those in the VIP rooms had the privilege to compete. Meanwhile, the onlookers were more than happy to witness this astonishing bidding spectacle. As the auction commenced, the prominent figures eagerly placed their bids, causing the price of the secret realm to soar. The significance of the secret realm was monumental. Securing it would equate to owning an inexhaustible gold mine, simultaneously enhancing the family's legacy, a truly win-win situation. 2 trillion, 3 trillion. 5 trillion. Throughout the bidding process, these magnates were nearly blinded by their fervor. They continuously inputted a string of numbers into their bidding devices, competing with extraordinary intensity. In mere moments, under the fierce competition among the elite, the price of the secret realm skyrocketed to 10 trillion, with no signs of slowing down. Other buyers could only watch in envy as the numbers climbed rapidly, filled with admiration for Chen Mo. For most spirit masters, such resources were nearly unattainable in a lifetime. Yet, they could harbor no ill thoughts, for they had seen in the news that Chen Yu had personally vowed to protect Chen Mo. No one dared to provoke the president of the Spirit Master Association, the foremost powerhouse of Longting Star. In the VIP room number 1, Chen Mo watched in delight as the digits on the screen snowballed rapidly. In VIP room number 3, a middle-aged man remarked, "Patriarch, we have 30 trillion in funds available for bidding. In that case, we must secure it." Feng Fanshou pondered for a moment before resolutely grasping the bidding device and entering a new figure. 15 trillion. Feng Fanshou boldly raised the price to a new height. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the buyers. After a brief pause, VIP room number 4 continued to raise the bid, and the auction price surged once more. As the bidding for the secret realm continued to escalate rapidly, countless buyers were left in awe. Even though they knew the secret realm was not purely dragon type, their enthusiasm remained undiminished, and they fervently competed to outbid one another. Watching the ever-increasing numbers on the screen, many felt their nerves were frayed. 20 trillion. This time, the bid came from VIP room number 5. Bai Qifeng's chest rose and fell with agitation. He picked up and set down the bidding device repeatedly, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. He slowly lowered the device, deciding to forego any further bidding opportunities. Under the pressure of the other 3 families, they simply could not afford to continue bidding. Even if they secured the bid, it would be difficult to protect their acquisition, fearing it might become someone else's prize. VIP room number 5 had already bid 20 trillion. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? This is a rare dragon-type secret realm that may not be seen again for hundreds or even thousands of years. Opportunity knocks but once. As the numbers on the screen ceased to fluctuate, the middle-aged auctioneer had no choice but to step forward and incite the buyers to raise their bids once more. 25 trillion. Perhaps spurred by the auctioneer's provocation, the numbers on the large screen finally began to move again. The previously silent VIP room number 6 made its move, widening the gap by 5 trillion. 26 trillion. Feng Fanshou responded again. 27 trillion. VIP room number 6 countered once more, seemingly intent on competing fiercely with Feng Fanshou. And now it had boiled down to just the 2 of them. "You Tang family, you clearly stated you would unite against the Bai family. Yet now you turn your sights on me. Such dishonorable behavior. Were it not for our assistance, you would never have aspired to be one of the 4 great families. What ungrateful dogs you are." Wind Fanshou, unable to contain his frustration, continued to berate loudly. Yet unwilling to relinquish the secret realm, resolved to make one final push. 30 trillion. After approximately a minute, as the numbers on the screen ceased to fluctuate, the middle-aged auctioneer began to count down. 30 trillion. First call. 30 trillion. Second call. 30 trillion. Third call. Congratulations to the friend in box 5. You have successfully won the secret realm. Please proceed to the backstage for the transaction. In box 5, Bai Qifeng smiled knowingly. Did you truly believe that the Tang family would allow you to easily seize the secret realm and subsequently take down our Bai family, only to finally turn their attention towards them? Within box 3, Wind Fanshou's complexion flushed with anger. The Tang family, this grudge shall not be forgotten by the Wind family. Meanwhile, in box 1, continuous screams of excitement erupted, not only from Chen Mo, but also from the wealthy young woman Lu Jing, who was equally exhilarated. WVE struck it rich. The crowd reveled for over 10 minutes until a bank card containing 30 trillion appeared before Chen Mo. Gradually, he quieted, staring blankly at the card in his hand, his heart a tumult of emotions. Chapter 28. The Secrets of the Extreme Realm. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo slowly spoke and extended the bank card towards Chen Yu. "I would like to ask Master to help me convert this money into cultivation resources." Chen Yu casually accepted the bank card, playfully reprimanding Chen Mo. "You rascal. Do you truly wish to deprive me of even a moment's respite? But who could blame me, as I am your master? What resources do you require?" There was no hint of reproach on his face, only a smile. Appreciating Chen Mo's diligent aspirations, it would be a mere trifle for a master like him, presiding over the Spirit Master Association. Chen Mo had long since formulated his plans, promptly listing all he desired. "I seek resources for fire, light, darkness, water, and dragon attributes, with a particular emphasis on dragon resources, and I require a substantial quantity of energy crystals. It would also be beneficial to acquire some fine treasures for Xiao Yao to equip Chen Yu naturally understood that Chen Mo aimed to specialize in dragon attributes, a result of his guidance. However, he was taken aback by Chen Mo's request for light and darkness resources. What do you need light and darkness resources for? Is there something you are concealing from your master? Chen Yu feigned displeasure, his expression growing stern. Chen Mo, unsure of the authenticity of his master's ire, hastily produced the shadow dragon egg. This is another dragon egg I obtained in the secret realm, which I forgot to mention to you, master. You are not angry with me, are you? Chen Yu broke into a grin, his eyebrows dancing with amusement as he teased Chen Mo. Haha, I was merely jesting. How could I be so petty? He then took the dragon egg from Chen Mo, examining it closely. To his surprise, his expression turned visibly grim, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. You lucky boy, you stumbled upon an egg of this caliber. I cannot help but wonder if you are the illegitimate child of some great being sent here to hone your skills. Chen Yu glanced skyward, as if genuinely searching for evidence of such a claim. Then, turning back to Chen Mo, he huffed with envy. Were it not for my position as your master, I would have claimed this egg for myself. Chen Yu's admiration for a spirit beast had never been so pronounced. Even Chen Mo's mother had only elicited such envy from him with her esteemed spirit, the divine shield, Xuanwu. Chen Yu, intrigued, took the dragon egg and, upon a cursory glance, instantly understood why Chen Yu reacted so strongly. A special attack of 195. It is nearing a staggering 200 in its base stats before evolution. Such a creature is a rare terror in this world. Chen Yu then passed the egg to Lu Jing, who, too, was left speechless. In their eyes, Chen Mo seemed to be enveloped in a radiant golden glow. Wait, I have encountered the shadow dragon before, and recall its special attack value being high, yet only at 170. Why does yours exceed that by 25? Chen Yu reached out, and the egg flew into his hand. Chen Mo was equally perplexed. Having never seen a shadow dragon and assuming its stats were fixed, suddenly, he recalled something. A black and white card materialized in his hand. The certificate of life and death. Before Chen Mo could utter a word, Chen Yu exclaimed its name, looking at him in shock. A surge of blood threatened to burst forth from his lips. Master, do you recognize this? Before Chen Mo could finish, Chen Yu shouted, why am I devoid of such luck? I refuse to accept this. Subsequently, a card identical to Chen Mo's appeared in Chen Yu's hand. I remember the lengths I went to acquire this certificate of life and death. Even selling my own body to obtain it from her mother, it was a dark time indeed. I never imagined you would stumble upon such an opportunity. You must be aware that the esteemed life and death sovereign attained enlightenment through his own body. Your dragon could very well be one of his significant creations. As Chen Yu pondered, his frustration grew, and he playfully ruffled Chen Mo's hair, much to the amusement of the two watching women. However, Chen Yu's curiosity only intensified, and regardless of how he teased, he finally posed his question. Chen Yu softened his grip, nodding in satisfaction at Chen Mo's response, and patiently explained. In truth, it is your perspective that is too narrow. Species values can indeed be enhanced, though it is particularly challenging. The known methods can be broadly categorized into three types. The first involves a bond between two entities that enables a form of evolution known as bond evolution to enhance species values. The second remains a mystery, referred to as nirvana. Dispersing all cultivation to revert to the original egg form can enhance certain species values. The third, the simplest, involves utilizing talents, world wonders, and other unstable means to achieve enhancement. Chen Mo nodded, somewhat comprehending, but a question lingered in his mind. What happens if the species value reaches its peak? Chen Mo was eager to learn more about this topic, as he possessed a talent that could enhance species values. Chen Yu gazed deeply at Chen Mo, slowly articulating two words. The extreme realm. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Yu spoke solemnly. This is a state that cannot be reached by human means. The heavenly Tao does not permit the existence of perfection in the world, and all beings that achieve perfection are rewarded by the heavenly Tao, thus attaining the extreme realm. Every spirit beast that possesses the extreme realm is truly a child of destiny, experiencing a tremendous enhancement in strength. Being undefeated among peers is merely child's play. Chen Mo's hands trembled, his excitement forcibly suppressed. His talent must remain a secret. At that moment, he realized just how terrifying his gift truly was. He feared that the instant he revealed it, powerful beings would seize him. It must not be spoken. Chen Mo continuously chanted in his heart, his expression dazed. Chen Yu, mistaking his shock for astonishment, gently patted Chen Mo's shoulder. Young one, the world is vast. There remains much for you to learn. Startled, Chen Mo shook himself awake, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Chen Yu continued, however, it seems that this egg lacks energy and is currently unable to hatch. Chen Mo nodded, noticing that Chen Yu had already summoned various light and dark attribute resources from his spatial realm, repeatedly testing them beside the egg. Yet, no results were forthcoming. This egg is quite finicky. Soon after, Chen Yu produced a black crystal, from which an overwhelmingly rich dark energy emanated. Upon contact with the surface, the shadow dragon egg began to quiver incessantly. Finally, something worked. Master, what is this? Chen Mo inquired with curiosity. The crystallization of laws is not without cost. It will be deducted from your finances. As he spoke, he retrieved a white crystal and a yellow crystal from the void, his expression reflecting a twinge of pain. For these were scarce resources. Please be frugal with them, he urged. Thank you, master. Never did I anticipate that the issue of incubation would be resolved so effortlessly. Having an exceptional master truly makes a difference. The moment Chen Mo took possession of the crystals, he realized that such treasures could not merely be purchased with wealth. He approached Chen Yu, showering him with admiration for his wisdom and prowess, which elicited a smile from him. Chapter 29, The Evolution of Talent. The four of them opened the door. Awaiting outside for quite some time were Bai Qifeng and Bai Qingru, who hurriedly approached upon seeing them emerge. President Chen, you have finally come out. Bai Qifeng exclaimed, his face adorned with a broad smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. Bai family head, what brings you here? I wish to offer 500 million for a soul awakening fruit from your hands for my granddaughter, Bai Qingru. Sharo, come forward and say hello. As he spoke, Bai Qingru stepped forward, inclined her head towards Chen Yu, but her gaze inadvertently flickered to Chen Yuan, who stood to the side. Yuan, what are you doing here? The unexpected turn of events left Bai Qifeng and Bai Qingru momentarily bewildered. Prior to this, Bai Qingru had been unaware that Chen Yuan was Chen Yu's daughter. She merely intended to make an appearance before Chen Yu and Chen Mo. Upon glancing around, she was astonished to find Lu Jing present as well. Qingru, Chen Yuan, who had been engaged in conversation with Lu Jing, exclaimed in surprise upon spotting Bai Qingru. Dad, this is my roommate, Bai Qingru. Chen Yuan quickly took Bai Qingru's hand in hers. Dad. Bai Qingru's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan stuck out her tongue. I didn't mean to keep it a secret. Dad asked me to. With a flicker of his mental energy, Chen Yuan was drawn back to his side. Knowing you were to keep it confidential, why did you mention it? Chen Mo, having previously encountered her, calmly introduced himself. However, upon seeing her again, a realization dawned upon him. He had long been troubled by the question of why the shadow dragon had gone unnoticed by Yifeng. Now, it became clear, it had been gifted to Bai Qingru. This revelation clarified why Bai Qingru had chosen to marry him and why all the resources of her clan were directed towards him. Everything fell into place. After coming to this understanding, an involuntary smile spread across Chen Mo's face, prompting Lu Jing to mistakenly interpret his expression as infatuation with the stunning Bai Qingru. She approached him, asserting her claim over her. Let the soul awakening fruit be. I have my own uses for it, and I am already acquainted with your granddaughter. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Chen Yu interjected, wishing to avoid lingering with the old man. With that, he departed, followed closely by Chen Mo and the others. Once the four had completely vanished from sight, Bai Qifeng spoke slowly. Sharo, the Bai family relies on you. Strive to maintain good relations with them. Yes. Upon returning home, Chen Mo lay on his bed, unable to suppress a smile. In a mere few days, he had managed to alter his fate in a remarkable fashion. Everything felt surreal. Initially, he had planned to ally with Bai Qingru, but unexpectedly, he had latched onto an even more formidable support. The matter concerning Bai Qingru no longer occupied his thoughts. After some contemplation, Chen Mo's eyelids grew heavy. Forget it. I will address it upon returning to school the day after tomorrow. Ding ding ding. The doorbell rang, prompting Chen Mo to reluctantly open his eyes and answer the door. A figure clad in black stood at the threshold. Are you Mr. Chen Mo? This is a spatial ring from President Chen. He has entered seclusion this morning and will remain so for several months. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Mo accepted the spatial ring with a word of thanks and closed the door, eagerly inspecting the contents within. Before him lay an array of materials, with dragon essence fruits scattered throughout. Piles of dragon-related resources formed small mountains, and there were 4 more such heaps. Scattered around were energy crystals. But Chen Mo noted that most of these resources were of a lower tier, none exceeding the 3rd rank. Consequently, their value was rather modest, certainly not amounting to 30 trillion. Chen Mo found it hard to believe that Chen Yu would squander his money. After all, as his disciple, such a sum was merely a drop in the ocean for him. Chen Mo's mental energy swept across the space, examining every nook and cranny. Indeed, in a corner, he discovered 17 law crystals, 7 of the dragon type, 3 of light, 3 of darkness, 2 of fire, and 2 of water. Beside them lay a note. Chen Mo hastily unfolded the note and read it. It turned out to be a price list for these resources. Several dragon, fire, water, darkness, and light resources were valued at 4 trillion. 500 million energy crystals were worth 500 billion. Additionally, there was a bank card containing 1 billion. Alongside the previous 3, they amounted to a total of 20 law crystals, valued at 20 trillion. Chen Mo observed the first 3 items as relatively normal, even exceeding his expectations. Especially the third item warmed his heart. He had forgotten to set aside some funds, and yet Chen Yu had been so considerate. However, upon seeing the valuation of 20 law crystals at 20 trillion, Chen Mo's eyelids twitched, and his hand trembled as he clutched the note. As if anticipating Chen Mo's reaction, the note continued with additional comments. Early contact with the laws is beneficial for breaking through to the star-destroying level. Do not hesitate. 1 billion per crystal is undoubtedly a bargain. Chen Mo recognized Chen Yu's goodwill. But the realization that resources he had initially anticipated utilizing for the 9th rank were only worth 30 law crystals pained him. Grasping a law crystal, Chen Mo attempted to channel his mental energy into it. A notification chimed in response. Ding. A law crystal can be exchanged for 10,000 golden evolution points. Would you like to proceed? What? 10,000 golden evolution points. Exchange. Without a second thought, Chen Mo redeemed one of the dragon-type law crystals. Upon doing so, he summoned the attributes of the little demon. With golden evolution points in hand, he realized just how many were required for talent upgrades. Name: Explosive Flame Dragon level, none base stats, 600 attributes, Fire, Dragon talent, Red, 010000, Skills, Explosive Fire Dragon Bomb, 210, Fiery Slash, Skilled, 150-1000, Explosive Dragon Armor, Novice, 2100. Dragon Blood Boiling, Novice, 1100. Dragon Flame, Skilled, 11,000. The Explosive Flame Dragon possesses formidable melee capabilities and a profound obsession with explosions, believing that art is explosion, making it an extremely combative race. 10,000. Chen Mo stared in astonishment at the experience points following the red attribute. It was not just low, it was exceedingly minimal. With just 1 crystal, he could elevate the little demon from red to golden talent. What an incredible value. At 1 billion per crystal, it was well worth it. Chen Mo even contemplated the idea of redeeming all 19 remaining crystals. However, considering the yet-to-be-born Shadow Dragon, he restrained his impulse. Nonetheless, he was eager to see what talent evolution entailed. Hastily, Chen Mo summoned the little demon. The moment the little demon appeared, it burrowed into Chen Mo's embrace, only calming down after he offered reassurances. Little demon, you are in for a treat, he declared, channeling all 10,000 golden evolution points into the little demon. A radiant white light enveloped the little demon instantly. Roar. With a single roar, the brilliant light vanished, and the little demon reappeared in Chen Mo's sight. The transformation was not as drastic as he had envisioned. Its body had elongated, its limbs were more muscular, the flames enveloping it burned with greater vibrancy and intensity, and its eyes sparkled with an enhanced liveliness. Behold, the upgraded version of the little demon has officially made its debut. Chapter 30. The Freedom of Evolution Points. The freshly upgraded little demon was in an extraordinary state of excitement, eagerly burrowing into Chen Mo's embrace. Although its body had shrunk slightly, its weight felt even heavier than before. The essence of its being had been concentrated. All right, enough with the licking. I know you are grateful. But your saliva is all over my face, Chen Mo exclaimed, gently turning the little demon's head away and massaging it until it settled down. Casually, he pulled out a dragon fruit and held it to the little demon's mouth. Upon seeing Chen Mo nod in approval, the little demon joyfully consumed the fruit, a look of sheer delight on its face. Chen Mo then retrieved an energy crystal from his spatial ring. Since the law crystals could be exchanged for evolution points, it stood to reason that the energy crystals could be as well. Enveloping the energy crystal with a strand of mental energy, he received a notification. Ding. Detected that the energy crystal can be exchanged for 100 silver evolution points. 100? Chen Mo felt a tinge of disappointment. It did not equate to the 10,000 points he had received from the law crystal. However, this was somewhat expected, as he had previously estimated the exchange rate from the water bluebell's conversion ratio. Roughly, 1,000 units could be exchanged for 1 silver evolution point. Setting aside 2 million energy crystals for cultivation should suffice for the initial stages, while converting the remaining 3 million into silver evolution points seemed prudent. Without further ado, Chen Mo proceeded to exchange all 3 million energy crystals. Ding. Successfully acquired 300 million silver evolution points. 300 million. The freedom of evolution points had been realized. Chen Mo's heart raced uncontrollably. Witnessing such a vast number of evolution points for the first time was overwhelming. Gazing at the little demon, who had finished eating and was now resting on the ground, he felt an urge to allocate all the evolution points to it. Yet, he realized that if the little demon became too reliant on such effortless gains, it could pose a risk to its future cultivation. Chen Mo fought to suppress his impulsive desires. Little demon, let us train. At the Spirit Master Association's advanced training ground, he instructed, you shall practice dragon flame, and when you tire, feel free to consume some dragon fruits. He casually scattered a dozen dragon fruits on the ground. These fruits were the best choice for energy recovery, body sculpting, and foundational strengthening for young dragons. Chen Mo had left behind hundreds of thousands of them in his spatial ring. Too many to consume as mere snacks. Was this what they called the troubles of wealth? The little demon responded with enthusiasm and trotted towards the training field. Chen Mo settled onto the ground, retrieving the celestial star spirit technique, and began to study it intently. The fusion of their souls and the little demon's talent feedback had exponentially enhanced Chen Mo's comprehension and innate abilities. Although he could not grasp the entirety of its meaning instantly, he was able to glean insights. Within a few hours, he had roughly understood the cultivation method for the first phase. Arranging the required resources on the ground, he held an energy crystal in each hand, creating a carpet of crystals. Drawing upon mental energy, he began to condense the energy within his mind. A diamond-shaped crystalline framework began to take shape. Chen Mo held his breath, focusing intently. For the next part was of utmost importance, manipulating his mental energy to intricately carve a star map onto the surface of the crystal. Step by step, he followed the instructions laid out in the text to perfect the carving. The first star to be etched was the Ziwei star, positioned at the very center of the crystal. The force of his carving had to be precise. Too strong would penetrate the crystal, yet too weak would fail to manifest any design. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Though only a few minutes had passed, the process was excruciating. With a deep breath, Chen Mo released a sigh of relief as his mental energy completed the final stroke. The star map was successfully carved. Only the final step remained, infusing energy into it. Clenching the energy crystal tightly, he channeled energy from it into the diamond crystal. The transparent, filamentous energy, upon entering, gradually transformed into a gaseous state. Thus began the continuous process of filling it. 1 fold, 2 folds. Each increment represented an increase in foundation. Aside from innate talents, this was the sole method to enhance one's potential. The heavens reward diligence. The amount of energy infused during the initial shaping of the mental core would determine its future capacity, unable to be elevated by any other means. Therefore, Chen Mo gritted his teeth and persevered. Fortunately, the abundance of energy crystals he had scattered around provided a constant supply, ensuring that his capacity did not diminish. In his past life, Chen Mo had suffered this very plight, only achieving an 80% completion. 70%. This was already the limit for an ordinary person. However, having been reborn, his mental energy was now twice as powerful, allowing him to break through 70% with relative ease. 80%. Chen Mo could distinctly feel the pressure mounting. His eyes reddened, and his face flushed. 90%. Every vein in his body bulged, threatening to burst at a mere touch. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, he sensed the little demon nearby, anxiously watching him, whimpering softly. A tremor of resolve surged within Chen Mo. His gaze hardened, and he clenched the energy crystal tighter, leaving an imprint of his grip. 99%. So close to perfection. With a deep exhale, he collapsed onto the ground. The little demon rushed over, only to find Chen Mo grinning widely, which reassured it enough to lick his face. Though he had not reached a full 100%, he felt immensely satisfied. This achievement undoubtedly surpassed that of millions. Chen Mo patted the little demon, and his mental energy returned to his mind. A nearly complete mental core now hovered in the air, adorned with a unique star map. This star map could draw upon the power of celestial bodies to accelerate the cultivation of the mental core, serving as a veritable accelerator. Yet, the cost was a substantial resource investment, unfriendly to the common folk. Nevertheless, Chen Mo could not help but admire the ingenuity of the Emperor's creation. The approach was truly innovative. Throughout the millennia, countless individuals had attempted to devise techniques, but all had failed without exception. Humanity could only rely on the most rudimentary method of energy absorption, yet the efficiency was abysmally low. Snapping back to reality, Chen Mo gathered the remaining and used resources from the ground, preparing for the next session. Assessing his own strength, he realized he had successfully advanced to the first tier. Chen Mo sensed the little demon's power. Besides an increase in skill proficiency, the energy within it was also on the rise, mere steps away from reaching the first tier. Glancing at the time, he was astonished to find that over 6 hours had passed. Observing the little demon's sweat, he understood that it had not slacked off during his own training. Chen Mo waved his hand, and the little demon adeptly lay on the ground, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Without further ado, he began to massage the little demon. Moments later, it lay relaxed on the ground. Chen Mo examined the results of the little demon's training. Name: Explosive Flame Dragon. Level: None. Base Stats: 600. Type: Fire Dragon. Talent: Golden 0100000. Skills: Explosive Fire Dragon Ball. Beginner: 2100. Fiery Slash. Proficient: 350-1000. Explosive Dragon Armor. Beginner: 50100. Dragon Blood Boiling. Beginner: 36100. Dragon Flame. Proficient: 852-1000. The Blazing Dragon boasts formidable close combat capabilities and an insatiable passion for explosions, revering the notion that art is synonymous with detonation and embodies an exceedingly combative race. While all other skills exhibit slight enhancements, the training focused on the Dragon Flame yields commendable results. Chen Mo has maximized his proficiency with the Dragon Flame, achieving mastery. As the little demon reclined in relaxation, an epiphany surged through her mind, granting her greater control over the Dragon Flame. Rising to her feet, she spun about in excitement, eager to resume training, only to be halted. This was precisely the effect Chen Mo desired: addiction. Each training session, progressively introducing evolution points, instills a thirst for improvement in the little demon after each advancement. Chapter 31. Return to School and Domination. Inside the classroom, as Chen Mo crossed the threshold, the collective gaze of his classmates converged upon him. The news of the secret realm he discovered being auctioned for 30 trillion had stirred quite a commotion within the school, inciting envy among many. Chen Mo, you truly have struck gold, managing to acquire a secret realm, yelled Yifeng from the back row, his voice tinged with jealousy. Drawing everyone's attention, Chen Mo cast a sidelong glance at Yifeng, choosing to disregard the words of such a person. A dog cannot change its nature. He strode directly to his desk, unzipped his backpack, and meticulously arranged an array of books. Witnessing this scene, his classmates couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. If they had come into such wealth, they certainly would not have maintained Chen Mo's composure, still attending school. Observing Chen Mo's actions, Yifeng exaggeratedly remarked, "Having money makes a difference. Your attitude is even more aloof than before. You'd do better to spend this time studying and enriching your shallow thoughts." Without hesitation, Chen Mo retorted, causing Yifeng's expression to darken as he muttered a curse and retreated to his seat. The surrounding students, witnessing Yifeng's embarrassment, stifled their laughter as they discussed it amongst themselves. "Chen Mo, how about a battle against my fire monkey?" Since their agreement to duel during the barbecue, Yang Hao had been contemplating this matter. However, fearing that Chen Mo might lack the funds for a spirit pet, he hesitated to bring it up. Upon learning of Chen Mo's discovery of the secret realm and subsequent fortune, Yang Hao was convinced that he must have acquired his own spirit pet for the contest. This also stemmed from a hint of self-interest. In theoretical knowledge, he fell far short of Chen Mo, but when it came to training spirit pets, they were both novices. Starting from the same line, he yearned to seize this opportunity to prove his worth. The classmates around them gazed in astonishment at the audacious Yang Hao, who dared to challenge the perennial top student. Yet, considering Chen Mo's potential in spirit mastery might not mirror his academic prowess, they understood Yang Hao's rationale. To their disbelief, Chen Mo readily acquiesced. Yang Hao, taken aback by Chen Mo's ease of agreement, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Let us go," Chen Mo calmly uttered, rising and making his way toward the nearest training ground. The other students, eager to spectate, followed suit, anticipating a display of Chen Mo's prowess and whether he could retain his position as the top student. At the training ground, it would be disingenuous for Yang Hao to claim he felt no nerves. Facing Chen Mo felt akin to confronting an insurmountable mountain. Even from a distance, the pressure was palpable. Yang Hao bellowed, bolstering his courage, "Come forth, fire monkey." A strikingly crimson monkey, flames licking at its head and tail, materialized before the onlookers. Roar. The fire monkey's entrance elicited murmurs among the crowd. It's the fire monkey, a formidable spirit pet in the early stages. No wonder Yang Hao dares to challenge Chen Mo. He seems well prepared. Look at Chen Mo. He appears utterly unfazed. The crowd turned their attention to Chen Mo, waiting for his next move. "It seems you have indeed put in considerable effort," Chen Mo remarked, admiring the fire monkey's muscular form, sleek and well-defined, perfectly suited for agile strikes. Hearing Chen Mo's praise, Yang Hao bashfully scratched his head. "Come forth, little demon." Chen Mo's aura erupted forth, astonishingly reaching first-tier status. Yang Hao stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the little demon made a dazzling entrance. "It's a dragon." Gasps filled the air among the spectators. Yet, Yang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Fortunately, this blazing dragon hasn't reached first tier. I still have a chance." Though apprehensive, Yang Hao was resolute not to concede. Even the fire monkey stood firm, awaiting Yang Hao's command. Fire monkey, unleash a fierce attack. The fire monkey sprang into action, enveloped in flames, racing toward the little demon. Before it could react, a powerful punch landed on the little demon. Did that have any effect? Yang Hao scrutinized the spot where the blazing dragon had been struck, noting only a faint white mark. No effect at all, he thought. Frustrated. This was a skill he had diligently honed over the past few days, now nearing proficiency. Yet, it had no impact on the blazing dragon. Yang Hao had underestimated Chen Mo's defense. Indeed, the dragon type was the most coveted spirit pet for a reason. The surrounding students commented. That was quite an impressive attack. Chen Mo sincerely praised. That maneuver would surely yield decent results against others. Little demon, flame slash. The little demon's claws instantly ignited with flames, sweeping toward the fire monkey. The flames shot forth, catching the fire monkey off guard. It attempted to dodge, but still suffered a burn on its arm, blood flowing freely. What is this? Flame slash is supposed to be a melee attack, not a ranged one. Yang Hao exclaimed in disbelief. This is a proficient level flame slash. Impossible. I've seen even mastered flame slashes that lack this effect. The only explanation was that the blazing dragon possessed an extraordinary talent for flame slash. How terrifying. Is this the power of the top student? In just a few days, he has created such a vast chasm between us. Yifeng harbored a flicker of resentment, enviously eyeing the formidable little demon. If only I had that dragon. I could do it too. Yang Hao hurriedly stepped forward, recalling the fire monkey into his space. The injury appeared severe, yet it was merely superficial. With some time to recuperate in the spirit space, it would heal. Yang Hao cast a deep glance at Chen Mo as he approached. Thank you for your restraint. He sensed that the recent flame slash had been tempered. Otherwise, at that speed, the fire monkey would have had no chance to evade and would have lost an arm. We're all classmates. There's no need for enmity, Chen Mo said, patting Yang Hao on the shoulder. Your earlier fierce attack truly took me by surprise. Had you achieved proficiency, I would have faced some difficulties. A smile spread across Yang Hao's face. Receiving Chen Mo's praise was worthwhile. Let us head back to class. Chen Mo led the way, with the other students trailing closely behind. Yang Hao stood aside, while Chen Mo walked ahead, providing guidance on the understanding of aggressive assaults. Yang Hao nodded repeatedly, almost eager to jot down Chen Mo's insights in a small notebook for a late-night review. With 30 years of experience, Chen Mo's approach to these newly initiated spirit masters was akin to a dimensional strike. The admiration in the eyes of the other students directed at Chen Mo was palpable, and unbeknownst to them, they began to regard him as their leader. Chapter 32. A drop of water will be repaid with a fountain. In the classroom, despite it being the first official day of classes, the number of students present was dishearteningly low. The homeroom teacher, Lu Liang, alongside some newly arrived students, expressed their curiosity about the sparse attendance. Just then, Chen Mo entered with a group, engrossed in discussions about the recent battle. The consensus among them was that Yang Hao's prowess should secure him a place within the top 5 of the class, while Chen Mo was undoubtedly the top contender. Unmatched by anyone. Where have you all been? Why are you so late? Lu Liang's expression was stern as he approached them, blocking their path. Although he generally adopted a gentle demeanor and mingled well with his students, he would not tolerate any mischief that could ruin the class's reputation. Such improper behavior would be thoroughly investigated. It's Chen Mo, Yifeng shouted from within the crowd before swiftly hiding himself. Just as Yifeng relished the thought of watching Chen Mo get reprimanded, he was unexpectedly exposed as the group split into two, revealing him to everyone's gaze. Instantly, he felt the weight of their stares, prompting him to retreat into the crowd. Moving left, those on his left side stepped aside. Moving right, those on his right side did the same. Lu Liang disdainfully turned his gaze away, no longer willing to regard Yifeng, the jester. Is that so? Lu Liang's tone softened, adopting an air of disbelief. Yes, Chen Mo replied calmly, unperturbed. It was my desire to compete with Chen Mo. I take full responsibility. Yang Hao stepped forward to admit. Everyone else, return to your seats. Chen Mo, come with me. Lu Liang scolded sternly. His gaze icy as he quickened his pace to leave the classroom. As soon as they exited, the classroom erupted into chaos. It's over. Chen Mo is really in trouble this time. I've never seen old Lu this angry, whispered the students. It's all Yifeng's fault. If we hadn't said anything, old Lu wouldn't have punished the entire class. Indeed, he's a two-faced little man, still playing the snitch at his age. The group glared menacingly at Yifeng. The thrill he felt from betraying Chen Mo had vanished, replaced by fear, yet he stubbornly insisted it was his idea to compete. The crowd erupted in anger. You were the one who went. If trouble arises, you'll be the one to pay. The volume of their accusations escalated, prompting Yang Hao to intervene. Enough. Brother Mo is old Lu's favorite. Let us remain rational and not escalate this. As they reconsidered, the group quieted down. Though they continued to mutter insults towards Yifeng, casting disdainful glances in his direction. You really know how to stir up trouble, don't you? Lu Liang, who had previously been stern, now wore a playful smile as he scolded. Opening the office door, he found two girls waiting inside. Chen Mo. Before Lu Liang could introduce them, the two girls spoke in unison. Chen Yuan, by Qingru. You know each other. Lu Liang exclaimed, bewildered. They are transfer students who requested to join our class, he added, realizing, I thought my teaching had gained renown, but it appears it was you who attracted them. Without allowing the three to reminisce, Lu Liang directed the girls away. What on earth happened? Chen Mo recounted the events to Lu Liang in detail. That Yang Hao just loves to stir up trouble, Lu Liang remarked. Let me see your spirit. Without hesitation, Chen Mo summoned his little spirit. Upon its appearance, Lu Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. You truly know how to surprise me, Lu Liang exclaimed, inspecting the little spirit with growing approval and showering it with praise. The little spirit, seemingly intimidated by Lu Liang's fervent gaze, burrowed deeper into Chen Mo's embrace. Noticing its behavior, Lu Liang merely laughed heartily, gesturing for Chen Mo to recall the spirit. It seems that the challenge I set for you is still too easy, he said. Do you have any new goals? With unwavering resolve, Chen Mo straightened his posture and declared, first place. Just as I expected from my student. Ambitious. Lu Liang laughed heartily, clapping his thighs in delight. Very well, I look forward to your performance. You may return to class. I will join you shortly. Teacher, I have a small request, Chen Mo said, prompting Lu Liang's curiosity as he gestured for him to continue. I hope you will accept my token of gratitude, which includes 1 million as a thank you for your guidance. Lu Liang's expression shifted, and he huffed in displeasure. Do you think I, Lu Liang, am a greedy person? Would I teach for money? In today's society, any spirit master can earn tens of thousands easily with a simple task. Yet a teacher's salary barely reaches 50 or 60,000. To an ordinary person, that may seem substantial, but for a spirit master, it is merely a drop in the bucket. Only a few elderly individuals or those resigned to stagnation would take on such a role. Very few, like myself, pursue a greater ambition. Teacher, I am aware you have remained at the third rank for 10 years due to resource constraints. Over the years, how many students like me have you supported? This is what you rightfully deserve. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lu Liang's demeanor softened, and he sighed. 10 years ago, I was broke, my breakthroughs indefinitely stalled, and I vowed to help children like me who should not be limited by financial means. Lowering his head, he continued. But I am powerless, only able to assist them academically, as the income one earn is insufficient to support even myself. As he grew more impassioned, Lu Liang stood, placing his right hand on Chen Mo's shoulder. You are different. You are my most outstanding student. Assisting you is also fulfilling my own aspirations. His face flushed with admiration. Because of this, teacher, you must accept this money. Chen Mo stood tall, asserting, a drop of kindness deserves a fountain of repayment. You wouldn't want your students to be ungrateful, so you must accept it. Seeing Lu Liang still hesitating, Chen Mo intensified his plea. Teacher, you are our role model. But I hope even more that you become your own role model, bravely striving for greatness. Lu Liang took a deep breath, meeting Chen Mo's gaze, his eyes slightly red. Speaking with a hint of emotion, I will accept this money, but only if you secure first place in the national competition. Should you become complacent over this financial matter, I will not forgive you. With his rough, weathered hand, Lu Liang accepted the bank card and turned away, leaning against Chen Mo. All right, you may return to class. I will follow shortly. Chen Mo, satisfied, nodded and walked away briskly. As he exited the office, Lu Liang finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. With age comes the tendency for sand to find its way into the eyes. Chapter 33, The Jealous Yifeng. In the classroom, all students had gathered, and discussions filled the air. Chen Mo is back. Leaning against the window, my keen eyes caught a glimpse of a figure approaching the classroom, prompting me to call out loudly. Instantly, the class erupted into a lively buzz, the din of discussions resuming once more. I had anticipated that old Lu's fondness for Chen Mo was unfounded, and that there was truly nothing to worry about. Yet, it seemed some remained unnecessarily anxious. Who? I wonder, was it that kept nervously glancing out the window? What began as a trivial matter had escalated into this turmoil, all due to one individual. Indeed, those who delight in reporting others are likely as insignificant as a mere snot-nosed worm. Such individuals deserve scorn, oblivious to their own worth. Yifeng, nearly the target of direct condemnation, could hardly tolerate it as a young person and retorted angrily, "What's wrong with reporting? It's my right to do so. Who are you to interfere?" Yang Hao, unable to contain himself, glared at Yifeng, nearly ready to strike, but thankfully was restrained by classmates nearby. when one errs. Acknowledgement is essential, and one must stand firm when facing consequences. If he could simply own up to his mistake, we would remain classmates and avoid a rift. Yet, his stubbornness ignited Yang Hao's fury as he shouted, "If you insist on that, then isolating you is our right. You have no say in the matter. Do you all agree?" Yi Feng, taken aback by Yang Hao's resoluteness, anxiously scanned the room for reactions. If this trend continued, it could spiral out of control. Unsurprisingly, this traitor to the group was promptly met with disdain, the crowd casting disapproving glances in his direction. Many joined in the mockery, deriding Yi Feng with biting sarcasm. Is the reporting brother scared? Is he about to run to the teacher to make a report? Ha ha ha, I propose we call him Right's brother. He has rights aplenty. I shall annihilate you in the name of rights. Toot toot. The cacophony of condemnation persisted until Chen Mo entered the classroom, halting their jeers. Mo go. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for wanting to stir things up. Old Lu hasn't he made things difficult for you, has he? Yang Hao approached, his brow furrowed with concern. Chen Mo patted his shoulder and replied, Who do you think I am? I am the foremost disciple of old Lu. What could possibly trouble me? With that, Yang Hao relaxed and returned to his seat. Chen Mo made his way to his desk, surrounded by a wave of caring voices, clearly taking the lead amongst his peers. Just as he settled in, the anxious Lu Jing inquired about the situation, and upon receiving Chen Mo's reassurances, she began to chat comfortably with him. Yi Feng seethed silently, watching Chen Mo mingle with the classmates, muttering inwardly, This is all your fault. It's entirely because of you that I find myself in this predicament. May you meet an untimely end. Before long, Lu Liang arrived with Chun Yuan and Bai Qingru in tow. Their entrance caused a commotion. The eyes of numerous spirited boys widened in fervent interest. It must be said, the beauty of the two girls was beyond compare, scoring a near-perfect 99 out of 100. The sole point lost was merely due to differing styles and preferences. Old Lu, let them sit with me. I haven't had a deskmate in ages, and it's hard to progress academically alone. Teacher, the two of us boys have been sitting together for a year now. We believe we are ready to shoulder the responsibility of caring for the girls. Nonsense. I see you harbor ulterior motives. Teacher, I, on the other hand, am utterly innocent. Chen Yuan cast a shy glance at the eager boys, while Bai Qingru wore a look of accustomed indifference. Lu Liang clapped twice at the podium, finally bringing the raucous boys to silence. These are our new students, Bai Qingru and Chen Yuan. Let us give them a warm welcome. The classroom erupted into thunderous applause. A bittersweet smile crept onto Lu Liang's face as he mused. If only you boys were as capable as Chen Mo, you two would find such beautiful girlfriends in due time. His words ignited an uproar. Old Lu, what do you mean? What is going on? ISN T Chen Mo officially paired with Lu Jing? Oh my, what a battlefield. Silence. I feel like I'm privy to some monumental gossip. Could it be that the two girls are meeting? How utterly riveting. The crowd's gaze flitted between Lu Jing, Chen Yuan, and Chen Mo. Chen Yuan's face flushed a deep crimson, and even Lu Jing could not help but turn beet red. Since you're so eager to watch, Chen Yuan and Bai Qingru, you should sit behind Chen Mo. The scene erupted once more. The crowd silently applauded Lu Liang. Their old teacher knew precisely what entertained them. The two girls swiftly occupied the vacant seats behind Chen Mo. Yet, the anticipated drama failed to materialize, as Lu Jing and Chen Yuan engaged in amicable conversation. What? Tear into each other already. I've got my popcorn ready, and this is what I'm served? Lu Liang chuckled heartily at the podium. The audience looked at him in confusion. However, their apprehension eased. At least Chen Mo hadn't pulled too far ahead, indicating they still had a chance. Just as they felt a sense of relief, Lu Liang dropped yet another bombshell. The three of them have already met each other's parents. What? The classroom erupted into chaos. The boys stared incredulously at Chen Mo, who simply nodded in acknowledgement, instantly rendering them with expressions of despair. Meanwhile, the girls were abuzz with excitement. Previously, they had maintained distance from Chen Mo out of respect for Lu Jing. However, if she could accept Chen Yuan, surely she wouldn't mind another addition. Chen Mo turned to Chen Yuan and asked, How did old Lu find out about this? Chen Yuan shyly glanced at Chen Mo and replied, He kept asking once he knew we were acquainted, so I had no choice but to tell him. Chen Mo nodded in resignation, realizing why his master urged him to look after her. She was far too naive. Even Lu Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't anticipated such a simple reason would expose their secret. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who had been silent, gazed at Chen Mo in disbelief. In that moment, his worldview shattered, and he found himself muttering in disbelief, This can't be happening. His eyes were vacant, as if he were a puppet. Well then, your chances have slipped away. However, if you apply yourselves diligently, perhaps you too may find your destined partner. Lu Liang's words instantly inspired the crowd. Tonight, I shall study through the night. No one can stop me. Don't say that. If I don't work hard from now on, feel free to whip me. You? Oh, don't misinterpret my words, all right? Lu Liang looked at the lively youth before him, increasingly confident in the path he had chosen. Perhaps this life was indeed rewarding, teaching and nurturing the youth, experiencing the vigor of countless generations. He cast a deep glance at Chen Mo, who was engrossed in conversation with Lu Jing and others. Chapter 34. Chen Mo, let us train together. Without further ado, let us discuss our upcoming plans. Lu Liang clapped his hands at the podium, and the previously raucous laughter subsided almost instantly. Satisfied, Lu Liang nodded, pleased with the effect he had achieved. As is well known, the third year marks the commencement of spirit mastery, a pivotal stage in our academic journey, and it serves as a fresh beginning. Lu Liang paused to observe that everyone was listening attentively, nodding in approval as he continued his discourse. Here, we will all embark on spirit mastery for the first time. With only 1 year to cultivate our spirit pets for next year's national competition, so it is safe to say the playing field is level. However, this also signifies a reduction in our advantages. We have consistently upheld the principle of free teaching and have achieved commendable results. This year, we intend to continue with our established teaching methods. Our schedule is as follows. The 4 morning classes will be dedicated to theoretical learning, while the afternoon will be allocated for free training sessions. Our class supervisors will be present at the training grounds to provide guidance whenever necessary. In the evenings, students are expected to engage in the cultivation of their mental fortitude, with lights out at 10 o'clock before returning to the dormitory. As soon as this was announced, a girl raised her hand and inquired, "Teacher, would it be permissible for us to bring a professional trainer to the school?" All eyes turned towards the teacher, as this was a question on many minds. In this institution, students either excel academically or come from privileged backgrounds. When it comes to nurturing spirit pets, they all aspire to attain the highest standards, often seeking the expertise of professional trainers. Lu Liang nodded affirmatively, stating that it was indeed permissible, provided they registered properly. And accommodations could even be arranged for those trainers, allowing for on-demand learning. The girl sat down, satisfied, and another boy stood up to ask, "Teacher, if we wish to practice more in the evenings, will the training room remain accessible?" Lu Liang replied ambiguously, "Yes, the training rooms at our school are open 24 hours. But we do not advocate such practices. A proper schedule is crucial for recovery and renewal." Everyone understood the underlying message. There was no space for complacency. For those from less affluent backgrounds, or with subpar spirit pets, diligent training could effectively compensate for their disadvantages in the short term. The notion of sleeping at 10 o'clock was laughable for students. Anyone who retired before midnight would be looked down upon. It was even said within the school that if a teacher caught a student sleeping during the morning theory class, they would merely lower their voice, striving not to disturb the student's rest. This clearly indicated that the competition was not merely about academic prowess, but about sheer perseverance. As questions continued to arise, Lu Liang addressed each one with meticulous care. At that moment, Yang Hao stood up and asked, "Teacher, when will we commence group training?" The students, who had been engaged in discussion, halted their chatter and focused their attention on Lu Liang. This was indeed one of their primary concerns. During national competitions, most participants possess only a single spirit pet, which weakens their combat system significantly, making survival in the secret realms exceedingly challenging and resulting in poor performance. Some even had spirit pets that leaned towards support roles, which inherently lacked combat capability. Consequently, the school typically categorizes students into 3 training divisions: attackers, secondary attackers, and support roles. After a period of training, they would then undergo combined training, allowing students to cooperate with one another, thereby facilitating rapid formation of combat units when encountering fellow students. The more individuals involved, the greater the exponential increase in combat effectiveness. This style of combat could extend into society and even influence the lives of some individuals thereafter. After all, specializing in a singular path effectively minimizes resource wastage and maximizes resource utilization, leading to a more adept cultivation of spirit pets. Hence, some students form lifelong teams during their university years. We will initiate group training following the first monthly examination, so you have a month to contemplate your choices. Lu Jing nudged Chen Mo beside her and whispered, "Chen Mo, what are you planning to choose?" "I will undoubtedly be an attacker. What about you?" "Your flower fairy could serve as either a secondary attacker or a support role." Lu Jing pondered thoughtfully. "I suppose I should aim to be a secondary attacker. If luck is not on my side and I am discovered before meeting up with you all, at least I would possess some self-defense capabilities." Chen Mo nodded in agreement. "Then you should practice your vine entanglement more." He then turned to the girls behind him, Chun Yuan and Bai Qingru. "I believe I will also choose to be a secondary attacker, as my water spirit skills are predominantly supportive," Chen Yuan replied shyly. The role of a support can be characterized as a high-risk, high-reward option. It essentially entails a complete relinquishment of personal offensive capabilities. If fortune smiles upon one early in the competition, they may encounter fellow students, find a stronghold, and leverage supportive tactics within the secret realms, thus achieving a commendable score. However, should luck be unfavorable, one might end up with nothing and face elimination. It is not uncommon for support roles to score 0 points. Consequently, most individuals tend to shy away from the notion of taking on a support role. And you? I will be an attacker, as my light element attack power is rather impressive. Bai Qingru had always taken pride in her light element, which her family had specifically prepared for her, investing considerable effort for the upcoming selection competition. However, in comparison to Chen Mo, her abilities seemed quite lacking. Light element? That is indeed a commendable choice. Chen Mo, let us train together, Bai Qingru suddenly proclaimed, causing the two girls who had been chatting nearby to turn their attention towards them. Chen Mo was taken aback by Bai Qingru's unexpected invitation. Although he had previously attempted to draw closer to her, the instances they had met were few and far between. Just then, Lu Jing leaned in, wearing a conspiratorial expression. Even Chun Yuan widened her eyes, filled with curiosity as she gazed at Chen Mo. At a loss, Chen Mo turned to Bai Qingru, who was blushing crimson, having noticed Lu Jing and Chun Yuan's scrutiny. I mean no other intention. I simply wish to train with you and observe how you instruct spirit pets. The bell signaling the end of class rang abruptly, shattering the awkward atmosphere among the four. That will be all for today. Prepare for the next class, Lu Liang announced, and in an instant, the classroom erupted into a flurry of activity. Chen Mo, eager to take his leave, declared, I need to use the restroom. With a hasty exit, he left Bai Qingru behind, who was now the subject of scrutiny from the two girls. I shall also visit the restroom. Bai Qingru hastily followed suit, unable to withstand their gazes. How hasty of me. We have only just met a few times, and I extend an invitation, especially considering he has 2 girlfriends already. Bai Qingru chastised herself, lightly tapping her flushed cheeks. Yet, upon reflection, she thought, having 2 girlfriends already, surely he wouldn't mind an additional one? What am I thinking? I bear the weight of my family's legacy. I did not come here for romance. Bai Qingru vigorously patted her face until she felt entirely awake. There is definitely something amiss, Lu Jing muttered softly from her seat, and even Chun Yuan nodded in agreement. Chapter 35, To Eat is a Blessing. Mo go. Shall we train together? Yang Hao stepped forward, stretching his limbs as he stood before Chen Mo. Let us go? Chen Mo eagerly led Yang Hao away, for reasons unknown. Throughout the morning's classes, the 4 of them had been ensnared in a delicate atmosphere, which was proving quite torturous for Chen Mo, who longed to escape. Such matters were best left to the girls to resolve. Once outside, Chen Mo released his little demon, allowing it to bask in the fresh air. Roar! The little demon let out a high-pitched cry, nuzzling against Chen Mo's legs. I know. I'm sorry you had to stay in the spirit space all morning. Come here for a hug. Chen Mo lifted the little demon with some effort. One must admit that the little demon's growth rate was astonishing in just a few days. It had already reached 70 or 80 pounds. At this rate, in a month, it would likely be the one carrying Chen Mo instead. Upon seeing the little demon's form, Yang Hao couldn't help but be filled with envy. Hastily, he released his ember monkey. Upon encountering the little sprite, the ember monkey was startled, retreating behind Yang Hao. Evidently haunted by past shadows, Yang Hao awkwardly reassured the ember monkey, for it was still but a fledgling. Soon, the duo arrived at the training room, where a cacophony of commands filled the air. Ember monkey, be aware of your surroundings while running. Do not focus solely on speed. Thunder Shadow Wolf, regulate the intensity of your lightning. Do not merely prioritize quantity. Run faster, even faster. The space was crowded with eager students, fervently training their spirit companions. However, as soon as Chen Mo made his entrance, a stir ensued. Look at Chen Mo. He truly possesses a blazing dragon. The students from his class were not spinning tales. It's over, completely over. I had hoped to secure first place with my Thunder Shadow Wolf, but it seems I can only aspire to be the perennial second. Li Wei, don't panic. You can't even maintain second place. Yang Hao couldn't help but give Chen Mo a thumbs up, for he was indeed a perennial legend, attracting attention wherever he went. Chen Mo, unfazed by their chatter, retreated to a secluded corner to commence his training. Observing and summarizing the Ember Monkey's movements, he provided feedback, and together, they gradually found their rhythm. In contrast, Chen Mo permitted the little sprite to train independently, offering no guidance. He even sat cross-legged, retrieving an energy crystal to cultivate his mental strength. The little sprite appeared accustomed to this method of training, diligently practicing on its own. When faced with difficulties, it would ponder on the ground, then rise to implement its ideas. If successful, it would roar with excitement. If it failed, it would return to contemplation. This innovative training approach swiftly captured the attention of those nearby. The notion of allowing spirit companions to train independently was hard to believe, especially considering these spirits had only recently been born, their cognitive abilities still in nascent stages. Even providing guidance was a challenge for many seasoned spirit companions, let alone self-training. Occasionally, Chen Mo would open his eyes to check on the little sprite's progress, then promptly return to his own mental cultivation. They were like strangers, each absorbed in their respective endeavors. After a few glances, the onlookers returned to their own training, finding no further intrigue. Hours passed. During this time, Lu Jing and others arrived at the training ground, but chose not to disturb Chen Mo, who was engrossed in his cultivation. The trio huddled together, seeking warmth in their collective progress. When dinner time arrived, the training hall was nearly deserted, with only a handful of individuals, including Chen Mo, still engaged in practice. Chen Mo stowed away the energy crystal and beckoned the little sprite to his side. Have you adhered to the plan, focusing solely on Dragon Flame and Flame Slash? The little sprite vigorously nodded, eager to prove itself. A jet of flame erupted, striking a target several dozen meters away with precision. Chen Mo affectionately stroked the little sprite's dragon-like head, smiling as he praised. You are truly obedient. Keep it up. The little sprite, buoyed by the compliment, began to frolic in place, exuding the exuberance of a spirited husky. This training was indeed for the little sprite's benefit. The erupting fire dragon ball demanded excessive energy, only feasible for occasional use during training, necessitating substantial rest. As for the explosive dragon armor, it was a distant prospect, with the little sprite yet to fully develop its dragon scales. The final dragon blood boil would inflict great harm upon both adversary and self, leaving it fatigued for an extended period. Thus, Dragon Flame and Flame Slash offered the best cost-to-benefit ratio. It was not that Chen Mo neglected the other three skills. Rather, this was a critical time for enhancing strength, and practicing them would be a waste of precious time. If all else failed, he could simply utilize evolution points. Following tradition, Chen Mo administered a full-body massage to the little sprite. Additionally, he enhanced its skill proficiency, elevating Flame Slash to mastery level. The little sprite responded with delighted yelps, particularly thrilled by the prospect of its skill enhancement. Its enthusiasm for training surged, if not for the desire to remain with Chen Mo. It would have wished to train throughout the night. Little did Chen Mo know, he would have been astounded by the little sprite's self-discipline. While massaging, he continuously observed the development of its dragon scales and physique. He estimated that within 2 to 3 days, it would be ready to train for the explosive dragon armor. But the erupting fire dragon ball required too much energy and could only be gradually integrated into the training plan after reaching the first tier. Once the massage concluded, Chen Mo skillfully retrieved a series of supplements, including dragon essence fruits and dragon scale fruits, from his spatial storage. The little sprite's eyes sparkled, and upon receiving Chen Mo's approval, it devoured them with fervor. Chen Mo gazed at the little sprite with affectionate indulgence. Being able to eat is a blessing, especially with ample resources at hand. He wished for the little sprite to feast heartily every day. How wonderful! Your appetite has increased. Surely, being able to eat could be considered a talent, no? The little sprite contentedly patted its round belly, rolling onto the ground in a playful manner. Its adorable antics prompted Chen Mo to tease it. While playing, he pondered over his upcoming training plans, for he was determined to claim first place in the national competition. Although he had boasted confidently, uncertainty lingered in his heart. He dared say the little sprite's talent was unmatched in the Dragon Rising Star, especially after its potential had been elevated to golden status. Yet, the familial powers backing the competitors would not make the national competition a simple affair. Schools were well aware that students should band together during the national tournament, especially when familial ties ran deep. Was Chen Mo expected to face thousands of spirit companions alone? He wouldn't just be overwhelmed. He could very well be exhausted. This dilemma weighed heavily on Chen Mo. Just then, a feminine voice broke through his thoughts. Chen Mo, I knew you would still be here training. We brought you dinner. Lu Jing and her companions approached, laden with an abundance of food. Observing the ample portions sufficient for 3, Chen Mo cast a wary glance at Lu Jing. The trio, feeling somewhat sheepish, shuffled their feet. Realizing their excitement had led to excessive ordering, they exchanged awkward smiles with Chen Mo. Being able to eat is indeed a blessing. Chapter 36, Monthly Examination. The following day, in the afternoon, Chen Mo adeptly arrived at his designated spot in the training ground, releasing the little sprite. The moment the little sprite appeared, Chen Mo sensed a distinct change. It had reached the first tier. The little sprite had actually advanced. Chen Mo excitedly inquired about the little sprite's progression, and after a flurry of gestures, he couldn't help but chuckle at the little sprite's antics. It had merely had its fill the previous night and let out a contented burp in the spirit space before breaking through. How casual was that? With a sweeping gesture, Chen Mo offered several dragon essence fruits without a second thought, consumed them voraciously. The little sprite feigned reluctance, claiming it was compelled to eat. As its mouth moved of its own accord, once they had finished, both quickly transitioned into training mode. This delightful news invigorated Chen Mo, fueling his relentless efforts throughout the day. Thus, they trained day in and day out. Before long, a month had slipped by. Chen Mo, the monthly examination is imminent. Are you prepared? Lu Jing inquired, her eyes widening in anticipation. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Lu Jing. She instantly grasped his thoughts, teasingly saying, "You know what I mean. Of course, you'll excel. Do you think anyone here can surpass you?" Chen Mo stood tall and proud, flaunting his confidence to Lu Jing. "You are indeed impressive. You are the best." Lu Jingjiao let out a soft huff, her delicate fists landing on Chen Mo's body. It hurt. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, instinctively touching the spot where he had been struck. In her flustered state, Lu Jing hurriedly reached out, only to be seized by Chen Mo. It was evident to her that she had been deceived, and no matter how much she struggled, she could not break free. Chen Mo, in this day and age, still resorting to such antiquated tricks, how utterly cliched. Bai Qingru approached with Chun Yuan, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Mo. What of being cliched? Jingjing rather enjoys the cheesiness. Chen Mo pulled Lu Jing into his embrace. Lu Jing's cheeks flushed as she pretended to struggle a few times before settling comfortably in his arms. After a month of adjustment, the bond among the three had grown increasingly harmonious. Chun Yuan quickly stepped forward, linking her arm with Chen Mo's, allowing Lu Jing to escape. She stuck out her tongue at Chen Mo, making a playful face. Onlookers exhibited a hint of envy, regardless of gender, all wishing to take the place of one of the trio. Chen Mo, have you checked the competition rankings? Bai Qingru, eager to steer the conversation away from their romantic entanglement, interjected. If this continued, she might as well start barking like a dog. Not yet. Is there something I should pay attention to? Chen Mo replied with a tone tinged with disdain and arrogance. During this period, he had transformed from a grassroots genius into someone of unparalleled talent. The women observed his metamorphosis and unanimously regarded it as a positive development. A man who possesses capability before 30 but lacks ambition is deemed a failure. Conversely, one who is arrogant without ability after 30 is a lifetime disappointment. The confidence radiating from Chen Mo only served to attract them further. Consequently, they had received several love letters from other girls wishing to join their circle, all of which were promptly rejected. While they accepted the notion of having good sisters, not just anyone would suffice, especially upon witnessing Chen Mo's progress. Even Chun Yuan was left in awe, remarking that he could be considered a genius even within their Qin family. This realization made Lu Jing's heart soar, affirming her keen judgment. However, this also posed a dilemma. It was clear that Chen Mo was destined for great heights, yet the stronger his abilities became, the more challenging it would be to have offspring, a universal law that could not be altered. Chen Mo was still young. The thought of having a child now would only bind him. The issue of progeny could not be overlooked, while a boy was not a necessity. At least one child was essential. Thus, Lu Jing resolved to assist Chen Mo in the selection process. When she disclosed this plan to him, Chen Mo was so astounded that he could hardly close his mouth, initially believing Lu Jing was jesting. Upon confirming her seriousness, he was even moved to tears. To have such a wife, what more could a man desire? Yet, he ultimately declined, insisting that his primary focus was on enhancing his strength, and having them was sufficient. After much discussion, Lu Jing asserted that she would take full responsibility for this matter, and the topic was laid to rest. Chun Yuan noticed Chen Mo's newfound confidence with delight, though her gaze flickered to Bai Qingru, tinged with concern. Your third-round match might very well be against Qingru. Chen Mo was taken aback, glancing at Bai Qingru. Her expression was grim. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she felt no sense of victory when facing Chen Mo. I will give it my all, Chen Mo declared, his gaze fixed on Bai Qingru with unwavering determination. Thank you. Bai Qingru cast a lingering glance at Chen Mo before departing. Be careful, don't hurt her, Lu Jing murmured, resting her head against Chen Mo's arm. I will. Now, I officially declare the monthly exam to begin. Please, Class 8's Chong Su and Class 10's Wen Chong to Arena 1 for their match. Class 2's Wang Difu and Class 1's Zhou went to Arena 3. The loudspeaker continuously announced various matchups. Class 9's Chen Mo and Class 7's Li Wei to Arena 10. It was his turn. Chen Mo extricated himself from the two girls' embrace and made his way to Arena 10. As he ascended the stage, he recognized the individual before him as Li Wei, who had previously expressed his intent to rely on the Thunder Shadow Wolf to secure second place. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Li Wei's face turned ashen, and he clutched his head in despair. No, How can I encounter Chen Mo in the very first match? This is just my luck. The referee, unfazed, was well aware of Chen Mo's illustrious reputation, which had long since spread throughout the school. The institution had even granted him certain privileges, hoping he would help set a new record. Come forth, little demon. Chen Mo summoned his companion without hesitation. As it appeared, the first-tier high-level aura instantly radiated from Little Demon. Compared to a month ago, Little Demon had grown significantly, now reaching nearly 4 meters in length. Even though it had yet to reach maturity, its imposing dragon form exuded an undeniable presence. Li Wei swallowed hard, trembling as he commanded, "Come forth, Thunder Shadow Wolf." A striking creature emerged, its fur bristling, entirely blue, shimmering with arcs of lightning. Its limbs slender yet boasting sleek muscle lines, a Thunder Shadow Wolf slightly smaller than Little Demon. Prepare, the match begins. The referee's words barely left his mouth when Little Demon unleashed a thunderous roar, accompanied by this earth-shattering bellow, akin to thunderclaps. An indescribable pressure bore down upon the Thunder Shadow Wolf. Under this overwhelming force, the Thunder Shadow Wolf appeared deeply intimidated, its eyes filled with terror and unease. Its legs trembling as if ready to flee the battlefield. Flame Slash. Little Demon executed its signature move in swift succession. Thunder Shadow Wolf dodge. Li Wei sensed the impending danger, and upon noticing the Thunder Shadow Wolf's frozen state, his heart plummeted. In a moment of desperation, the Thunder Shadow Wolf broke free from the weight of the pressure, sidestepping Little Demon's attack. It quickly regained its footing, preparing to counter. Thunderstorm. Li Wei decisively commanded the Thunder Shadow Wolf to launch an offensive. A howling cry erupted from the Thunder Shadow Wolf, and in an instant, countless small blue lightning bolts coalesced in the air. A deluge of densely packed lightning rained down upon Little Demon with blinding speed. However, Little Demon chose not to evade but to withstand the storm. When the lightning struck its dragon scales, an explosion erupted within the arena. Smoke billowed, obscuring visibility. Suddenly, from the midst of the smoke, a flame shot forth with remarkable speed, catching the Thunder Shadow Wolf off guard and inflicting a painful blow. The searing sensation at its wound caused the Thunder Shadow Wolf to emit a pained howl. In the next moment, Little Demon flashed forward with astonishing speed. Appearing before the Thunder Shadow Wolf in the blink of an eye, it raised its claw high, wielding devastating power, and struck down upon the Thunder Shadow Wolf. Seeing this, Li Wei's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted urgently, "No! Quickly use the Thunder Shield." Countless arcs of lightning gathered, but before it could take form, Little Demon shattered it with a single blow. Without losing momentum, Little Demon's claw crashed down upon the Thunder Shadow Wolf, eliciting a chilling scream. In an instant, the Thunder Shadow Wolf was sent flying, skidding across the ground for several meters before tumbling off the stage. The victor is Chen Mo from Class 9. The audience below was still processing the outcome when the match concluded, followed by a wave of applause. Unbelievable. Li Wei's Thunder Shadow Wolf should have made it to the top 10. He was incredibly unlucky to face Chen Mo. Otherwise, he could have gone much further. Uncertain of who could possibly match Chen Mo, it seemed like a mere formality, leading to an immediate elimination. Bai Qingru observed the performance of her companion, Xiao Yao, with a grave expression. Before long, Chen Mo had concluded his second match, though, to be precise, it had barely commenced before it ended. His opponent forfeited, granting Chen Mo a victory without a single blow exchanged. Chen Mo from Class 9 and Bai Qingru from Class 9, please proceed to the No. 10 arena for the match. Applause erupted from the audience, igniting an enthusiastic atmosphere. Although Bai Qingru was a newly transferred student, her prowess was evident to all. And anticipation for this thrilling contest was palpable. The two ascended the stage, exchanging a knowing smile. Please prepare yourselves, and I now declare the match to begin. As the competition commenced, both summoned their spirit companions. The appearance of the light element instantly captivated the crowd. The rarity of light attribute spirit companions was second only to that of dragons. Particularly striking was its resplendent golden form, reminiscent of a miniature sun, with short limbs that evoked an endearing charm. With no time for the spectators to react, the light element soared into the sky. Light element, radiant domain. Bai Qingru called out, her voice ringing clear. High above, the light element activated its radiant domain. In an instant, countless golden specks of light spread across the sky like twinkling stars, flooding the entire area with brilliance. Within the confines of the radiant domain, non-light attribute spirit companions would find their speed diminished and agility severely hampered. Moreover, the longer they remained in this environment, the greater the risk of succumbing to blindness. However, this formidable skill was not without its drawbacks. The radiant domain demanded immense energy, continuously siphoning power from the light element's essence. Hence, Bai Qingru's light element was equally constrained and impacted by its own ability. Flame Slash. After assessing the situation, Xiao Yao concentrated a potent surge of fiery energy, enveloping her dragon claw before launching it toward the light element. Suspended in the air, the light element faced the incoming Flame Slash, not retreating, but rather charging boldly toward Xiao Yao. Light Blade. As the two approached one another, the light element extended its right hand, conjuring a massive light blade several meters long, which collided with the Flame Slash in an explosive clash. Bang! The moment the two colossal blades met, they unleashed a deafening explosion. Arcane crescents of fire and light energy burst forth, carving deep gouges into the ground. Yet, discerning eyes could see that the light element was at a disadvantage, bearing scorch marks upon its body. Had it not been in elemental form, it would have sustained grave injuries. Indeed, engaging in a direct confrontation was utterly futile. Bai Qingru, witnessing the unfolding scene, recognized the need to adapt her strategy. Light element. Bombard it with a barrage of energy orbs. Countless light attribute energy spheres hung in the air, raining down upon Xiao Yao. The latter could only respond defensively with intermittent flame slashes, but her efforts were either evaded or countered by elemental transformation. On the surface, it appeared that Xiao Yao was on the back foot, increasingly pressed into a corner. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce skirmish, the radiant domain began to show signs of impending collapse. Resembling glass on the verge of shattering, both the radiant domain and the barrage of energy orbs were immensely energy-consuming techniques, inevitably unsustainable for long. With a resounding crash, the radiant domain could no longer be maintained, fracturing into countless golden shards. Is that all, Xiao Yao? Dragon Flame. Finish it, Chen Mo commanded. Observing the light element now drained of energy, Xiao Yao seized her Flame Slash, pivoting instead to unleash a colossal fireball, its diameter spanning several meters, toward the light element. Calmly, the light element attempted to evade the sudden assault. To Bai Qingru's astonishment, the fireball was dodged, but Xiao Yao unexpectedly soared in front of it. Dragon Flame. With a thunderous roar, the fireball detonated upon contact with the light element, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks, reminiscent of a vibrant crimson firework bursting in the sky. Previously, Xiao Yao had withstood the light element strikes, giving the impression of clumsiness and passivity. Yet, dragons were creatures of flight. Chen Mo had deliberately crafted an illusion to induce her complacency. How insidious. At that moment, the light element lay unconscious, and Xiao Yao triumphantly carried it to Chen Mo's side. Bai Qingru approached Chen Mo, her demeanor stern. You are truly devious, employing such underhanded tactics. With that, she snatched the light element and stored it in her spirit space for rest. Chen Mo, narrowing his eyes with a grin, replied, All's fair in love and war. Must I teach you such lessons? Bai Qingru wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. She understood that Xiao Yao's strength far surpassed that of the light element. The latter's strongest attacks had barely scratched Xiao Yao, highlighting the vast disparity in their capabilities. Yet, the manner in which the match concluded left Bai Qingru even more displeased. To be outmatched in strength was one thing, but to be outwitted as well was a blow to her spirit. It felt as though she had been vanquished both mentally and physically. Chapter 38. Shui Lingling vs. Mu Auren. Despite the intensity of their battle, the audience below found the spectacle riveting, filled with back-and-forth exchanges. With the announcement of the results, Chen Mo emerged victorious. Following this declaration, both competitors descended from the stage. Nevertheless, Bai Qingru maintained a stony expression, impervious to Chen Mo's attempts at consolation. They decided to await the arrival of Lu Jing and the others for resolution. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Your duel was truly exhilarating, igniting our fervor. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingru's expression darkened further. Chen Yuanyuan tugged at Lu Jing, who noticed Bai Qingru's displeasure. What transpired? After listening to Chen Mo's explanation, Lu Jing nodded in understanding. I see, leave it to me. In a hushed tone, she whispered a few words into Bai Qingru's ear, causing her to blush and scamper away, completely shedding her earlier anger. How did you manage that? I shall not divulge my secrets, Lu Jing teased. Shaking her head at Chen Mo shrugged, uninterested in pressing further. How did your matches go? Before Chen Yuanyuan could respond, Lu Jing interjected. I made it to the third round but lost. However, Yuanyuan is remarkable, still undefeated. You may have to face her in the finals. Chen Mo knew Lu Jing's abilities well. Reaching the third round was quite an achievement, especially given her role as a semi-support. He anticipated Chen Yuanyuan's prowess, affirming her status as a scion of a distinguished family. Even if she was not combative by nature, she possessed the requisite fighting spirit. Class 9's Chen Yuanyuan and Class 1's Mu Fong to the number 5 arena. It's your turn now, let us go cheer for Yuanyuan. Chen Mo urged as they headed to the arena. As Chen Yuanyuan stepped onto the stage, she immediately beheld her opponent, a tall, slender figure, somewhat gaunt, with an air of malice in his gaze, inducing a momentary fright in her. This will be a tough match for Yuan Yuan. Mu Fong is a top 10 seed in the grade and has an advantage over water attribute, Chen Mo said anxiously, eyeing the dazed Chen Yuan. Don't worry. I believe in Yuan, Lu Jing encouraged, her voice rallying Chen Yuan from her stupor. Go, Yuan. Prepare. The match begins. The two individuals summoned their spirits simultaneously. Fong Mu seized the initiative. The puppet, entwined, raised its hand and extended it rapidly toward Shui Lingling, its elongated arms measuring a staggering 20 to 30 meters combined. The suddenness of the assault left Shui Lingling no chance to react, ensnaring her within its grasp. No matter how fiercely she struggled, escape was futile. Taking advantage of this momentum, Fong Mu pressed the attack, offering Chen Yuan not a moment's respite. Puppet, wood nose cannon. The puppet's nose erupted with formidable power, launching itself toward Shui Lingling with a thunderous crack. Shui Lingling, water shield. A vibrant blue barrier, composed of water energy, swiftly materialized before Shui Lingling. The puppet's assault struck the shield, creating ripples that danced across its surface. Shui Lingling, water and sky in one. The surrounding space was instantly enveloped by a torrent of surging water. The ground transformed into a swimming pool in an instant, as Shui Lingling seamlessly merged with the water upon contact, effortlessly breaking free from the puppet's bindings. The rising tide rendered the puppet unable to find footing, trapping it resolutely. Puppet control. A flurry of threads manifested in the puppet's hands, infusing it with a surge of wood energy. A majestic bird, crafted from verdant energy, appeared beneath it, soaring high and breaking through Shui Lingling's encirclement. Wood nose cannon. With the advantage of altitude, the puppet continued to assault Shui Lingling. Yet, as she melded with the water, the attacks proved ineffectual. Shui Lingling, raging waves. A massive surge of tidal water erupted around her, infused with boundless energy that dramatically increased her speed. She surged forth like a colossal wave, crashing toward the puppet. Puppet, dodge left. Fong Mu commanded decisively. Under his direction, the puppet transformed into a streak of lightning, achieving unparalleled speed in that moment. It narrowly evaded the oncoming tide, skillfully creating distance. Now, unleash the wood nose cannon, Fong Mu called out. Just as the puppet prepared to attack, its nose flickered wildly. In an instant, a water column as thick as a boulder surged upward, colliding with the puppet with astounding force. The impact sent the puppet flying, its majestic bird dissipating in an instant. It plummeted into the water, akin to a lamb among wolves, as torrents of seawater surged forth, binding it tightly. Deliver the final blow, whirling waves. Shui Lingling emerged gracefully from the water, summoning a massive swirling vortex that crashed into the puppet. The puppet, nearly dismantled, struggled to rise, yet its injuries hindered its efforts. Pain reflected in its gaze as it fell once more, unable to rise again. The puppet lost its combat ability, declaring Chen Yuan of Class 9 the victor. At that moment, the referee cast a sympathetic glance at the disheartened Fong Mu and announced the result. Fong Mu, initially a favored contender for the match, fell to an inconspicuous girl. Nevertheless, her prowess was undeniable, having reached a high first-tier level, akin to her spirit pet. In contrast, Fong Mu's puppet barely attained a mid-first-tier level, leading to his regrettable defeat despite the attribute advantage. Well fought. Chen Yuan was warmly praised by Chen Mo as soon as she stepped off the stage, causing her cheeks to flush. I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. Shui Lingling emerged unscathed, a true domination. Lu Jing gazed at Chen Yuan in astonishment, initially believing she would possess less combat prowess, yet was taken aback by her strength. How can you be so powerful? Let me discover the secret, she mused, her hands instinctively exploring Chen Yuan's form. Stop it, Chen Yuan exclaimed, squirming to evade Lu Jing's incessant teasing. Meanwhile, Chen Mo watched their playful antics with keen interest, thoroughly entertained. Bai Qingru, watching from elsewhere, approached to offer her congratulations. She was well aware of Shui Lingling's capabilities and thought that even Chen Mo might falter against her. It was no surprise, given that she was the daughter of the president of the Spirit Master Association and had undoubtedly cultivated her spirit pet with great skill. The first time she saw Shui Lingling's attribute panel, she was utterly astonished and filled with envy. After all, her own light element spirit was a rare find, possessing only a red talent, while Shui Lingling boasted a golden one. Just then, an announcement echoed from the loudspeaker. Class 9's Chen Mo and Class 9's Yifeng. Please proceed to Stage 10 for your match. Chapter 39. Who says girls cannot be dragon knights? It is him. I shall collect interest on our past grievances. Without hesitation, Chen Mo led the girls to the 10th stage. The area below was already crowded with spectators eager to witness Chen Mo's prowess. The majority being his classmates from Class 9. Mo, good, you've arrived. Teach that scoundrel a lesson. Leave him bruised and battered, and let us vent our frustrations. They expressed their disdain for Yifeng, calling him deceitful and selfish, insisting he should not escape unscathed. Upon seeing Chen Mo arrive, they gathered around to express their grievances against Yifeng. Chen Mo raised his hand to quiet them, assuring, "Rest assured, I will not let Yifeng off the hook." Watched closely from below. Amidst the cheers, Chen Mo ascended the stage, where Yifeng had been waiting impatiently. "Chen Mo, you finally arrived. It's all your fault that I was ostracized by the class. You will pay for this." Chen Mo coldly replied, "That is your own shame. It is what you deserve." Before the referee could intervene, Yifeng summoned his spirit to attack Chen Mo. "Come forth, Shadow Wolf." Shadow Assault. A pitch-black wolf with blood-red eyes, drooling fangs, and sharp claws emanating a terrifying aura appeared before the crowd. Peak first tier. Gasps of surprise filled the air. Even Chen Mo did not anticipate the Shadow Wolf's strength exceeding that of Xiao Yao. Before Chen Mo could summon Xiao Yao, the Shadow Wolf vanished into the shadows, hurtling toward him at high speed. Chen Mo narrowly dodged the lethal strike with a sidestep. As the Shadow Wolf attempted to capitalize on its momentum, Xiao Yao intercepted its advance. Roar! Xiao Yao unleashed a furious roar, spewing forth a torrent of flames, causing the Shadow Wolf to retreat hastily back to Yifeng's side. The crowd erupted in chaos, cursing in outrage. That coward, resorting to sneak attacks, how shameless. Damn it, I'm losing my patience. Let me at him. I'll take that scoundrel down. They lamented that had it not been for Chen Mo's quick reflexes, he might have met his end. The referee, casting a disapproving glance at Yifeng, pointed an accusatory finger at him. "You dare disregard my authority as the referee? Yellow card warning. Should this happen again, we will annul your results and issue a formal reprimand." Yifeng scoffed, and the Shadow Wolf continued its assault. Ignoring the referee's warning, it launched another attack. The Shadow Wolf slipped once more into the shadows, a dark silhouette darting across the ground. Xiao Yao, Dragon Flame Cleansing. Chen Mo smirked disdainfully. In the face of absolute strength, any scheme was futile. Oh whoa. The Shadow Wolf was forcibly drawn out of the shadows by flames, its entire form engulfed in fire. Emitting pained cries, the Shadow Wolf, cloaked in protective shadows and surrounded by shadow orbs, hastened the frequency of its power accumulation, a dark aura enveloping its being, causing the flames to dissipate in an instant. With a furious shake of its head, its eyes glowed an even deeper crimson. A black energy sphere formed in its mouth, steadily gathering strength as swirling winds were conjured around it. The little demon unleashed 3 fiery slashes in a desperate attempt to interrupt the Shadow Wolf's assault, but it deftly evaded the strikes. Boom! The shadow orb, infused with a tempestuous gale, hurtled towards the little demon. No, it was more accurate to say it was aimed at Chen Mo despicable, to directly target the spirit master. It was utterly revolting. The spectators below were not foolish. They understood Yifeng's intentions. Such tactics might be acceptable in the wild, but in a formal competition, this behavior was despicable. The little demon could only grit its teeth and brace for the impact of the shadow orb. Sizzle! The high-velocity spin of the shadow orb sparked against the dragon scales of the little demon, but it managed to withstand the onslaught. The Shadow Wolf continued, launching a barrage of shadow orbs. Seeing his scheme come to fruition, Yifeng wore a smug expression as he persisted in attacking the Spirit Master. One by one, the shadow orbs were met with the little demon's resolute defense. The previously unblemished dragon scales began to crack. The little demon unleashed its full power in a torrent of dragon flames. Countless flames coalesced at the little demon's mouth, the searing heat causing everyone present to involuntarily wipe the sweat from their brows. It was terrifying. Was this truly Chen Mo's real strength? Bai Qingru stared in astonishment at the dragon flames being summoned by the little demon, a stark contrast to their earlier confrontation. She had not anticipated he had held back so much. Bai Qingru gazed blankly at Chen Mo, only to be comforted by Lu Jing, who grasped her hand. He is destined to soar through the skies like a true dragon. Losing to him is no disgrace. At these words, Bai Qingru's expression improved slightly. However, Lu Jing's next remark left her blushing furiously. What I told you before still stands. Even dragons must yield to us. Who says a girl cannot be a dragon knight? The conversation veered into absurdity, prompting Bai Qingru to hastily cover Lu Jing's mouth to prevent her from continuing. Such words should not be spoken. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd was captivated by the little demon's flames, applauding and exclaiming in awe, thereby sparing them from hearing the girl's outrageous comments. Brother Mo is truly incredible. The quality of this flame. Just feeling its temperature reveals its extraordinary nature. Incredible. Losing to him is not unjust. I, Li Wei, am completely convinced. This Dragon Flame-S proficiency has likely surpassed the adept level, perhaps even reaching that of a master. What? A master? Are you joking? We've only been training for a little over a month. Exactly, a master? Impossible. My father is already a 6th-tier expert and has only managed to train a single spirit pet S skill to the master level. It takes years of dedication to achieve mastery. This is the most laughable joke I've ever heard. Yet this person has reached at least adept proficiency in just 1 month. Surely mastering it would be a trivial matter for them? The crowd engaged in heated debate over the Dragon Flame-S proficiency, their faces flushed with excitement. Once the Dragon Flame took shape, it surged towards the Shadow Wolf like an unstoppable tide. There was no chance for evasion. It could only endure. Shadow protection, Yifeng shouted desperately, hoping to mitigate the impending assault. But it was evidently futile. The battle's momentum had entirely shifted in favor of the little demon, and the Shadow Wolf found itself in dire straits. It was tightly encircled by a relentless inferno, and in a mere instant, its shadow protection was obliterated as if it were mere parchment. Fiery slash. Chen Mo pressed the attack, refusing to grant an ounce of respite. The little demon swiftly gathered a potent concentration of fire attribute energy, which instantly transformed into razor-sharp flames enveloping its dragon claws. With a single sweep, whoosh, the air was cleaved, striking the already battered Shadow Wolf with devastating force. A deep gash nearly a yard long was carved into its back, blood spurting forth and staining the ground crimson. Deliver it the final dragon flame, Chen Mo decisively commanded. Following the order, the little demon began to gather fire energy at an astonishing speed once more. Under its masterful control, flames rapidly enveloped the Shadow Wolf. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless flames raged furiously, scorching the Shadow Wolf's body. The scene was reminiscent of a pyre, horrifying and nerve-wracking. Chapter 40. Expulsion of Yifeng. As the flames dissipated, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Shadow Wolf remained upright. Its body was riddled with wounds, not a single part left unscathed, yet it seemed oblivious to its condition. Its eyes burned red, baring its teeth, showing no signs of defeat. Yifeng smirked, a sinister grin playing on his lips. Shadow Wolf, continue the assault. The spectators below were instantly astounded. What was happening? It hadn't fallen? This resilience was astonishing. Yifeng refused to concede defeat. Was he attempting to lead the Shadow Wolf to its demise? Spirit pets are our companions, and he showed no concern for its life or death. It was utterly despicable. No, after enduring such a powerful attack, it should have collapsed. Look at its eyes. How red. The Shadow Wolf has consumed a frenzy potion. This is cheating. Isn't the referee going to intervene? Just then, the Shadow Wolf's aura surged abruptly. Second tier. Shadow Wolf, Shadow Ambush. Yifeng seized the moment and shouted frantically. Ow! With a howl, the Shadow Wolf lunged at Chen Mo. At that instant, the referee also sensed something amiss and swiftly intervened. A flash of light appeared, and an ice-blue fox manifested on the stage. Ice Snow Fox, freeze. The third-tier power was unmistakable, and frigid energy shot forth towards the Shadow Wolf, freezing the very air into shards of ice. Yet the Shadow Wolf moved with remarkable speed through the shadows, easily evading the frost. In an instant, it was at Chen Mo's feet. The Shadow Wolf leaped forth, its claws imbued with potent dark energy, the terrifying force capable of effortlessly shattering Chen Mo's skull. Fiery slash. 3 strikes fused into a singular fiery slash, crashing against the Shadow Wolf. The violent collision of energies erupted with a deafening roar. A cloud of smoke billowed forth. The Shadow Wolf's entire paw was cleaved in half. Blood gushed forth, and a massive gash marred its chest. Intestines spilling onto the ground. The Shadow Wolf gasped weakly, teetering on the brink of collapse, its crimson gaze fading away. How could this happen? This is impossible. Yifeng roared in fury, only to be restrained by the referee. A wave of endless regret washed over him. No. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, lowering his head as he frantically sought a solution. It's over. It's all over. Ha ha ha. Yifeng laughed maniacally, instilling fear in all present, causing them to shy away. Has Yifeng lost his mind? Laughing foolishly like that. Perhaps madness is a blessing for him. Creating such a ruckus will surely have its consequences. Who doesn't he know that Chen Mo is now the school's prized possession? He is likely doomed. There's no escaping expulsion. Feigning madness, he will surely bear the brunt of his actions. Chen Mo, are you alright? With this urgent and caring exclamation, the 3 girls rushed towards the number 10 arena almost simultaneously. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and unease. In that moment, it felt as though the weight of the entire world rested upon Chen Mo's safety. They swiftly encircled Chen Mo, meticulously examining every inch of his being. From the strands of his hair to the tips of his toes, leaving no detail of potential injury unobserved. Upon confirming that Chen Mo was merely disheveled but had suffered no significant harm, the three of them collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally unwinding. This unexpected upheaval, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirred widespread attention among the faculty and students alike. Before long, a dense throng had gathered around Arena Number 10, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern as they discussed the recent events. Several school leaders, alerted by the commotion, hastened to the scene. Their faces bore a grave demeanor as they inquired about Chen Mo's condition. Only after learning of his safety did a semblance of relief flicker across their features. The leaders were acutely aware that mishandling such incidents could not only tarnish the school's reputation, but also leave an indelible mark on the student's psyche. At that moment, Yifeng was firmly restrained by a few teachers. His face was a tumult of anger and resentment, his eyes betraying a fierce determination. "You all side with Chen Mo. I am innocent," he shouted, his voice tinged with a touch of hysteria. "Blame yourselves. Who are you to look down on me?" However, the surrounding students remained unmoved by his words, casting indifferent and even scornful glances in his direction. The air was thick with a stifling sense of indignation and fury. Just then, the principal emerged from the crowd, his gait steady and his eyes flashing with anger. He understood that, as the head of the school, it was imperative for him to step forward at this moment and deliver a fair and resolute judgment. "Yifeng," the principal's voice rang out clearly and powerfully, cutting through the cacophony of the crowd, bringing an immediate hush. "You have gravely violated school rules and regulations. Your actions have not only harmed your fellow students, but also disrupted the harmonious atmosphere of our school. Therefore, the school has decided to expel you." This pronouncement struck the assembly like a thunderclap, leaving all present momentarily stunned. Whispers of various opinions erupted from the crowd. "He has really been expelled. Wow. That's just splendid. It was about time. I've never liked him. He is selfish and always incites conflict among classmates. Now he is finally getting what he deserves." "Exactly. No one in our class can stand him. He is always disrupting lessons, making it impossible to learn, and he loves to report others. Good riddance. We won't have to see him again. He is truly disgusting. You all will pay for this." Yifeng's face reddened as he screamed, like a rabid dog starved for 10 days, snapping at anyone within reach. "Let us go. There is no need to waste time on such a person," Chen Mo calmly remarked to the three girls before turning to leave, with them closely trailing behind. Observing that the victim had departed, the crowd found little reason to linger and began to disperse. "All competitions will be postponed by 1 hour. Please take a moment to regroup and ensure strict adherence to school rules and regulations. Do not engage in actions that may harm others," the principal reiterated loudly, halting only when he noticed that most had already vacated the premises. "Bring Yifeng to the office for careful supervision, and call his parents to take him home. Yes, you will all suffer for this." Yifeng screamed in a frenzy, lashing out at anyone in his path. Lu Liang stepped forward, delivering a sharp blow to Yifeng's neck, finally silencing his tirade. He disdainfully hoisted him up, but felt a pang of discomfort within. "It's my failure to teach him properly." Other teachers seemed to sense Lu Liang's despondent mood and offered words of comfort, alleviating his distress. Who would have thought he could produce both the best and the worst students simultaneously? Truly astonishing. Chapter 41. The Finals. Hours passed, and the competition neared its conclusion. Unsurprisingly, Chen Mo and Chen Yuanyuan had persevered until the end, eliciting gasps of admiration from all. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. The strong naturally gravitate towards one another. Please welcome Chen Mo and Chen Yuanyuan from Class 9 to Arena Number 1 for the final showdown. The surrounding students erupted into applause, especially the members of Class 9, proudly chanting the names of the two competitors. The onlookers were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers and exclamations. "So handsome. Mo Gu, you're my idol." Their voices rose and fell, brimming with admiration for Chen Mo. He offered a gentle smile, raising his hand to signal for silence, and then resumed his position for battle, his expression turning exceptionally serious. "I have long wished to spar with you. Let me witness your strength today." His words conveyed a recognition of Chen Yuanyuan's prowess. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Chen Yuanyuan's face, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination as she replied, "So do I. Let us give it our all." Their brief, yet powerful exchange ignited the atmosphere in the arena, with the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the match. Chen Yuanyuan and Chen Mo summoned their respective spirit companions, Xiao Yao and Shui Lingling, almost simultaneously. Xiao Yao, unleash full power dragon flame. Shui Lingling, water sky unity and breath of water. Xiao Yao spread its wings and soared into the sky, gathering flames above. It was the first time Xiao Yao had taken to the air so boldly, sensing danger emanating from Shui Lingling. Indeed, The arena was swiftly engulfed by a deluge, transforming the ground into a watery expanse. Shui Lingling submerged beneath the surface, its body gradually becoming translucent as the water-based energy surged into it. Shui Lingling's strength ascended rapidly. In mere seconds, its momentum reached a pinnacle. Peak Stage 1. It advanced a notch, leaving Xiao Yao in its wake. Yet, before Shui Lingling could strike, the overwhelming dragon flame engulfed the entire arena. Countless steam clouds billowed, obscuring visibility for those outside. Water-sky unity was swiftly overwhelmed. A water column shot forth, aimed directly at Xiao Yao, but was deflected by its dragon scales. Even a single strike left a white mark, and another could potentially breach its defenses. Truly, a spirit companion with a special attack stat of 140. The attack lacked the gentle finesse of water types. Xiao Yao returned the favor with Flame Slash. The previous water column had revealed Shui Lingling's position. 3 flame slashes surged forth, striking Shui Lingling in rapid succession. Sizzle sizzle. Shui Lingling's body was scorched, emitting clouds of steam. The onslaught of Flame Slash was relentless, cleaving Shui Lingling into 4 pieces. Yet, in an instant, they reformed into a singular entity. To the naked eye, Shui Lingling appeared diminished. Damn, I haven't even unleashed the Great Wave yet. Chen Yuanyuan's face betrayed her first hint of anxiety. What was intended to be a 3-skill combination had been abruptly interrupted. The next opportunity might never arise. Shui Lingling, Water Shield, and Breath of Water. With a breath, Shui Lingling enveloped itself in a pale blue barrier constructed of water energy. Following closely, it began to accumulate energy for the Breath of Water. However, Chen Mo was determined not to allow her such unrestrained ease and hastily commanded Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, continuous Flame Slash. This time was unlike any other. The little demon lunged forward, bowing before Shui Lingling, relentlessly assaulting the shield with its dragon claws. Close-range attacks significantly minimized energy expenditure, maximizing their potency. The resilience of the water shield far exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. It took 10 consecutive fiery slashes to merely create a narrow fissure upon its surface. A wave of trepidation surged within, prompting the little demon to swiftly retreat from Shui Lingling, soaring into the sky, flapping its wings in rapid circles to survey the scene below. Observing that the water energy had fully accumulated, Chen Yuanyuan beamed with delight and called out in a melodious voice, Shui Lingling, Whirling Wave. Countless streams of water energy converged before Shui Lingling, swirling with a powerful tempest. Anyone caught within would face annihilation. This was the supercharged Whirling Wave. Chen Yuanyuan cast a proud glance towards Chen Mo, aware of the little demon's formidable defense. However, should it be struck by this attack, survival would be a mere hope. The whirling wave surged forward towards the little demon with overwhelming force. This was not a blow to withstand. For the first time, a serious expression graced Chen Mo's face, as he sensed a familiar pang of dread. Yet, a smile crept across his lips. Ever since the little demon's dragon flame reached mastery, he had never considered such a scenario. It seemed he would have to unlock a new application of dragon flame. What was initially reserved for the national competition would now be unleashed against you. Little demon. Dragon flame armor. The little demon, startled at first, then joyously roared towards the heavens, as if releasing a pent-up frustration. Being pressed into a corner was not the little demon's style. Dragon flame armor? What was that? I recall the explosive flame dragon possessing no such skill. Indeed, it did not. Previously, in preparation for dealing with Chen Mo, I had meticulously studied the comprehensive attributes and abilities of the explosive flame dragon. Could it be an extension of the explosive dragon armor? That would be remarkably ingenious. We haven't even mastered all the skills, and he's already innovating? After all, this is emotion. Can you compete? Stop talking, look. With a pointed finger from a classmate, everyone turned their gaze towards the little demon. As it unleashed a torrent of dragon flames, the temperature around it soared, and a faint pink hue enveloped the space. In an instant, the little demon vanished within the inferno. No matter how hard Shui Lingling searched, it was nowhere to be found, leaving the whirling wave firmly under her control. Ready to strike the moment the little demon revealed itself. The dragon flames cascaded down, leaving only a blazing inferno behind. Shui Lingling, attack there. Chen Yuanyuan commanded urgently. Determined not to allow the little demon to unleash its long-concealed trump card, the whirling wave was released. Within mere seconds, it struck the fireball. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the heavens, shrouding the sky in smoke. A fiery crimson figure emerged within the crowd's sight, enveloped in fierce flames, exuding a terrifying aura. Flames erupted uncontrollably from its mouth. Shui Lingling attempted a standard whirling wave as a probe. The moment it made contact with the little demon's body, it seemed to trigger a mechanism, and a surge of dragon flames erupted forth. Before Shui Lingling could react, she was struck down. No wind-up dragon flame. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes, gasping in astonishment, some even questioning whether they were still dreaming, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 42. Hurry. Summon my father from seclusion. It is widely known that powerful skills often require a wind-up phase. While accumulating energy, they leave an opportunity for enemies to respond, a classic double-edged sword. The stronger the skill, the longer the wind-up time. This is a common flaw among all formidable abilities. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Mo had seemingly resolved this issue. The crowd below was left agape, gazing up at the little demon suspended in the sky. Their faces reflected disbelief and shock, admiration and respect clearly evident, as they began to applaud involuntarily. Was this the no-wind-up dragon flame? It was utterly terrifying. The inherent power was immense, and combined with the absence of a wind-up, who could react in time? This technique likely came at a cost. The dragon flame erupted the moment it was attacked, suggesting it would not unleash on its own without provocation. The teachers in the audience quickly discerned the underlying principle and began to articulate their theories. The surrounding students furrowed their brows, pondering deeply before sharing their insights. This must be akin to Chen Yuanyuan's recent combination technique, a fusion of explosive dragon armor and dragon flame. Yet its high level of proficiency allowed it to merge completely into a single skill. One must admit, clever individuals exist everywhere. Chen Mo's painstakingly devised trump card was unveiled at once. But does this qualify as a unique secret technique? Someone asked, puzzled. At that moment, Lu Liang stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. If it can be used as a standalone skill, then it is indeed a secret technique. The crowd instantly grasped Lu Liang's meaning, erupting in cheers. Incredible! Chen Mo has truly created a secret technique. I am utterly in awe of Chen Mo from now on. I shall follow his lead without hesitation whenever needed. It seems we have underestimated him. Our school is bound to gain renown from this. Shui Lingling, struck by the dragon flame, shrank even further, her energy waning, her power reduced to a low-tier advanced state. Chen Yuanyuan stared in shock at Chen Mo, astonished to discover he had developed such a formidable secret move without her knowledge. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within her. She had not anticipated Chen Mo's rapid growth. Yet her admiration for him only deepened. A man of such divine prowess was indeed worthy of her affection. Clenching her teeth, she turned to Lu Jing and Bai Qingru below, shouting, Jing, go summon my father from seclusion. Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Chen Yuanyuan's intent. But upon seeing the determination in her eyes, she seemed to understand and immediately took Bai Qingru away from the scene. Let us continue this exhilarating battle. Chen Mo had never witnessed Chen Yuanyuan's seriousness in such a manner. He was momentarily taken aback, yet soon his expression turned to one of eager anticipation. Reveal all your trump cards. Shui Lingling, healing, dual casting. The severely wounded Shui Lingling, whose body had shrunk significantly, was instantly enveloped by an abundance of water energy. Powerful energy surged and washed over her repeatedly, healing her wounds and restoring her form. Once was a struggle. If once wasn't he enough, then twice would suffice. Just as the healing energy began to dissipate, new energy surged forth to envelop Shui Lingling once more. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Chen Mo readied his attack, Shui Lingling stood on the arena, fully restored. Dual casting. Chen Mo had not anticipated that Chen Yuanyuan's talent would manifest in this manner, recognized as one of the top 100 talents among humanity. The ability to unleash equally potent skills without additional energy expenditure was terrifying beyond words. Without affording Chen Mo a moment's respite, Chen Yuanyuan, with a serious expression and beads of sweat forming on her forehead, commanded, Shui Lingling, dual water shield combined with water breathing. In stark contrast to the previous thin layer of water barrier, this time it was akin to a massive, impenetrable fortress enveloping Shui Lingling. Countless streams of water energy continually poured into Shui Lingling, her strength escalating. Peak low tier. The momentum surged rather than diminished, reaching the pinnacle of the first tier in mere moments, tantalizingly close to breaking into the second tier. Chen Mo's expression turned grave as he immediately sensed the impending danger. He could not allow this to persist. Little demon, charge at it. Accompanied by the fiery ascent of a blazing red aura, a colossal fireball, as large as a water vat, hurtled towards Shui Lingling. The moment of impact unleashed a torrent of dragon flames, engulfing the surroundings in a fiery embrace. Even those watching from below were drenched in sweat, unable to gaze directly at the dazzling radiance. Crack! The sound of a barrier shattering echoed. The shield of water burst apart with a resounding crash. Shui Lingling, in the midst of amplifying its energy, was abruptly interrupted, and a wave of searing flames assaulted it once more. It was sent flying several meters away, its aura flickering uncertainly. The dual onslaught of the dragon flames and the backlash from its interrupted spell coursed through Shui Lingling's body. The outcome was evident. Below, Lu Liang wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He never anticipated that this year's Linghai University would be teeming with talent. The spectacle of battle here surpassed even their own encounters. Could this be the prowess of a gifted contender? Simply terrifying. Medical personnel, quickly attend to the spirit beast. With a shout, the staff instantaneously summoned their spirit beasts, commencing treatment on the scene. Chen Mo hurried forward, cradling the exhausted Chun Yuan in his arms. I had no idea such a fierce competitive spirit lay beneath your delicate exterior. Not at all, Chen Yuan replied weakly. Yet a smile graced her lips as she playfully poked Chen Mo's chest with her finger, snuggling closer. You should have given a bit. Look how exhausted you've made her. Chen Mo gently stroked Chen Yuan's head. If you had executed the subsequent combo attack, the one to lose might have been me. Chen Yuan pouted, casting a coy glance at Chen Mo. Who knows, if you have other hidden cards up your sleeve, you might spring another surprise on me. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Chen Yuan before bursting into hearty laughter. He playfully pecked her on her cherry lips. The onlooking audience was suddenly rendered speechless. Hey buddy, you're still on stage. Is this blatant display of affection really necessary? Let us partake too. Yet everyone, with an unspoken understanding, fell silent, quietly observing the scene. Until the air turned suddenly still, Chen Mo instantly sensed the collective envy of the crowd, their eyes glistening with longing. Amidst it all, a shadow flickered past, and Chen Mo initially thought it was a trick of the light. Basking in the adoration of the crowd alongside Chen Yuan. Mo Gu, you were so impressive. That last dragon flame technique of yours, is it a secret skill? Absolutely incredible. And Chen Yuan is formidable as well. She can hold her own against you. I've never seen anyone survive more than 3 moves under your hand. Truly a match made in heaven. I want to be that divine bird. You can be the egg. If anyone's to be it, it's me. Chapter 43, The Other Races. In an office. Damn Chen Mo. Why is it that he can have a dragon as a spirit beast and embrace beauties on either side? Why is it not me who possesses all this? It should be mine. Mine. I will not let you off the hook, Chen Mo. I will ensure you regret provoking me. Ha! What does not kill me only makes me stronger. Yifeng sat on the floor, his eyes bloodshot, his expression frenzied, laughing maniacally to release his pent-up frustrations. His clothes were disheveled, hair hanging loosely. Were it not for the school setting, he would have been mistaken for a madman. Just as he was howling in rage, a figure materialized before him. You are Yifeng, correct? Harboring a deep-seated hatred for Chen Mo? A tall figure clad in a flowing black robe appeared, exuding a mocking, carefree demeanor. Yifeng, eyeing the sudden apparition with irritation, queried, Who are you? What does my feelings for Chen Mo concern you? Do you wish for revenge? With your current strength, you couldn't even shine his shoes. Ha ha ha. Yifeng glared coldly, gritting his teeth as he fixed his gaze on the mysterious figure, asking venomously, Are you here to humiliate me? Sorry, of course not. I'm here to assist you. With that, he removed his hood, revealing a face adorned with silver feathers before Yifeng. An alien, Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment, only to have a feathered hand cover his mouth. Shoo, I am from the Silver Feather clan. Please do not simplify our identity to mere aliens. Then what is a spy from the Silver Feather clan doing here? I am Wells, and I wish to request your assistance. Faced with this seemingly unruly alien, Yifeng instinctively felt a surge of repulsion. He furrowed his brow, coldly huffing, Why should I help you? Heh, it seems your abilities are limited. But your temper is quite formidable. Wells chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Yifeng's indifference. However, do you wish to eliminate Chen Mo? Yifeng internally scoffed. This guy clearly had no understanding of Chen Mo's strength. Yet, Wells appeared undeterred, continuing, With your current capabilities, you will never have the hope of revenge in this lifetime. But don't worry, I have a method that can help you achieve your desires. Yifeng's previously angry expression froze. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, What method do you have? A wicked smile crept onto Wells's lips as he regarded Chen Mo. I will help you take revenge by eliminating Chen Mo. But you must assist me in getting close to Chen Yuan. What do you say? Chen Yuan? Isn't she Chen Mo's girlfriend? Why would I want to get close to her? However, the prospect of dealing with Chen Mo filled Yifeng with delight. He was acutely aware of his own impotence when facing Chen Mo alone, and now this seemingly exceptional individual also bore a grudge against Chen Mo. It was as if luck had smiled upon him without any effort. What animosity do you hold against Chen Mo? Yifeng probed cautiously. It's not so much animosity. I simply have some thoughts regarding him and his girlfriend, Wells replied nonchalantly. How do you wish for me to assist you? Yifeng struggled to suppress his mounting excitement. Striving to maintain composure, Although he had a rough idea of what this alien intended, his desire for revenge overshadowed everything else. The notion of human righteousness had long been cast aside. It appeared that Chen Mo's extraordinary talent had indeed drawn the ire of those he should not have provoked. Wells regarded Yifeng, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he produced a vial from his pocket. It's quite simple. Here is a potion with effects surpassing that of a frenzy agent, devoid of any side effects, which can elevate your strength to the 3rd tier. Thus, you will be capable of personally dealing with him. Yifeng eagerly snatched the potion from Wells' hand, holding it up for a closer inspection. The vial contained a silvery gray liquid that radiated a peculiar energy fluctuation. Yet, blinded by vengeance, Yifeng remained oblivious to any abnormalities. Now, you must lure Chen Mo out of the school. Wells wore a sinister smile. Just me? I will remain hidden behind you. Once you two are outside the school gates, I will assist you. Wells looked down on Yifeng with disdain. Are you afraid of such a trivial task? All right, shall we proceed immediately? Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, even displaying a hint of madness. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was tending to Chun Yuan in the treatment room. He was utterly perplexed by Chun Yuan's decision to summon Lu Jing and the others to call their master out of seclusion. Yuan, has something transpired? Why have we summoned the master? Chen Yuan let out a soft sigh, her eyes clouded with concern. Are you aware that the Silver Feather clan has begun a clandestine incursion into the human borders? What? They have set their plans into motion. Chen Mo responded, taken aback by the revelation. He had been oblivious to such confidential information, given his status and position, both in this life and the previous one. Chen Yuan sighed again, her gaze reflecting her unease. The Silver Feather clan has already taken action, and numerous prodigies from various planets have been assassinated. What? Chen Mo was shocked that such events had unfolded without any mention in the news. A sense of worry washed over him as he grasped Chen Yuan's delicate hand. Her expression softened slightly, yet her eyes remained fixed on him. Our talents and abilities have already become known, and it won't be long before the spies of the Silver Feather clan hear of us. Are you suggesting they will soon target us? Indeed. They will stop at nothing to extinguish the flames of human brilliance, even compelling the Cosmic Prodigy Tournament to be held ahead of schedule. The Cosmic Prodigy Tournament. A familiar yet foreign concept. Chen Mo recalled his past life, where he had failed to qualify for the national tournament, missing the top 10,000, and thus, he had never had the opportunity to participate in the selection for the Cosmic Prodigy Tournament. Meanwhile, Bai Qingru and Yifeng had returned from the selection, emerging as the two most renowned geniuses of Longting Star, leading to numerous incidents, culminating in Yifeng discovering a secret realm and marrying Bai Qingru. Noticing Chen Mo's momentary stupor, Chen Yuan inquired with concern, do you have any doubts? Chen Mo shook his head, tightening his embrace around her. Sensing the tension in the air, Chen Yuan shifted the topic. Chen Mo, how did you cultivate that dragon flame armor? We know nothing about it. Chen Mo smiled gently, seemingly to assuage her worries. I practiced it in secret at night, fearing you all would find out. Ah, you're not the king of deception, are you? I misjudged you. I never expected you to be this kind of person. The previously tense atmosphere began to dissipate. What kind of person am I? You will have plenty of time to discover that. When the moment comes, I will show you my true strengths. Chen Yuan, initially perplexed, looked up to see Chen Mo's mischievous smile and instantly understood his implication, playfully punching his chest with her small, delicate fist. Chapter 44. Do you take me for a fool? Chen Mo, come out. I demand a duel to the death. A thunderous roar echoed through the lounge as Yifeng, brimming with excitement, stood at the door. Interrupted in their intimate moment, Chen Mo's expression darkened, and he frowned at Yifeng. Defeated once, and even after consuming the frenzy potion, you still couldn't best me. Why do you seek another round? I have undergone a transformation. Do you dare to face me again? Yifeng boldly provoked Chen Mo, unfazed by the previous defeat. Chen Mo regarded Yifeng with disdain. It had only been a few hours, and he sought to surpass him already. Was it perhaps the courage bestowed upon him by Liang Jingru? This time, there is no teacher to intervene. If you are defeated, there will be no one to advocate for you. Are you sure you still want to fight? Chen Mo feigned uncertainty, testing the waters. Heh, that is precisely what you should ponder. If you dare, let us take this outside. Outside. Chen Mo immediately perceived Yifeng's intention to lure him away from the school. After all, if a duel was necessary, there were ample combat platforms within the school grounds. Continuing to bait Yifeng, he queried, name a location. Where outside are we going? Yifeng, unable to contain his glee, replied with a smirk. Isn't there a grove next to the school? Let us settle our score there. The grove? Chen Mo pondered, casting a mocking glance at Yifeng, who was blissfully unaware of the trap he had fallen into. What a fool, so easily deceived. Fools may have their fortunes. How I wish I could possess that explosive flame dragon. It should all belong to me. Yifeng's jealousy festered, yet he suppressed his elation, masking his excitement in his voice. Yes, let us depart at once. Depart. Chen Mo scoffed. I never imagined your intellect was as lacking as your prowess. What do you mean? Did we not agree to the first match in the forest? Yi Feng, still oblivious to his exposure, anxiously questioned Chen Mo. Do you take me for a fool? Constantly prattling on about the forest. Even a simpleton would sense the conspiracy. Then why did you agree? Yi Feng stammered. Disbelief written all over his face. Of course, to deceive you, you simpleton. You despicable cur. Yi Feng exclaimed in outrage, his words faltering in his throat. You infuriate me. I'll tear you to shreds. Arise, Shadow Wolf. The Shadow Wolf was summoned once more, though it had yet to fully recover from its previous battle with the little demon. Its body bore the scars of its wounds, trembling as it struggled to stand. And yet, it dared to challenge me? Such folly. You infuriate me, infuriate me. I shall see you dead. Yi Feng, thoroughly enraged by Chen Mo's taunts, disregarded prior plans. He swiftly produced a silver potion from his pocket and plunged it into the Shadow Wolf. Boom. The once feeble Shadow Wolf surged with power, its injuries rapidly healing. In the blink of an eye, it was as if no wounds had ever existed, its strength having ascended to the second tier and still climbing. This is bad. Chen Mo hastily summoned the little demon to shield himself, positioning Chun Yuan behind him. Yi Feng, witnessing the Shadow Wolf's newfound prowess, became increasingly arrogant. I will not lay a finger on your woman. She has already been reserved by that esteemed lord. Now sensing the Shadow Wolf's advanced strength, Yi Feng's bravado soared as he boasted, indifferent to Well's alien identity. So long as he received benefits, he would follow anyone. Esteemed lord? Chen Mo murmured in confusion. Curiosity piqued regarding Yi Feng's enigmatic benefactor. Just as he intended to inquire further, Yi Feng commanded the Shadow Wolf to attack. The little demon rushed forward, wielding a flame slash to counter. Upon contact, the air crackled with energy, the dragon's claws sparking as they clashed. The little demon was struggling to hold its ground, while the Shadow Wolf, empowered by its elevated tier, effortlessly overpowered it. Seeing the Shadow Wolf charging forward, Chen Mo decided to eliminate the immediate threat. Little demon. Dragon flame suppression. Acting decisively, he commanded. The little demon immediately opened its jaws, flames swirling within, coalescing into a fireball the size of a water tank. Roaring towards the Shadow Wolf. Do not evade. To Chen Mo's astonishment, Yi Feng showed no inclination to retreat. Instead, he commanded the Shadow Wolf to charge headlong into the dragon flame. Boom. In that instant of collision, the dragon flame erupted, scattering countless crimson tongues of fire, seeking to inflict damage upon the Shadow Wolf. However, to everyone's astonishment, enveloped in flames, the Shadow Wolf had merely sustained superficial injuries. How could this be possible? Chen Mo was left dumbfounded witnessing this scene. Yet, as he regained his composure, the Shadow Wolf had already lunged towards the little demon. Shadow Strike. In the instant of its sprint, the Shadow Wolf fiercely slashed out with its claws, glinting ominously in the sunlight, aimed directly at the vulnerable head of the little demon. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the little demon barely managed to shift its body to evade the lethal blow. Nevertheless, the sharp claws still mercilessly tore into its back, causing blood to spray forth, revealing a deep gash that exposed bone. The pain was so intense that the little demon nearly howled in agony. This single strike had inflicted significant damage, severely diminishing its combat effectiveness. How infuriating! The disparity in their levels was indeed daunting. Chen Mo watched the ever-growing power of the Shadow Wolf, his heart brimming with frustration and indignation. At that moment, the Shadow Wolf ascended to a new tier of strength. Tier 3. A howl erupted from the Shadow Wolf, a wild expression of its exhilaration at the newfound power. Chen Mo, this time, you are doomed. No one can save you now. Chapter 45. The Battle Beyond One's Limits. Just as the Shadow Wolf reached its zenith, silver-gray feathers began to slowly manifest upon its body. This was a feathering agent. The well-informed Chun Yuan gasped in horror, her gaze towards Yi Feng turning disdainful. You are nothing but a lapdog of the Silver Feather Clan. What? Chen Mo turned to Chun Yuan, confusion evident in his eyes. This potion allows spirit beasts to rapidly enhance their strength at the cost of their potential, resulting in feathering traits and swift demise once they peak. Typically a last-ditch effort utilized by the Silver Feather Clan. Chun Yuan's eyes betrayed her growing contempt for Yi Feng. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mo's expression towards Yi Feng shifted dramatically. This treacherous fiend, to betray his own kind, he is nothing short of a monster. Impossible. You must be deceiving me. Yi Feng gazed at the feathers adorning the Shadow Wolf in disbelief, claiming there were no side effects. Chen Mo let out a derisive laugh. You truly are both pitiable and despicable, lamentably foolish. You. As long as I kill you, all of this will be worth it. Yi Feng's eyes reddened. blood vessels bursting in fury as he bellowed at Chen Mo. Shadow Wolf, unleash the shadow sphere and kill him. Chen Mo's expression grew serious as he pulled Chen Yuanyuan out of the rest area, with Yifeng hot on their heels. This cramped environment was immensely disadvantageous for the little demon. As soon as they emerged, the little demon soared into the air, evading the Shadow Wolf's reach, which could only howl in frustration below. Shadow Strike, directly assault Chen Mo. The Shadow Wolf's eyes glowed crimson, baring its teeth menacingly at Chen Mo, shrouded in darkness as it sought to meld into the shadows. Yet, the feathers upon its body remained untouched by the darkness, still prominently visible against its skin. Despite being proficient in Shadow Strike, it consistently failed. Little demon, now is the time to use Dragon Blood Boil. Roar. The little demon roared, steam emanating from its body as flames burst forth, its aura steadily escalating. Peak Tier 1, Low Tier 2, Mid Tier 2, High Tier 2. The little demon exuberantly reveled in its soaring power. Chen Yuanyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. You still have hidden cards. Yet, her heart swelled with sweetness. Truly worthy of my choice. This gem continues to shine. In contrast, the Shadow Wolf's signature move, Shadow Strike, was sealed, its power significantly diminished. The dynamics of their confrontation had shifted. Little demon, quickly unleash Dragon Flame. Chen Mo swiftly commanded, seizing the moment to catch them off guard. Under Chen Mo's direction, the little demon trembled with newfound vigor, engulfed in blazing flames. This inferno coalesced rapidly, its enhanced power resulting in a surge of explosive force. Harnessing this energy, the Dragon Flame surged toward the Shadow Wolf. Witnessing the amplified might of the Dragon Flame, the Shadow Wolf adeptly evaded the attack, attempting to distance itself from the opponent. Shadow Wolf, counter with the Shadow Sphere. Observing the little demon's movement, Yifeng reacted swiftly. Thus, the Shadow Wolf exerted all its strength, the Shadow Sphere hurtling toward the little demon. Despite its desperate attempt to create distance, the little demon's aerial advantage only drew them closer together. How infuriating. At this rate, the Shadow Wolf would soon tire and perish. Yifeng's anxiety surged. He understood that continuing like this would leave the Shadow Wolf in a vulnerable position. Therefore, he resolutely issued a new command. Shadow Wolf, charge at Chen Mo. Under Yifeng's orders, the Shadow Wolf abruptly halted, deftly pivoting, and launched itself towards Chen Mo, its sharp claws glinting ominously. The little demon sensed the impending danger and swiftly positioned itself before Chen Mo. In that instant, the Shadow Wolf redirected its attack towards the little demon. Evade the vital spots. Just as Chen Mo shouted, the little demon deftly sidestepped the Shadow Wolf's assault. Yet, the claws left their mark upon the little demon's neck. Fortunately, the wound was shallow, clearly a testament to the Shadow Wolf's waning strength. The aura emanating from the Shadow Wolf flickered, a mere shadow of its former self. Especially as the little demon's prowess surged, revealing the limitations of the Shadow Wolf against its resilient dragon scales and formidable defense. Seizing this rare opportunity while the Shadow Wolf was momentarily dazed, the little demon launched a fierce counterattack. Triad Flame Slash. A colossal blade of fire hurtled toward the Shadow Wolf, sending it crashing once more. Before the Shadow Wolf could regain its footing, the little demon, propelled by astonishing speed, appeared before it again, delivering another Triad Flame Slash. The relentless barrage continued. The Shadow Wolf was struck 4 times in mere moments, akin to a leaf tossed helplessly in a storm. Although each individual strike lacked the power to breach the Shadow Wolf's defenses, the little demon cleverly capitalized on its explosive speed to execute multiple rapid attacks. This tempestuous onslaught, though lacking in sheer force, was overwhelming in its frequency, inflicting significant damage upon the Shadow Wolf. Eventually, the Shadow Wolf crashed to the ground, its body riddled with wounds, clearly suffering a grave defeat. Chen Mo, adhering to the strategy of relentlessly attacking a drowning foe, spared it no respite. Explosive Fire Dragon Bomb. Deliver the final blow. The little demon soared once more into the sky, an unstoppable, formidable fire coalescing around it. A brilliant, massive fireball ascended ominously, its terrifying power far surpassing that of the Dragon Flame, an endless inferno compressing into a singularity. Moments later, a palm-sized fireball materialized before the crowd. Yet none dared to underestimate it. The heat radiating from it warped the surrounding air, casting a crimson hue. Shadow Wolf, Shadow Shield. Hold your ground. Yifeng howled in desperation, unable to fathom the sheer strength Chen Mo possessed. The dual claws of the Shadow Wolf twisted into peculiar shapes, with the sharp tips glimmering with a chilling light, signaling its final strike. Beneath the azure sky, the little demon radiated a dazzling inferno, resembling a deity of flames in the throes of combustion. In an instant, the explosive fire dragon shell was unleashed, hurtling towards the shadow wolf with astonishing speed. Upon contact, the latent power erupted violently, creating a colossal ring of fire that surged outward like a tempest, enveloping an area of approximately 10 meters in mere moments. As the shadow wolf made contact with this fiery circle, it was instantly consumed, its skin incinerated, leaving only a bloodied carcass standing in place. Meanwhile, Yifeng had prudently activated his psychic barrier and sheltered himself behind it, narrowly escaping calamity. Chapter 46. Vowing never to be a traitor. With a cough, Yifeng spat forth a mouthful of blood, his gaze dulled, and he collapsed onto the ground. This was impossible, despite possessing a third-tier strength. He could not overcome Chen Mo. It was all an illusion. Yifeng's eyes glazed over as he clutched his head, desperately rubbing it. Blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, staining the ground around him. Chen Mo approached Yifeng slowly, accompanied by Chen Yuan, while the little demon circled around, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. As soon as they were within range, Chen Mo unleashed a furious punch to Yifeng's face. Already gravely injured, Yifeng had no capacity for resistance, and he was sent sprawling, several teeth knocked loose. You, human scum, you are unworthy of existence in this world. Yifeng's face contorted in agony as he trembled, pressing his hand to his battered visage. A wave of intense pain jolted him awake, followed by an overwhelming dread. He would die? I was wrong, Chen Mo. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I will follow your lead from now on, without question. Do you think I would believe a traitor? I truly repent. I swear I will never dare again. Just treat me as a mere nuisance, and let me go. Yifeng continued to scream, exerting all his strength to articulate his plea, yet the swelling on his face rendered him tongue-tied. If acknowledging one's faults were of any use, what need would there be for the police? Chen Mo delivered another brutal kick. The force was such that Yifeng felt as though his abdomen was being torn apart. His insides ruptured. Blood gushed from his mouth. Today marks your end. You cannot kill me. Murder is a crime, and you will be apprehended. Seeing that soft-hearted measures were ineffective, Yifeng resorted to threats, hoping to deter Chen Mo. If I murder a person, I am a criminal. Yet if I slay a traitor, I am a hero. Prepare to meet your demise. Chen Mo ceased his words, his fists raining down upon Yifeng's face like a torrential storm. With each blow, Yifeng's features distorted, his skull unable to withstand Chen Mo's relentless assault. Slightly warping under the pressure, Yifeng's once handsome face had become unrecognizable. Even his own mother would struggle to identify him. Little demon, incinerate him. Noticing Yifeng's utter incapacity to retaliate, lying helplessly on the ground like a dead pig, Chen Mo lost interest in prolonging the torment. The little demon opened its mouth wide, gathering a massive fireball, its fiery power radiating outward uncontrollably. Boom! The flames, hot enough to melt iron, surged towards Yifeng, engulfing him in an inferno. Scatter! A birdman, adorned with shimmering silver feathers, appeared before Yifeng and effortlessly dissipated the formidable dragon flames with a mere wave of his hand. Humph! Useless, you cannot even handle such a trivial task. A cold snort echoed in the ears of those present, as Chen Mo regarded the suddenly appeared being with a grave expression. It's the Silver Feather Tribe. Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise, nervously grasping Chen Mo's arm. Wells, save me. Yifeng, on the brink of death, looked towards the newly arrived Wells as though he had found a lifeline. Despite being battered beyond recognition, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to shout, Wells. Wells seized Yifeng, disdainfully remarking, You worthless fool. You failed to lead them to the forest, such a simple task. He then tossed Yifeng aside like refuse. Devoid of any compassion, Yifeng was left in shock, unable to believe he had been discarded so callously by Wells. Why? He screamed. You are of no further use to me. I initially intended to eliminate you two prodigies of the human race without revealing my identity. But now I must risk my life to capture you. As he spoke, a sixth-tier aura erupted from him. Let us hope I can escape Dragonstar after eliminating you. Wells's expression darkened as he recalled Yifeng's foolishness, stirring his anger. With such sixth-tier power, should he be discovered, death would be the least of his punishments. If it were not for him, my identity would not have been exposed. The more he thought, the more enraged he became. And he unleashed a silver feather with a single motion, emanating immense power. Yifeng's face turned pale with fear. For that very attack was not aimed at Chen Mo, but was hurtling towards him. Severely injured, he had no chance to flee. And the swift feather pierced through his body. Lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, blood flowed unceasingly from the gaping wound. Now it is your turn. Wells struck again, two silver feathers appearing anew. Whoosh! The silver feathers shot forth, leaving no time for the others to react. Chen Mo understood this was beyond their capacity to withstand. They might attempt to defeat a third-tier opponent, but a sixth-tier one? That was utterly impossible. The chasm between their strengths loomed too vast, leaving Chen Mo bereft of hope for survival. With dragon blood boiling, the little demon erupted once more, its power surging to the pinnacle of second tier. Explosive dragon armor, fiery slash, dragon flames. The little demon unleashed 3 skills in an instant. Yet its proud, potent abilities were as fragile as paper before a simple feather. In moments, they were shattered. Fortunately, the momentum of the feather had diminished after being obstructed by the 3 attacks. With a fierce bite, the little demon surged towards Chen Mo and Chen Yuan. Slicing through the air, 2 feathers struck the little demon. However, it skillfully avoided the vital points, sustaining only superficial wounds. Yet, the terrifying force caused blood to gush from the points of impact. Wells could not help but applaud. Well done, as expected of human prodigies. You are impressive to withstand even my attack. He wore a smile, seemingly pitying the 2. Why not join our Silver Feather tribe? In that case, I can spare your lives. Huh, Silver Feather scum, you dare to dream of our submission? As long as we live, we shall trample every inch of your Silver Feather lands. Chen Mo spat back in rage. He was not Yifeng. Even in death, he would never betray his race. That was an absolute bottom line. With a face full of defiance, Chen Mo turned to Chen Yuan. You must flee quickly. I will hold him off. Little demon, let us fight side by side one last time. Roaring, the little demon's eyes sparkled, its dragon cry resonating through the heavens. No, I want to be with you. Come forth, water spirit. Though water spirit's body had not fully recovered, now only 2/3 of its original size, its gaze was filled with unwavering strength. Within the realm of the spirit domain, it had already perceived the circumstances beyond, and despite its injuries, it willingly urged Chen Yuan to release it for battle. Chen Mo turned to meet Chen Yuan's resolute gaze, contemplating for a moment before suddenly declaring, let us unite one final time and fight side by side. Splendid. Truly worthy of the human race's prodigy. I shall ensure your demise is swift. Wells exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. Chapter 47. The spectacle must conclude. Little demon. Dragon flame armor. Countless flames coalesced and compressed around the little demon, exuding a powerful energy that even Wells could not help but commend. Youngster, I offer you one last chance. Join our Silver Feather clan, and we shall bestow upon you the same esteemed treatment. At this moment, Chen Mo's eyes flickered, feigning agreement, while the little demon fervently gathered flames beside him. What benefits can you offer me? Wells, sensing Chen Mo's wavering resolve, smiled gently. As long as you come with me now, we can negotiate later. Then, a feather shot forth directly towards the little demon. However, you can no longer resist. Cursed. He realized he had been discovered. It was unexpected that his delay tactic had been uncovered so swiftly. Just then, multiple azure water barriers appeared before the little demon. Yet, such defenses were utterly insufficient to withstand a 6th-tier assault. Layer after layer of barriers were breached, though the effectiveness was somewhat palpable, as the feather's speed noticeably diminished. Shui Lingling surged forward, continuing to cast the water shield. However, its effect was minimal, and even after the last shield was shattered, the assault did not cease. With resolve, Shui Lingling placed her body in front of the feather. Upon being struck, she was immediately sent flying. Nonetheless, she had successfully impeded its attack. Chen Yuan rushed forward to cradle Shui Lingling. Though her form was entirely composed of water, this degree of damage would not be fatal. Yet it had rendered her incapable of further combat. Her size diminished by half, and another blow could have proven fatal. At that moment, the little demon had completely amassed its flames. The temperature emanating from the myriad of flames invigorated those present. Sword Feather. Wells, witnessing the little demon's grand display, could not afford to underestimate it. He had no desire for further chaos. Delay could spell disaster. Countless feathers hovered in the air, each imbued with a chilling aura of death. Kill. The feathers cascaded forth, aimed at Chen Mo and his companions. The little demon ascended rapidly, bracing itself with its physical form. Boom. In an instant, as the feather made contact with the little demon, the dragon flame armor surged with power, igniting in a brilliant explosion of fire. A blinding light caused Wells to squint his eyes in discomfort. Fearing a sneak attack, he instinctively shielded himself with his wings. Moments later, the dazzling brilliance dissipated, yet the ground remained unscathed, untouched by flames. However, the area was eerily vacant. Wells swiftly grasped that he had been deceived, cursing vehemently. The dragon flame armor inflicted no damage. It had concentrated its energy solely on the light, allowing Chen Mo the precious time needed for escape. A truly clever ruse. Wells could not help but admire, adding, "Yet this compels me to eliminate you. I have led him to a significant cognitive misstep." He never anticipated this was not an attack at all. "Chen Mo, you are truly remarkable." Chen Yuan, holding Chen Mo's hand, gazed at him with unabashed admiration. her affection for him palpable. Even as she was pulled away by Chen Mo, her mind momentarily faltered, believing they were to engage in a desperate struggle. Little did she know that Chen Mo had already meticulously plotted their escape route. As the two reveled in their fortunate flight, a single feather materialized, blocking their path. Following that, a multitude of sword feathers emerged, hurtling towards Chen Mo and his companion with unassailable force. Wells's figure reappeared among them, and an overwhelming pressure loomed once more. At this juncture, Chen Mo could not even summon the little demon. The recent assault from the dragon flame armor, coupled with the onslaught of sword feathers, had rendered it incapable of battle. Despite the little demon's frantic yearning to join the fray, Chen Mo understood this was futile and denied its plea. In that moment, Chen Mo tightly grasped Chen Yuanyuan's hand, subsequently enveloping her in an embrace, shielding her behind him. Chen Yuanyuan realized that further resistance was futile and clung to Chen Mo, a blissful smile gracing her face. To encounter such a man was her fortune. Seconds elapsed. The sword feathers did not pierce their bodies as anticipated. Ah! A scream shattered the silence, startling both of them. They turned to the source of the cry. At that moment, Wells was enveloped in darkness, leaving only his head exposed. The shadow beneath him continued to constrict, his features contorted in agony, his cries echoing continuously. Beside him stood Chen Yu, observing the tightly clasped hands of the two with a beaming smile. Lu Jing and Bai Qingru were also present, frantically rushing towards Chen Mo, embracing his sturdy waist. Chen Mo exhaled in relief, patting Lu Jing's back reassuringly. It's all right, it's all over now. Lu Jing, with tear-streaked cheeks, looked up at Chen Mo. I was so frightened. At that moment, Bai Qingru approached, unable to suppress her sarcasm. It's all Chen's fault for insisting on witnessing the spectacle. Though her voice was barely a whisper, it reached both Chen Mo and Chen Yuanyuan's ears. Chen Yuanyuan's expression soured, indignantly glancing at the retreating Chen Yu. Father, you scoundrel, prepare to explain yourself to mother. How could you toy with your daughter's life? Chen Yu, barely having moved, nearly stumbled at Chen Yuanyuan's outburst. He hastily returned to the group, wearing a contrite expression to placate her. I had my limits. I merely wished to observe how you would confront danger. How could I allow my precious daughter and disciple to truly gamble with their lives? Isn't that right? He quickly cast a glance at Lu Jing, hoping for her assistance in extricating him from the predicament. Yet, he evidently overlooked their affection for Chen Mo, feigning ignorance as he continued conversing with him. I was wrong. Just don't tell your mother, or I'm as good as dead. Humph. Chen Yuanyuan crossed her arms, pouting in indignation. At that moment, Chen Mo stepped forward, gently ruffling Chen Yuanyuan's hair. These trials are merely tests from the master. With him present, we are beyond harm. We all understand this, do we not? Chen Yuanyuan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Mo, her anger significantly abated as she sighed in resignation. Father, should you ever dare to do this again, I shall ensure mother gives you a proper reprimand. Chen Yuanyuan understood her father's good intentions, but remained irked by his actions. Chen Yu, eager to clarify, quickly responded. I assure you, it shall never happen again. I would never permit you to be harmed. This was merely to prepare you for the harsh realities of the world. You must be psychologically prepared. As soon as he concluded, he lauded Chen Mo. You performed admirably just now, displaying high emotional intelligence in battle, making sound decisions, and exhibiting remarkable proficiency in your skills. Though he sought to comfort Chen Yuanyuan, his praise for Chen Mo was heartfelt. Chen Mo's performance had astonished him, especially the final maneuver of their escape. Even he had not anticipated it. Chapter 48, The Secret Technique Unveiled. Chen Mo suddenly changed his tone. However, the actions of our master have deeply hurt us. Our fragile hearts have suffered a tremendous blow. With tears streaming down his face, Chen Mo feigned sorrow as he recounted his inner turmoil. Chen Yuanyuan was initially taken aback, but soon realized Chen Mo's intentions and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, following suit with playful banter. Indeed, I was utterly terrified. She pretended to wipe away tears as she spoke. Chen Mo glanced at Chen Yuanyuan, who was supporting him, and, as if to commend her, continued, Our master will surely compensate for the harm he has caused us. I firmly believe he has long prepared rewards for us. Chen Yu's gaze sharpened, and he was about to refuse when he caught sight of Chen Yuanyuan's threatening look, prompting him to change his tune. You guessed correctly. I have indeed prepared something. Saying this, he tossed a book to Chen Mo. Chen Mo reached out to catch it, and upon closer inspection, he saw 4 large characters emblazoned on the cover. Break free from shadows. What is this? Chen Mo looked puzzled at Chen Yu, while Chen Yuanyuan, cradled in his arms, suddenly exclaimed, Dad, isn't this your unique technique? Didn't you say you would never pass it on? You wouldn't even give it to me when I asked. Chen Yuanyuan eagerly snatched the Break Free from Shadows book and flipped through it, quickly confirming its authenticity. It's not my fault. It's your little partner who wanted to benefit from me. I had nothing prepared and could only offer this as compensation. Chen Yu shrugged. Though his expression bore no trace of displeasure, he genuinely regarded Chen Mo as his disciple. Especially observing Chen Mo's remarkable combat intelligence reminded him of his younger self. The dynamics between him and Chen Yuan mirrored his own past entanglements with Qin Yu, as if they were cut from the same cloth. Unique techniques, what of it? Hasn't Chen Mo already created one? Lu Jing inquired with curiosity. At that moment, however, Chen Mo interjected slowly. That cannot truly be called a complete technique. Indeed. Chen Yuan chimed in. While I may not be able to create a unique technique myself, I am well informed enough to know that Chen Mo's current technique has significant flaws. It is well understood that if unique techniques were so easily devised, they would not be held in such high esteem by the world. Even a star-destroying powerhouse might not possess a unique technique of their own. The creation of a unique technique is a powerful convergence of talent, effort, and inspiration, often requiring extraordinary luck. Each unique technique is invaluable. Even someone as gifted and well-connected as Chen Yu possesses only 5 unique techniques, of which only one is of his own making. His ability to join the Qin family was significantly attributed to the creation of a unique technique, showcasing his talent. For this reason, Chen Yu was astonished by Chen Mo's talent and luck, having grasped the rudiments of a unique technique even at the first level. This is truly a rare feat. Even in the vast universe, such geniuses are among the very best. This is also why Chen Yu is willing to share his unique technique with him. Firstly, to solidify their master-disciple bond. Secondly, to inspire Chen Mo to refine the dragon flame armor, allowing him to showcase his prowess as a mentor. Though unique techniques do not adhere to tiers, my break free from shadows is undoubtedly among the finest. I hope you study it earnestly and comprehend it swiftly. Yes, I shall not let my master down, Chen Mo vowed, placing the break free from shadows into his spatial ring and bowing respectfully to Chen Yu. Chen Yu observed everything closely, nodding discreetly before waving his hand. Another figure appeared beside Wells, both of whom were firmly bound by darkness, with no possibility of movement. Yi Feng's face betrayed fear and terror. The suffocating darkness rendered him nearly lifeless. Yet, he found himself powerless to end his own suffering, resigned to his fate. As soon as he was released, upon seeing Chen Mo and the others, he instantly grasped his predicament, crying out in anguish, Chen Mo, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please forgive me. Chen Mo, please, don't remain silent. I truly understand my mistakes. If you release me, my life will belong to you from now on. I will never betray my people again. I deeply regret it. It was all his doing. He seduced me. It had nothing to do with me. Yi Feng's face contorted grotesquely, resembling a hideously deformed amalgamation of features, eliciting disgust from those present. No one paid heed to Yi Feng's pleas. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. It was Chen Yu who broke the silence. Chen Mo, how do you intend to deal with him? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to have the authority to decide Yi Feng's fate. Typically, such matters are deliberated by various institutions before a conclusion is reached, followed by a unified resolution. However, considering Chen Yu's status, no one would dare offend a leader for the sake of a traitor. This was clearly an unwise choice. After a brief contemplation, Chen Mo simply uttered a few words. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Chen Yu silently nodded in agreement. Colluding with foreign tribes is a capital offense, and his refusal to repent, along with his attempt to harm a genius of his own kind, renders simple death inadequate for atonement. I shall strip him of his cultivation and condemn him to the 18th layer of hell. 18th layer of hell. Chen Mo's eyes widened in disbelief at Chen Yu's pronouncement of sending Yi Feng to the 18th layer of hell. This place is renowned as the most terrifying prison for all humanity. Only those with the gravest of sins are sent there to endure endless torment. Even death is a luxury. It is said that all criminals have their cultivation nullified, regardless of whether they were once star-destroying elites or domain-level monarchs. They become mere mortals within. Each day, they endure the horrors of the 18th layer of hell, their bodies left in ruins. The tongue-pulling hell, the scissors hell, the iron tree hell. Yet by the next day, their bodies regenerate, only to repeat the cycle endlessly. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's face turned pale, his eyes dimming as despair enveloped him, his head drooping like that of a soulless creature. Were it not for the faintest sign of breathing, Chen Mo and the others might have thought he had been scared to death. Suddenly, Yi Feng shouted, I will never let you succeed, even in death. With that, he yelled and bit down hard on his tongue in a desperate attempt to end his own life. However, Chen Yu would not allow him such a swift escape. A gentle wave of his hand solidified the black liquid binding Yi Feng, drawing inward. Countless droplets of dark liquid began to compress against Yi Feng's body. Several of his ribs snapped instantly, fractures appearing throughout his entire frame. With just a little more force, they would shatter completely. His body continued to shrink. The sudden onslaught of pain forced a scream from him, his mouth agape. Just then, the black liquid, like a rod, was thrust into Yifeng's mouth, preventing him from biting his tongue to commit suicide. Yifeng struggled valiantly, yet could only emit muffled sounds. Chapter 49. Control him, subdue him. Realizing that suicide was futile, Yifeng fainted from fear, leaving behind a puddle of yellowish liquid in his pants. Nearby, Wells, also bound, watched this unfold with disdain. Calling out to the unconscious Yifeng, "What a waste." Turning to Chunyu, he defiantly asked, "And you? If you are willing to divulge your arrangements on Longting Star, I might spare your life." Chunyu scrutinized Wells closely. "End my life if you must, but I shall never betray my kin. Long live the Silver Feather clan." With a casual wave of his hand, Chunyu enveloped Wells's head in a radiant white light. Almost immediately, Wells began to convulse, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, resembling a state of stupor. Did he think that by withholding information from me, I would be rendered powerless? How utterly underestimated I am. Dark liquid began to coalesce, and the sound of bone shattering filled the air as Wells was consumed entirely. In but a moment, a sixth-tier powerhouse was reduced to nothingness, eternally vanished from this world. Why not cast him into the depths of the 18 layers of hell? Chun Yu's expression turned grave as he replied, "He fought for the future of his race. That is not the error. The mistake lies in choosing us as adversaries." Chen Mo, contemplative, nodded in agreement. "It is merely a matter of differing allegiances." The women finally comprehended, aligning themselves solemnly beside Chen Mo. "He may very well be a hero of the Silver Feather clan. Come, you shall train with me at the Spirit Master Association from now on. We must conduct a thorough purge of the Silver Feather spies. It appears that Longting Star shall not find peace in the near future." Upon arriving at the Spirit Master Association, Chen Yu swiftly organized a group to prepare for the eradication of the remaining Silver Feather spies lurking within Longting Star. Only 4 individuals remained in his exclusive training chamber to explore. Naturally, Chen Yuan was well acquainted with the surroundings and took the lead in guiding the others. It must be said, the training chamber of a star-destroying powerhouse was indeed impressive, its sheer expanse astonishing. Clearly, spatial technology was employed here. What appeared to be 1,000 square meters felt magnified 100-fold upon the entrance of Chen Mo and the others. My father's training chambers total 9, each corresponding to one of the 9 attributes, each boasting an area of 10,000 square meters. Chen Yuan explained as they walked, leaving Chen more silently astounded. Soon, they arrived at the first training room, the fire arena. Upon entry, they were immediately enveloped by a potent surge of fiery energy, visibly causing the air to shimmer with a reddish hue. Merely spending a brief moment inside caused the women's garments to become drenched in sweat. However, due to the presence of the little demon, Chen Mo found himself surprisingly resilient to the fiery energy, even feeling a surge of exhilaration. Without hesitation, he released the little demon. Roar! The moment it emerged, the little demon let out an excited cry, reveling in the flame's energy, which was at least 10 times stronger than outside. The little demon thrived in this environment, frolicking about the grand training ground as if it were a carefree child. Completely disregarding Chen Mo remarkably, the fiery energy seemed to gravitate towards the little demon as if it possessed its own consciousness. Bai Qingru gaped, unable to close her mouth in disbelief. Each encounter with the little demon's training left her feeling increasingly defeated. Having been labeled a genius by her elders since childhood, she had developed an air of arrogance, viewing others as mere trifles. Though she had never voiced it, she firmly believed herself to be a prodigy. It was only upon meeting Chen Mo and the little demon that she truly recognized her talent as merely a ticket to the entrance of true genius. What self-taught mastery! Such rapid energy absorption and transformation. Skill comprehension without any bottlenecks. Not to mention the creation of a secret technique entirely on one's own. Even if she dedicated her entire life to it, she doubted she could grasp even one, let alone at this moment. The more Bai Qingru pondered, the more aggrieved her expression became. Why must I encounter him, shattering all my pride? I once cherished that proud and confident self. Yet now, having glimpsed a higher peak, how shall I continue on this path? Do I possess the courage to forge ahead? As Bai Qingru walked, her thoughts spiraled into an endless loop of frustration and sorrow. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was engrossed in discussing the fire arena's various equipment with Chen Yuan, enjoying the moment. The little demon occasionally emitted contented roars, adding to the cheerful atmosphere. It was only when Lu Jing turned to see Bai Qingru with her head bowed that she noticed something amiss. Being naturally observant, Lu Jing approached with concern. "Qingru, what troubles you? You seem quite unhappy." Upon hearing Lu Jing's comforting words, Bai Qingru's suppressed emotions erupted, tears streaming down her face, prompting Lu Jing to rush forward to wipe them away. Why is Chen Mo so formidable? How am I to live? Bai Qingru sobbed. In an instant, Lu Jing grasped Bai Qingru's sentiments. What you contemplate, I have pondered long before. Huh. Bai Qingru looked at Lu Jing, hastily drying her tears, unwilling to let anyone witness her vulnerable side. He truly is a genius who evokes feelings of inferiority. Lu Jing sighed, continuing, I have always excelled academically until his arrival, who seized the top position with undeniable force. At that moment, he entered my heart, and I desired to compete with him. Yet each time, I faced utter defeat. Initially, I took it lightly, for this world is governed by spirit masters. I believed my background would grant me an easy victory over him. But he consistently found ways to overpower me. It was only upon encountering Chen Yuan that I comprehended there are always greater talents beyond one's own. As the daughter of a merchant, I learned to weigh advantages and disadvantages from a young age. I thought Chen Mo would forsake me for power and resources. Yet he did not. In that instant, I was utterly captivated by him. Bai Qingru listened with contemplative intrigue, though her heart still bore some doubts. What do you mean? As women, we possess a significant advantage. In such situations, we have an additional option compared to men. Instead of merely defeating him, we can choose to guide him and earn his allegiance. Bai Qingru understood Lu Jing's implication, her cheeks flushing as she furtively cast a glance at Chen Mo, who was engaged in lively conversation from afar. A tremor coursed through her heart at the sight. Lu Jing, noticing Bai Qingru's wavering resolve, pressed on. He can show you breathtaking vistas beyond your imagination. Reflect on this. With that, Lu Jing returned to Chen Mo's side, joining the training discussion with enthusiasm. Bai Qingru lingered behind, softly murmuring, more beautiful vistas indeed. Chapter 50, An Unrivaled Assist. Having become acquainted with the fire arena, Chen Mo and his companions intended to explore the other training areas as well. In contrast to the sweltering heat of the fire arena, the water arena offered a temperate atmosphere with a higher moisture content in the air. After spending some time inside, even Chen Mo felt his complexion becoming noticeably fairer. Lu Jing was particularly enamored with the place. Had her flower spirit not been of the grass type, she would have wished to reside there. Moreover, it boasted a gigantic swimming pool. Although intended for training, a refreshing swim afterward was an enticing option. Yuan, how about we come here to swim and have fun later? Absolutely. But we must prepare our swimsuits in advance. What do you think, Qingru? Sure. Bai Qingru replied absently, her head raised only to drop once more. Chen Yuan furrowed her brow. Qingru, are you feeling unwell? No, I'm just lost in thought. Bai Qingru hesitantly responded, stealing furtive glances at Chen Mo. Her face flushed with a hint of urgency. Even Chen Yuan, despite her usual lack of awareness, sensed that Bai Qingru's discomfort stemmed from Chen Mo's presence. Turning to the idle Chen Mo, she suggested, Chen Mo, why not take some time to train? We girls have matters to discuss. What matters? He inquired. Women's private matters. Before Chen Mo could react, Chen Yuan had already pushed him out of the aquatic arena. Such a nuisance. Chen Mo muttered, pouting as he approached the little demoness. At that moment, the little demoness lay sprawled on the ground, peacefully snoring. Chen Mo settled beside her, resting against her. You are the best. Snore, the little demoness replied with a soft grunt, prompting a light chuckle from Chen Mo as he too slowly drifted into slumber. The day's events having left him somewhat fatigued. What? Jingjing, how could you say such things to Qingru? Chen Yuan exclaimed. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she shot an incredulous glare at Lu Jing. You are making things difficult for her, are you not aware? Chen Yuan's demeanor shifted from her usual sweet nature, leaving both women astonished. I only say this because I consider Qingru as my own sister. Besides, she won't suffer any loss. Lu Jing, taken aback, noticed her voice had softened involuntarily. Chen Mo already has us. Why would you seek another? 2 is hardly sufficient. Lu Jing mumbled, her gaze lowered as her fingers fidgeted nervously. What? I worry that if Chen Mo becomes exceedingly powerful in the future, having children could become a significant issue. Since he must find someone, why not someone we are familiar with? This indeed posed a dilemma. Chen Yuan pondered over it. Sensing Chen Yuan's hesitation, Lu Jing pressed on with her explanation. My father is merely an ordinary 6th-tier powerhouse and a billionaire, yet even he has several wives. Despite his efforts, I remain his sole daughter. Although we do not adhere to feudal superstitions, the inheritance of his legacy is always a concern. Sometimes, I even lament that I wish I were male. A hint of sorrow appeared on Chen Yuan's face, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke slowly. This is indeed a pressing issue. I am also my family's only daughter, and this matter warrants consideration. Exactly, if your family has such a grand enterprise. It would be a pity for it to fall into the hands of others without an heir. In truth, my father came to Longting Star to serve as president to avoid my grandfather. He constantly urges my father to strive harder, yet over the years, little progress has been made. What? Lu Jing's eyes sparkled with intrigue, eager for gossip about Chen Yu. Rumors. All of it is mere gossip. Am I not capable of handling my own affairs? Chen Yu retorted. While I agree with your perspective, you must respect Bai Qingru's own wishes, Chen Yuan sighed, rubbing her forehead in resignation. Lu Jing, obediently, leapt up joyfully and rushed to Bai Qingru, throwing her arms around her shoulders. Qingru, what do you think? I haven't made up my mind yet. What is there to consider? Our sisterhood is so strong. Shouldn't we always be together in everything? Bai Qingru's face grew increasingly crimson as she heard this. What audacious words. Under Lu Jing's probing, Bai Qingru reluctantly divulged her circumstances to the two women. Chen Yuan felt a surge of indignation. How dare those three prominent families encroach upon my dear sister? My father must teach them a lesson. Gratefully, Bai Qingru looked at Chen Yuan, but Lu Jing interjected coldly. This matter is not so simple. Your father might only suppress them for now. But once he is gone in a few years, the Bai family will face even fiercer assaults. This is merely a temporary remedy. Furthermore, she continued, Qingru's aspiration should be to rely on herself. Strengthening oneself is the true path. Indeed, my plan is to break through in this upcoming Tianjiao competition and enter the City of Laws. By then, they would hesitate to act recklessly. However, gaining entry into the City of Laws is exceedingly difficult. I have no confidence at all. Indeed, it seems only Chen Mo and I might have a chance. Chen Yuan mused, lowering her head, unconsciously murmuring. But she quickly realized her words were somewhat mocking toward Lu Jing and Bai Qingru. I mean no offense. It's just that with our current strength, even I find it barely manageable. Lu Jing stepped forward, embracing Chen Yuan and pinching her. We all possess self-awareness. If we could accompany Chen Mo to the City of Laws, it would be ideal. If not, we shall remain behind on Longting Star to support him. Yet, there remains hope. Should Chen Mo truly grasp the essence of the technique my father bestowed upon him, he might just be able to bring you along. Really? Bai Qingru's eyes sparkled with hope as she turned to Chen Yuan, her cheeks flushed. Chen Yuan nodded with conviction, her face beaming with pride. This technique ranks among the finest in our Qin family's repertoire. Once mastered, it guarantees invincibility among peers and even allows for challenges against higher tiers. How impressive. But why doesn't your father share a copy with you, so you may learn it as well? Lu Jing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. My mother has long prepared the most suitable technique for me. I simply have yet to master it. Is this what it means to be a true scion of a prestigious family? How extraordinary! Lu Jing exclaimed in disbelief. Even Bai Qingru stared enviously at Chen Yuan. As long as you secure Chen Mo's agreement, we can remain sisters for life. Unable to withstand their gazes any longer, Chen Yuan hastily shifted the topic. If we continue like this, I shall surely be consumed alive. Bai Qingru found herself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Having only ever been pursued by boys, she had no experience in actively pursuing one herself. She cast a pleading glance toward the two women. I have a splendid idea. Lu Jing exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. She quickly gathered the two girls close. Let us do this first, and then that. The two women's faces turned crimson as they regarded Lu Jing with a knowing look. You truly are audacious. Chapter 51, The Ultimate Pool Water Gun Battle. Sunlight glimmered on the shimmering surface of the pool, reflecting specks of golden light. Chen Mo, comfortably propped on a lounge chair by the poolside, enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation, his belly slightly rising and falling with each breath, resembling a soft jelly. Lu Jing, clad in a vibrant bikini, approached Chen Mo, bending down to poke his soft belly with her slender fingers, teasingly remarking, Mo go, look at that little paunch of yours. As if you've been pregnant for 10 months. Startled by the poke, Chen Mo sat up abruptly, instinctively guarding his belly as he feigned seriousness. This is called prosperity. You know, it's a sign of good fortune. Unlike you, looking like a mere bamboo pole that could topple with a gust of wind. He scrutinized Lu Jing from head to toe, his eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. Lu Jing stuck out her tongue playfully before diving into the clear pool. Moving like a graceful mermaid, effortlessly gliding through the water and leaving behind a trail of sparkling bubbles. Chen Yuan, adorning a cute pink float, floundered awkwardly in the shallow end, resembling a determined little frog learning to swim. Sister, come play in the water, she called out enthusiastically. Bai Qingru, elegantly clad in a one-piece swimsuit, reclined under a sunshade at the pool's edge, sipping on a glass of freshly squeezed juice. A faint smile of resignation gracing her lips as she observed Chen Mo and Chen Yuan frolicking in the water. Take it easy. Don't splash all the water out of the pool. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, then took a running leap, soaring high into the air. With a resounding splash, he plunged into the pool, creating a massive fountain of water. The droplets cascaded down like a torrential downpour, drenching Chen Yuan, who was struggling in the water. Cough, cough. Are you trying to murder me? Chen Yuanyuan spluttered, coughing and wiping the water from her face as she accused Chen Mo of his reckless antics. Ha ha. All's fair in love and war. Chen Mo chuckled triumphantly, seizing Chen Yuanyuan's flotation ring and turning her into a makeshift jet ski, careening wildly across the pool, leaving a long trail of water in his wake. Help! I'm going to be sick. Chen Yuanyuan clung desperately to the flotation ring, her body bouncing violently on the water's surface as she let out a series of terrified shrieks. Bai Qingru watched the commotion between the two, exasperatedly placing a hand on her forehead with a sigh. These two clowns. Lu Jing emerged from the water, her long hair plastered to her face. After wiping the droplets from her cheeks, she shouted at Chen Mo, "Come on, let us duel. The loser has to do the dishes tonight. I'm not afraid of you." A glint of competitive spirit flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as the two engaged in an intense water fight. They splashed each other relentlessly, creating waves that surged and crashed, akin to two dragons battling in a tempest. What is love, if not a torrent of water? Chen Mo proclaimed, energetically splashing water while reciting a whimsical poem, which succeeded in eliciting laughter from Lu Jing. Caught off guard by her amusement, she was suddenly drenched by Chen Mo's playful antics. The epic showdown ultimately ended in a tie, both parties collapsing by the pool's edge, panting and soaked, resembling two drowned rats. Gazing up at the fluffy clouds drifting in the sky, Chen Mo feigned profundity, exclaiming, "One must revel in life's joys, lest the golden goblet be left empty before the moon. Oh, spare me the theatrics. Get up and do the dishes." Lu Jing ruthlessly called him out, urging him to get to work. Chapter 52. One must be well fed to have strength. The fire arena. Roar. Upon entering the fiery arena, Xiao Yao bounded forward to greet Chen Mo, sniffing him twice with her nose. Discovering no unusual scents, she let out a joyful roar. Chen Mo calmly extended his hand, gently stroking Xiao Yao's head, causing her to quiver with delight. "It's time to start training," he coaxed, much like one would a child, while simultaneously accessing Xiao Yao's attributes. Name, Explosive Flame Dragon. Level, First Tier. Base Stats, 600. Type, Fire Dragon. Talent, Golden, 01000000. Skills, Explosive Fire Dragon Ball, Mastered, 4210000. Flame Slash, Expert, 6490100000. Explosive Dragon Armor, Expert, 961000000. Dragon Blood Boil, Mastered, 696100000. Dragon Flame, Expert, 8652100000. The Explosive Flame Dragon possesses formidable close combat abilities and a relentless pursuit of explosive power, believing that art is synonymous with explosions, making them an extremely combative species. The Explosive Dragon Armor, having achieved mastery, was crucial in the development of the secret technique known as Dragon Flame Armor. This was a clever innovation from Xiao Yao after her breakthrough, successfully merging the Explosive Dragon Armor with the Dragon Flame under Chen Mo's continuous refinement. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction at Xiao Yao's attributes, deeming them nearly perfect. However, beyond these visible attributes lay unseen challenges. "Go ahead," Chen Mo mused, contemplating the training ahead as he commanded Xiao Yao. She promptly fluttered off toward a small magma pool, which was part of Chen Mo's new training regimen. Based on her previous performance, Xiao Yao's skill proficiency was already more than sufficient, even exceeding expectations. The sheer power of her Dragon Flame and other abilities was astonishing, far beyond what a juvenile spirit pet should possess. Yet, this came with a drawback. Her energy consumption was excessively high, often leading to exhaustion after just a few attacks. Moreover, her energy perception and control needed improvement, as lengthy skill windups made her vulnerable to counterattacks. Had it not been for Shui Ling's valiant defense, risking her life to protect Xiao Yao, the latter might have been defeated by Wells before she could unleash her skills. Thus, Chen Mo planned to temporarily curtail her skill usage, focusing instead on enhancing her energy capacity and control. There was no better way for Xiao Yao to immerse herself in fire energy than by bathing in magma. Chen Mo was quite astonished that such a feature existed in the fire arena, but considering Chen Yu's identity, it all made sense. Seeing Xiao Yao frolicking comfortably in the magma, Chen Mo smiled knowingly and seated himself cross-legged on the ground to begin his study of the technique known as shadow escape. After a while, he skimmed through the material and gained a general understanding. Shadow escape is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is called shadow detachment. As the name suggests, it involves separating the shadow from the body, allowing it to exist independently. With increasing proficiency, the shadow's power will approach that of the main body. The second layer is called multiple shadows. This layer is relatively simple, requiring the simultaneous detachment of multiple shadows from the body. though it appears straightforward. It demands a significant amount of energy to sustain. The third layer is known as shadow fusion. This is the most challenging part, involving the amalgamation of all shadows into a single new entity, greatly enhancing its power. However, the fusion of shadows may lead to instability, resulting in diminished strength or even self-detonation of tremendous magnitude. Chen Mo produced an egg from his spatial ring and placed it under the sun, causing a shadow to manifest. He then channeled his mental energy, gradually covering the egg with it. A surge of life vitality flooded into his consciousness. Cautiously, he approached the junction where the body and shadow connected with his mental energy, yet he struggled to comprehend how to separate them. The text merely instructed to divide using mental energy, without elaborating on the method of separation. An impatient thought flickered in his mind, igniting a wave of frustration. Does this wretched book possess a self-learning prevention mechanism? Should I seek my master's guidance? But his master was currently occupied with purging other Silver Feather Clan spies and surely had no time to spare. Was he to wait until his master returned to practice this secret technique? Chen Mo continued to probe at the boundary with his mental energy, attempting to tear open a gap, yet he saw no results, only blindly exhausting his mental reserves. After several hours of fruitless research, he remained at a standstill. One egg after another had been sacrificed in the process, all due to Chen Mo's mounting frustration. The fate of those eggs was nothing short of tragic. Even Xiao Yao dared not approach them without covering her eyes. Mo Gu, should we eat something first? Upon hearing Lu Jing's call, Chen Mo opened his eyes to realize it was already noon. Rising to his feet, he prepared to grab a meal before tackling the issue again. One must be well-fed to have strength. Lu Jing interjected, stepping forward. Well-fed? A sudden thought struck Chen Mo, and he murmured to himself. If a person must eat to gain strength, then perhaps a shadow must also be well-fed in order to detach and exist independently. Chen Mo's excitement grew with each word. A glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, his hands trembling with uncontainable enthusiasm. As long as I nourish the shadow, success is within reach. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo sat cross-legged once more, paying no heed to Lu Jing's curious gaze. Sigh, I'll bring you some food later. Lu Jing sighed helplessly, glancing at Chen Mo, who was lost in his cultivation. Chapter 53, The Shadow Little Demon. At the dining table, Jing, did you not bring Chen Mo to eat? Chen Yuanyuan asked, puzzled, as she watched Lu Jing return alone. No, it seems he has encountered some issues in his cultivation. Didn't you tell him that my father is back for dinner? If he has questions, he could simply ask him, Lu Jing replied as she took a seat. Chen Yu, who had just returned intending to take a short break and share a meal with his daughter, suddenly connected the dots upon hearing Lu Jing's words and inquired. What do you mean by shadow? Is Chen Mo practicing the technique I gave him to separate from his shadow? I'm not sure, but it seems likely. Especially since he made a significant decision last night to focus on enhancing his strength. Lu Jing said as she picked up a piece of carrot and popped it into her mouth. Chen Yu shook his head. That shouldn't be possible. I only gave him that technique yesterday. He is still far from mastering it. He then picked up a piece of beef, praising Lu Jing, little Jing. Your cooking is truly remarkable. That Chen Mo is indeed fortunate. Chen Yuanyuan chimed in. Aside from you, we will all be fortunate in the future. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Bai Qingru, who was quietly eating nearby. Bai Qingru retorted, what have I done to warrant being mentioned? I'm just here to eat. Her face flushed slightly as she continued her meal. A mischievous smile crept onto Chen Yu's face. Oh, another young lady has fallen into the wolf's den. Noticing Bai Qingru's silence, Chen Yu decided to let her be and turned to Yuanyuan. Do you know what Chen Mo is up to? I'm not sure. But if he is practicing separating from his shadow, he should have come out for dinner. Chen Yuanyuan replied while eating, adding, when you taught the technique to my grandfather. It took him 3 days to grasp it. Even though Mo Gu has exceptional talent, he shouldn't be able to achieve it so quickly. Chen Yu nodded in agreement, but then seemed to realize something. He queried, looking at Chen Yuanyuan, who rolled her eyes in response. Don't think I don't know that you spent more time playing with Mom back then than we did. Grandfather told me everything, Chen Yu said, chuckling with a hint of embarrassment, choosing not to elaborate further. After dinner, let's go take a look. Having gained some insights from his earlier endeavors, Chen Mo had a clearer understanding of how to practice separating from his shadow. He retrieved an egg once more, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, enveloping the egg with his spiritual energy. However, this time, Chen Mo did not place his spiritual energy at the boundary of the shadow, but directly infused it within the shadow itself. The shadow trembled at that moment, seeming to crave more. Chen Mo, filled with joy, intensified the flow of spiritual energy. As seconds ticked by, Chen Mo's spiritual energy began to dwindle. A remarkable feat given his natural aptitude. Let's try adding some energy, he murmured, attempting to draw forth energy from his spiritual core and slowly feeding it into the shadow. As expected, the shadow eagerly consumed the energy. Effective. Chen Mo increased the energy flow, confident that with a capacity of 99%, he could manage it. With the continuous infusion of energy, the shadow gradually solidified, its blackness becoming increasingly pure. Soon, the shadow reached saturation, and no more energy could be absorbed. Chen Mo understood the moment had arrived. With the last remnants of his spiritual energy, he severed the connection between the shadow and his body. Tear. The shadow was indeed pulled from the egg. A fully black egg appeared before Chen Mo. He stood up, held the jet black egg in his hands, and examined it closely but found nothing amiss. His eyes brimmed with joy. Squeezing it firmly, the egg cracked open, revealing the yolk within. Immediately, the shadow in his hand returned to the egg's original form. Perfect. The realism of this outcome was beyond his expectations. Taking a moment to rest and replenish his spirit and internal energy, Chen Mo excitedly called out to the little demon basking nearby. Come over. It's time to train the secret technique. Upon hearing Chen Mo's call, the little demon soared out of the molten pool, shaking off excess magma as it took to the sky, and swiftly flew to Chen Mo's side. Chen Mo retrieved a dragon fruit from his spatial ring and tossed it to the little demon. The little demon gulped it down, savoring the lingering taste. Dragon fruit was something it could never tire of. Roar. The little demon let out a low growl and lay on the ground, ready for Chen Mo's instructions. Chen Mo gently patted its dragon head. Stay still and cooperate with me. The little demon nodded, closing its eyes and remaining still. Seeing this, Chen Mo proceeded. Following the previous method, he used his spiritual energy to nurture the shadow, but as he had already expended much of his energy, he could only use a little to invigorate the shadow. Then came the substantial energy infusion. The little demon's shadow gradually solidified, slowly gaining vitality. Finding the right moment, Chen Mo expertly separated the shadow, using his spiritual energy. Roar. The moment the shadow was separated, it let out a roar that startled the little demon, who opened its eyes to find a shadowy dragon identical to itself standing before it, albeit entirely black. Roar. The little demon looked at Chen Mo in confusion, only to see him enamored with the replica, touching it here and there. Feeling a bit wronged, the little demon nudged Chen Mo with its head, finally prompting him to snap back and pat the little demon's head, happily circling around it. Of course, Chen Mo was not fickle. This was merely an assessment of the shadow little demon's strength. What a pity that this shadow's power did not even reach 1/10 of its original form. Why could this be? Chen Mo pondered, resting his chin on his hand, frowning in contemplation. It lacks the infusion of attribute energy. Master. Chen Mo turned towards the source of the voice to find Chun Yu and 3 young ladies standing at the door. I never expected you to truly surprise me. You have made remarkable progress in your training, nearly reaching the threshold. What talent you possess. Chun Yu's eyes revealed a mix of astonishment and delight. Unable to help but praise him. Mo Go, you are incredible. Yes, treat yourself to some food as a reward. You truly deserve it. The 3 ladies each complimented Chun Mo, with Chun Yuan particularly astonished that he was able to cultivate the technique of separating from his shadow, despite his extraordinary talent. She had never imagined he could succeed at such a level. Master, what do you mean by the infusion of elemental energy? Chen Mo asked curiously. Receiving a bowl of food from Lu Jing, Chen Yu cleared his throat, straightening up, and cautioned the 4 to listen closely. You should have grasped that the shadow must devour both spiritual energy and energy by now, correct? Indeed, Master, but the shadow I created lacks even 1/10 of its potential. Why is that? Chen Yu coughed a couple more times. Chen Yuan, unable to watch any longer, handed him some cough syrup, stating, take this and get better first. You cough too much. Chapter 54. The little demon advances to 2nd tier. Chen Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in Yuan's words. Indeed, this secret technique was not something one could fully grasp at this stage. The efficacy of my technique hinges upon the power of the laws. Power of the laws. The manifestation of shadows requires 3 essential components: mental strength, energy, and the power of the laws. Mental strength serves to activate the vitality of the shadow. Energy refers to one's own attribute-less energy, acting as both adhesive and foundational framework. Finally, the power of the laws is utilized to imbue the body, enabling it to possess strength equivalent to that of the original. Is it truly impossible for me to learn how to emerge from the shadows? Chen Mo's previously buoyant spirit was suddenly dampened. Not necessarily. At your current stage, you can simply substitute with energy of the same element. After all, employing the power of the laws is considered primarily for when the spirit master ascends to the star extinguishing level, where they inherently possess the power of the laws, allowing for complete synchronization of strength. Really? Can my master deceive me? Upon receiving Chen Yu's unequivocal confirmation, Chen Mo's smile returned, and he gently set down Yuan Yuan, who was now blushing profusely, her ears flushed with warmth. However, even with a substitute, the strength would only reach a maximum of 90%. Chen Yu added as an afterthought, 90% is sufficient. Chen Mo readily accepted, possessing unwavering confidence in the little demon's capabilities. Even at 90%, it would still be a formidable weapon. Since we have settled this, let us first enjoy our meal before continuing. We wouldn't want it to grow cold. Lu Jing reminded them. At that moment, Chen Mo's stomach audibly grumbled in agreement. You eat first. I must continue my pursuit of the hidden Silver Feather clan, for they are well concealed. With that, Chen Yu swiftly departed the training grounds. Chen Mo, disregarding any semblance of decorum, sat on the ground and began to feast heartily. 3 months later, at the fire arena. Mo Go, is it really safe for the little demon like this? Lu Jing asked anxiously, glancing at the little demon enveloped in roaring flames. If the little demon can swim in magma, what is there to fear from these flames? Stop worrying unnecessarily. Chen Mo reassured, patting Lu Jing's head, which quieted her to observe the little demon's ascension. In just over 3 months, it had advanced from 0 to the 2nd tier. Truly worthy of its dragon lineage, its talent was indeed unparalleled. While most races, aside from humans, typically experience rapid advancement in the early stages, none could match such speed. It was likely to reach the 3rd tier before the national competition. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the fire arena. The little demon's aura surged alongside the immense flames. In the blink of an eye, it reached the pinnacle of the 1st tier, merely a step away from breaking into the 2nd tier. Flames continuously surged toward the little demon, wave after wave, unceasing. Roar! Another roar erupted. The flames ceased their ascent and were absorbed by the little demon. Clinging to its skin's surface, a wave of fiery energy radiated outward. 2nd tier. Fortunately, Chen Mo was there to shield it. Otherwise, he would have been scorched. The little demon joyfully bounded over to Chen Mo, nuzzling against him. 3 months prior, it was merely a small dragon that could only brush against Chen Mo's pant leg. Now, it had grown into a massive dragon, 2 meters tall and 8 meters long. Of course, the little demon was still in its developmental stage, having just surpassed its juvenile phase. With diligent training and nourishment, reaching 100 meters in size would merely be a matter of time. Mo Go. Shall we go out and celebrate the little demon's achievement? Lu Jing implored with wide eyes. We haven't left the Spirit Master Association in 3 months, and the Silver Feather clan has been thoroughly cleared out, so can't we enjoy some time outside? The 3 girls had been cooped up for too long, and upon stepping outside, they made a beeline for the shopping mall. Inside the mall, the moment the 4 entered, they attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, sparking a flurry of murmurs. Wow, look at those 3 women. They are truly stunning, like celestial beings descended to Earth. And each one has a distinct style. It's a feast for the eyes. What on earth allows that man to stand with them? I bet he's just some rich fool's son. He certainly looks the part. You think you can critique them? You're all just envious and filled with jealousy. Unfazed by the gossip, Chen Mo and his companions continued to browse the merchandise, having encountered such remarks many times during their outing. Mo Go, let us check out this store. Before Chen Mo could respond, Lu Jing had already pulled him inside. Chen Mo glanced around, quickly deducing that it was an upscale boutique. A tall, elegant receptionist approached them. Bowing slightly, hello, how may I assist you today? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Given his somewhat shabby attire, he had anticipated disdain from the receptionist, which was why Lu Jing had insisted on shopping as soon as they entered the mall. To his astonishment, the reception was exceedingly cordial, rendering his considerable wealth of $1 billion irrelevant. With a sigh, he said, you can converse with them. The receptionist regarded Chen Mo with curiosity, briefly assessing her own actions. Was there something amiss? The 3 girls huddled together, seemingly deep in discussion, punctuated by occasional laughter. Just as Chen Mo contemplated taking a seat, an excited Lu Jing seized him. Mo Go, let us give you a makeover. Seeing her enthusiasm, Chen Mo reluctantly nodded, not wishing to dampen their spirits. Moments later, clad in a deep red tailored suit, Chen Mo's tall, striking figure combined with his handsome features imbued his previously righteous countenance with a hint of allure. Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled with wonder, nearly drooling as she excitedly hugged Lu Jing, incredulous at the transformation of the once ordinary Chen Mo by Qing Ro feigned composure. Casting a fleeting glance at Chen Mo, her cheeks slightly flushed, murmuring, he looks quite handsome. Chen Mo himself was astonished that simply changing his attire could yield such a dramatic transformation. Truly, one is judged by their attire, much like a horse is by its saddle. Chapter 55, Bloodline Suppression. Chen Yuan looked quizzically at the restless Chen Mo, glancing back at Lu Jing's Qipao, and instantly understood, nodding knowingly. A total of 1, 476,000. Chen Mo was taken aback. For just a few articles of clothing to cost over $1 million was quite an adjustment to such a lavish lifestyle. Lu Jing's Qipao alone cost over 200,000. Although astonished, Chen Mo swiftly produced his bank card and handed it to the receptionist. To him, with his current wealth, this expense was merely a drop in the bucket. The receptionist's eyes lit up at the sight of Chen Mo's charming demeanor as he offered his card. No one could resist a dashing man presenting a card so confidently. Upon exiting the mall, a trio of individuals approached Chen Mo and his companions. Aren't they from the guard squad? What are they doing here? Could there be remnants of the Silver Feather clan lurking about? We should leave immediately. No, they seem to be heading towards those handsome men and women. Hello. Please cooperate with our duties and accompany us to the police station for questioning. One officer, adorned with shoulder insignia and a badge featuring 3 stars and a tornado emblem, extended his hand to halt Chen Mo and the others. It's Feng Dian, a member of the Feng family. Bai Qingro trembled slightly, drawing closer to Chen Mo and whispering in his ear. Chen Mo's expression darkened as he realized that they had been out of hiding for 3 months, only to be scrutinized upon their return. It was evident that this was a deliberate targeting. He scoffed coldly. The Feng family truly has audacity, daring to exploit public authority for private vendettas. Feng Dian, disdain written all over his face, spat at Chen Mo. What do you take me, Feng Xiao, for? If I wish to deal with you, I shall do so at my whim. What can you possibly do about it? Beside him, his sycophants joined in the mockery. Indeed. Do you know who Feng Xiao's father is? He is none other than the illustrious head of the Feng family, Feng Fanqiu. If we decide to deal with you, you better accept it without resistance. The bravado of Feng Dian, bolstered by his lackeys, was palpable, their eyes brimming with provocation as they glared at Chen Mo. Observing the trio's arrogant demeanor, Chen Mo regarded them as if they were fools, tauntingly replying, "Do you have any idea who stands behind me? You dare to bark. Isn't it just 3 women?" One of the henchmen teased, failing to notice that Feng Dian was starting to lose his composure. You're courting death. Feng Dian roared. Come forth, Liwen Dragon. A dragon, resembling a greenish-blue pterosaur and standing about 2 meters tall, materialized in the sky, boasting a 3rd-tier strength. Provoked by this, Feng Dian hastily summoned his spirit companion. The 2 lackeys were instantly dumbfounded. Such an act in broad daylight was audacious. While an investigation might be tolerable, a direct confrontation would undoubtedly have severe repercussions for the Feng family. Feng Xiao, is this really wise? I thought we were merely here to assert dominance. One of them cautioned. Another added, our master has warned us not to provoke him. We are already crossing a line, and if the master finds out, smack. Before he could finish, Feng Dian slapped him across the face, the sharp sound echoing throughout the plaza. Who are you to dictate my actions? Feng Dian's fierce gaze bore into the 2, though he restrained his movements somewhat. He turned to Chen Mo and declared, if you come over and bow 3 times, I shall spare you. Huh, come forth, little demon. Chen Mo coldly retorted. With a waist like you in the Feng family, it surely won't thrive for long. With a powerful roar, the little demon descended majestically beside Chen Mo, instantly commanding respect. Meanwhile, the Liwen dragon, despite its 3rd-tier might, found itself intimidated by the little demon's presence, reluctant to continue soaring above, and landed beside Feng Dian, its aura diminished. This is impossible. My Liwen dragon possesses 3rd-tier strength. How could it be suppressed by your mere 2nd-tier blaze dragon? Feng Dian exclaimed incredulously. Chen Mo mocked him. This is the suppression of bloodlines. You are but a pitiful subdragon, daring to bark before us. You infuriate me. I will have your life. Liwen dragon, unleash the tempest. The Liwen dragon understood its cue to ascend, but was suddenly restrained by an overwhelming gust of wind. Feng Dian turned to see the source of the pressure, his face paling. Brother, what are you doing? Feng Yun simply raised his hand, and the Liwen dragon was pinned to the ground, struggling in vain against the force. Feng Yun stepped forward and delivered a stinging slap across Feng Dian's face. Enough. Return home. Our father wishes to speak with you. A red mark appeared on Feng Dian's face, and he trembled from the pain, yet he dared not voice any resistance. Chen Mo, observing the unfolding drama, was bemused but resolved not to let the matter slide. Do you think what just transpired can be swept under the rug? Feng Yun halted in his tracks. Turning to regard Chen Mo, his serious expression abruptly transformed into a disconcerting smile. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to Mr. Chen. How may I make amends? With Feng Yun's indifferent response and eerie smile, Chen Mo instantly recognized the underlying complexity. A smiling tiger. However, Chen Mo was undeterred. Not only was he a disciple of Chen Yu, but with the backing of the 3 women behind him, he felt emboldened. I have heard that our Qing'er has a betrothal with that fool over there. I believe it can be annulled, cannot it? Chen Mo asserted, pulling Bai Qing'er close to assert his claim. Of course, it was merely a verbal agreement, devoid of any legal binding. Feng Yun replied, his expression unchanged. Before turning to leave, as Feng Jian attempted to speak, he was silenced by Feng Yun, who shoved him back into the car. Chapter 56, 1 against 3. You insolent wretch, do you realize what you have just done? Feng Fanchou thundered as he slammed his palm onto the table, causing a reverberating sound. In contrast, Feng Jian's face remained placid, devoid of any remorse, as if nothing had transpired. I warned you not to provoke Chen Mo. He is now a favored confidant of Chunyu, beyond your reach. I have taught you countless times that a small lapse of patience can preserve a grand strategy. Feng Fanchou hurled the quilt he had been holding to the ground, the fragments cutting Feng Dian's face and leaving a crimson trail. Feng Dian winced, gingerly touching his wound, a flicker of grievance flashing in his eyes. You promised to bring Bai Qing'er to me as my wife. You gave me your word. This requires careful deliberation. Your recklessness has ruined my original plans. I have advised you to learn from your elder brother's composure, rather than resorting to mindless violence. A trait only the lowly would exhibit. Feng Fanchou sighed, gazing at his foolish son with exasperation. I do not care. I want Bai Qing'er, and no one shall stand in my way. Feng Dian bellowed, his typical strategy of throwing tantrums to get his way. However, he was unprepared for Feng Fanchou's unexpected resolve. Rising from his seat, Feng Fanchou approached Feng Dian and delivered a forceful slap that sent him crashing to the ground. If you ever defy my orders again and jeopardize my plans, I will kill you with my own hand. Gazing into Feng Fanchou's cold eyes, Feng Dian instinctively curled up on the ground, fully aware that any further disobedience could very well lead to his demise at his father's hand. Seeing Feng Dian subdued, Feng Fanchou smirked coldly. For the upcoming national competition, I have already bribed Tai Lai and a host of other experts. Chen Mo shall pay with his life, and then we will devour the Bai family, establishing the Feng family as the foremost clan in Longting Star. You mean Tai Lai, the Thunderous Hand? The first prodigy of the Tai family? Upon receiving a nod from Feng Fanchou, Feng Dian revealed a cold smile. Once you are gone, I shall reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Feng Fanchou, observing the scene, waved his hand, dismissing Feng Dian. How is it that I, a distinguished ninth-tier powerhouse, have produced such a fool? I should have thrown him against the wall long ago. Spirit Master Association. My dear, thank you for helping me annul the betrothal. As soon as they arrived home, Bai Qing'er enveloped Chen Mo from behind, her voice thick with emotion. Chen Mo gently patted her hands. You are mine. Do you wish to return to being that fool's wife? How could you say that? My heart has long belonged to you. Bai Qing'er blushed. Inhaling the masculine scent emanating from Chen Mo felt his cheeks heat up, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Bai Qing'er's next statement left him utterly astounded. Darling, tonight I wish to offer you my heart, my mind, and everything I possess. With that, before Chen Mo could respond, Bai Qing'er dashed away, her face flushed. Chen Mo, elated by the recent events, soon found his thoughts drifting elsewhere. It appears that Jingjing is also coming tonight. I hope we don't run into each other. Should I inform them? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mo ultimately resolved to endure the situation passively, too lazy to make a move. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 9 o'clock, with the outside world cloaked in darkness. Normally, he would still be training with Xiaoyao at this hour. But tonight was an exception. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door. When it opened, a head peeked in, scanning the room. Yuan. What brings you here at this late hour? Chen Yuan trembled slightly upon noticing Chen Mo, seated by the bedside. I came to check if you went to training. Then you should be at the training grounds. Why come to my room? Chen Mo queried, his mind wandering elsewhere. I came to ask you a question. Chen Yuan said, a spark of inspiration lighting her eyes as she stepped into the room with a bold demeanor. Before Chen Mo could refuse, she approached him. Why are you back so early today? Don't you usually train at this hour? Knock, knock, knock. Before Chen Mo could respond, another round of knocking resounded. A tall and alluring figure donned in a red qipao stealthily appeared within Chen Mo's line of sight. Darling, I'm here. Are you in? I'm here, Chen Mo replied. Lu Jing followed the sound of his voice, exclaiming, Yuan, what are you doing here too? She glanced questioningly at Chen Mo, only to find him shaking his head in confusion. Jingjing, what brings you to Chen Mo's room at such a late hour? I came to ask a question, she stammered. What a coincidence. I too am here to ask a question, Lu Jing said, mustering her courage as she sat on the bed beside Chen Mo. Before Lu Jing could settle in, yet another knock was heard. The first thing that entered the room was a long, fair leg, followed by the sight of a figure clad in a white bikini. Chen Mo hastily wiped away the blood that had begun to trickle from his nose. Chen Mo, are you in? We're here, both Chen Yuan and Lu Jing chorused, startling Bai Qing'er, who trembled, fearing she had entered the wrong room. However, Upon seeing Chen Mo seated in the middle, her eyes widened in disbelief. You all. Bai Qingru stammered nervously, unable to finish her sentence. Chen Yuan and Lu Jing exchanged knowing smiles. You're here to ask a question too, we know? In unison, the three women turned their gazes towards Chen Mo, seeking clarity on the situation. Chen Mo then recounted the truth to the trio, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They dared not meet each other's eyes until Lu Jing pointed out a discrepancy. Yuan, your outfit doesn't quite match the occasion. Look at how appropriate Qingrou's bikini is. Chen Yuan puffed out her chest defiantly. Well, your Squirtle is quite impressive too. Lu Jing quickly averted her gaze, unable to confront the indescribable sight. What do you plan to do, darling? The three women turned their eyes in unison towards Chen Mo, each wearing an expression that seemed to plead for selection, with the astute Lu Jing even subtly adjusting her neckline. Yet compared to Chen Yuan, she was still at a disadvantage. Why don't I challenge my limits today? Chen Mo spoke slowly, observing the expressions of the three women. You wishful thinker, Bai Qingru interjected. But upon her remark, Chen Yuan and Lu Jing remained unmoved, appearing to agree with the sentiment. Bai Qingru gasped in shock. You all can accept this? Though it was she who had initiated the proposition, the situation had escalated beyond her expectations. Lu Jing nonchalantly waved her hand, stating that it would eventually come to pass. So it mattered little whether it happened sooner rather than later. Chen Yuan nodded silently beside her. Having decided to follow Chen Mo steadfastly whenever he stood up for her, she deemed this trivial matter inconsequential compared to her bond with him. I can't be left out either. Bai Qingru hesitated for a moment before whispering bashfully. Chapter 57, Advancement and Choices. In the fire arena, Chen Mo released Xiaoyao as per routine, allowing it to enhance its prowess while temporarily setting aside skill training. The training over the past 3 months had yielded significant results, with Xiaoyao's total energy now exceeding 40 times what it was 3 months prior. This figure accounts for the improvements following breakthroughs, yet Xiaoyao has laid a solid foundation. Coupled with Xiaoyao's extraordinary talent, its total energy surpasses that of the average Blaziken by 2.5 times. Currently, the primary objective is for Chen Mo to elevate his own strength to the second tier as swiftly as possible. Hatching the Light and Shadow Dragon would provide a substantial boost in combat power for the upcoming national competition. To his surprise, after feeling his body become unblocked, he sensed a refreshing clarity. Chen Mo chuckled softly, spreading the energy crystals across the ground, casually sprinkling several precious materials atop them before sitting cross-legged. Fully immersed in cultivating the celestial star spirit technique, he enveloped the star map on the surface of his mental core with his psychic energy, enticing the stellar power within to draw in the energy crystals and external elemental energies. By encasing the elemental energy with stellar power, he guided it closer to the mental core. At the moment of contact, the elemental energy began to fade in color, gradually transforming into a milky white essence that was slowly absorbed into the core. Inside, a thick mist filled the space, yet the very top remained devoid of any gas. As if obstructed, Chen Mo merely glanced at that vacant space before concentrating fully on refining the gaseous energy. He increased the energy absorption rate. Even though the interior was full, the pace of absorption showed no sign of slowing. Throughout this process, Chen Mo continuously compressed the gas, increasing its concentration until it gradually transformed into liquid. 1 drop, 2 drops. Once initiated, the subsequent steps became remarkably straightforward, as long as he proceeded methodically. Converting all the gas inside into liquid was merely a matter of time. At 99%, thus, he had successfully reached the second tier. Chen Mo exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed at the resources that had been completely consumed, feeling a pang of regret. The mere breakthrough to the second tier had cost several million, a staggering figure that seemed almost surreal. No wonder the human empire sought improvements. If such a system were released as is, it could potentially incite a new wave of chaos. Humanity might usurp the position of the devouring clan as the new warmongers. Chen Mo retrieved the fathead fish and the light and shadow dragon egg from the spirit control space. Contemplating their attributes, he fell into deep thought. Name, Light and Shadow Dragon. Level, none. Base stats, 625, HP, 90, physical attack, 100, special attack, 195, physical defense, 60, special defense, 60, speed, 120. Attributes, Light, Dark, Dragon. Talent, Golden. Skills, Shadow Kill, Dragon Star Cluster, Shadow Prison, Life and Death Reversal, Dragon Soul, Black Flame. The Light and Shadow Dragon is a mysterious entity that traverses the boundaries of light and shadow. With each twist, it dances with the light, able to manipulate all surrounding luminescence. Name, Fathead Fish. Level, none. Base stats, 250, HP, 200, physical attack, 10, special attack, 10, physical defense, 10, special defense, 10, speed, 10. Attributes, water, talent, golden, skills, fish dragon transformation. The fathead fish, a legendary spirit pet, once faced extinction due to its weakness. Yet even the frailest beings have their moments of transformation into dragons. The terrifying value of 195 points in special attack, amplified to its maximum, renders it nothing short of a mage's artillery. Regardless of the team composition, it undeniably serves as the core focal point. Particularly, the slumber of the shadow dragon egg has now been miraculously cured by the crystal of rules, whenever Chen Mo desires. A mere flick of his mental energy can awaken the shadow dragon. Yet, paradoxically, Chen Mo finds himself in a quandary, for in stark contrast, the attributes of the fathead fish appear to be utterly dismal. Its health has astonishingly reached 200, but all other stats languish at a mere 10. As if they were granted as a mere pittance, rendering it akin to an indestructible cockroach. Indeed, what a paltry 250 in attributes. However, the sight of the words transforming dragon in the attribute panel leaves Chen Mo in a state of indecision. Especially knowing that this is the spirit pet of the first emperor of the human race, he struggles to suppress the impulsive stirrings within his heart. With the aid of the shadow dragon, the national competition of the dragon soaring star would undoubtedly be within his grasp. Chen Mo can confidently assert that with 2 dragons in hand, he holds dominion over the world. Yet, intuition warns him that the fathead fish may very well be the key to victory in the talent competition. If he can cultivate the fish dragon to an extraordinary level, as Chen Yu had suggested, there exists a chance for evolution. Yet, he fears that this is merely one of the conditions. Should he invest excessive time only to raise a worthless creature, it would be laughable if he could not even bring Bai Qingru into the City of Rules, let alone secure his own entry, to stabilize or to take risks. Chen Mo pondered deeply, finding himself at an impasse. In resignation, he produced a coin from his pocket and tossed it into the air. Heads for the shadow dragon, tails for the fathead fish. In mere seconds, he caught the coin, stowing it away without a glance. It is decided then, fathead fish. A once dear friend of his had once said, the moment you flip the coin, the answer resides in your heart. Chen Mo gently caressed the shadow dragon egg, apologizing for the slight, and vowed to contract it before the national competition. Reaching the 3rd tier, a flash of white light ensued, leaving only the blue egg of the fathead fish on the ground. Chen Mo lifted it, channeling a surge of mental energy within, initiating a preliminary bonding process to expedite its hatching. As per tradition, he kept it close, ever ready to welcome the birth of the fathead fish. 5 hours later, crack, the sound of the eggshell shattering echoed as Chen Mo set down the energy crystal, his gaze fixed intently on the disintegrating shell. With a flurry, a fish-like spirit pet adorned in blue scales emerged before him. Its head was unexpectedly large, truly deserving of the moniker fathead fish. Chapter 58, The Second Spirit, Big Head. The fathead fish leapt from the shell, thrashing about in the air to shake off the sticky residue. Ironically, it splattered onto Chen Mo's face, who had eagerly approached to embrace it. The viscous, fish-scented liquid was intolerable, and he hastily wiped it away, flinging it to the ground. Casting a disdainful glance at his hand, he retrieved a bottle of water from his spatial ring, dousing his hand while rubbing it vigorously, his face turning a shade of red from the exertion. To be born a troublemaker, what a calamity. With that, he poured the remaining water over the still thrashing fathead fish on the ground. Upon feeling the water, the fathead fish became even more jubilant. Well, who can blame you for your good fortune in encountering me? Chen Mo couldn't help but smile at the sight of the fathead fish's delight, retrieving several more bottles of water from his spatial ring until the sticky layer completely vanished. Only then did he approach the fathead fish, running his fingers over its scales. The icy blue scales were lustrous and textured, firm yet distinctly layered. Seemingly comforted by Chen Mo's touch, the fathead fish gradually calmed, lying still on the ground. Chen Mo gazed at the fathead fish in astonishment, a smile creeping onto his lips, raising an eyebrow. Would you like to be my spirit pet? The fathead fish seemed to understand, thrashing about once more. Chen Mo embraced the fathead fish gently, saying, stay still. With that, he closed his eyes, directing a stream of mental energy into the fathead fish's mind. A hexagonal light enveloped them, and in an instant, Chen Mo felt the connection with the fathead fish. Jump! A voice echoed in Chen Mo's mind, and he hesitantly glanced at the fathead fish. Did that voice emanate from its mind? As he probed deeper into its thoughts, Chen Mo was taken aback. It seemed that aside from jump, it harbored no other thoughts. Could it be that its brain was so diminutive that it lacked the capacity for a second thought? Delving further, he discovered a sesame-sized object within the fathead fish's head. Is this its brain? Chen Mo was astounded, realizing that within such a large head, its brain was merely this small. Am I now the master of a fool? Sorrowfully, Chen Mo pulled out the coin from his pocket, deciding to trust it once more. Sighing, he resolved to cast aside his melancholy. Having made a decision, there was no use in regretting it. He could only steel himself to forge ahead. From now on, I shall call you Big Head. May you grow some wit in due course, just like your oversized head. The little demon, curious about the commotion, flew out of the magma and approached Chen Mo, eager to observe the new companion. Roar! The little demon greeted Big Head, but Big Head remained unresponsive, lying motionless on the ground. Growing impatient at the lack of response, the little demon prodded Big Head with its claws. Stop! Chen Mo shouted. Alarmed by the little demon's actions, its dragon claws were sharp enough to slice through steel effortlessly. A mere scratch would be the best outcome. However, before he could finish his warning, the little demon had already raked its sharp claws across Big Head, slicing. The shrill sound of cutting pierced the air as Chen Mo rushed to Big Head's side, halting the little demon's actions. The little demon looked up at Chen Mo with a sense of grievance, letting out a low growl. I know you mean no harm, but Big Head is still a newborn. We must treat it with utmost care, Chen Mo reassured, gently patting the little demon's head. Only then did the little demon brighten up, returning to its original demeanor, even assuming the role of a protective guardian. Chen Mo then turned his attention back to Big Head. Where are the scratches? Chen Mo examined Big Head's flawless scales, devoid of any blemish. Not even a trace of a scratch. He lifted Big Head, scrutinizing its body from all angles. Had he not witnessed the little demon's claws make contact with Big Head, accompanied by that piercing sound, he might have doubted his own eyes. Little demon, come see the spot you just scratched. Upon hearing Chen Mo's call, the little demon circled around, ensuring no threats loomed over Big Head, before trotting over eagerly. Do you remember where you scratched? The little demon nodded, pointing at Big Head's body. Are you certain? With Chen Mo's inquiry, the little demon examined Big Head closely. Where are the wounds? The little demon tilted its head in confusion, scrutinizing Big Head's body, letting out a fervent growl. Seeing this, even Chen Mo realized that Big Head was extraordinary. Little demon, scratch Big Head again. The little demon widened its eyes, unable to believe what Chen Mo had just asked. Did you not just say that you would take good care of it? Am I imagining things? Nevertheless, the little demon complied with Chen Mo's command, drawing near to the Big Head, extending its claws to make a swift incision across its body. With a rip, a shallow red wound appeared on the Big Head, revealing some flesh and blood within, yet in the blink of an eye, all traces vanished without a trace. Had it not been for Chen Mo watching intently throughout the entire process, one might have found it hard to believe. Did you apply enough force? The little demon nodded affirmatively. Chen Mo approached the freshly marked area once more, a glint of excitement in his eyes as his hand roamed over it. Murmuring to himself, no wonder it has a health value of 200. Its regenerative capacity is truly remarkable. Observing Chen Mo's bizarre actions, the little demon shivered and fluttered back into the magma. Nothing could compare to the comfort of a magma bath. Ignoring the departure of the little demon, Chen Mo retrieved a collection of water-type resources from his spatial ring. Spirit water drops, which can swiftly restore energy within juvenile water-type spirit beasts while also enhancing certain defensive capabilities. Sprite essence drops, gathered by the sprite race, are restorative elixirs formed by absorbing the essence of sun and moon in the moonlight well. Life water, a rare crystallized energy born from the tree of life, can heal most non-lethal injuries. A plethora of precious resources, both named and unnamed, was spread across the ground. I have an idea, Chen Mo said with a mysterious smile. Extracting a knife from his spatial ring, with a sharp slice, he struck the Big Head, a visible wound materializing before him. However, before Chen Mo could react, that wound vanished once more. He carefully attuned himself to the Big Head's thoughts, yet found nothing but a singular notion. It seemed as if the previous incident had never occurred. This is useful, he exclaimed, striking the Big Head again. Blow after blow. The Big Head's healing speed, once rapid, became increasingly sluggish, eventually requiring a full minute for recovery. Considering that the Big Head was still a child, Chen Mo ceased his actions and poured life water over it. A fresh layer of scales emerged, and Chen Mo could distinctly feel its newfound hardness. Chapter 59, The Self-Destructive Training Method. 3 days had passed since Chen Mo last observed the Big Head's recovery capabilities with his knife. Today, let me thoroughly assess your peak threshold of ability. Previously, he had been cautious, considering that the Big Head was newly born, but now it had largely adapted. And Chen Mo felt no need for restraint. With a knife honed to an exquisite sharpness in hand, he approached the Big Head, which lay writhing helplessly on the ground. With a swift stroke, blood and flesh flew, a deep gash revealing itself on the Big Head's body. Yet, In just the blink of an eye, the wound began to heal at an observable pace. Even upon witnessing this phenomenon again, Chen Mo remained astonished. Another strike. This time, he applied greater force, exposing the bone beneath. Before the big head could recover, he struck again. Blow after blow continued, the big head enduring injury only to heal once more. After several dozen minutes, Chen Mo rubbed his sore arms, casting a glance at the big head, which had finally ceased healing, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He produced a collection of water-type resources and fed them to the big head. In mere moments, it returned to its former state, and the energy within, once depleted, surged back with notable enhancement. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction as he surveyed its attributes. Name, Fathead Fish. Level, none. Base stats, 250. Health, 200. Physical attack, 10. Special attack, 10. Physical defense, 10. Special defense, 10. Speed, 10. Type, water. Talent, gold. Skill, Fish Dragon Transformation, proficient, 911,000. Fish Dragon Transformation, harnessing the impact of each leap to refine itself, mastering complete control over its body during the continuous recovery process. The fathead fish, a legendary spirit beast, was once on the brink of extinction due to its frailty, yet even the weakest beings possess the potential to transform into dragons. Refining oneself. Proficient level Fish Dragon Transformation. The enhancement of this skill's proficiency outpaces that of the little demon significantly, and this occurs without any intervention from evolution points. It seems my expectations were correct. Chen Mo excitedly lifted the big head from the pool of blood. Upon witnessing its terrifying regenerative power, he meticulously examined the Fish Dragon Transformation and conducted some tests. Indeed, the process of refining oneself encompasses more than mere leaps. Any injury followed by self-healing counts as self-refinement and will enhance proficiency. This self-destructive training method is tailor-made for you. Chen Mo gazed with enthusiasm at the big head, which, despite enduring relentless torment, still bore a lifeless expression. Clearly, its singular mindset rendered it even more suitable for Chen Mo's intentions. Saying this, Chen Mo retrieved a notebook from his space. Upon opening it, he was met with a dense array of notes. It chronicled the little demon's training plans from birth to the present, including but not limited to skill proficiency training and fire elemental affinity training. Even the little demon's three-dimensional attributes were monitored in real time, allowing for comprehensive observation of its health. Subsequently, Chen Mo inscribed a few words on the page. Big Head, Self-Destructive Training Plan. Phase 1, High-Altitude Weighted Free Fall Plan. The objective was to enhance the big head's resilience through high-altitude weighted falls. Several hours later, feeling content, Chen Mo closed the notebook and stored it in his spatial ring. He ventured towards the magma where the little demon resided, raising his voice towards the sky. Little demon, it's time to return the big head to me. Boom. A colossal mass plummeted from the heavens, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The little demon followed closely, landing excitedly beside Chen Mo. Upon closer inspection, the creature that had just fallen was indeed the big head. Its scales were partially cracked from the impact, yet it quickly restored itself once more. The little demon, resembling a child seeking praise, scampered close to Chen Mo, nudging him affectionately. Chen Mo instinctively patted it, acknowledging, I know you're obedient. You did very well. The little demon let out two delighted cries, expressing its enjoyment and playfulness. With that, it seized the big head again, tossing it high into the air for another fall. Chen Mo did not intervene, for this was precisely the play he had envisioned for the little demon. Not only did it allow the little demon to indulge its playful nature, but it also provided the big head with invaluable training. Truly a win-win situation. Little demon, it's time to resume skill training, Chen Mo remarked, stroking the little demon's body. Its dragon scales gleamed with a smooth luster, the fire energy radiating from it, and its internal energy had reached saturation. It was time to recommence skill training. This was a crucial juncture for all spirit beasts and their masters. Even with 300 million silver evolution points, Chen Mo dared not be complacent. Ever since the little demon's skills reached master level, he understood that 1,000,000 points merely covered a couple of skills, and 300 million might only suffice for 2 or 3 more. Yet, the little demon alone had 5 skills requiring training, not to mention the big head and the shadow dragon, both of which boasted numerous skills. Unless he could find another secret realm to exploit, he would likely have to temper his ambitions regarding skill enhancements. However, the concept of a secret realm is not something to be found everywhere, and for Chen Mo at this moment, hope appears to be rather faint. Thus, he must tighten his belt and conserve his evolution points to enhance his skills judiciously. Upon hearing that training would recommence, the little demon let out joyous yelps, for it greatly missed the massages that followed Chen Mo's training sessions. Ever since the commencement of elemental training, This delightful perk had become a distant memory. Countless nights had passed without the soothing touch of a massage, leaving the little demon restless and sleepless. Now, I shall reclaim everything that I have lost. Roar. A flame erupted from the little demon's mouth, soaring skyward. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. After reveling in the excitement for a moment, the little demon's expression suddenly turned serious as it glanced at Chen Mo and pointed towards the large-headed creature lying nearby, growling a few words softly. Chen Mo, with a peculiar expression, reassured it, "Do not be disheartened. During training, you can still play with the large head, just as you did before," treated harshly. The little demon felt a twinge of discomfort. Where had it learned such behavior? I must find a moment to educate it properly. Just then, the door swung open, and Chen Yuanyuan stepped out, followed closely by Chen Yu. "Darling, Dad mentioned that there haven't been any recent matters to attend to, so we can teach here. Isn't that delightful?" Chen Yuanyuan exclaimed, rushing to hug Chen Mo and planting a kiss on his cheek under Chen Yu's watchful gaze. Since their last interaction, Chen Yuanyuan had grown considerably bolder, now seeking affectionate gestures with Chen Mo every time, much to his delight. However, doing so in front of his father-in-law did make Chen Mo feel a tad anxious, as if caught in the act. "You chose the large-headed fish as your second spirit pet instead of the shadow dragon?" Chen Yuanyuan remarked, astonished by the flopping creature on the ground. Chen Mo had anticipated their confusion and thus shared his thoughts with them. What ambition! A man must possess the courage to take risks. To transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Chen Yu, having heard Chen Mo's explanation, nodded in approval, growing increasingly satisfied with his son-in-law and disciple. Chapter 60. The Start of Ouring Shadow Dragon. Maintaining a sense of responsibility, Chen Yu remained curious about Chen Mo's training methods for the large-headed fish. "Do you have any thoughts on training the large-headed fish? Would you like me to teach you a few techniques?" "Indeed. I do have a training method in mind that I would like to seek your guidance on, Master," Chen Mo replied, casting a knowing glance at the little demon. The little demon understood and lifted the large-headed fish, hurling it into the sky with all its might, sending it soaring upward. Upon reaching its apex, it plummeted rapidly. Boom! A resounding crash echoed in everyone's ears as scales from the large-headed fish shattered and scattered across the ground. This. Chen Yuanyuan gazed incredulously at the training method before her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to Chen Mo. Even Chen Yu appeared taken aback, muttering, "You little rascal are playing a bit too rough." Chen Mo, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. Chen Yu then lifted the large-headed fish from the ground, scrutinizing its recovering body. Observing the scales that had swiftly returned to their original state, he comprehended Chen Mo's training intention, and his gaze towards Chen Mo shifted slightly. "Your method is indeed rather brutal, but undeniably effective." Chen Yuanyuan was taken aback by Chen Yu's rare outburst. "Initially, I would have suggested using heavy water to refine its body, applying pressure from every angle to achieve physical conditioning, which is our traditional training method. However, your approach is quite innovative. In all these years, no one has thought of this method." Chen Yu added, "Perhaps someone has considered it, but they likely never dared to try it in such a manner." Chen Mo bashfully rubbed his head, beaming with delight at the praise. Chen Yu, however, silently noted, "This is not a commendation. Perverse." Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely advising Chen Mo to be cautious. He continued, "The reason for my visit today was to see how your shadow separation training was progressing." Chen Mo replied, "The little demon and I have trained extensively during this period and indeed uncovered several issues." "Do share," Chen Yu inquired with interest, eager to hear Chen Mo's insights. "Primarily, since the little demon is a living being, it tends to exhibit resistance when separating shadows. Even though it tries to control this, it still affects the quality of the shadows. Additionally, once the shadow forms, its resilience is rather poor. Sometimes, it shatters with just a touch." Chen Yu nodded as he listened. These problems were largely due to a lack of proficiency. Currently, your training in the training room lacks practical experience, making it challenging for you to control the energy transfer. The little demon's psychological conditioning also stems from this issue. With that, Chen Yu waved his hand casually, and a colossal figure materialized before them. It measured over 100 meters in length and stood more than 20 meters tall. Its body entirely black with sharp dragon claws glimmering ominously. A powerful aura enveloped Chen Mo, leaving him breathless. "Little Black, shrink down a bit, don't frighten them." The shadow dragon nodded, instantly reducing its size to just slightly larger than the little demon. This is the shadow dragon. Ever since Chen Mo decided to specialize in dragon-type spirit pets, he had researched many, and the shadow dragon had left a profound impression on him. Chen Yu gestured for Chen Mo to examine the attributes of the shadow dragon. Chen Mo, suppressing his excitement, sought to understand the true nature of the world's top-tier combat power, focusing on the Shadow Dragon's attributes. Name, Shadow Dragon. Level, Star Devouring. Base stats, 1050, Health, 200. Physical attack, 170, Special attack, 230, Physical defense, 150, Special defense, 150, Speed, 150. Types, Dark, Dragon. Talent, Red. Skills, Shadow Domain, Master, 993737710000. Shadow Ball, Exquisite. Shadow Assault, Master, 3889366210000000. Shadow Escape, Master, 919198331000000. Secret Techniques, Shadow Separation, Shadow Storm, Elasticity. Laws, Law of Darkness, 93, Law of the Dragon, 88, Law of Fire, 10, Law of Light, 4. The Shadow Dragon, an absolute powerhouse of darkness, possesses both the formidable physical qualities of dragons and an elusive presence, making it a terrifying assassin. An astonishing panel. Not to mention the laws that he cannot yet access. Even the proficiency of these skills is far beyond Chen Mo's current reach. This prowess has been cultivated entirely through its own strength, step by step, unlike Chen Mo, who relies on evolution points to level up. Noticing Chen Mo's astonished expression, Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction, intent on making him understand that there are always those stronger than oneself, cautioning him against arrogance due to his own talent. So, what do you think? Not bad, right? Not bad. It's simply magnificent. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with wonder. And even the little demon knelt in awe before the Shadow Dragon's imposing aura. What if I let it teach you shadow separation? What? It is the only other being, besides me, that has completely mastered shadow separation. Do not underestimate it. That's not what I meant. Having it teach us would be absolutely incredible. The little demon exclaimed excitedly, rushing to the side of the Shadow Dragon. At that moment, the Shadow Dragon unexpectedly spoke human words. Ah, little imp, you are quite perceptive, and I find that rather delightful. Shower me with more praises. Upon hearing the voice of the Shadow Dragon, Chen Mo felt a momentary bewilderment. It wasn't until Chen Yu clarified that speaking like a human at the star annihilation level was far from extraordinary that he ceased to be astonished. Grandpa, hey, it has been a while. Your strength has indeed increased significantly. Chen Yuanyuan stepped out from behind Chen Mo to address the Shadow Dragon. Yuanyuan, you are here as well. Come closer so Grandpa He can have a good look at you. Chen Yuanyuan affectionately leaned against the dragon's claw, and the Shadow Dragon, shedding its earlier imposing demeanor, transformed into a kindly figure reminiscent of a neighborly elder. Grandpa He has cared for me since I was a child. He has always been so good to me. She introduced to Chen Mo. Grandpa He, this is my partner. Chen Yuanyuan shyly gestured towards the Shadow Dragon. The moment the words left her lips, Chen Mo felt an uncomfortable tension in the air. Looking up, he found the Shadow Dragon glaring menacingly at every inch of him, completely abandoning its earlier jovial demeanor. This is it. Without further ado, Chen Mo comprehended the situation at hand. Before he could explain himself, the Shadow Dragon sighed. Yuanyuan has indeed reached an age where you must pass your father's scrutiny. I shall refrain from saying more. It then cast a fierce glare at Chen Yu. To think such a significant matter was not shared with me is truly disheartening. Isn't this why I summoned you? To teach him how to emerge from the shadows. Oh, so you have imparted the art of shadow emergence to him? Upon Chen Yu's nod, the Shadow Dragon's gaze towards Chen Mo underwent a subtle shift. Chapter 61, Little Demon vs. Shadow Dragon. What would you have me do? I hope you can control your realm to match theirs, refraining from using secret techniques or laws, and engage them with your second-tier strength while guiding them in the process. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, the aura surrounding the Shadow Dragon rapidly diminished, stabilizing at the second tier in mere moments. Is this sufficient? Shouldn't you lower it a bit more? The Shadow Dragon looked at Chen Yu with a semblance of incredulity, as if questioning whether this was overly lenient. That's enough. Do not underestimate them. You might find yourself at a disadvantage. The Shadow Dragon raised a claw in acknowledgement, though it still did not take the words to heart. Even a formidable being of the star annihilation level, when their rank is equalized, cannot be compared to them in terms of skill and energy manipulation. Soon after, a vast area was cleared in the fiery training ground. On one side stood Chen Mo and the little demon, while on the other, the calm and composed Shadow Dragon awaited. Let the battle commence. As Chen Yu's words fell, Chen Mo commanded the little demon to strike swiftly. Little demon, dragon flame. A searing blaze erupted instantaneously, charging towards the Shadow Dragon with an unparalleled force. Master-level dragon flame? A flicker of surprise crossed the Shadow Dragon's eyes, causing it to regard Chen Yu's words with greater seriousness, its expression turning markedly more solemn as it focused on Chen Mo. Yet, to think that such an attack could defeat me is rather naive. Countless black dark elements swiftly coalesced, forming an energy sphere larger than its own body in the air. Shadow sphere. The black energy orb broke free from the shadow dragon's control, hurtling towards the dragon flame. As the two energies collided, an immense wave of power erupted. In an instant, the dragon flame was effortlessly dismantled, scattered from the center by the shadow sphere. The little demon quickly dodged, narrowly escaping the subsequent assault of the shadow sphere. Boom! The shadow sphere struck the ground with a thunderous roar, sending smoke billowing into the air. Chen Mo glanced back, only to discover a deep crater left in the training room's floor. Terrifying. A cold sweat broke out on Chen Mo's back as he reevaluated the shadow dragon's strength. Yet, this realization filled him with exhilaration. Having such a formidable opponent as a sparring partner was undoubtedly the best way to enhance his own abilities. Little demon. Cover with dragon flame. Use explosive fire dragon bomb. The shadow dragon retaliated with another shadow sphere. The terrifying power contained within was no secret to Chen Mo and the little demon, inciting a sense of trepidation. In that tense moment, the little demon's form suddenly froze. It opted not to charge forward, but instead cleverly retreated, concealing itself behind the impending dragon flame. Its strategy was clear. If the shadow dragon's shadow sphere maintained its original trajectory, it would have ample time to evade. However, if the shadow sphere changed course, the dragon flame would strike the shadow dragon, creating a barrier in front of it, an opportune moment for the little demon to counterattack. It was a trap. Regardless of the outcome, the little demon would remain in an advantageous position, capable of creating an opportunity to unleash the explosive fire dragon bomb. Sure enough, the shadow dragon chose to redirect the shadow sphere towards the little demon. Everything unfolded just as Chen Mo had anticipated. The dragon flame created a fiery barrier in front of it, obscuring the little demon's whereabouts from the shadow dragon's view. The shadow sphere was deftly avoided by the little demon. Circle around the shadow sphere and sever its escape route with the explosive fire dragon bomb. Strike it hard. With the command given, the little demon unfurled its wings, generating a powerful whirlwind. A dragon-shaped flame formed in the little demon's maw, surging forth with tremendous force towards the shadow dragon, intent on cornering it. The tide of battle abruptly shifted in the training ground, with the shadow dragon unexpectedly caught in a pincer attack. I never imagined Chen Mo would devise such a strategy in such a short span of time. Truly deserving of being my disciple. Chen Yu discerned Chen Mo's intentions at a glance, but refrained from relaying any information to the shadow dragon. This move of yours is indeed impressive, forcing Grandpa He into a dilemma, and neither option favors him. Chen Yuan chimed in, nodding in agreement. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for the shadow dragon, the shadow dragon flapped its wings, extinguishing the flames before it in an instant, only to be met with another dragon-shaped flame that surged forth, leaving it no time to react. Boom! The explosive fire dragon bomb predictably struck the shadow dragon, and a glint of determination flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he issued another command. Little demon, continue with the dragon flame. Seeing the attack land successfully, the little demon soared into the air, directing a torrent of dragon flame towards the shadow dragon. Shadow domain. A resounding boom echoed in everyone's ears. The shadows on the ground seemed to respond to a summons, coalescing into a gigantic figure that streaked through the sky, racing towards the little demon, which was currently unleashing its dragon flame. Good heavens! Shift to high-speed movement and retreat immediately. Chen Mo understood that such area-based skills would render them vulnerable if caught within, unless another domain could counter it. However, it was apparent that Chen Mo lacked such a means and could only flee from the pursuing shadows. The shadow domain, while potent, could only last for a fleeting 3 seconds. As long as they evaded its coverage for that brief moment, they could escape and mount another attack. Yet, a subsequent shadow sphere shattered Chen Mo's hopes, striking the little demon and eliciting a pained cry as its scales shattered, blood seeping forth. Chen Mo cursed under his breath, realizing he should have immediately used the dragon flame to obscure the shadow dragon's line of sight after fending off the attack, allowing for a timely response to subsequent changes. Now, due to that fleeting hesitation, they found themselves ensnared in yet another crisis. At this juncture, there was no strategy left but to unleash a full frontal assault on the shadow dragon to disrupt its spellcasting. It is well known that those caught within a domain often become lambs to the slaughter. A direct confrontation would only lead to their demise. With this momentous decision, Chen Mo dared not hesitate, issuing a new command. Little demon, utilize the dragon flame armor. Charge fiercely towards it. Countless flames enveloped the little demon in an instant. Compared to the extensive preparation time required previously, the little demon had now significantly shortened this duration, managing to construct the dragon flame armor even while in flight. A dragon, its surface shrouded in concentrated flames, charged directly at the shadow demon dragon. A flicker of surprise crossed the shadow demon dragon's eyes. It was indeed a nascent form of a secret technique. Let me see just how powerful this technique of yours truly is. Strangely, the shadow demon dragon remained steadfast, exhibiting no signs of evasion, even retracting its shadow domain, eager to engage the little demon in a head-on confrontation. Xiaohei, you wouldn't be overestimating your abilities this time, would you? To forego defense and attempt to withstand that boy's ultimate move? Chen Yu observed the shadow demon dragon's actions with keen interest. Even Chen Yuan couldn't help but express concern. Grandpa He is underestimating this move. Chen Mo has refined it for quite some time. In a swift dive, the little demon appeared before the shadow demon dragon, colliding with it. Chapter 62, Victory Halfway. Boom. Countless flames erupted from the little demon's body, accompanied by the terrifying shockwaves and explosive effects that engulfed the shadow demon dragon entirely. A glimmer of pain flashed in the shadow demon dragon's eyes. Yet soon countless shadows covered the scorched areas. Nevertheless, the flames on the little demon showed no signs of abating. Instead, they grew increasingly fierce in response to the shadow demon dragon's resistance. Columns of flames poured down upon the shadow demon dragon, the extreme heat scorching its scales to a fiery red. Under the relentless barrage, the shadow demon dragon emitted a pained roar. However, before Chen Mo could relax for a moment, the shadows beneath the shadow demon dragon suddenly lashed out at the little demon. The powerful force sent it flying, granting the shadow demon dragon a moment to breathe. Sever the shadows. Chen Mo watched in astonishment as the black shadow rapidly emerged, glancing at the injured shadow demon dragon. To think it could detach its shadow so swiftly. Moreover, Chen Mo sensed that this shadow possessed strength equivalent to its original form, reaching full power. The shadow demon dragon placed its claws upon the shadow, and the injuries it had sustained from the little demon rapidly healed, transferring to the shadow. This is utterly unfair. A wave of helplessness washed over Chen Mo once more, reminiscent of the previous battle against the 6th-tier Silver Feather clan, perhaps even more overwhelming. Yet Chen Mo was not one to easily concede. Having just observed the shadow demon dragon's shadow detachment, he gleaned some insight. Turning to the little demon, which had been knocked to the ground and injured, he ordered it to sever its own shadow as well. The little demon's shadow soon detached from its form, imitating the shadow demon dragon by transferring its injuries to the shadow. Boom. However, it was not long before the shadow seemed unable to bear the strain and burst apart. Though the little demon's body had recovered considerably. Hey, this is too much bullying of my apprentice. Mind your manners. Chen Yu shouted from the sidelines. The shadow demon dragon, noticing Chen Yuan's furious gaze, felt a flush of embarrassment and retracted the shadow, muttering, I was merely teaching him how to sever his shadow. Not doing it intentionally. Its gaze toward the little demon had also shifted. Only it understood the immense power of that dragon flame armor, especially as a counterattack would result in an unending barrage. It was trapped, unable to advance or retreat, forced to endure the assault, a deeply frustrating predicament. The shadow demon dragon, in a moment of heated impulse, resorted to using a secret technique in response, which bordered on bullying the weaker opponent. Let us proceed without any further incidents, Chen Yu stated, and the training resumed. The little demon finally regained its composure and was able to act again, just as the shadow sphere launched another assault. Quickly, ascend, little demon, Chen Mo urged urgently, heeding her master's command. The little demon exerted all her strength to soar into the air, but her hind legs were unfortunately struck by the shadow sphere, shattering her defenses and leaving a ghastly wound on her dragon scales. At that moment, the now serious shadow demon dragon surged forward toward the little demon with an unparalleled ferocity. In the next instant, a shadow sphere was silently launched. Little demon, unleash the explosive fire dragon ball. Chen Mo directed rapidly, their coordination reaching an increasingly harmonious level as the little demon's attack trajectory perfectly aligned with his instructions. Not only did it accurately strike the shadow sphere, redirecting its path, but it also successfully hit the shadow demon dragon's right leg. The impact caused it to lose its balance, nearly toppling over. Who would have thought that Chen Mo and the little demon's coordination would advance so swiftly? Xiaohei is in for a rough time, Chen Yu remarked gleefully, observing the somewhat disheveled shadow demon dragon. Could they really defeat Grandpa He? Chen Yuan inquired, a blend of curiosity and excitement in her tone. At present, that seems quite unlikely. After all, it is still my spirit pet, and I am well aware of its capabilities. The shadow sphere it has been utilizing is merely at the master level. Otherwise, a single strike would suffice to fell the little demon. Before Chen Yu could elaborate further, the little demon once more enveloped herself in dragon flame armor and charged at the shadow demon dragon. You expect to use the same technique against me twice? The shadow demon dragon spat forth several shadow spheres, striking the little demon. She was forced to interrupt her charge, preemptively igniting the flames around her, which exploded outward. Yet, despite their formidable force, they failed to hit the agile shadow demon dragon. Damn it! How could it have spotted my flaw so quickly? Chen Mo cursed under his breath. Realizing that this move had been thoroughly seen through, and using it again would only lead to needless exhaustion. Little demon, return. He resolved to adopt a more cautious strategy, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. However, the shadow demon dragon unleashed a barrage of shadow spheres, continuing its assault on the little demon. Seizing the opportunity to strike while they were down, the shadow demon dragon offered no respite. The little demon could only passively evade, devoid of countermeasures. Her eyes revealing her anxiety. This won't do, Chen Mo sighed helplessly. He had to prepare for a forceful counterattack. Just then, he observed that the shadow demon dragon's primary focus was on the little demon. Its gaze shifted to the left. An idea sparked in his mind. Acting quickly, Chen Mo commanded, "Little demon, sustain the dragon flame and create a barrier." The little demon understood and spewed forth a massive torrent of flames to form a barrier between them. In the shadow demon dragon's view, the little demon was now obscured by the flames. You dare to flaunt such trivial techniques before me? The shadow demon dragon unleashed a breath attack along with several shadow spheres, dispersing the flames before it. The little demon was forced to appear before it once more, retaliating with dragon flame, but each attack was deftly countered by the shadow demon dragon. All of this is futile. The shadow demon dragon had barely finished its taunt when a shadow flickered at the corner of its eye. Boom! The shadow demon dragon was struck, and in the ensuing moment, it was met with a torrent of dragon flame. Taken by surprise, the shadow demon dragon found itself at a disadvantage. Upon closer inspection, it realized the assailant was none other than the little demon, now entirely cloaked in black. It was her shadow. The shadow demon dragon instantly understood it had fallen for a ruse, but how had this been accomplished? Before it could ponder further, the relentless barrage of dragon flame left it no room to think, forcing it to adopt a defensive stance. Shadow sphere. As it seized upon a flaw, a shadow ball shattered the darkness completely. Before it could catch its breath, a petite demon engulfed in flames appeared before it, merely a foot away. A howl of agony escaped the shadow dragon as it crashed to the ground alongside the small demon, stirring up a cloud of smoke. As the haze dissipated, the little demon lay exhausted, supported by the shadow dragon. Yet, its aura had reached the pinnacle of the third tier. This time, consider it a partial victory for you, the shadow dragon declared, placing the demon before Chen Mo with an air of pride. Chen Yu, still spectating, was left utterly astounded by Chen Mo's tactical prowess. Realizing he had indeed emerged victorious, it was only due to the Shadow Grandpa's leniency that they had the opportunity to showcase their abilities. Since Chen Mo was now half of Chen Yuanyuan's fiancé, he too called out to the Shadow Grandpa. The Shadow Dragon nodded in satisfaction. You're getting the hang of it, I like that. Chapter 63, A New Journey Begins. Over 2 months had elapsed since their last battle. During this period, the Shadow Dragon had grown increasingly fond of Chen Mo, imparting additional techniques that significantly enhanced Chen Mo's ability to emerge from the shadows. His strength had transformed from merely 30% of his true form to nearly 80%, marking a qualitative leap. Upon learning of these developments, Lu Jing and Bai Qingru sought the Shadow Dragon's guidance as well. Under the relentless emotional assault of Chen Yuanyuan's tears, the Shadow Dragon adhered to the principle that teaching 2 was akin to teaching 4, thus instructing all 4 of them simultaneously over the month. Notably, Chen Yuanyuan's water spirit and Bai Qingru's light element both ascended to the 2nd tier during this time, leaving them both so exhilarated that they struggled to sleep that night. This period also coincided with a significant festival for the human race, the Independence Day on January 1st, a momentous occasion in the history of humanity's cosmos. The entire clan rejoiced in celebration, welcoming the new year. After discussions among the ladies, Chen Mo's schedule for that day was fully booked. He first visited Bai Qingru's home to pay New Year's greetings, followed by a visit to Lu Jing's home at noon, and finally, he would return to Chen Yuanyuan's place to celebrate with his master in the evening. The series of visits unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Both Bai Qingru and Lu Jing's parents warmly welcomed Chen Mo, expressing reluctance to see him go as they accompanied him to the door. Chen Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment, having effectively stolen their precious daughters while basking in their warm hospitality, which left him with a sense of guilt for taking so much. However, such joyful moments are fleeting. The back-to-school season was upon them, heralding the start of the 3rd year's 2nd semester. Unlike his previous endeavors to clear out the Silver Feather Clan spies, which had been largely successful, it was now time to return to school for a semblance of normalcy. Yet, Chen Mo found himself reluctant to resume academic life. In the office of the chairman of the Spirit Master Association, he voiced, "Teacher, I wish to venture out for the next 6 months. I believe that only through practical combat can I truly enhance my abilities." The group gathered awaited Chen Yu's response. With a sigh, Chen Yu remarked, "Given your current strength, attending school would hardly provide meaningful training. I shall convey your request to the principal." "Thank you, teacher," Chen Mo exclaimed, rising joyfully to express his gratitude. "Dad, we want to go too." Chen Yuan immediately leapt from her seat, asserting her determination. "Humph. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions," Chen Yu retorted with an unusual coldness, fixing a stern gaze upon Chen Yuan. Sensing his disapproval, she quickly adopted a pitiful tone. "Dad, we want to train outside. It's too stifling at school." Chen Yu's irritation lessened upon hearing her plea. "If you can keep pace with Chen Mo's strength, I'll allow it. Otherwise, there is no room for negotiation." This posed a dilemma for Chen Yuan, who glanced at Chen Mo, seemingly struck by an idea, shaking her head vigorously. "Dad, you're putting me in a tough spot." Ever since he mastered the ability to emerge from the shadows, even the Shadow Grandpa has been reluctant to continue his training. Chen Yu glanced at Chen Mo, sighing inwardly. What could he say? The boy's rapid growth had rendered him somewhat of a challenge to mentor. Perhaps he should consult the old man for advice. "Enough. The three of you need to step out from Chen Mo's protective shadow and grow independently. This is non-negotiable." Chen Yu waved them off, impatiently returning to his seat. "Dad," Chen Yuan began, but Lu Jing interrupted. Yuan, your father is right. We must learn to stand on our own." Bai Qingru nodded in agreement. What Jingjing said is true. To enter the city of laws alongside Chen Mo, relying solely on him is too risky. We must strive to improve ourselves. Having spent these past months together, Bai Qingru had grown increasingly comfortable addressing Chen Mo as Brother Mo Chen Yuan. Upon hearing their reasoning, settled down but still insisted, "Dad, I really don't want to go back to school. You may choose not to attend school, but you must come here for my personal guidance. No absences allowed." Chen Yu firmly stated, managing to convey a soft request with a hard tone. Receiving direct instruction from Chen Yu, a stellar-level powerhouse, was undeniably more advantageous than remaining in school. "I still wanted," Chen Yuan began, but was abruptly interrupted by Chen Yu, who tossed a bracelet to Chen Mo. "This is something I crafted after your last incident. Wear it. It can withstand attacks below stellar level for half an hour, plenty of time for me to reach you." Witnessing the envy in the eyes of the girls, Chen Yu sighed in resignation. "I've only managed to make this one so far. Once I create more, I'll distribute them to you." "Thank you, master," Chen Mo said, touched as he caressed the black crystal on the bracelet. Its value was self-evident. The others quickly understood that Chen Yu's reluctance to let them accompany Chen Mo stemmed from concerns for their safety. A scar from the last incident with Chen Yuan still fresh in his mind. "Be cautious out there. Spies from the Silver Feather clan may have already leaked your information. Longting Star is about to be placed under special scrutiny." Chen Mo opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by Chen Yu. "If you're leaving, do so quickly. Don't make me change my mind. Can't you see there are 3 hawk-eyed individuals here?" Chen Mo donned the bracelet and prepared to depart, saying, "I'll leave first. Please take good care of them, master." After a slight bow and expressing his gratitude to Chen Yu, he exchanged a few words with the 3 girls. "Make sure to learn well from master. I will be checking on your progress, and the best will receive rewards." Lu Jing wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. Although she appeared the strongest, she had spent the most time with Chen Mo, making their separation the hardest. After completing his farewells, Chen Mo turned toward the exit. On the magnetic levitation train, Chen Mo gazed out at the scenery. The vast, boundless forest rose and fell along both sides of the tracks. Occasional roars echoed from within the woods, yet the passengers remained unperturbed, continuing their conversations as if it were a common occurrence. Such sights were typical on Longting Star. Most urban areas were enveloped by forests, inhabited by countless magical beasts that segmented the cities. To traverse between cities, one had no choice but to rely on the magnetic levitation train. Unless one possessed extraordinary strength to cross the forest, the journey was fraught with peril. The reason behind this danger lay in the fact that each forest center was guarded by a 9th-tier beast king. Why, after all these years, had humanity as stellar-level powerhouses not eradicated them completely? Opinions varied widely, with some conspiracy theories suggesting that there were traitors among the human leadership from other races. This endeavor is aimed at diminishing the advancement rate of the human race. The evident capability to act, yet choosing inaction, presents a perplexing dilemma regarding the deeper motivations. Chen Mo harbors certain conjectures, albeit they do not align with simplistic espionage theories. There is undoubtedly a rationale behind it, yet it is far from being the crux of the matter. Chapter 64, The Fierce Battle of the Flock. The magnetic levitation train experienced a rapid descent, a powerful inertia abruptly rousing Chen Mo from his meditative state. "Attention, passengers. We have encountered some difficulties, and the train will be halted for 1 hour. Please remain calm and patient." With that announcement, a wave of agitation swept through the carriage. What has occurred? Could we be under attack by the forest spirit beasts? This is it. We're doomed. Fear not. It is likely a minor issue. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just a 1-hour stop. What is happening? Does anyone know? Look outside. There are so many larks. Quickly, they are being pursued by firebirds. Could it be that we are witnessing a battle between larks and firebirds? Chen Mo turned his gaze towards the flock, his ears twitching slightly as he could faintly discern the cries of the birds. There seemed to be a considerable number. And as he scanned the flock, he deduced it was indeed a confrontation between larks and firebirds, sworn enemies. Clearly, the train conductor wished to avoid entanglement in this conflict, opting instead to halt on the sidelines to observe and minimize danger. In the skies above, two vast factions of avian spirit beasts clashed fiercely. The larks, in overwhelming numbers, formed a dense formation, likely numbering in the hundreds. In contrast, the larger firebirds appeared calm and composed, with elongated necks and fiery red eyes. Their wingspan reached approximately 3 to 4 meters, their bodies cloaked in deep brown to black feathers, save for their glimmering black-red backs. The firebirds, often regarded as tyrants in the skies, typically operated in familial units and sometimes allied with other firebird clans. Their primary sustenance derived from the remains of large spirit beasts, though they would not shy away from smaller beasts or avian spirit creatures as delicacies. Due to their relatively limited strength, larks often fell prey to the firebirds' hunting. Over time, an irreconcilable feud formed between these two factions, and upon encountering one another, conflict would invariably ensue. Despite being outnumbered, with only around 20 firebirds present, their individual combat prowess far surpassed that of the larks, sufficiently compensating for the discrepancy in numbers. In the aerial skirmish, capitalizing on their evident individual advantage, the firebirds suffered minimal losses, while the larks, despite their numerical superiority, frequently lost members who could no longer participate in the battle, plummeting from the heights. Of course, the firebirds were not entirely unscathed. Under the concentrated firepower of the larks, a few individuals sustained significant injuries. At present, it appeared that both sides were evenly matched, and a resolution was not forthcoming in the near future. Amidst the chaos, Chen Mo noticed 3 particularly remarkable firebirds, especially the leader whose aura radiated a formidable third tier, far surpassing the larks, who predominantly comprised first-tier individuals, with only a few at the second tier. The presence of these 3 firebirds rendered the lark faction more cautious, hesitant to advance and attack. Yet, these 3 firebirds merely flapped their wings from a distance, refraining from taking the initiative. One firebird, significantly larger than the larks, darker in hue, with a tuft of red fur atop its head, hovered at the center of the larks. This third-tier great wind lark, an evolved form of the cloud lark, boasted an astounding species value of 510, far exceeding the firebirds 425, instilling a sense of caution among them, as they merely observed from the sidelines. As the battle raged on, more larks and firebirds were struck down. Fortunately, the unique skeletal structure of flying spirit beasts endowed them with a remarkable lightweight characteristic. This not only ensured their agility in flight, but also provided an additional layer of safety in the event of an unexpected fall. Even when struck down, they could significantly decelerate their descent with their powerful wings, greatly mitigating the impact injuries upon landing, thus effectively averting the risk of fatality. However, this intense aerial confrontation attracted the attention of many terrestrial wild spirit beasts. They keenly sensed that the fallen larks and firebirds would become potential delicacies. Hence, these land-dwelling spirit beasts congregated beneath the battlefield, akin to a buffet, eagerly awaiting the arrival of unforeseen delights. As the battle continued, increasingly more larks and firebirds fell injured. The wild spirit beasts on the ground grew excited, rushing forth to seize the opportunity for a meal. Yet, this scene caught the eye of the third-tier great wind lark. It emitted a call, and the other larks immediately grasped its intent, beginning to organize and protect their injured comrades. Simultaneously, a shift occurred within the firebird ranks. The third-tier firebird seemed resolute, leading the other 2 firebirds to launch an assault on the great wind lark. In an instant, the aerial battlefield became even more complex. The larks united to repel the firebirds' onslaught, while the terrestrial spirit beasts were equally unwilling to remain passive, attempting to capitalize on the chaos. The fierce clash between the third-tier great wind lark and the third-tier firebird was extraordinarily intense, with neither side yielding. At that moment, a wind blade from a firebird struck the train carriage, leaving a white mark. The train emitted a shrill warning, and the announcement reverberated once more. Are there any spirit tamers on the train willing to volunteer for the extermination plan? Rewards can be claimed at the Spirit Tamer Association afterward. We have already gathered 1 third-tier spirit tamer and 2 second-tier spirit tamers. Please, aspiring individuals, hurry to carriage 1 to register. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze and made his way to carriage 1. Thank you, spirit tamers, for your assistance. If we can swiftly eliminate these firebirds, we will soon reach Ronghua City. Chen Mo nodded, glancing around. At that moment, 10 individuals had gathered, comprising 2 third-tier tamers, 1 male and 1 female, 5 second-tier, and 3 first-tier tamers. Conductor, please open the door. Let us resolve this matter swiftly, as more and more spirit beasts are gathering here. The female third-tier spirit tamer fixated her gaze on the ground, observing the spirit beasts scavenging, a foreboding sensation creeping into her heart. The conductor, not hesitating, opened the carriage door and addressed the assembly. If we find ourselves overwhelmed, please retreat inside. We will notify the Spirit Tamer Association for our rescue. Chen Mo acknowledged and summoned the little demon. With a resounding dragon roar, the crowd turned their heads in astonishment. This young man possesses a dragon? Is he a privileged scion out on an expedition? The conductor's gaze shifted towards Chen Mo, a hint of concern in his eyes. He could not allow anything to happen to him. Chen Mo leapt from the carriage and mounted the little demon, soaring into the sky. The third-tier spirit tamer observed this with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Let us go together. With his command, everyone unleashed their spirit beasts and charged towards the flock of firebirds above. Chen Mo maneuvered the little demon, launching relentless attacks that sent the firebirds scattering in panic. However, at that moment, the 3 firebirds abandoned their assault on the great wind lark, expanding their wings to create a formidable gust, resisting the onslaught of the attackers. Chapter 65. The 4th-tier cracked beak bird. Hurry and deal with them. Stand back. I intend to unleash a powerful move. I have an ominous premonition. The 3rd-tier spirit tamer frowned, summoning a sunflower-like plant spirit. Coupled with her previously summoned pea shooter, she was now commanding 2 spirits simultaneously. A considerable strain on her mental energy and stamina. In an instant, the 2 spirit beasts synchronized their movements. The sunflower spirit casually waved its hand, unleashing a golden light that cascaded over the pea shooter. It began to unleash a barrage of peas with frenetic intensity, indiscriminately launching countless green projectiles. Had it not been for the prior warning, it would have been challenging to react in time. Chirp! The leading fiery bird called out. However, it was all too late. The green peas fell like raindrops, and many fiery birds, unable to evade the onslaught, fell shrieking to the ground. Chaos ensued, with several larks also caught in the crossfire. Yet, the 3 most powerful fiery birds remained unscathed, continuously calling in the sky as if summoning something. A trace of fatigue appeared on the face of the 3rd-tier spirit master, yet she persisted in controlling her spirit. Continuing this way was not viable. We must devise a swift solution, one spirit master declared. Meanwhile, another 3rd-tier spirit master, seemingly unfazed, summoned all 3 of her spirits to charge at the remaining fiery birds. However, they were merely a pack of rabble. What was there to fear? At that moment, a shadow darted past. The once boastful 3rd-tier spirit master found her head severed from her body. A fountain of blood erupted, splattering onto a particularly large fiery bird. Its mouth grotesquely stretched back towards its skull. A 4th-tier split-mouth bird. Some inexperienced spirit masters in the group screamed in terror. The remaining 3rd-tier spirit master shook his head in resignation. Had he not unleashed all 3 spirits to attack, they might have had a slim chance of survival. Cursing the fool under his breath, his gaze fell upon the vigilant and composed Chen Mo, a flicker of surprise glimmering in his eyes. Chen Mo, noticing the 3rd-tier spirit master's gaze, nodded in acknowledgement. The emergence of the 4th-tier split-mouth bird altered the situation dramatically. It exuded a formidable aura, stirring fierce winds with the flapping of its wings. Suddenly, it lunged forward, charging at the group. Everyone, be cautious. Chen Mo's voice was calm and resolute as he swiftly adjusted his position. Thanks to Chen Mo's warning, those targeted narrowly evaded the attack. Beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their eyes filled with gratitude as they glanced at him. Chirp! At that moment, the 3 fiery birds in the sky seemed to receive a command, converging toward the 4th-tier split-mouth bird, forming a formidable assault formation. The split-mouth bird's gaze locked onto Chen Mo, clearly irate at his earlier warning, wishing to eliminate him first. I will assist you, the 3rd-tier spirit master shouted, directing her pea shooter to attack the 4th-tier split-mouth bird. However, the split-mouth bird's speed was astonishing, easily evading the assault, retaliating with a slicing wind blade that struck her. Green blood gushed from the pea shooter, and the sunflower spirit hurriedly advanced to cast a healing light over the wound. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. With Chen Mo fixated on the split-mouth bird, keenly observing its next move, knowing he could not hold back any longer, the 3rd-tier spirit master inhaled deeply, summoning her 3rd spirit, a colossal red cherry, pulsating with rage. You all focus on restraining those fiery birds. Leave the 4th-tier split-mouth bird to me. she commanded in a firm tone. The others understood the urgency and began to control their spirits, engaging in fierce combat with the fiery birds. Meanwhile, Chen Mo directed his little demon to provide cover, launching a torrent of dragon flames at the split-mouthed bird. The split-mouthed bird swiftly dodged, colliding forcefully with the little demon. The fourth-tier split-mouthed bird possessed incredible strength, sending the little demon flying several meters back. Just as the split-mouthed bird prepared to strike again, a red figure appeared before it. Now's the time. A glint of determination flashed in the third-tier spirit master's eyes as her spirit unleashed its ultimate skill, a blinding radiance tearing through the sky. Boom. The explosion resonated. The fourth-tier split-mouthed bird sensed an unprecedented threat, but it was too late to evade. The light struck it fiercely, and it let out a chilling cry before plummeting from the sky. Upon landing, it was immediately devoured by the various spirit beasts lying in wait. The remaining fiery birds, witnessing this scene, let out mournful cries and scattered in all directions. The red cherry, now on the brink of collapse, was caught by the little demon and brought back to Chen Mo's side. The sunflower spirit hastily approached, casting a healing light, stabilizing its breath before sealing it into the spirit space. Thank you. I'm Yenlina. Let us be friends. Yenlina extended her hand, smiling at Chen Mo. I'm Chen Mo, he replied, shaking her hand briefly, surprised by the unexpected smoothness of her skin. Seeing that the obstructing larks and fiery birds had flown off, the group returned to the train. The only difference now was that a girl sat beside Chen Mo. Are you headed to Ronghua City for something specific? Yenlina broke the silence. Chen Mo casually replied, I plan to train in Ronghua City for a while. Training? You've come to the right place. They often hold various competitions there. Chen Mo's interest was piqued as he looked at Yenlina. She continued, I noticed that your dragon possesses formidable strength. Though it seems you haven't trained for long, it must have only recently been born. Indeed, it is my initial spirit. What? So you've only had your spirit for a short time? Yenlina exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, her mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. You're truly impressive. A flicker of admiration glimmered in her eyes, indicating that Chen Mo had achieved such prowess after merely 6 months of training, undoubtedly a prodigious talent. So you're a genius? Chen Mo smiled modestly, replying, it's just good fortune. Yenlina did not take his words to heart. Having graduated from university, she knew all too well the struggles of not breaking through the 4th tier for years, having to run an ice cream shop for a living in Ronghua City. She understood the hardships involved, and merely attributing such strength to luck seemed utterly impossible. Her fondness for Chen Mo, still a junior in college, surged. However, you must be cautious. In Ronghua City, spirit masters abound. Although you are a genius, do not let your guard down, Yenlina warned. I understand, Chen Mo nodded. The remainder of the journey proceeded without further incident, allowing Chen Mo to enjoy a leisurely conversation with Yenlina. He learned from her that she owned an ice cream shop in Ronghua City, renowned for its deliciousness and recognized as a must-try local delicacy. Skeptically, Chen Mo asked, is your ice cream really that remarkable? Of course. When we arrive, I'll treat you, she replied. Chapter 66, Flame Ice Cream. It's so hot here. The temperature must be over 30 degrees, and it's only January. Feeling the heat in the air, Chen Mo's skin began to glisten with sweat, confirming that he had indeed arrived in Ronghua City. Haha, you're not a coward, are you? Yenlina teased, clutching her belly in laughter. Chen Mo rolled his eyes at her without saying much. Such temperatures are common in Ronghua City. The highest recorded temperature was even 61 degrees. That day, I made a fortune, Yenlina reminisced blissfully, her lips curling into a smile, her expression one of a money-loving individual. Come on. My ice cream will definitely leave you in awe. How much longer? We'll be there soon. Don't rush. Chen Mo's voice was tinged with impatience. Yet his gaze involuntarily wandered around. Due to the warm climate, most people here don short sleeves and shorts. And even Yenlina had exchanged her long pants and heavy coat for a pair of ultra-short and alluring shorts. The electrifying atmosphere of combat was indeed overwhelming for Chen Mo. Every 100 meters, there was a training room or a battle arena. Occasionally, he would catch sight of individuals sparring outdoors, bare-chested. The fervor for combat in Ronghua City was truly remarkable. As Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement while surveying his surroundings, he inadvertently fell behind Yenlina. He quickly took long strides to catch up, aware that he was in unfamiliar territory and could easily get lost. He was utterly directionally challenged. In Ronghua City, fire-type spirit beasts were ubiquitous, saturating every nook and cranny of the city. The varieties Chen Mo observed had already surpassed 100, which contributed to its moniker as Ronghua City. The primary reason, however, lay in its location atop an active volcano. Indeed, a volcano that could erupt at any moment. This place was saturated with intense fire energy, and once it reached a certain saturation point, it could wreak havoc, potentially obliterating half the city in an instant. Nevertheless, this was precisely what attracted numerous fire-type spirit masters to this locale. The government wished to prevent a volcanic eruption, while the spirit masters sought the fire energy, resulting in a harmonious coexistence that birthed Ronghua City. It is said that Ronghua City was once a small village, which rapidly transformed into one of the top 10 cities in Longting Star within a few years, all due to the sudden emergence of this active volcano. This day is commemorated by the local residents and is known as the Ronghua Festival. After admiring the surroundings for a moment, Chen Mo suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Crowds from all directions were surging towards a single point, the throng pulsating with excitement, interspersed with shouts. "Don't push. My wig is about to fall off. Hey, which bastard is taking advantage of the situation? Don't think I can't find you in this crowd. What's with the shouting, you big guy? What's wrong with having a little girl in my heart?" Chen Mo curiously peered towards the end of the crowd, but was obstructed by a series of large figures. Noticing Chen Mo's bewilderment, Yanlina tapped him on the shoulder, asking, "Are you astonished by this scene?" When Chen Mo turned back, he saw that the robust man who had been shouting moments ago was now stripped and cowering in a corner, shivering. That's quite a peculiar taste. Chen Mo shuddered in distaste, casting a wary glance at Yanlina. "This is quite common in our area," she replied proudly, oblivious to Chen Mo's expression. Chen Mo, in disbelief, pointed at the naked man, shock evident in his eyes. "Is everyone here this extravagant?" Realizing something was amiss, Yanlina glanced in the direction Chen Mo pointed, and her face flushed crimson as she stammered, "I wasn't talking about that. You misunderstood." Covering her face with her hands, she added, "In a month, it will be the Ronghua Festival, and we are hosting the annual Ronghua Cup. Everyone is excited to sign up, and that's what I meant to say. The Ronghua Cup," Chen Mo exclaimed. For this was the most anticipated event during the Ronghua Festival. Each year, thousands flocked here just to participate in the Ronghua Cup. Noticing Chen Mo's ignorance, Yanlina took the opportunity to enlighten him. "This year, our prize has doubled compared to last year, an astonishing 10 million in cash. A month as qualification for training inside the volcano, and a mysterious treasure. Even I want to participate, but alas, my skills are insufficient, so I can only dream. What's there to fear? Just give it a try. It won't cost you an arm and a leg." Chen Mo felt invigorated, as he had come here precisely to hone his combat skills. This was an opportunity not to be missed. "Not so fast. Let us go to my house first and enjoy my signature ice cream. The registration lasts a week, and we can come back tomorrow. You wouldn't want to be stripped of your clothes in front of the crowd, would you?" With a teasing flick of her finger under Chen Mo's chin, her eyes sparkling as she licked her alluring red lips, she added, "If I were a few years younger, I would definitely have my sights set on you." Chen Mo rolled his eyes in exasperation but complied, hastening to follow her out. He had already sensed that a few individuals in the crowd were directing their attention towards them, and lingering any longer could lead to trouble. At the entrance of the Flame ice cream shop, Yanlina beamed at the long line snaking outside. "I didn't expect business to be this booming." Just then, a mature woman emerged from the shop. "Lena, you're back." Chen Mo was taken aback, staring incredulously at this woman who appeared to be in her 30s. "Is this your boyfriend?" The woman teased. "Mom, do you really think so? I'm several years older than him." "Hello, Auntie, I'm Chen Mo, here to train in Ronghua City. This is my mother, Yannilu. As for my father, he may have perished outside the city." At the mention of her father, Yanlina's expression shifted to one of sadness and indignation. Yannilu gently stroked her hair, her tone slightly awkward. "You came to try our famous flame ice cream, didn't you? Let me get you a serving." With that, she stepped into the shop amidst envious glances from those waiting in line. Upon entering, Chen Mo was greeted by a vibrant red sign emblazoned with an ice cream cone engulfed in flames, stating a limit of 99 servings. The overall ambience inside was cool, enhanced by the air conditioning, providing a refreshing respite. "Here comes the flame ice cream." Before long, Yanlina returned with a seemingly ordinary scoop of ice cream. "Is this it?" Chen Mo questioned, perplexed by the plain white ice cream adorned with a drizzle of fiery liquid. "You seem eager. It's not finished yet," Yanlina replied, producing a lighter and igniting the liquid atop the ice cream, causing a fierce blaze to erupt. Strangely, the ice cream showed no signs of melting. "Enjoy." With a sense of curiosity, Chen Mo took a spoonful. A wave of intense heat and coolness enveloped him. The contrasting temperatures, combined with the creamy sweetness and a tantalizing hint of fiery cherry flavor, danced upon his palate. It was simply divine. Chen Mo marveled, devouring the ice cream with gusto. However, an overwhelming heat surged through him, leaving him dizzy. The world before him began to blur, and despite his mouth opening and closing, he could utter not a word before collapsing onto the table. "Is this too much?" Yannilu glanced at Chen Mo, her expression laden with meaning. Chapter 67. Where are my clothes? What just happened? Chen Mo groggily opened his eyes, struggling to recall the events of the previous day. He only remembered consuming the flame ice cream before everything went black. A cool sensation enveloped his body, prompting him to reach out and touch himself. Huh, where are my clothes? Looking down, he realized he felt a refreshing chill. Rising to survey his surroundings, he noticed the walls adorned in soft pink, with several pink spirit beast figurines placed on the table. Just then, the door swung open, and a woman stepped inside. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Lina exclaimed, her face flushed as she rushed to cover herself with the blanket. Lina seemed to recall something and added, You got drunk yesterday and vomited all over. My mom took your clothes to wash. I'll go fetch them. Chen Mo stared in bewilderment at Lina, who briskly walked away, murmuring to himself, I didn't drink yesterday. How could I possibly be drunk? Moments later, Lina returned, tossing Chen Mo's clothes onto the bed. Stealing a glance at his physique, she closed the door behind her. His physique isn't too shabby, after all. Once the door was shut, Chen Mo hastily donned his clothes before stepping out. What on earth happened yesterday? I didn't consume any alcohol. How could I be inebriated? I forgot to mention. That fiery ice cream contained alcohol. No one anticipated that a single bite would leave you inebriated. Your tolerance is rather poor, Lina remarked, casting a disdainful glance. For he was still but a child. You didn't take off my clothes, did you? Impossible. It was my mother who did that. Your imagination is quite vivid. Chen Mo retorted, wishing to shift the topic. When shall we register for the Ronghua Cup? Lina rolled her eyes. You're quite eager. Let us go right now. With that, she led Chen Mo down from the second floor. It turned out that the second floor of the establishment was where Lina and her mother resided, while the first floor was designated for commercial purposes. Young man, you're awake. Upon realizing it was she who had undressed him, Chen Mo averted his gaze and quickened his pace. You have a fine physique. No need to be shy. A loud voice reached Chen Mo's ears, causing him to stumble almost to the ground. At the Ronghua Cup registration area, are you both here to register? Asked one of the officials. Lina handed him a registration form, pushing it into Chen Mo's hands, and, before he could utter another word, guided him to fill it out. My combat style isn't suited for this type of competition, she stated, glancing away, while Chen Mo noticed the form indicated a 1v1 format, rendering further discussion unnecessary. From her previous battles, it was apparent that her strategy revolved around a pea shooter as the core, supported by sunflowers in a synergistic tactical approach. Such an event was indeed a tall order for her. After submitting the registration form, Chen Mo was eager to commence his training. The training facilities in Ronghua City were far superior to those in Donghai City, boasting even a supergravity chamber, which allowed for customizable gravity settings, an excellent method for honing one's physical prowess in spirit manipulation. Chen Mo intended to rectify some deficiencies in his little demon dragon flame armor and elevate Big Head to the second tier, with the guidance of the Shadow Demon Dragon. Coupled with his prior experiences, Chen Mo had devised improvements for the dragon flame armor. At Lina's persistent request, he decided to stay at her home until the conclusion of the Ronghua Cup. After agreeing, he briefly excused himself to the special training arena of the Spirit Manipulator Association. The exorbitant fee of 10,000 per hour was unaffordable even for high-tier spirit manipulators over several months. Releasing all his spirits, Chen Mo addressed Little Demon, Little Demon. I shall rely on you for a long time to come, not only to refine the dragon flame armor, but also to assist in Big Head's rigorous training. Little Demon solemnly agreed. First, they would train the skills of dragon flame and explosive dragon armor, which were the direct sources of the dragon flame armor and required exceptional proficiency. Next were Little Demon's specialties, Flame Slash and the explosive Fire Dragon Bullet, which boasted power second only to the dragon flame armor. Chen Mo did not plan to have Little Demon train in dragon blood boiling, as it was difficult to gauge the intensity, and any injury to Little Demon would be regrettable. He intended to use evolution points instead. Big Head's training was considerably simpler. Just throw it into the gravity chamber for self-discipline. As long as energy replenishment was monitored, it posed no significant issues, occasionally allowing Little Demon to provide extra nourishment. Little Demon progressed rapidly, coupled with its innate understanding, leading to a swift enhancement in its grasp of dragon flame and explosive dragon armor. Time flew by in training, and before they knew it, a month had passed. Under various influences, Little Demon's skills were comprehensively enhanced, with each skill reaching mastery level, while dragon flame and explosive dragon armor were on the brink of becoming grandmaster level. Just a step away. Physical attributes significantly improved, rendering the already formidable body nearly invincible, and with the continuous supply of energy crystals, its strength reached the pinnacle of the second tier, greatly augmenting its combat capabilities. Big Head also reaped substantial benefits, although not as comprehensive as Little Demon's enhancements. Its sole skill, Fish Dragon transformation, had been elevated to Grandmaster level, costing a total of 1 million. Observing the nearing 100 million experience points required for transcending to the next level, Chen Mo felt relieved that he hadn't hastily spent it all. Otherwise, when the Shadow Dragon was birthed, he would have been left wanting. Though only a month had passed, the increase in combat power for both spirits was evident. Even Chen Mo experienced significant growth. The energy within him was nearing saturation, and his physical capabilities had greatly improved, no longer resembling a typical third-year student. All of this was thanks to the gravity chamber, which was practically designed for rigorous training. Watching this scene unfold reignited the fervor within Chen Mo, long dormant. No matter the moment, the exhilarating sensation of rapidly advancing in spirit manipulation was always intoxicating. After an extensive training session, both Little Demon and Big Head were somewhat reluctant to part ways. Recalling his spirits, Chen Mo exited the special training arena, where he had spent nearly a month. As soon as he reached the ground, an explosive cacophony met his ears, prompting him to frown. Today marked the Ronghua festival, and the crowd swelled as he had anticipated. As far as the eye could see, it was predominantly spirit manipulators. Many had released their spirits, eagerly preparing for the special event of the Ronghua Cup. Voices clamored all around. This Ronghua Cup champion is destined to be mine. That 10 million is as good as secured. You think you're worthy? A mere third-tier novice. I'm a seasoned warrior of the third tier. How dare you? You're an old fool competing with the younger generation for resources. With that 10 million, I'm but a step away from the fourth tier. What is dignity worth? The challenged man flushed, at a loss for a retort. The gap between the third and fourth tiers was vast. Many would spend their entire lives striving to reach the fourth tier. However, breaking through to the fourth tier conferred the status of a core power in a planet, earning respect and a commendable income. Chapter 68. Essence of Lava. The Ronghua Cup competition was held at the Grand Plaza in the heart of Ronghua City. The plaza had already been transformed into a dedicated arena for the competition. A massive screen displayed the rules and rewards for the event, which were rather unique. First, the highest permissible strength was capped at the pinnacle of the third tier, forbidding mid to high-tier spirit manipulators from participating. Second, due to time constraints, the competition format was one-on-one, selecting the most formidable spirit for battle. Third, spirits were not allowed to be replaced. They must remain until the end. Chen Mo was already familiar with these rules from the registration process. Yet he remained most intrigued by the mention of the mysterious treasure among the prizes. Such an item could directly enhance a spirit's strength. Securing a valuable treasure was no easy feat. It wasn't merely a matter of wealth, as most participants were drawn to the event for this very reason. For them, 10 million was merely a bonus. The grand prize, a mysterious spirit treasure, was the essence of lava, which could amplify the strength of fire-type spirits. Fire-type spirits were the most prevalent, especially in Ronghua City, where 9 out of 10 practitioners were fire-type spirit manipulators. Hence, the rarity of the essence of lava was self-evident. A few audacious third-tier veterans excitedly entered the competition, exclaiming, "It's actually the essence of lava. We are truly fortunate." This exquisite treasure, forged naturally from the depths of a live volcano over countless years, enhances the offensive capabilities of fire-type spirit practitioners by a remarkable 10%, while simultaneously imparting the effects of fiery body tempering. Although the city of Ronghua is renowned as a prominent mid-sized metropolis, the fact that it has attracted nearly 1,000 third-tier experts to partake in this competition underscores the immense allure of the essence of lava. Chen Mo surveyed the crowd. Noting the diverse expressions of the spirit practitioners present, some were brimming with excitement, others exuded calmness, and a few had even begun their warm-up routines. An hour later, a silver-haired mayor, his face etched with deep lines of wisdom, approached with a steady gait to deliver an address. After meticulously reiterating the rules, he declared the commencement of the competition. The contest was officially underway. A colossal screen erected in the square segmented the event into 50 distinct arenas, each featuring 2 spirit practitioners poised for combat, with live broadcasts enabling spectators to choose their preferred match to observe. Another hour passed, and at last, it was Chen Mo's turn to take the stage. Upon his appearance, Yen Lina, who had arrived early in the audience, erupted with cheers for him, and even his mother, Yen Nilu, had come to witness the event. "Why aren't you competing?" Yen Nilu inquired, her voice tinged with disappointment and longing, as she yearned to see her daughter galloping across the arena. Yen Lina, however, responded nonchalantly, "I lack the strength. After all, my spirit is of a team-oriented nature, and in this one-on-one format, I stand no chance." Yen Nilu shook her head. While her daughter possessed many admirable qualities, she lacked the courage to embrace challenges, and her gaze returned to the screen where the battle unfolded. At this moment, Chen Mo's little demon swiftly defeated a fellow contestant of the same second tier with a thunderous dragon flame. Congratulations to our contestant Chen Mo for achieving a resounding victory, vanquishing his opponent with almost no injuries sustained. This blazing dragon is truly formidable. Let us all cheer for this competitor. The announcer's voice resonated throughout the square, brimming with excitement. Cheers surged toward Chen Mo, yet his demeanor remained composed. The opponent he faced posed no challenge to him. A minute spent against the little demon would be a mistake. With his current prowess, finding an opponent of his tier was a rare occurrence. Only the other third-tier competitors could exert a modicum of pressure on him. As time sped by, Chen Mo found himself once more in the fray. This time against the tournament's seed contender, an esteemed third-tier wood lizard. Chen Mo must have simply been fortunate to encounter a second-tier adversary. Does he truly believe he can triumph over a third-tier seed? Such delusions are laughable. That blazing dragon may appear impressive, but is merely a facade against a true powerhouse. It would likely falter at the first strike. These skeptics laughed, deriding Chen Mo's audacity to compete, oblivious to his own limitations. With his current level, he could only hope to muddle through the preliminary rounds, but when faced with a genuine expert, he would surely be left in tatters. As Chen Mo and the third-tier seed contender faced off, a palpable tension filled the air. The little demon unleashed a torrent of dragon flames. While the wood lizard shimmered with verdant light, both spirits poised for battle. Begin. With the referee's command, the clash erupted instantaneously. The little demon struck first, unleashing a deluge of flames. A thunderous roar echoed as fire enveloped the arena, leaving the audience gasping in astonishment at the sheer ferocity of the assault. However, the wood lizard remained unfazed, its green light intensifying to form a barrier that repelled the flames. It opened its maw and unleashed a flurry of vines, lashing out at the little demon like agile whips. The sound of the whips slicing through the air was relentless. The little demon soared high, evading with agility. Yet a few of the vines still struck its body, leaving crimson marks. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, a sense of caution creeping into his mind. The wood lizard, as expected of a third-tier spirit, exhibited astounding defense and employed highly unconventional offensive tactics. The battle intensified. The little demon opened its jaws wide, releasing a searing dragon flame. The fire danced and the temperature soared, warping the very air around them. Vines erupted from the earth, countless tendrils striking the air with a piercing shriek. The two spirits darted about with breathtaking speed, their movements as swift as a startled phoenix. The metallic clang of their clashes rang out, accompanied by the crackling of flames. The sound of whips slicing through the air was deafening. The combat's tempo escalated, akin to an exhilarating battle anthem. The audience held their breath, captivated, as each thrilling exchange ignited a chorus of gasps and applause that echoed like thunder. Gradually, cheers began to rise in support of Chen Mo. Wow, this is truly unexpected. His blazing dragon is actually holding its own against the third-tier wood lizard. Indeed, I initially thought he would be utterly suppressed, yet he is managing to counterattack. Could it be? Does he truly have a chance to win? They were astonished by the little demon's valor, and Chen Mo's tranquility was equally admirable. The audience erupted into a cacophony of encouragement. Go, go! I placed a bet of 10,000 on your victory. A middle-aged man stood, his voice hoarse from shouting. His face flushed and fists clenched, eyes sparkling with fervor. Nearby, a bespectacled youth slapped the armrest excitedly, exclaiming, "Keep it up. I believe in you." The firelight reflected in his lenses, and a smile crept onto his lips. Yenlina clutched her clothing tightly, her voice trembling slightly. "Chen Mo, you can win." Her eyes were fixated on the arena, afraid to miss a single detail. The sounds of encouragement and shouts rose and fell, merging into a powerful tide of support. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo's gaze sharpened. It was indeed Ronghua City. Demonstrating one's strength would earn immediate respect. Chapter 69, Victory. Third tier, Wood Lizard. Chen Mo's eyes glimmered like blades, keenly observing the movements of the wood lizard. His heartbeat quickened, adrenaline surged, and his senses heightened in a state of acute alertness. The dragon flames within the little demon simmered, energy coalescing at its claws, yet it refrained from acting rashly. The wood lizard, lithe and agile, had scales that glimmered with a haunting green light, reminiscent of verdant leaves swaying under the sun. Its eyes resembled two amber orbs, cold and watchful. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, the air thick with tension. Little demon, unleashed the fiery slash. The little demon instantly executed the fiery slash, flames shooting skyward as the air was seared. Emitting a sharp hissing sound, the wood lizard was forced back several paces, scorch marks appearing on its scales. Suddenly, the ground cracked ominously. Green vines erupted like serpents from the earth, ensnaring the little demon. Oh dear, the blazing dragon is facing a formidable wood lizard. Look at that defensive prowess. Its fiery slash couldn't even breach the defense. The power of the blazing dragon's fiery slash was indeed astonishing, but after all, it was only a second-tier spirit. If it reached the third tier, it might well be the wood lizard that faced defeat. Look at that. The vines are growing at an astonishing rate. The mysterious forest technique is the wood lizard's signature move, and no one has yet been able to break it. The onlookers pondered how Chen Mo would navigate this intricate predicament. In the enigmatic depths of the maze of vines, the rapid growth of tendrils resonated with a ceaseless rustling sound. Just as the little demon incinerated a cluster of vines with its flames, new shoots burgeoned forth at an astonishing pace, visibly sprouting before one's eyes. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred vegetation, mingling with the odor of ashes. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead as his mind raced, devising a strategy to break the formation. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he shouted, "Little demon, unleash the explosive fire dragon bullet." At his command, the little demon immediately began to gather energy, its body emanating a radiant glow as the temperature around it soared, causing the surrounding air to warp. With a thunderous roar, the explosive fire dragon bullet surged forth, resembling a fiery dragon as it hurtled towards the wall of vines. The impact left a massive breach in the formation, charred plant debris scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, the little demon darted forth like lightning, swiftly escaping the confines of the maze. The plant lizard clearly did not anticipate such a maneuver, a flicker of surprise flashing in its eyes. Yet before it could react, the little demon was already before it. Flame slash, Chen Mo commanded once more, his voice brimming with resolve. The little demon's claws ignited with fierce flames, resembling a razor-sharp fire blade as it struck down upon the plant lizard. The intense heat seared the air, producing a hissing sound. The plant lizard had no time to evade, and the blow struck true, inflicting a grievous wound that exposed bone beneath a torrent of green blood. The creature swayed unsteadily before collapsing, its eyes filled with disbelief and resentment, evidently shocked to be bested by a mere second-tier spirit master. As the battle concluded, a subtle smile graced Chen Mo's lips, the thrill of victory surging within him. He took a deep breath, finally relaxing his tense muscles. A deafening cheer erupted from the audience. Incredible! He actually won. A middle-aged man leaped to his feet, waving his arms in excitement. This kid has something special. Defeating a third-tier opponent as a second-tier spirit master is simply astonishing. Chen Mo leaped down from the arena, sweat trickling down his cheeks, glistening in the sunlight, his chest heaving. Lina approached, her eyes sparkling brilliantly, as if filled with starlight. "Chen Mo, you were amazing. I knew you could win," she exclaimed, clapping her hands with delight. Chen Mo smiled modestly, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was just good fortune. Nilu also made her way over, her gaze flitting between Chen Mo and Lina, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She patted Chen Mo's shoulder gently, her tone warm. "Young man, quite impressive. Would you be interested in getting to know Lina better?" Lina's face flushed crimson in an instant as she nudged her mother lightly. "Mom, what are you saying?" Chen Mo scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a refreshing breeze wafted through, slightly easing the tension in the air. Nilu continued to observe the two young people with a smile, saying, "What harm is there in young people getting to know each other? Lina, look at how exceptional Chen Mo is, strong and good-looking. He would make a wonderful boyfriend." Lina stomped her foot in frustration, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. "Mom, stop saying such things." Chen Mo instinctively gazed into the distance, feigning ignorance to their conversation. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, the bells signaling the continuation of the match rang from afar. Chen Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly said, "The match is about to resume. I need to prepare." With that, he nearly fled the scene. Lina watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. She sighed softly and turned to glare at her mother. "Mom, look what you've done. You've scared him away." Nilu, however, remained unfazed, casting a knowing look at her daughter. "Silly girl, do you think I can't see that you have feelings for him? Rest assured, I will assist you. If all else fails, I will lower my pride." "Mom, there's too great an age difference between us. It's not suitable." "A woman becomes more enticing with age," Nilu replied, playfully swaying her ample hips, gazing proudly at Lina. Chen Mo hurried away, his heart pounding. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air as it filled his lungs, alleviating the earlier awkwardness. He found a secluded corner and summoned the little demon from the spirit space. The little demon joyfully circled around him, emitting soft growls. "Good little demon," Chen Mo murmured, gently stroking its scales, feeling the warmth radiate from it. The little demon nuzzled Chen Mo's cheek affectionately, its eyes sparkling with fondness. It seemed to sense its master's emotions, letting out a melodious growl as if to comfort him. Leaning against the wall, Chen Mo closed his eyes, reflecting on the recent events. If he lingered any longer, he might truly be unable to leave. Spirit masters are indeed uncomplicated, he muttered to himself, reopening his eyes to regard the little demon. The little demon tilted its head, seemingly perplexed by his words. It gently nudged Chen Mo's finger with its head, emitting a questioning sound. Chen Mo chuckled, patting the little demon's head. It's nothing. Let us continue preparing for the match. Chapter 70. An unforeseen turn. The match interrupted. In a concealed chamber, an elderly man with silver hair sat in a leather armchair, his gaze malevolently scanning the remnants of the Silver Feather clan surrounding him. Gentlemen, our time is limited, the old man's hoarse voice echoed ominously within the room. That lad named Chen Mo has fortuitously crossed our path. We must eliminate him before we depart from Longting Star. A young member of the Silver Feather clan stepped forward, his wings trembling slightly with anxiety. But elder, you are our only 7th-tier powerhouse. Attempting to kill Chen Mo publicly among so many experts is akin to climbing a mountain. The old man scoffed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Who said we must confront him head-on? We can utilize external forces. Rising to his feet, he slowly approached a painting hanging on the wall. The artwork depicted intricate patterns, emitting a faint glow, and within it, one could vaguely discern a colossal fiery figure. The old man reached out to caress the painting, whispering, "Do you know that a terrifying entity is sealed beneath the active volcano in Ronghua City?" The room collectively gasped, the air thick with an atmosphere of dread. The old man continued, "This being is imprisoned beneath the volcano. Once we break the seal and allow it to burst forth from the earth, Ronghua City will be obliterated." An elder of the Silver Feather clan frowned, voicing concern. "But in doing so, we will also be unable to escape." The old man abruptly turned, his eyes ablaze with madness. "Escape? As the vanguard of the Silver Feather clan? Is your only concern your own safety?" His voice brimmed with hatred. "For the survival of our clan, we have no other choice." The room fell into a brief silence. Only the sound of shallow breaths could be heard. Eventually, the elder sighed and replied quietly, "I understand. So, how shall we proceed?" A cold smile crept across the old man's lips. "It's simple. We merely need to set a special formation at the volcano's mouth to channel the subterranean energy and shatter the seal." He produced a yellowed parchment from his pocket, adorned with complex formation diagrams. "This is a secret technique passed down through our clan, capable of rapidly accumulating energy." The group gathered closer, examining the intricate formation blueprint with keen interest. The elder continued, "We shall set forth at once, while they are engrossed in the fire cup. It is the opportune moment to unleash our secret arts." A timid silver-feathered girl ventured to ask, "Great elder, what if we fail?" The elder's gaze sharpened. "Fail? Then we shall perish before their eyes. Therefore, we must succeed." He surveyed the assembly, his voice deep and resolute. "For the future of our race, for our vengeance, we must spare no effort." A murmur of agreement resonated throughout the room. The remnants of the silver-feathered clan ignited with a fierce determination. They understood that this would be a gamble of grand proportions. The elder nodded in satisfaction and turned to face the portrait on the wall. He extended his frail hand and gently pressed it against the center. In an instant, the painting blazed with blinding light, causing the entire room to tremble. "Prepare yourselves." The elder's voice carried a hint of fervor. "Today, we shall witness the annihilation of Fire City and the fall of the human prodigy." As his words echoed, the remnants of the silver-feathered clan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both fear and anticipation. Boom! The earth shook violently, and thick smoke enveloped the skies above Fire City. The active volcano at the center of the city erupted with a blinding crimson light, followed by an immense surge of energy soaring into the heavens. Not good. Dozens of 6th and 7th-tier powerhouses, who were watching the Fire Cup competition, suddenly changed countenance. They ascended into the air, forming hand seals. In an instant, various bizarre spirit forms emerged in the sky. Some manifested massive shields before them, while others unleashed torrents of water to douse the flames. The strong exerted their utmost effort, striving to obstruct the lava that had already begun its fiery onslaught. Yet, their endeavors proved futile. Boom! The volcano erupted violently, spewing forth countless streams of molten lava like a grand fireworks display. The searing heat warped the air, and a pungent scent of sulfur permeated the atmosphere. "Run!" The audience erupted into a cacophony of screams. The crowd scattered like startled birds, only to be engulfed by the encroaching lava. Boom! 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 Amidst the relentless explosions, the structures of Fire City crumbled like paper, reduced to ashes in the scorching molten flow. The streets were filled with desperate souls fleeing for their lives, their faces etched with despair. "Damn it!" An elder clad in red gritted his teeth, sweeping his hands forcefully. Instantly, a colossal fire phoenix materialized from thin air, spreading its wings to shield the city from the lava's wrath. At last, it effectively curtailed the destruction. Meanwhile, a burly man bellowed, his muscles bulging, as he pressed his palms together and struck the ground with force. In that moment, a earthen dragon emerged, splitting the ground to swallow some of the lava. However, the lava's coverage was too extensive. The efforts of these powerful beings were ultimately in vain. The lava surged forth like an unrelenting flood, leaving desolation in its wake. Fire City, a majestic stronghold that had stood for millennia, was reduced to a sea of flames in mere minutes. Countless lives were extinguished in this catastrophe, and the once thriving streets lay barren, reduced to charred earth. Just then, a deafening roar resonated from the sky. A massive crimson dragon descended, its eyes gleaming with intelligence. On its back stood a middle-aged man clad in white, Huang Fan, the foremost powerhouse of Fire City, at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Huang Fan's gaze was electric as he surveyed the devastation below. Drawing a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals. Mystic Fire Dragon, heed my command. Dragon, absorb the flames. As his command echoed, the Mystic Fire Dragon let out a resounding roar, and 9 colossal fiery vortices materialized in the sky, spiraling wildly to absorb the erupting lava. However, even a powerhouse of Huang Fan's caliber found himself somewhat overwhelmed by such a cataclysmic eruption. His complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This cannot continue. Fire City will be obliterated. Huang Fan clenched his teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that ultimate move. Taking a deep breath, he rapidly formed hand seals. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. A terrifying aura erupted from the Mystic Fire Dragon. All flames, submit. With Huang Fan's thunderous cry, a massive vortex appeared above Fire City, seemingly intent on devouring all the erupting lava. However, just at this critical juncture, an eerie red light suddenly shot forth from the depths of the earth, striking Huang Fan squarely in the chest. Uffed. He coughed up blood, his form swaying dangerously as he nearly fell from the dragon's back. Who dares? His gaze flickered like lightning, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the volcano, filled with boundless resentment and fury, as if it sought to tear the world asunder. Huang Fan's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The seal has been broken. Chapter 71. The 9th tier Flame Demon Ape. A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the earth, shaking the very foundations of Fire City. Huang Fan's expression changed drastically, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Boom. The ground split open, and a massive crimson claw emerged from the fissure. Moments later, a gigantic ape, towering several dozen feet high, erupted from the earth, its entire body of vibrant red, and its eyes blazing like 2 suns, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The Flame Demon Ape. Huang Fan gasped in disbelief, incredulity etched upon his face. He had only heard of this from the past city lords, always thinking it was a mere myth. This legendary 9th tier beast truly existed, and it had shattered the seal beneath Fire City. The Flame Demon Ape let out a resounding howl, sending shockwaves reverberating in all directions. The surrounding structures disintegrated into dust under the force of its terrifying sonic wave, and countless residents were hurled through the air, their screams piercing the air. Damn it! Huang Fan gritted his teeth, swiftly forming hand seals. Mystic Fire Dragon. Dragon, absorb the flames. 9 massive fiery vortices reappeared in the sky, spiraling down towards the Flame Demon Ape. Yet, in the face of such an onslaught, the Flame Demon Ape merely waved its hand dismissively. Boom. The 9 fiery vortices shattered instantaneously, dissipating into specks of embers in the air. Huang Fan's complexion paled, a wave of despair washing over him. His once proud ultimate technique was utterly ineffective against the Flame Demon Ape. At that moment, the Flame Demon Ape suddenly turned its head, locking its gaze onto Huang Fan. A glimmer of mockery flickered in its eyes, burning with fierce flames. Roar! The Flame Demon Ape unleashed a deafening roar, spewing forth a massive pillar of fire. Where the fire pillar passed, the very air was incinerated into nothingness. Huang Fan's pupils constricted, hastily urging the Mystic Fire Dragon to evade. However, the speed of the fire pillar was too swift. Even the Mystic Fire Dragon struggled to fully evade it. Whoosh! The fire pillar grazed Huang Fan's shoulder, instantly reducing his sleeve to ashes. The intense pain caused him to stifle a groan, his complexion growing even paler. Is this the power of a 9th tier beast? Huang Fan felt a profound shock within, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The Flame Demon Ape, having missed its initial strike, exhibited a flicker of impatience in its eyes. With a sudden leap, its massive form surged forward like a bolt of crimson lightning, instantly standing before Huang Fan. Panic surged through Huang Fan's heart. Before he could react, he felt an immense force crash against his chest. Bang! Like a kite severed from its string, Huang Fan was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Struggling to rise, he discovered that every bone in his body felt as though it had shattered, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The flame demon ape looked down upon Huang Fan with a glimmer of disdain in its eyes. It slowly lifted its foot, preparing to utterly crush this audacious human. At that critical moment, the mystic fire dragon roared fiercely, rushing forward to shield Huang Fan. Roar! A torrent of searing flames descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the flame demon ape. Sensing the threat, the flame demon ape abruptly withdrew, turning to confront its adversary. Upon landing, the mystic fire dragon let out a deep growl, facing off against the flame demon ape. The air crackled with terrifying flames, creating ripples of heat. Roar! The flame demon ape struck first, its fiery form darting toward the mystic fire dragon like a flash. The mystic fire dragon, unwilling to yield, opened its massive jaws and unleashed a wave of scorching flames that collided head-on with the ape's fist. Boom! The clash of fire and might resulted in a tremendous explosion, sparks flying, and the acrid scent of charred air permeating the surroundings. In the aftermath of the blast, the mystic fire dragon staggered back a few steps, whereas the flame demon ape remained grounded, its fighting spirit intensifying. The mystic fire dragon suddenly spread its wings and soared into the air, diving toward the flame demon ape. Its sharp claws glimmered with a cold light, targeting the ape's head. The flame demon ape let out a thunderous roar, swinging its fists with ferocity to meet the mystic fire dragon's claws in midair. Bang! 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 Each collision resonated like a catastrophic quake, shaking the very foundations of the fire-melting city. Hang in there, mystic fire dragon. Huang Fan gritted his teeth, silently praying. The battle between the mystic fire dragon and the flame demon ape escalated to a fever pitch. With its agile form and aerial prowess, the mystic fire dragon held its ground against the flame demon ape. The ape roared furiously, its fists raining down like a torrential storm upon the mystic fire dragon. In contrast, the mystic fire dragon utilized its cunning agility and precise strikes to gradually deplete the ape's stamina. Ultimately, the mystic fire dragon seized upon a fleeting opportunity, sinking its teeth into the flame demon ape's shoulder. The ape howled in pain, thrashing to break free, but the mystic fire dragon's fangs were embedded deep in its flesh. Blood sprang forth. Roar! The flame demon ape, consumed by rage, unleashed a ferocious punch aimed at the mystic fire dragon's head. The blow forced the mystic fire dragon to release its grip, yet it quickly adjusted its stance, lunging once more at the flame demon ape. The clash of these two formidable beasts reached a stalemate, neither able to decisively vanquish the other. Huang Fan observed this scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. I cannot give up. He clenched his teeth, enduring the searing pain, and began to silently mend his wounds, preparing to seize an opportunity for a counterattack. The struggle between the mystic fire dragon and the flame demon ape raged on. Once again, the mystic fire dragon's claws clashed with the ape's fists, sparks erupting. However, this time, the mystic fire dragon's strength appeared to wane, its attacks growing sluggish. The flame demon ape detected this change, a cunning glint flashing in its eyes. Roar! The flame demon ape howled, intensifying its assault. Its fists pounded down upon the mystic fire dragon like a relentless tempest, forcing it to retreat. The mystic fire dragon attempted to retaliate, but each strike was deftly countered by the flame demon ape. Huang Fan watched in mounting anxiety, aware that the mystic fire dragon was beginning to falter. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. He gritted his teeth, observing the flame demon ape's every move, striving to provide support for the mystic fire dragon. Yet, Huang Fan's body had reached its limit, the intense pain nearly obscuring his focus. The frailty of the human form was all too evident. At that moment, the flame demon ape's powerful punch landed squarely in the mystic fire dragon's abdomen. Bang! The mystic fire dragon emitted a pained roar as its colossal body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled to rise, but the flame demon ape relentlessly pressed forward, delivering blow after blow. Roar! The mystic fire dragon's growls grew weaker, its scales shattered, bloodied, and battered. Huang Fan, witnessing this, felt his heart wrench in agony. Mystic fire dragon! Huang Fan cried out, his eyes filled with despair. Yet, his voice was drowned out by the flame demon ape's furious roars. The ape's fists fell like rain, and the mystic fire dragon could no longer withstand the onslaught, its massive form collapsing with a resounding thud. Bang! The flame demon ape stood beside the fallen mystic fire dragon, a flicker of triumph gleaming in its eyes. It slowly turned its head, fixing its gaze once more upon Huang Fan. In those eyes, ablaze with ferocious fire, a thirst for blood was evident. Damn it! Huang Fan gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to rise. He understood that there was no retreat, only a desperate fight remained. Chapter 72. The Mystery of the Little Monster's Origin. Just as the flame demon ape prepared to charge at Huang Fan, a familiar aura suddenly wafted into its nostrils. The flame demon ape's movements halted abruptly, a flicker of confusion crossing its features. It slowly turned its head, its gaze landing upon a small figure not far away, Chen Mo, riding the little monster as it aided suffering citizens. The little monster's crimson flames and the unique aura it emitted struck a chord of familiarity within the flame demon ape. This was its master, the offspring of the infernal dragon, a being of catastrophic power. Roar! The flame demon ape let out a deep growl, the ferocity in its eyes gradually fading, replaced by a complex array of emotions. It gently lowered its foot and turned to face the little monster, a hint of reverence glimmering in its gaze. However, upon seeing Chen Mo on the little monster's back, the flame demon ape erupted with a furious roar, intending to frighten him away. The massive roar caught Chen Mo's attention, evoking a mixture of fear and excitement in his eyes. A terrifying ninth-tier entity. But recalling the bracelet gifted by his master, Chen Mo's expression settled into one of calm detachment. Chen Mo raised his head, but the flame demon ape hesitated to attack. Witnessing this, he was filled with confusion. He could not comprehend why the flame demon ape refrained from attacking them, even exhibiting a hint of affection. A glance towards the flame demon ape revealed its gaze was directed downwards. Its target was the little monster. The flame demon ape cautiously approached the little monster, each step deliberate, as if afraid of startling it. Yet, its towering height and overwhelming presence were unmistakably apparent. Instinctively, the little monster took a step back. When the flame demon ape reached the little monster, it astonishingly bowed, adopting a posture of submission. Chen Mo stared in astonishment at the flame demon ape. What was happening? Was it his own aura of dominance that compelled such submission? Roar! The little monster emitted a soft call, its eyes flashing with wariness. Whimper! The inferno ape suddenly initiated a conversation with the little demon, its words tumbling out in a hurried and anxious manner, punctuated by two urgent roars. Though Chen Mo could not comprehend its utterances, he could sense the significance of the matter to the creature. Its eyes were a complex tapestry of emotions, reverence intertwined with yearning. Observing this scene, a fleeting thought crossed Chen Mo's mind. Could there be a connection between it and the little demon? At that moment, the little demon let out a resolute roar, which momentarily startled the inferno ape, rendering it speechless and frozen in place. Chen Mo then gleaned the content of their recent exchange from the little demon. It turned out that the little demon was the offspring of the inferno ape's former master, the infernal dragon. The inferno ape sought to take the little demon under its wing, hoping to cultivate it as a successor to the legacy of the infernal dragon. However, the little demon firmly rejected the inferno ape's proposition. Enraged and humiliated, the inferno ape contemplated killing Chen Mo to forcibly take the little demon. But the little demon threatened to end its own life, compelling the inferno ape to abandon its intentions toward Chen Mo. Before Chen Mo could fully process the recent revelations, the inferno ape abruptly turned its gaze back to him, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in its eyes, as if wishing to eliminate this bothersome human. With a thunderous roar, the inferno ape lunged at Chen Mo, delivering a fist imbued with flames, exuding an overwhelming force. Just as the inferno ape launched its attack, the little demon leaped in front of Chen Mo, blocking the trajectory of the assault. It emitted a steadfast growl, its eyes alight with determination. The inferno ape's movements faltered, confusion and incomprehension filling its gaze. It seemed unable to fathom why the little demon would protect this human. Chen Mo observed the little demon standing defiantly before him, warmth flooding his heart. Even though he knew the inferno ape could not harm him, the little demon's unwavering resolve to protect him stirred something deep within him. Little demon, he murmured softly, his voice imbued with tenderness, as his hand instinctively caressed its scales. The little demon glanced back at Chen Mo, its eyes brimming with conviction. It then turned to face the inferno ape once more, emitting a low growl that radiated authority. The inferno ape found itself in a dilemma, torn between its desire to reclaim the descendant of its master and its fear of defying the little demon's will. Ultimately, it let out a frustrated growl and began to retreat. Chen Mo was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, astonished that the inferno ape had truly abandoned its assault on him, all thanks to the little demon. Little demon, thank you, he said once more, extending his hand to gently stroke the little demon's scales, feeling their warmth. The little demon nuzzled against Chen Mo's hand, its eyes radiating tenderness. It then turned back to the inferno ape, issuing a resolute cry, seemingly reaffirming its determination. The inferno ape cast one last glance at the little demon, its eyes swirling with complex emotions. A flash of ruthlessness crossed its gaze as it surged forward, its massive form resembling a volcano set to erupt, charging at Chen Mo. A scorching wave of heat enveloped the air, laden with the acrid scent of sulfur. A fiery fist came barreling towards him. The little demon had no time to react. The Inferno Ape's attack bypassed the little demon and hurtled directly toward Chen Mo. In that critical moment, a pale blue barrier suddenly manifested around Chen Mo. The Inferno Ape's fist crashed against the barrier with a resounding thud, yet it failed to budge an inch. Chen Mo remained unfazed. A faint smile gracing his lips as he gently patted the little demon's head, confidence gleaming in his eyes. The Inferno Ape roared in fury, flames erupting from its body, transforming the entire space into a hellscape. However, no matter how fiercely it attacked, the mysterious barrier stood unyielding. Remarkably, Chen Mo remained unharmed, firmly planted in place. With a low growl, the Inferno Ape's eyes were filled with resentment and confusion. Chen Mo approached the Inferno Ape, brushing non-existent dust off his sleeves, and calmly remarked, "Inferno Ape, you must understand now. Your attacks are utterly ineffective against me." The Inferno Ape panted heavily, its gaze darting between Chen Mo and the little demon. Yet, it refused to concede, launching another barrage of fire toward Chen Mo. As expected, all its assaults failed to penetrate Chen Mo's defenses. Such futility. Chen Mo scoffed, unperturbed by the Inferno Ape's relentless onslaught. He was confident that, for the past half hour, it would not breach his defenses. After all, it could withstand attacks of a star-destroying caliber. A mere 9th-tier assault? It was laughable. No matter how the Inferno Ape pressed on, Chen Mo remained unafraid, quietly observing the creature's futile struggle, while the little demon looked at him in astonishment, an inscrutable expression in its eyes, as if to say, "Why didn't you reveal this capability sooner? You made me worry for nothing." Seeing the little demon's haughty demeanor, Chen Mo quickly offered words of reassurance. My apologies, my apologies. Little demon, don't be angry." The moment he spoke, the little demon's expression shifted to one of joy as it let out 2 cheerful cries, circling around him, completely oblivious to its earlier irritation. Chapter 73, Submission, 9th-tier Enforcer. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of powerful flames relentlessly battered against the protective barrier, producing a cacophony of sound. The Inferno Ape was now panting heavily, hot breath escaping its mouth. It had exhausted itself and sought to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. Just as the Inferno Ape prepared for one final strike, a sharp shadow suddenly sliced through the sky, akin to a silver lightning bolt hurtling toward it. The Inferno Ape's pupils dilated, its heart racing as a wave of deathly intent washed over it. It barely managed to evade the imminent attack. Chen Mo watched the recent assault with a smile, recognizing that familiar aura. "Master?" he instinctively called out. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in white materialized, revealing himself to be Chen Mo's master, Chen Yu. His expression was calm, yet his eyes sparkled with a sharp glint. The Inferno Ape, sensing the overwhelming pressure, let out an enraged roar, flames surging around its body as if it were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Chen Yu merely smiled condescendingly and struck out with his palm. With a resounding crack, a colossal black hand formed from a shadowy silhouette surged toward the Inferno Ape with a devastating force. The Inferno Ape's eyes widened in terror as the enormous hand loomed before it like an impenetrable net. It struggled with all its might, yet found itself ensnared, immobilized in a quagmire. Boom! The black hand struck the Inferno Ape with a deafening crash, sending its massive form hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. It lay there, bloodied and battered, its once raging flames now extinguished. Chen Mo watched in stunned silence, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. This was the power of a star-destroying level. Even with merely the fragile form of a human, one could wield world-shattering might. Even summoning spirits seemed unnecessary. The formidable beast that had been fiercely battling the entire Fire Fusion City crumbled so easily before his master. "Good disciple, you truly have a knack for attracting trouble," Chen Yu remarked lightly, though a hint of delight danced in his brow. Individuals who seem to bring calamity wherever they tread are often believed to possess extraordinary fortune. This conclusion, drawn from the wisdom of humanity over millennia, rings true. A faint groan escaped the Inferno Ape, which struggled to rise, yet despite its fervent efforts, it felt as though an invisible shackle bound it, rendering it immobile. Chen Yu cast a cold glance at the Inferno Ape, his fingers twitching slightly. A stream of ethereal energy, delicate as silk, descended upon the creature. The Inferno Ape emitted a piercing scream, as if it were being subjected to 1,000 torturous blades. Its massive form trembled violently, eyes brimming with terror and despair. The little demon, witnessing this scene, let out a mournful wail. Upon learning of the Inferno Ape's identity, it had developed a bond with the creature. It yearned to rush forward to protect the Inferno Ape, but was restrained by Chen Mo's firm grasp. Do not, Chen Mo admonished softly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The atmosphere thickened with a stifling sense of oppression. At that moment, distant gasps of astonishment echoed. Goodness! Is that President Shinyu? How could he possibly be here? Just look at his stance. It's as if a celestial being has descended. Marvelous, we are saved in Ronghua City. Look, that Inferno Ape lies on the ground, battered and bruised. The President is formidable. Upon hearing their discourse, Chen Mo realized that if he remained silent any longer, the Inferno Ape would surely be lost. Master, may we spare its life? He implored. As soon as the words left his lips, a flicker of surprise crossed Chen Yu's eyes. He narrowed his gaze, scrutinizing his disciple as if pondering something profound. Why? Chen Yu inquired, a curious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It is, in a sense, a relative of the little demon, and its strength is commendable. To slay it would be somewhat wasteful. Chen Yu snorted derisively. Save it. Do you comprehend the extent of the damage it has caused? Chen Mo shook his head. No. Master, what I mean is to make it work for us to atone for its recent transgressions. Oh, even Chen Yu, no fool, grasped Chen Mo's intentions. Before he could respond, Chen Mo continued, we could exploit its remaining value to atone for its crimes. Only then did Chen Yu cease his actions, allowing the Inferno Ape's body to relax completely, collapsing onto the ground. It seemed to sense something, its gaze shifting from Chen Mo to the little demon, ultimately landing on Chen Yu in the distance. Lowering its head, it emitted a low whimper. Slowly, it approached Chen Mo, each step laden with hesitation and trepidation. Before Chen Mo, it half knelt, its head bowed, drawing nearer. Chen Mo extended his hand, gently caressing the Inferno Ape's crown. He could feel the searing heat radiating from it. Yet he remained unfazed. Protect the little demon well, this is your duty. But remember, do not inflict any harm upon me. The Inferno Ape lifted its head, gratitude and submission flickering in its eyes. It nuzzled against Chen Mo's hand, seemingly expressing its loyalty. The little demon joyfully leapt onto the Inferno Ape's back. Emitting a delighted cry, a smile graced Chen Mo's face. He had unexpectedly gained the allegiance of a ninth-tier powerhouse. Yet, he turned his gaze towards his master, whispering, Master, is it not inappropriate to claim it as our own? You little fox, only now do you find it inappropriate? It seems you have reaped the benefits while feigning innocence. Chen Yu remarked, approaching Chen Mo, having seen through everything. Chen Mo awkwardly scratched his head in embarrassment. After a pause, Chen Yu added, a mere ninth-tier spirit. Should I wish to slay it, there would be no grievances from others. They wouldn't dare. An unmatched aura radiated from him. Master, you truly are the most formidable. Chen Mo replied, and Chen Yu's face instantly brightened. You understand me well. Chen Yu draped an arm over Chen Mo's shoulder. Do you know why those ninth-tier beast kings in the forests have not been eradicated? Chen Mo's pupils constricted. Disciple is unaware. They are merely slaves we have left behind. When personnel at the cosmic frontier are insufficient, we drag them into battle. When there are enough, we let them remain here to safeguard the planet's safety. For this group of spirits that have not reached the extermination level, their presence is inconsequential. Chen Mo swallowed hard, his gaze towards Chen Yu shifting. Those who do not achieve extermination are ultimately but ants. Chapter 74, The Shadow Eater. A single strike to annihilate. Just as Chen Mo continued his conversation with Chen Yu, an earth-shattering roar erupted suddenly. Chen Mo turned towards the sound, witnessing the little demon erupting in radiant golden light. Its form expanded dramatically, its once brilliant scales hardening to the toughness of steel. A searing aura filled the air, as if the entire space were ablaze. The little demon is breaking through to the third tier. Chen Mo exclaimed, astonished yet elated as he watched the little demon enveloped in golden light. Even Chen Yu appeared astonished, never expecting the little demon to progress at such an extraordinary rate, particularly while honing its skills. He had encountered many geniuses, yet few could balance skill proficiency and tier advancement as the little demon did. Each was a talent of unparalleled potential. Meanwhile, in a darkened corner, a remnant of the Silver Feather clan, lurking in the shadows, gazed in shock at the little demon's ascension. To their knowledge, it had only been at the first tier 6 months prior. It has grown this swiftly. This aura, it's that of a third-tier spirit. A Silver Feather warrior cried out, disbelief lacing his voice. The elder frowned deeply, a glimmer of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly. It seems we have underestimated the potential of this explosive flame dragon. However, now that it has reached this stage, we cannot allow it to continue its growth. With that, the elder slowly closed his eyes, an eerie black radiance emanating from his being. The air thickened with a stench of decay, as if the harbinger of death were imminent. "Elder, you cannot mean to." A nearby silver feather warrior gasped, his face paling. The elder opened his eyes, resolute determination shining within. "For the survival of our clan, I willingly offer my life as a sacrifice. Summoning a star-exterminating powerhouse is our only hope." Before his words could fully dissipate, the elder's body erupted, transforming into countless black motes of light. These motes swirled rapidly in the air, coalescing into a colossal vortex. A deep hum reverberated through the world, as if the very earth trembled. In the heart of the vortex, a blurred silhouette began to emerge. Gradually, the figure took shape, revealing a tall and imposing figure, cloaked in silver feathers that gleamed like metal under the sun. A pair of massive wings unfurled from its back, spanning several meters in width. This star-exterminating powerhouse slowly opened its eyes, their depths shimmering with the brilliance of distant stars. His gaze swept across the battlefield, first landing upon the little demon radiating golden light, and then shifting to the figure of Chen Mo nearby. The little demon, sensing the overwhelming aura, instinctively retreated a few steps. The advancing brilliance flickered slightly, and a glimmer of fear flashed in its eyes, quickly supplanted by determination. It lifted its head high and let out a resounding roar. The deafening bellow reverberated through the air, and the little demon's body underwent yet another transformation. Its scales hardened, resembling a suit of metallic armor. The golden light in its eyes blazed even more brilliantly, akin to two miniature suns of flame. The Star Destruction level warrior of the Silver Feather clan seemed stirred by this roar, slowly turning its head to fixate on the little demon. Its eyes were profound as the cosmos, seemingly capable of devouring all. "How intriguing," a low voice emerged from its lips. "To encounter such a promising little creature in a place like this." The little demon warily fixed its gaze upon the figure, its muscles tensed, ready to respond to any potential threat. The warriors of the Silver Feather clan wore expressions of wild elation as they beheld this scene. "It's Lord Darkstar. We are saved. Lord Darkstar is a renowned powerhouse of our clan. I have witnessed him obliterate a star with a single strike." They believed that with the assistance of a Star Destruction level warrior, they would effortlessly deal with Chen Mo and his companions. However, just as this formidable warrior prepared to take action, its gaze suddenly froze. Not far away, Chen Mo was approaching with deliberate strides, each step seemingly treading upon the void itself. This was his true grandeur. The voice of the Star Destruction level warrior brimmed with disbelief. "The devourer of shadows, Chen Mo." Chen Mo regarded him with an impassive expression and remarked coolly, "I did not expect to find someone here who recognizes me." At these words, Darkstar trembled, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. He instinctively took a step back, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard. "Master Chen Mo, Darkstar stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was a super powerhouse capable of taking on 10 foes single-handedly. He had even escaped the clutches of a domain-level warrior, having carved out a remarkable reputation on the cosmic frontier battlefield. A saying circulated in the battlefield: "When you encounter the devourer of shadows, Chen Mo, run swiftly. You are no longer a coward but a valiant warrior stalling for time." Yet, for reasons unknown, he had suddenly withdrawn from the battlefield, with insiders revealing he was injured and retreating to recuperate. Chen Mo observed Darkstar, now utterly terrified, and gently shook his head, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. "I grant you 3 breaths to flee." 1. Darkstar looked at Chen Mo, his heart brimming with dread, but upon glancing back at his fellow Silver Feather kin's encouragement, a spark of confidence ignited within him. 2. Perhaps he truly was injured and not as formidable as they claimed. Otherwise, why would he grant me time to escape? 3. Darkstar straightened his posture, his face regaining confidence. Perhaps he could indeed prevail. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Mo's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared behind Darkstar, a hand resting upon his shoulder. "And no," Darkstar cried out in terror, attempting to flee. But it was too late. As he moved, he felt his strength being drained, as if his very essence was being consumed by Chen Mo. Chen Mo's grip tightened slightly, and Darkstar found himself as helpless as a kitten caught by the nape of its neck. "You may perish now," Chen Mo stated flatly, his tone imbued with an irrefutable authority. The shadows enveloping Darkstar accelerated their consumption, leaving him no chance to resist. Chen Mo watched this spectacle, his eyes filled with astonishment and reverence. He sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Mo, far surpassing that of Darkstar. This was an experience he had never encountered before. The warriors of the Silver Feather clan were utterly astonished, unable to fathom the dramatic turn of events. What they had initially perceived as a manageable threat had transformed into an outcome entirely beyond their expectations. Before anyone could react, Darkstar's figure gradually faded, as if he had never existed. Only a group of bewildered Silver Feather warriors and Chen Mo remained, standing in stunned silence. Is this the true power of my master? So terrifying. Chapter 75, Dragon Pearl. Tier 3 Little Demon. After Dark Star's demise, the scene fell into a brief silence. The little demon maintained its ascendant stance, while the Silver Feather warriors exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for what to do. Run. Suddenly, one of the Silver Feather warriors, paralyzed with fear, shouted and bolted in a different direction. The other members of the Silver Feather clan quickly regained their wits and scattered in all directions. Humph. Chen Mo scoffed coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the fleeing Silver Feather clan members. With a single pointed finger, all the fleeing warriors instantly lost their souls, collapsing to the ground. Not a single one escaped. Chen Mo gazed at the fallen Silver Feather warriors, astonishment filling his eyes. He had not even comprehended how his master had acted. And it was all over. Chen Mo clapped his hands casually and remarked, "Let us return to Donghai City. Others will come to handle the aftermath here." Chen Mo paused momentarily before lifting his gaze to meet Chen Yu's eyes. "I wish to continue my training here." Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Why is that?" Chen Mo's eyes shone with determination as he gazed at the ascending little demon, a smile gracing his lips. "My original intention in coming out this time was to perfect the dragon flame armor, and this active volcano is tailor-made for the little demon. I do not wish to forfeit this opportunity." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, silence enveloping the atmosphere. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Yu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, fixing his gaze upon Chen Mo as if to pierce through his innermost thoughts. "Are you certain?" Chen Yu's voice was low and grave. Who knew how many remnants of the Silver Feather clan lingered within Linghua City? A slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chen Mo nodded firmly, a resolute light gleaming in his eyes. "I am certain." He then playfully leaned closer to Chen Yu. "I trust that master would not abandon me. And besides, isn't the flame demon ape here?" Chen Yu suddenly burst into laughter. "You rascal. You truly believe you can reap all the benefits." He extended his hand and gently patted Chen Mo's shoulder. "As for the flame demon ape, do not get your hopes up. It needs to be properly trained before you can utilize it. Its primal instincts require meticulous refinement." Chen Mo gazed at the flame demon ape with a hint of sympathy. Imagining his master's training made him shudder. Without waiting for anyone to react, Chen Yu waved his hand, and the flame demon ape vanished from sight. In a realm of shadows, the flame demon ape, caught off guard, was transported here and tumbled clumsily, letting out a furious roar. A gigantic dragon shadow emerged, revealing the shadow demon dragon. Before the flame demon ape could regain its footing, it was pinned beneath the creature, receiving a barrage of punches and kicks. Woo-woo. The flame demon ape was utterly powerless, receiving a thorough beating as it emitted a wretched howl. And this was merely the beginning. "Since you are unwilling to leave, I shall not force you. Stay safe." Chen Yu waved his hand once more, a surge of energy flowing into Chen Mo's wristband, fully replenishing the energy previously expended. Chen Mo solemnly nodded, expressing his gratitude to his master. At that moment, the little demon suddenly emitted a low growl, capturing the attention of both men. Chen Mo turned to face the creature, astonished to discover that its power had remarkably reached the intermediate level of the third tier, surpassing a minor stage, and it radiated a golden glow, interspersed with faint traces of black. Approaching, Chen Mo gently stroked the little demon's head, inquiring, "How did you achieve such a significant breakthrough?" Roar. The little demon vigorously nodded, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Through his telepathic connection, Chen Mo learned that the flame demon ape had presented it with a golden glowing orb. Upon consuming it, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through its body, leading to an unintentional breakthrough. Chen Mo was profoundly shocked, and even Chen Yu could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "That must be the dragon pearl of the infernal dragon. You truly have stumbled upon extraordinary luck." "Dragon pearl?" Chen Mo asked, perplexed. "It is a treasure left behind by the dragon race upon their demise, containing all their energy. Your little demon will likely sail smoothly to the star destruction level without any hindrance, and may even surpass its previous cultivation speed by several folds." Chen Yu cast a deep glance at Chen Mo, unable to hide his envy, despite being his master. "Ah, I see." Chen Mo smiled, realization dawning upon him. Eagerly, he glanced once more at the little demon's attributes. Name, Explosive Flame Dragon. Level, Intermediate 3rd Tier. Base value, 600. Attributes, Fire Dragon. Talent, Golden, 1000000 1000000. Skills, Erupting Fire Dragon Ball, Master, 551421000000. Fiery Slash, Grandmaster, 5649010000. Explosive Dragon Armor, Grandmaster, 6889110000. Dragon Blood Boiling, Proficient, 3696100000. Dragon Flame, Grandmaster 1005665210000000. The explosive flame dragon possesses formidable close combat capabilities and exhibits an exceptional affinity for explosions, revering the art of destruction as its creed, making it an extremely combative race. The talent experience value has increased by a staggering 100,000. Terrifying. This was the first time Chen Mo had encountered something that could enhance talent. And the magnitude of 100,000 was astonishing. This was precisely the experience required for the little demon's elevation from red to golden talent. Moreover, the dragon flame had directly augmented its experience value by 10 million. Chen Mo's face flushed with excitement as he affectionately caressed the little demon's dragon head, striving to calm his emotions. Observing Chen Mo's expression, Chen Yu could discern the magnitude of the little demon's enhancement and felt genuine happiness for him. Chen Mo. Just as Chen Mo was still basking in his excitement, a call resonated from afar. Two statuesque women, each with distinctive features, approached briskly. Chen Yu regarded them with curiosity, while Chen Mo openly introduced them, saying, "They are my friends who have assisted me immensely." He waved in greeting to Yan Lina and her mother, Yan Nilu. Upon reaching them, Yan Lina, upon spotting Chen Yu, instantly brightened, approaching him with an almost idol-like admiration. "Are you President Chen? Oh, I am your fan. I admire you immensely." Chen Yu, taken aback by Yan Lina's fervor, exhibited a hint of pride and uncontainable joy. "Would you mind if we took a photo together?" Yan Lina implored, her eyes shimmering with eagerness. Unable to withstand her pleading gaze, Chen Yu graciously replied, "Of course, you have taken care of my disciple. Such trifles are naturally permissible. You are Chen Mo's master." Yan Lina exclaimed in surprise, her gaze shifting to Chen Mo, with Yan Nilu sharing her astonishment, albeit saying nothing further. After all, it was their own volition, and choosing silence was equally valid. As she produced her phone, several photos were taken, culminating in a group shot with Yan Nilu and Chen Mo. Chen Yu then stated he had matters to attend to, lest he be detained for a meal. Chapter 76. The uniquely gifted Ashen Treant. Inside the active volcano, a searing heat enveloped them, with the air thick with a pungent sulfur aroma, making each breath feel as though it ignited their lungs. "Are you prepared?" Chen Mo turned, his gaze resolute as he addressed the little demon. The little demon nodded vigorously, its crimson scales shimmering in the firelight. Chen Mo smiled faintly, heartened by the little demon's courage. "All right, let us commence," he bellowed, and the little demon instantly leaped into the molten magma. Boom! A resounding blast erupted as flames surged towards the little demon's scales. The surrounding rocks turned to ash under the fiery onslaught, yet the little demon's scales remained unscathed, albeit it let out a pained roar. Countless flames surged into the little demon's body, clashing violently within. Chen Mo's heartbeat quickened as he sensed the power within the little demon pulsating, precisely the sensation he sought. Defiantly, the little demon unfurled its wings, the red membranes aglow in the firelight. "Continue. Do not falter." Chen Mo's voice echoed within the volcano, his eyes gleaming with fervor. With each fiery impact, the little demon's body adapted to the burning flames, its muscles reinforcing under the intense heat. Now, Dragon Flame Armor. The little demon's body was enveloped in flames. Even without external attacks, Chen Mo could feel energy accumulating around it. The flames encircling it tore through the rocks upon contact. Flame Barrier. This marked a new evolution of the Dragon Flame Armor, a synthesis of offense and defense. "Excellent. Once more," Chen Mo shouted, as flames gathered around the little demon, growing ever more intense. Suddenly, a deep rumble resonated from within the volcano, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Something seems amiss," Chen Mo murmured, observing the peculiar energy fluctuations. At that moment, the little demon emitted a low growl and charged towards what appeared to be an ordinary rock wall. Chen Mo barely had time to intervene before the Dragon Flame Armor collided forcefully with the wall. Boom! The wall shattered like glass, revealing a small hidden chamber. The air was suffused with a peculiar fragrance that invigorated the senses. Cautiously, Chen Mo stepped into the chamber, astonished into silence by what lay before him. Within resided an array of elemental spirits. There were crocodiles ablaze with flames and butterflies fluttering in the air. Upon noticing the massive breach in the wall, they curiously turned to Chen Mo, yet exhibited no inclination to attack, even though he discerned multiple spirits with power exceeding the third tier among them. Realizing this, Chen Mo relaxed his combat stance, surveying the surroundings. His gaze was drawn to a singularly remarkable tree. It was a tree entirely composed of flames, its trunk resembling ash, while its branches and leaves danced like fire. "The Ashen Treant," Chen Mo exclaimed in awe. This was an exceedingly rare firewood attribute, flame spirit. The little sprite was also captivated by the tree. Its curiosity piqued as it drew closer, eager to touch the flickering flames. At that moment, the ashen trance stirred unexpectedly. Its branches swayed gently, as if in greeting. A warm, yet non-burning aura enveloped Chen Mo and the little sprite, bestowing upon them a profound sense of comfort. Incredible! Chen Mo murmured to himself, astonished that such a rare spirit could be found in this desolate place. He stepped forward to observe more closely. The ashen trench's appearance was remarkably unique. Its trunk twisted like ancient vines, adorned with intricate patterns of flames that shimmered in the dim light. Atop its crown, fiery branches danced lightly, each leaf radiating a soft glow of flame. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mo noticed a pulsating core at the center of the Tran's trunk. Resembling a heart, this core emanated powerful energy waves, seemingly the source of the Tran's strength. With each pulse, ripples spread through the surrounding air, bringing warmth with them. Chen Mo hastily checked its attributes. Name, Ashen Trant. Level, low second tier. Base stats, 500, health, 110, physical attack, 95, special attack, 95, physical defense, 75, special defense, 75. Speed, 50. Type, fire wood. Talent, red. Skills, fiery leaf, parasitic seed, life drain, firebomb. The Ashen Trant was not merely an embodiment of fire. It was a master of elemental power. It could manipulate the form and intensity of flames at will, transforming searing fire into gentle radiance, or unleashing devastating force in an instant. For skills, it was indeed a uniquely gifted spirit, possessing virtually no weaknesses in its attributes. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, contemplating the implications. The Ashen Trant was not only a rare spirit, but also a formidable addition to his forces, though he himself might not utilize it. It would be a splendid asset for Lu Jing, who specialized in wood attributes, enhancing her striking capabilities significantly. His gaze wandered over the Trant, the flames dancing among its branches. At that moment, a fervent desire to subdue it ignited within Chen Mo. Little sprite, be ready, he whispered to his companion. The little sprite nodded, excitement glimmering in its eyes, understanding Chen Mo's intent to capture the Ashen Trant. Chen Mo approached the Ashen Trant slowly. Feeling the temperature of the air rise slightly, the scent of flames wafting towards him, laced with a hint of fragrance. Little sprite now? Chen Mo commanded, determination flashing in his eyes. This declaration halted the spirits nearby, who had intended to drive Chen Mo away. Such traditional one-on-one confrontations were sacred duels, respected by all spirits, and none would interfere unless one party expressed unwillingness. The Ashen Trant seemed to sense Chen Mo's intention, its branches swaying gently before a wave of flames surged towards him, the scorching air nearly engulfing him. Chen Mo's heart raced, and he swiftly retreated as the little sprite sprang forward, prepared to respond. Fiery leaf. Flames transformed into countless flying leaves, assaulting the little sprite, the air filled with a tearing sound akin to blades slicing through space. Well done. The little sprite's eyes sparkled with excitement as it advanced to defend itself. Flames coalesced before it, forming a wall of fire to counter the leaf attack. Boom. The collision of flames and leaves erupted in a dazzling blaze, the surrounding air rippling like waves. Chen Mo felt a powerful shockwave, the ground trembling beneath his feet. The Ashen Trant launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Parasitic seed. The Trant struck again, unleashing a flurry of seeds towards the little sprite. It swiftly dodged to the side while channeling energy within, preparing to counter. Firebomb. Boom. The seeds exploded upon contact with the little sprite, emitting a blinding light, the shockwave dispersing like ripples in the air. Yet, the little sprite emerged unscathed. It was merely testing the Ashen Trant's capabilities on Chen Mo's command. Chen Mo was quite satisfied with the Trant's performance. In the battle, with a decisive command, the little sprite vanished, reappearing before the Ashen Trant. A single claw strike rendered the Trant incapacitated. Chapter 77, Instant Kill. The remnants of the third-tier silver feather. Just as Chen Mo captured the Ashen Trant within his spirit space, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The air was thick with a metallic scent, sending shivers down one's spine. To think we would encounter you here. A sharp, piercing voice shattered the silence as four silver figures descended from above, encircling Chen Mo. His pupils constricted as he instantly recognized their identity, remnants of the Silver Feather clan. It appeared that many of their kind still lingered within the city of Ronghua. Among them was one of third-tier strength, while the others were only second-tier. They were likely lower-tier remnants attempting to escape amidst the chaos. A fierce killing intent radiated from them, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo, blocking all escape routes. Chen Mo, the human prodigy. You have been listed on the human talents ranking. If we kill you, we will acquire boundless resources. The leader of the Silver Feather clan gazed at Chen Mo with fiery eyes, already regarding him as an easy target. 4 against 1, victory seemed assured for them. The others whispered amongst themselves, "Leader, let us kill him quickly. We mustn't let him call for help. Without those powerful protectors, he is nothing but a waste. Indeed, were it not for that star-extinguishing powerhouse as protection, he would have perished at our hands long ago." Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of cold light danced in his eyes. He gently patted the little sprite's head, murmuring, "Prepare yourself." The little sprite understood, curling slightly, poised for action. "Waste." A cold smile crept across Chen Mo's lips. "Allow me to show you what true strength looks like." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of red light surged forth. The leader of the Silver Feather clan laughed arrogantly, still defiant when death is imminent. "Prepare to die?" Yet, in the next instant, his laughter was abruptly cut off. The little sprite's form flickered like a wraith, a claw slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Splatter. Blood erupted as the arrogant third-tier Silver Feather was torn to shreds before he could even scream. Flesh and blood scattered. The remaining 3 Silver Feather warriors stared wide-eyed. Incredulity etched on their faces. How is this possible? One quaked backwards, terror written all over his features. Chen Mo coldly surveyed the remaining 3, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Now who truly is the waste? The little sprite licked the blood from its claws, eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Flames emanating from its mouth, poised for the next strike. The air was thick with the scent of death. The remaining 3 Silver Feather warriors exchanged terrified glances, fear and anger intertwining on their faces. They could hardly fathom that the once insignificant Chen Mo, whom they had deemed an ant, now possessed such terrifying strength. In the blink of an eye, he had slain their third-tier leader. It was utterly horrifying. They dared not meet Chen Mo's gaze. Their pillar of support had perished, and their strength was utterly inadequate to confront him. "Flee!" A voice cried out, prompting 3 formidable members of the Silver Feather clan to turn and make their escape. A glint of cold light flickered in Chen Mo's eyes, and a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Gently stroking the little demon's head, he murmured, "Little demon, let them witness your newfound prowess." The little demon understood, its body trembling slightly as a torrent of searing energy surged forth from within. Countless flames erupted, scorching the space around them, distorting it with an unbearable heat. In the horrified gaze of the Silver Feather warriors, the little demon was instantaneously enveloped in a layer of golden-red scales, flames swirling and intertwining around it, resembling a diminutive fire deity. "Awoo!" The little demon emitted a commanding roar, its voice resonating through the air, causing the eardrums of the 3 Silver Feather warriors to throb painfully. In the next instant, the little demon transformed into a streak of golden-red lightning, dashing towards the fleeing Silver Feather warriors at an almost imperceptible speed. With a sharp sound, the air split asunder. Upon collision, the flames erupted violently from the little demon's surface. Blood splattered as one Silver Feather warrior was torn asunder, his flesh visibly charred at the wound. He did not have time to utter a scream before he was consumed by flames, vanishing into the air. The remaining 2 Silver Feather warriors, their eyes wide with disbelief, were etched with sheer terror. They desperately channeled their energy, attempting to obstruct the little demon's advance. Silver Feather Strike. Feather Cascade. Countless silver feathers coalesced in the void, exuding a lethal edge, hurtling towards the little demon. Yet, the little demon moved with the swiftness of lightning, evading each onslaught. Even when struck, it struggled not to breach the little demon's defenses, producing merely a few metallic clangs. The little demon's dragon-like eyes ignited with flames. The negligible damage only fueled its fervor for combat. Its claws traced elegant arcs through the air, igniting sparks. Flame slash. Boom. Another resounding explosion echoed. The second Silver Feather warrior's head burst like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering, staining the surrounding rocks crimson. His body crumpled like a blade of grass tossed by the wind, collapsing to the ground. The final Silver Feather warrior, utterly terrified, beheld the headless corpse beside him, collapsing to his knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. "Spare me. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. I can divulge the whereabouts of my other kin. I implore you, let me live." The last remaining Silver Feather warrior scrutinized Chen Mo with pleading eyes, hoping to secure his survival. "Once you learn the hiding places of the other Silver Feather clan members and capture them all, you shall become a hero of Dragon Star." He knelt, nearly weeping. Only the dead speak the truth. Chen Mo coldly observed this scene, devoid of any compassion. He held no belief in the words of a foreigner. Such an act would be folly. With a subtle wave of his hand, the little demon comprehended, swiftly slashing its claw across the warrior's throat. Blood gushed forth, and the warrior collapsed, his eyes filled with resentment and fear, quickly succumbing to the void. The battle concluded with such swiftness that the little demon felt unfulfilled. Licking its sharp claws nearby, Chen Mo regarded the little demon with satisfaction, gently stroking its head. Well done, little demon. The might of the newly forged dragon flame armor is indeed extraordinary. The little demon affectionately nuzzled Chen Mo's palm, its golden red scales gradually receding to reveal its original form. Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings, inhaling deeply. The air was thick with the scent of blood, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. I can feel it. We are on the cusp of transforming our dragon flame armor into a true secret technique, Chen Mo murmured, unconsciously glancing at the little demon. He gently patted its head. Let us continue our training. Chapter 78, Farewells and Gifts. At this moment, Chen Mo found himself deep within an active volcano, the scorching waves of heat assaulting him. Lava flowed beneath his feet, emanating an oppressive warmth. The little demon leaped gracefully among the rocks, its fiery scales tracing beautiful arcs through the air. Its movements were agile and swift, each step perfectly landing in safe zones. Chen Mo followed closely behind, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Though his movements lacked the little demon's fluidity, he adeptly navigated between various landing spots. The duo paused at the edge of the lava pool, commencing today's training. The little demon settled cross-legged, a sphere of flames coalescing before it, gradually morphing into various shapes. Chen Mo also sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to attune himself to the surrounding fire elements. His body trembled slightly as he endeavored to absorb the ferocious energy. Casually summoning Big Head, he cast it into a shallower pool of molten rock. Its scales melted almost instantly, only to regenerate immediately, glistening even more than before. He placed a plethora of water-based resources nearby, knowing that once it began to heal, it would instinctively consume these resources to replenish its energy. The training was deceptively simple, but undeniably brutal. At times, Chen Mo could not help but shudder at the sight of Big Head's wounds. Only a thoughtless spirit like Big Head could endure such a rigorous training regimen. The little demon, while training, would occasionally keep an eye on Big Head, ready to rescue it at the slightest misstep, showing great care for this younger companion. As time trickled by, the little demon's flames grew increasingly potent, effortlessly manipulating the surrounding lava. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's progress was less promising. The veins on his forehead throbbed, clearly under immense strain. The little demon opened its eyes, concern flickering in its gaze as it approached Chen Mo. Sitting beside him to guard, Chen Mo opened his eyes, a weary smile gracing his face. I'm fine, continue. They resumed their training. The little demon began attempting more complex fire manipulation, shaping the lava into various weapon forms. Chen Mo continued to laboriously absorb the fire elements, striving to transcend his limits. Day after day, their training persisted. The little demon's power surged rapidly, soon reaching the advanced third tier, astonishing Chen Mo, who marveled at its swift ascent through the ranks. Envy flickered in his eyes. Since devouring the dragon pearl, the little demon's training speed had skyrocketed, and its skill proficiency soared as well. Its mastery over the dragon flame grew increasingly refined. In contrast, Chen Mo's progress appeared sluggish. Though he had reached the pinnacle of the second tier, a significant distance remained before he could break into the third tier. Who would have imagined that a spirit master would be outpaced by their own spirit? Typically, spirits trained at a slower pace than their masters, who sought higher-tier spirits after each advancement. But for Chen Mo, the roles were reversed. Even the plump-headed fish had reached the intermediate second tier under such training conditions. Of course, a significant factor was the continuous influx of resources, which facilitated such results. As yet another day of training drew to a close, Chen Mo rose. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, he glanced at the timer on his wrist, his brow slightly furrowed. Xiao Yao, we should head back. Auntie is urging us to return for dinner. Xiao Yao nodded, a flicker of reluctance shimmering in its eyes. Chen Mo had to symbolically tug at Xiao Yao's paw to coax it into leaving, as it was already quite the training enthusiast. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. In June, the city of Ronghua basked in brilliant sunshine, the air perfumed with the delicate fragrance of locust blossoms. Standing before Yan Lina's home, Chen Mo's heart swelled with mixed emotions. How swiftly time had passed. He sighed softly, casting a gentle gaze at Yan Lina and her mother, as the day of the national competition had arrived. Yan Lina lowered her head, her long eyelashes quivering as unshed tears glimmered in her eyes. Her mother wore an expression of deep gratitude, shaking Chen Mo's hand fervently. Xiao Mo, we are immensely grateful for your care over these past few months. Our shop's revenue has soared several times over. We truly find it hard to part with you. Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. Auntie, you are too kind. It was merely a matter of convenience. Without you, our shop would never have been personally received by the mayor. Now it has indeed become quite renowned. He smiled quietly, nodding in acknowledgement of Yan and I Lu's praise. In all honesty, he had done little. It was entirely the city of Ronghua striving to curry favor with him after the disaster, seeking additional aid from the Spirit Master Association. Once the news of Chen Mo residing with them spread, it quickly placed them under the spotlight of the city's elite, with various benefits swiftly arranged, even proactive promotional assistance. Nowadays, the ice cream shop was perpetually bustling with patrons. Yan and I Lu had already contemplated opening several branches to expand production. Casting a glance at Yanlina, Chen Mo retrieved a delicate jade box from his pocket and gently opened it. Instantly, a wave of intense heat washed over him, as if the very air had ignited. Inside the jade box, a crimson crystal pulsated rhythmically, radiating an exhilarating energy. This is, Yanlina gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight within the box. Chen Mo explained softly, this is the essence of lava, the grand prize of the Ronghua Cup. A rare treasure. This was, of course, a gift from the city's elite to Chen Mo, with a generous quantity of 10 pieces. Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel at the power of influence. Yanlina and her mother exchanged astonished glances, seeing shock and a hint of joy reflected in one another's eyes. Yanlina's mother quickly waved her hands. This is far too precious. We cannot accept it. However, Chen Mo insisted on placing the jade box into Yanlina's hands, addressing Yan and I Lu, Auntie, please do not decline. You have provided me with so much convenience during this time, and this gift is a token of my appreciation. Yanlina clutched the jade box tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Chen Mo, thank you. I will make sure to utilize it wisely. Chen Mo gently patted her shoulder in comfort. Yanlina's mother observed the two young people, her eyes filled with warmth and reluctance. Taking a deep breath, she fought back her tears, saying, Xiao Mo, please take good care of yourself. Do come back to visit us often. Chen Mo nodded solemnly. Auntie, I certainly will. No further words were exchanged as he turned to leave. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, their hearts tinged with sadness as they watched Chen Mo's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already embarked on his journey back to Donghai City. Chapter 79, A Long-Awaited Reunion. The night in Donghai City was adorned with flickering neon lights and bustling traffic. Chen Mo stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his exclusive suite within the Spirit Master Association. Gazing down upon the vibrant metropolis, his eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. He had finally returned. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a waft of fragrance filled the air. Chen Mo turned to see Lu Jing, Chen Yuan, and Bai Qingru standing at the threshold, their eyes brimming with joy. Husband. Lu Jing was the first to rush forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Her voice quivered with emotion. You're finally back. Chen Mo gently patted her back, feeling her warmth. I'm back, he replied softly. How have you all been? Chen Yuan shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. We've been well. We just missed you greatly. Bai Qingru maintained her usual aloof demeanor. Yet the tenderness in her eyes was unmistakable. Welcome back, Mo Go. The four exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became warm and inviting. Chen Mo gestured for them to sit down and began to inquire about the past 3 months. Lu Jing exclaimed excitedly, Chen Mo, guess what? I've broken through to the second rank. Her eyes sparkled with pride. Chen Mo looked at her with surprise. Really? It seems my gift was perfectly timed. Lu Jing, curious, gazed at Chen Mo, eager to know what he had prepared. With a wave of his hand, a small tree engulfed in flames appeared before them. Is this the ash tree spirit? Lu Jing asked in astonishment, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Since deciding to specialize in the wood element, she had learned about many wood spirits, and the ash tree spirit was undoubtedly among the top 100 in terms of overall strength, especially with its firewood attribute, offering an extensive range of offensive capabilities. It was an exceedingly rare and powerful spirit. Chen Mo nodded. Indeed, I obtained this in a secret realm. It will be of great assistance to you. Lu Jing stood up in elation, tears shimmering in her eyes. Thank you, Chen Mo. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Suddenly, she leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Chen Mo's lips. This is your reward. She playfully winked. But there is more to come tonight. Chen Yuan and Bai Qingru exchanged bashful glances at this scene. Chen Mo cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. How has your training been during this time? Any progress? Chen Yuan responded enthusiastically. My water spirit is on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd rank. Just one step away. Bai Qingru replied casually. My light element is still lacking a bit. I just reached the pinnacle of the 2nd rank. Chen Mo looked at the three of them with pride swelling in his heart. It should not be assumed that Xiao Yao's ability to reach the 3rd rank was an easy feat for ordinary students at this stage. Most still possessed only 1st rank strength, with only a few top achievers holding 2nd rank spirits. Xiao Yao, now boasting advanced 3rd rank strength, was truly exceptional. At that moment, A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. The door swung open, revealing a familiar figure. Master? Chen Mo stood in surprise. What brings you here? Chen Yu chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief as he surveyed the four within the room. What? Can I come to check on my disciple? He approached Chen Mo, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Are you prepared? The national competition is tomorrow. Do not disappoint your master. Chen Mo nodded earnestly. Rest assured, master. I will give it my all. Chen Yu smiled with satisfaction before turning his attention to the three girls. You must also continue to train diligently. Do not let Chen Mo pull you too far behind. The three responded in unison, yes. Chen Yu observed this heartwarming scene, a glimmer of contentment in his eyes. His gaze swept across the room before finally resting on Chen Mo. A subtle smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. Disciple, since you have just returned, why not allow your master to assess your progress during your absence? A chill ran down Chen Mo's spine. He understood that his master was about to test him. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly nodded, declaring, I am willing to accept your challenge, master. Chen Yu smiled with satisfaction, gesturing nonchalantly as a formidable figure materialized. Grandfather He, the entity summoned was none other than the Shadow Dragon. It has been a while. You have returned. The Shadow Dragon looked at Chen Mo with delight, but then turned to Chen Yu with a serious expression, well aware of Chen Yu's intentions. I shall not assist in training him any further. After much persuasion, Chen Yu finally convinced the Shadow Dragon to reluctantly engage in a battle with Chen Mo. The Shadow Dragon's strength is set at the peak of the 3rd tier, Chen Yu stated casually. It surpasses the little demon by a slight margin. But the use of secret techniques and laws is prohibited. Only then did the Shadow Dragon begrudgingly acquiesce. Lu Jing, Chen Yuan, and Bai Qingru gazed at Chen Mo in astonishment. They knew the little demon was formidable, yet facing an existence at the peak of the 3rd tier seemed somewhat daunting. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, silently calling upon the little demon. Go forth, little demon, he whispered, let them witness your prowess. The Shadow Dragon let out a low growl and lunged at the little demon. Its speed was astonishing, reaching the little demon in the blink of an eye. Sharp claws sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. The little demon deftly evaded, its tail whipping out to form a crimson barrier. The Shadow Dragon's assault was thwarted, yet the sheer force of the impact forced the little demon back several steps. Bang! The claws of the Shadow Dragon collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the room, causing fine cracks to appear on the walls. Chen Mo watched the battle with bated breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This confrontation was not merely a contest of the little demon's victory or defeat, but a crucial examination of his own strength. The battle raged on for nearly half an hour, with both sides exchanging fierce blows, locked in a stalemate. The Shadow Dragon's attacks were ferociously powerful, each strike imbued with the potential for devastation. Meanwhile, the little demon relied on its agile movements and robust defenses to navigate through peril. Finally, amidst an intense clash, the little demon seized an opportunity, employing the dragon flame armor in conjunction with a concealment technique, striking directly at the Shadow Dragon's vital points. Boom! With a resounding crash, the Shadow Dragon fell to the ground. The room fell into a hushed silence, with everyone staring in disbelief at the scene. Even Chen Yu wore a look of astonishment. Your dragon flame armor has indeed reached perfection, Chen Yu exclaimed. It seems your progress during this time has been remarkable. Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief, a smile of profound relief spreading across his face. He approached the little demon, gently stroking its head. Well done, little demon. The little demon affectionately nuzzled Chen Mo's hand before transforming into a streak of red light and vanishing. Lu Jing, Chen Yuan, and Bai Qingru eagerly surrounded him, showering praises upon both Chen Mo and the little demon for their impressive performance.